Good morning. It's literally one more minute until the afternoon here if you live in Central Time. So, all of you Eastern Seaboard, you know, lefties who don't think about us here in the flyover states of real America, understand I'm living in, the past. We're literally living in the past where you're already in the future, 1 hour behind. But, yeah. So this is my first time here on this space. Not really, because I'm the lesser half of the podcast Good Morning Comrade, which we Jeff, eminent professor, him and I host that podcast. I am kind of the wild, goofy one and the one that's super annoying, but always correct. The leftist curse of always being correct, but just too early. And Jeff is the one who holds it down and makes sure that we don't catch an FCC violation when we broadcast over the air for 102.3 low power FM WHIV End All Wars on our podcast Good Morning Comrade. So I'm well versed in keeping it FCC friendly. And so I will try to do that as well here in this space, this space of this space, because I want to respect Pastor Ben. Like, even though, like, I'm a wild and crazy guy, this is Pastor Ben's space. This is his house. And I don't want to come up here dirtying up the man's house. I'll leave that for my own home. As you can see, it's a mess back here. I'm a little bit under the weather, so anybody here in New Orleans who might be seeing this for some, I don't know how you're watching this. I stayed home from work because I'm a little under the weather and was asked to do this show, special emergency pod of this space, after the Jimmy Kimmel debacle. It makes me laugh to think about, like, oh, is this is the thing, like, right now as we speak in our shared material reality, Chuck Schumer has become the free speech champion because Jimmy Kimmel got sacked off a silly late night TV show for doing and saying the facts and just I don't even say shining a light. I don't even want to say like he did anything brave, talking about Trump and talking about Charlie Kirk. All he did was just say water is wet. I mean, we'll get into that later, but it feels absolutely crazy. But that now the liberals are activated. Now all of a sudden they're going after people, Palestinian children starving. I've seen, I don't want to be gruesome, but I've seen babies with their heads off. That wasn't enough to move people. I've seen Trump's brown shirts kick students' heads in across the country when they tried to sit down on their own lawn at the campus, the college campuses that they pay for to get maintained, to say, hey, we don't want our funds going to support a genocide. And I've seen the liberals fine with that. And then the cops come in after the brown shirts get their pound of flesh, their literal pound of flesh, and then they kick the kids' heads in. I've seen that. I'll even go back to, you know what? I have a theory, and I'm probably getting way, way, way ahead of myself. But I think the sliding door turning point of this country, there was many. There was many turning points where we could have gone a different route. It was, I mean, one of the huge ones is that we didn't deal not with even the original sin of Native American genocide and the Middle Passage, the transatlantic slave trade, but that the Civil War should have wiped that away, and that we allowed Confederate generals and Confederate thought leaders, and I'm not even talking about the rank and file guys who got like duped into somehow fighting for states' rights or whatever, that we let these people integrate back into society. That was one of the things that sent this country on the wrong track, that how we got here today. The other was, I'm 44 years old, so I think my parents are too young. My parents are Gen X. But I'm going to put this squarely on the boomers, on the flower children and the hippies. That when those kids got murdered, they got murdered by the Army at Kent State University in Ohio, and there wasn't immediate clapback, whatever that means to you, especially in this climate. Not only, I ain't even worried about the climate. The climate. What? If I clean up my language here, then the Trump administration is not going to come for me, brother. Like, I have a Palestinian like hoodie on right now, and I'm broadcast. I don't care, bro. I have a banned book of Mouse. Like, this book raised me. You know what I mean? My Jewish father bought this for me, and it raised me, and I got the right messages out. They're going to come for me regardless. I could put on a MAGA hat right now, and there ain't going to be no stopping it. My skin is going to give me away. So I ain't worried about that. But just to clean up my language so this doesn't get buried in the algorithm is more what I'm worried about. But there wasn't immediate clapback on those killings by the United States Army of unarmed college students. It let the state know exactly what they could get away with. It let them know exactly what they could do. And they're doing it now. And this has been done before. And like, it's a joke. It's not a joke. A joke is not the right word. But it's a meme like, like there's two memes out there about the United States that, no empires lasted more than 300 years. Even you can't even be like the Chinese, because that's been China's, what's the word I'm looking for? A franchise of empire has been, handed over and over and over and over again throughout. But so like, through the dynasties, but like no empire. We always get compared to two places, Rome and Nazi Germany, and both are accurate. But there is a distinct through line, as George Lucas would say when he talked about Star Wars. He goes, that's why you see the same themes over and over again. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. There's a clear through line from Nazi Germany and how the liberals paved the way, the Weimar Republic paved the way for fascism, for Nazis, and how our liberals, Barack Obama, we're going to turn the page. We're not going to prosecute anybody. That's another sin that got us where we're at. Didn't prosecute anybody in the Bush administration. That's how we got here. And again, it let these people know what they could get away with. So I'm going to start out with a little bit of a dry history lesson. For those of you who haven't given this much thought, which is fine. It's fine if you haven't given this. That's not a knock, because this is the year 2025. We should not be worried about this stuff. We should be. One of my favorite shows is Star Trek, right? And I like the utopian Star Trek. And I like Deep Space Nine better because it pushes back against the Federation's, utopia and looks at it. And if I have time, there's a clip from Star Trek Deep Space Nine I want to play. But and hopefully I can speed it up, mess with the audio video so we don't get clapped by Paramount, which I don't know. Only thing there's two things that had me like on Paramount Plus: women's soccer, the NWLS or NWSL. And that's where all the Star Trek lived. And now that Paramount is like buying out, they're like their fashy company, bending the knee to Trump, and they're buying out my other favorite streaming service, HBO Max. I'm just gonna never mind. I'm about to say you wouldn't download a car. Put it that way. I'll put it that way. Again, to respect Pastor Ben's house, you would not download a car, but I will be sailing the 7 seas because I will be getting my Deadwood and my Star Trek in and my HBO and my Creature Commandos. But that's a whole nother thing. Utopian Star Trek, there's a really good scene where in the original series where somehow I can't even remember the pretext. The pretense, I should say. Abraham Lincoln comes back to life and he's on the Enterprise. And he sees Lieutenant Uhura looking like a whole snack, right? Another hero civil rights hero who stayed on that show when she was going to leave that show, Nichelle Nichols, because she, this is a side rant. She was going to leave the show. She was at the NAACP awards, and Dr. Martin Luther King came up to her and it said, I really enjoy your work, blah, 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 right? Just game recognized game. And she said, oh, thank you so much, Dr. King, but I'm leaving the show after this season. He goes, you cannot. No. He says, you have to understand, this is the only show I let my children, my TV don't go on in my house if it ain't Star Trek. This is the only thing I let them watch. Like, you have to keep doing this. This is so important, right? But there's a scene, Abraham Lincoln comes back, and he sees, Lieutenant Uhura doing her comms thing, and he says, what a charming, and he talks to her for a minute about something. Maybe they sentence, shot, reverse shot. He says something to her, she says something to him. And then he comments to Kirk, what a charming negress. Kirk is like red-faced, this is crazy. Like, for way back in the day that they did this, I was like, woof. Shout out to William Shatner. Shout out to a real one. Hopefully he doesn't get weird before he dies, because that would break my heart. But he's red-faced. He's literally telling Abraham Lincoln, hey, dog, we don't talk like that. Like, this is we don't do that. Like, that is ancient history to them, right? Uhura, her whole, like, her stance on it, she laughs. She's uncontrollably laughing. Because to her, this is only a thing that she's read about in an ancient history book. Like, racism and sexism and stuff like that, it's like, it's so out of bounds. Like, there's some racist jokes that we can tell now. Like, I can say a slur. Like, you think about a slur you can say about, somebody that's not white. Or even somebody that is white. There's a certain one I'm thinking of right now. Think about these slurs, and, like, when you hear them, they don't even register as, like, hateful, even though they are hateful, obviously, like, but they're laughable because they're so dumb. That's where Uhura was at. And that's what I mean by, like, we are living in the year 2025. We should be where is my flying car? That's what we should be talking about. Forget a self-driving car. Where's my flying car? Where is my temporal time machine? Where is the AI that is taking my job to free me up to do, art and music and rant online, so that way, and I don't have to worry about how I'm going to pay my bills. Where are these things? Yeah. Where are these things? And that's where we should be at. But no, we're here walking backwards as a species. We're here going backwards. And I guess this is how it works. It's always like 3 steps forward and 2 steps back or whatever. But I don't buy that. This is just ridiculousness. But to get onto it, we've done this before in history, and it's called the Weimar Republic. The Democratic Party is when they are in power, they are the Weimar Republic of Germany. And I want to read, and hopefully I can get this right. I'm not like a StreamYard guy. I'm more of an OBS Twitch ranter, skating the line every day of trying not to get clapped on Twitch for doing, what's the word I'm looking for? TOS violations. But let's read this. So I think this has something about okay. So Hitler takes absolute control. This is from, I guess I'll quote this correctly. The Rise of Nazism and Liberal Destruction. Who wrote this paper that I found? I don't know, it's from plea.org. I don't know who wrote the paper. I should have sourced it better. I apologize. Just threw this together literally 30, 40 minutes ago. And I want to get to this part where it's like, Hitler takes absolute control. A fire in the German Reichstag in February 1933 set the stage for Hitler to take absolute control of Germany. The fire, on the eve of an election, appeared to be the case of arson. Historians are still unsure whether the fire was set by communists or whether it was set by the Nazis to manufacture a crisis. Regarding of who started the fire, it created a sense of national emergency. Hitler used the Reichstag fire as an excuse to issue a decree for the protection of the people in the state. The decree stripped Germans of most of their liberal constitutional rights, such as freedom of the press, freedom of association, freedom of expression, and the right to privacy. The decree remained in force throughout Hitler's reign. The first people to be targeted by his decree were the communists, who were blamed for the fire. Over 1,000 were immediately arrested right before the March 5th election. Now, With that being said, obviously, this is a damn near. I'm not. Forget the part, and a lot of y'all are going to focus on. Well, you're saying we don't know who started the Reichstag fire. We don't know the motives of Charlie Kirk shooter. That is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You got Candace Owens out here talking about it was a possible hit by Is Not Real. Like, I don't even want to play with that. Like, it's not even a thing. And then you got other people saying it was, George Soros funded Antifa super soldier, Manchurian candidate who got activated by playing that weird anime horse girl racing game that all these weirdos like to play now. As a 44-year-old man, I've seen this thing. I don't understand it, but whatever. The kids are the kids. Let them do what they do. Well, I played Call of Duty and I watched Lively growing up. I can't tell these kids what they should be doing, right? But yeah, so that's irrelevant. The scariest thing is you want to talk about the shooter, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the scariest thing is that this kid, he seems to just be a normie. Like, so this could be anybody. And I think that's what's scarier, is that there's not a psychological profile that can pin him down. His Discord chats, as we're getting, as much as you can trust the FBI on anything. See, look, I'm even dipping into this. As much as you can get, as much as you can, trust the FBI, makes it seem like the people who he associated with were like empathetic normie centrists. That's way more terrifying than it being some like Groyper or some far leftist guy. Now, we all know, if you're in this chat, you all know that I can put my marker down right now that this kid, before anything came out about him, that he was not a leftist, not even a progressive, because that's a good idea. Good idea. That even a progressive, because there's nobody on earth who's politically active who would think that taking out a Charlie Kirk would do anything at all, except bring this. Now, and I don't want you to be, and I want to be very clear that I don't want you to be, don't do illegal stuff. But I want to say, I'm getting a lot of leftist, socialist, leftists, progressives are saying like, oh my God, this is so terrible. This is just this is what they're going to use to come after us. This is how they're going to use to come get us, right? They're going to do that anyway, brother. It doesn't matter. They're like, they don't need the Reichstag fire. They will make it up if they had to. So you cannot, whatever organizing, whatever community building that you're doing right now, keep doing it, because they're going to come for you regardless. The only thing that's going to save you is mutual aid. Take, for example, Chicago, right? Trump was going to deploy the National Guard in Chicago as a show of force. The people of Chicago mutual aided it up and said, absolutely not. You come in here, it's going to be a hard road to hoe for you. And they gave it up. They said, no, I guess we won't go in there. That's how it's done, folks. You get enough people to say absolutely not, and bullies back down. But getting back to the parallels here, I want you to understand how liberals have brought this upon themselves, and now, because of Jimmy Kimmel, they are freaking out. I want to go back to, let's see, I'm going to open this one up. I'm going to share some screen. I think it's it right here. Perfect. All right. The Weimar Republic. How did it allow Hitler's rise to power? There's something really, we're not going to read this whole thing, but there's a really, 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 well, let's just read it. The Weimar Republic was one of Germany's most turbulent and unstable governments. I just want to see where we're at for time. Okay. Could this agitated period have paved the way for Adolf Hitler? Yes, it did. The Weimar Republic was established after World War I following the end of the German Empire. Ignore the ads. Here we are in late-stage capitalism. I'm sorry. You're going to get your history lesson brought to you by Hancock Whitney. There's nothing I can do about that. And also the narcissist test. Am I secretly a narcissist? No, I'm not secretly a narcissist. I actually just am one. Cool. Alrighty, see, we already passed the test. The Weimar Republic was established in Germany after World War I, following the end of the German Empire. This republic was faced with enormous challenges such as political instability, hyperinflation, a deep socioeconomic crisis. In many ways, this instability allowed for the rise of both fascism and communism and paved the way for the Nazi regime. Discover how Adolf Hitler's rise to power was inadvertently made possible during the Germany's First Republic. How did it begin? The Weimar Republic was formed during the last days of World War I. On the 9th of October, 1918, Emperor Wilhelm advocated the throne and fled to the Netherlands. On that day, Netherlands are funny, man. The Dutch are funny. Like, the Dutch are one of those sneaky empires, and I mean like a sneaky empire like France. What's another one? It's like, yeah, they tried it. They really went for it, and then we forget that they tried to roll the iron dice and became an empire, and they just kind of shrugged their shoulders. And now, and I like the Netherlands. What's the Netherlands known for? I can get like legal casual drugs and red light district. Cool. Like, you could have just done that from the start. You didn't have to like run slaves and try to like take over the world. You could have just been a cool place to hang out from day one, but I digress. On that day, the independent Chancellor Maximilian, Prince of Baden, was abdicated and was succeeded by Frederick Ebert. Ebert had been the leader of the Social Democratic Party, the SPD, the largest party in Germany at the time. Since 1913, although Ebert was looking to establish a constitutional monarch in Germany, his colleague Philipp Schneiderman proclaimed democracy from the stairs of the Reichstag. Schneiderman did this without the authorization of his superiors or Ebert in response to the growing strength of the communist movement. The communist movement in Germany grew significantly over the war period because of the war itself. And that's because Germany was being depleted of its resources. So to fill that vacuum, socialism or barbarism will always try to fill that vacuum. Within the SPD, there was a faction that disagreed with the war, seeing it as an imperialist enterprise, because it was. They were correct. This faction also believed, contrary to the SPD, in the need for the revolutionary methods of achieving better living conditions. Does this sound familiar? Are we sounding familiar to the United States? It's sounding even, we kind of make fun of the well, at least I do, make fun of the DSA. We make fun of like baby leftists, baby Marxists, but like, this is starting to sound familiar. Am I right? This led to a split between the faction, the SPD, from which the Spartacus League resulted. It was under these circumstances that on 9th of November in Berlin, I'm going to butcher this, Karl Liebknecht, co-leader of the Spartacus League, proclaimed a communist republic, which directly opposed Schneiderman's and Ebert's government. However, because they sided with the army, Ebert and the SPD had the upper hand. Because they sided with the army. Does it sound familiar? Because they sided with the army. Say it again for effect. And had an upper hand in the conflict, and in the winter of 1918 and 1919, crushed the communist revolution. Karl, I said his name. We'll just call him Karl, but not the good Karl. And Rosa Luxemburg, leaders of the newly formed KPD, Communist Party of Germany, were murdered by paramilitary militia, the Free Corps, in January 1919. This guy was a good Karl too, but you know what I mean. We're talking about Daddy Marx. This is what's super important. This is what's super important right here. I want y'all to pay attention to this. This is what it's building up to. So lock in right now. The violent repression of the communist movement led to a very early and stark division between the main left-wing parties, the SPD and the KPD. This significant fragmentation on the left may have helped the rise of fascism and right-wing extremism. After 1919, the KPD became increasingly extremist, going beyond what we'll just call him Lieb, and Luxemburg Karl had envisioned. The left was then significantly fragmented and weakened, as well as incapable of coming together to stop the rise of fascism as it happened in other European countries. Now, This happened because the liberals, at the end of the day, they wanted to side with the state. Whatever the state was, whatever the status quo was, whatever kept capital going, that's what they decided to side with. And that, just like our own Democratic Party in the United States, will always, and it has, as we see now, it is paved the way for a fascist takeover. Because when in the height, in stuff like, does this sound familiar? Economic crisis and hyperinflation. That's what's going on in the United States right now. The first years following the end of World War I in Germany were particularly tempestuous. During the war, Germany had suspended the convertibility of the mark into gold, the Deutschmark, and borrowed extensively to fund the war. Now, it was due to pay an extremely heavy financial reparations over the following years. The League of Nations was wrong for that, but that's a whole nother thing. This is also on America, because the League of Nations, before the UN existed, they were wrong for doing that. Because how could they pay that back? It's much like a parallel to that. It's not one-to-one, but a parallel to that is like how the French are demanding reparations from the Haitian government, not the other way around, because we live in a crazy hell world. They are getting paid from the Haitian government, who doesn't have the money for still to this day, for the Haitian Revolution, for kicking colonizers and slave owners off that island, off Santo Domingo. Ain't that a kick? Ain't that what part of fraternité, liberté, égalité is that? Please tell me. That's got to stop. And that's kind of a parallel here, is like why one of the reasons why Haiti is screwed up to this day, and then because the League of Nations put such a heavy reparations tax on the German people and the German government after World War I, it drove them into hyperinflation. It drove them into the situation. A pair of shoelaces cost more than a shoe had once cost. No more than a fashionable shoe store with 1,000 pairs of shoes had cost before. To repair a broken window cost more than the whole house had formerly cost. A book more than a printer's shop with 100 presses. Germans who had worked their entire lives saw their life savings quickly disappear. Trump. Remember, we had our little stock market crash under Trump, and all the and it was like, oh, the market bounced back. It bounced back. Remember tariffs, and when all the capital ran for the hills because Trump wanted to put tariffs on all these countries because we don't make anything in this country, and tariffs are only a tax that the end consumer pays, and all these people, I don't want to say like boomers or Gen X or whoever, all these people who are invested in our stock market lost their shirt, and that money's never coming back. It's gone. The only people who could buy the dip were people who were already playing the stock market as a game. We were all told, I was told as a kid, even as a first wave millennial, that you got to get a 401k. That's the safest place to put your money, blah, blah, blah. No, absolutely not. As you can see, in just my lifetime, I've already lived through like 3 economic crashes, right? And some of those, you can even call them a depression. Like there's economists that are saying we're already in a depression. We just don't want to call it that. But these are the same things. These things are lining up. Not even they already are lined up. These years brought increasing political instability. The SPD no longer controlled a majority, being closely followed by the USPD, Independent Social Democrat Party, another left wing, the DNVP, German National People's Party, the predecessor of the Nazi Party. That's when German people were sold the same bill of goods that the Trump administration and conservatives are selling our own people, saying like, look, we're going to make Germany great again. We're going to make America great again. It's all these other people's problems of why a shoelace repairing a home costs more than the damn house. So this is how they sow the seeds. Never look up, never look at capital. Just understand it's either, immigrants, or, the Jewish guy who owns a bakery, or it's communist fault, a communist who doesn't even own capital, but somehow it's his fault that hyperinflation. Somehow it's Antifa's fault, somebody who's claiming to be anti-fascist in America, of why you have to commute an hour both ways to a job that you hate, if you're lucky enough to even do that in our society, that exploits your labor value. Somehow it's some kid in a DSA meeting. It's Zoran Mandami's fault, right? This is the same bill of goods. It's a tale as old as time. So when you have these kind of material conditions that lead to this kind of thought, this kind of thinking, of course, fascism, if socialism is not there to collectivize, to get people to do mutual aid, to really, if you don't have a strong class consciousness like they didn't in Germany, like we don't have here, we have no class consciousness at all. Labor unions are just tools of the Republican Party and ineffectual liberals. They don't really do much for their members. They don't take a stand on anything that's quote unquote political, anything human rights related. We can't get a general strike going in this country because we have no class consciousness. Everyone is just trying to make it to the end of the week. Forget the end of the month. We're just trying to make it to the end of the week. Some people are just trying to make it to the end of their DoorDash shift. How can I expect any of these people to have class consciousness? This whole thing just needs to be torn down and absolutely remade. But of course, that is, if you can hear that, that is, I have the Red Alert app on my phone, and that means it's going down in occupied Palestine right now. So and you can't even silence that. So if that has any kind of, I'm sure you'll hear about that. Stay tuned on this space if that has any significance. Maybe it's just a rogue rocket or something, but if it's hypersonics, you'll hear about it here first on this space. Kind of threw me off my game there. Don't really want to talk much about is not real. I want to talk more about how we have, we're deep. We're not even in Weimar Germany. We're deep into Nazi Germany. And so now you have a society where people are either, you've got both 1984 and A Brave New World, like somehow amalgamating into this like monster, to where like it seems like half of our American population has completely checked out, and now they're just into 1984 Soma type hedonism. I see this every day in my friend group. Where was I last night? So I was at not last night, but the other day I was at a karaoke bar, and like one of the songs that always gets sung in this karaoke bar in New Orleans is Four Non Blondes. Hey, what's going on? And everybody always gets super loud when they're like, oh, if you're a 90s baby, you know this song. It's like, and I pray, oh my God, do I pray? I pray all the time for a revolution. And I'm like, no, that's not how revolution works at all. Like, there's signal groups, and then there's meetings that take place. It more works like Casablanca than a silly 90s song. But what can I say to these people who are my friends, because they don't know what to do? They're terrified, and they're just hoping that this all just blows over. And I'm here to tell you it's absolutely not going to blow over. We have more stages of hell to go through, but there is light at the end of the tunnel, and I do want to talk about that. And I want to talk about how, see, I've got about 25 minutes left. I really, 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 really want to talk about how Jimmy Kimmel getting canned, bringing this whole boring, dry history lesson that you're sitting through. But I really want to talk about how Jimmy Kimmel getting canned is actually an amazing thing. This is a great thing. We need to celebrate it. And that sounds crazy. I know that sounds crazy. But what I'm saying is, let no crisis go unexploited. This is a good thing. So before we get into, let me see, share this tab. Before we get into Jimmy Kimmel and what happened to him and just liberals in general, I want to talk about Karl Popper. And Karl Popper kind of broke it down as he is a philosopher, a Jewish philosopher, and he talked about the paradox of intolerance. And that's definitely what we're going through now. And I'm gonna let this play, and then we'll discuss that for a little bit, and then we'll get into Jimmy Kimmel.
Less well known than other paradoxes is the paradox of tolerance. Unlimited tolerance must lead to the disappearance of tolerance. If we extend unlimited tolerance even to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant.
I want to pause this real quick because John Litham in the chat, now that I've kind of caught up, give my voice a break for a minute and 17 seconds. But I can't stop. He in the chat, it says we need to be really careful about what we call hedonism. And I want to be clear about this. I'm not talking about self-care. Okay, for example, what's going on right now with me, right? Like, I'm sitting here doing a broadcast about fascism, living in a fascist hellhole, right? I got to live. Like, I can't sit here and be afraid. I've got to still do the things that bring me joy. Everybody needs I did a Twitch stream the other night. I thought it was really good. It was a really good Twitch stream, got really good feedback, got really good interactions, like the whole bit. But as talking about this stuff for hours on end, right? I definitely had a dopamine like come down. And I was like literally depressed afterwards. And so I need to do the things to take care of myself so I can be quote unquote in the fight. And that's what I think John in the comments is talking about, is like, don't stop doing the things that give you joy. Like, don't stop dancing. Don't stop helping each other. Don't stop. If you like to cross stitch, if you like to play video games, if you like to go shoot basketball, if you like to do pickleball, even though that's made up, that's not a real thing. As much that pickleball is a psyop, don't fall for it. It's not real. I don't know. I don't know. That is my conspiracy theory that I believe. Pickleball is the Macy Gray of sports. And what I mean by that is everybody knows who Macy Gray is. Find me a Macy Gray fan. Find me somebody that's like, you know what? Macy Gray's in town. And I'm such a Macy Gray fan. I know all of her songs. I'm going to go see Macy Gray. What I mean is this was just a thing pushed on us by capital, by corporations to sell new stuff. Pickleball's the same way. Pickleball this, pickleball that. Everybody loves pickleball. Find me a pickleball player. Like somebody's like, you can't find one. They're AI. I'm sorry. Of course I'm joking. Jeez Pete's gonna get clipped. But when I'm talking about hedonism, I'm talking about the people at the bar singing the Four Non-Blondes, and I pray for a revolution. Like that, either you're in or you're out. Like, you can't pray this thing away. You can't pray that the Death Star blows up. And understand, even if the Death Star blows up, they're gonna rebuild another Death Star. And we just get up and we fail better. You know what I mean? But I'm talking about literal hedonism. I'm talking about the three monkeys, like closing your eyes to it and just hedonism. And then the other half is just completely checked out. Like completely just like, I want nothing to do with anything. And they get mean and they get bitter and they get scared and they go the opposite way. And then they're just afraid to move. Like, you can't. Like, this is your only life. Like, you're living through history. Get used to it. But did you die? Until you're dead, the game continues. And don't let them win out of spite. Don't let these monsters control you out of spite. Now, with that being said, let's get back to Karl Popper and see what he had to say about tolerance. If I can give myself a break.
Less well known than other paradoxes is the paradox of tolerance. Unlimited tolerance must lead to the disappearance of tolerance. If we extend unlimited tolerance even to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant, then the tolerant will be destroyed, and tolerance with them. In this formulation, I do not imply, for instance, that we should always suppress the utterance of intolerant philosophies. As long as we can counter them by rational argument and keep them in check by public opinion, suppression would certainly be most unwise. But we should claim the right to suppress them if necessary, even by force. For it may easily turn out that they are not prepared to meet us on the level of rational argument, but begin by denouncing all argument. They may forbid their followers to listen to rational argument, because it is deceptive, and teach them to answer arguments by the use of their fists or pistols. We should therefore claim, in the name of tolerance, the right not to tolerate the intolerant. We should claim that any movement preaching intolerance places itself outside the law, and we should consider incitement to intolerance and persecution as criminal, in the same way as we should consider incitement to murder, or to kidnapping, or to the revival of the slave trade, as criminal.
All right. Let's stop sharing that. So, do I get to come back? No, Dr. Jeff. No, we're not. No, we're not doing that. Dr. Jeff. Hi, Dr. Nick. What was that? There we go. Anywho, so I've been a fan of that for quite some time, and you'll hear right-wingers actually try to co-opt that or try to debunk it, and they'll try to co-opt it as like, oh, well, what are you saying is if we tolerate all this diversity, then it just slowly erodes our society. Like, no, that's not what Karl Popper was even remotely talking about. He was saying it's not even like you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. He was saying more or less the old libertarian, and, you know, I don't even get me started on libertarians, but one of the things, like, objectively we can pull out of libertarian thought is that the right to swing your nose, I mean, oh my God. The right to swing your fist ends at the bridge of my nose, right? So you can do whatever you want. But as soon as you start encroaching on my, like, human and civil rights without, you know, outside of the state's contract of like, hey, you can't encroach. If you encroach on somebody else's human and civil rights, then we'll take yours away for a period of time or forever. Like, that's not what I'm talking about, because that's the social contract that we're supposed to all have agreed to, kind of signed off on, that keeps society together. But you can say whatever you want, bro. You can, I don't care. And I say this all the time. And I think it's easier for people of color to have this. People of color, queer presenting people, because this is a sticky wicket. But I'll tell you, I'll understand. I'll tell you what I mean by that, just to be clear. I have a friend who he was the best man at my wedding, and he's a gay dude, right? And he's got, I'm not trying to be cute, I'm not trying to be funny. He's got the voice. He's got the gay voice. You know what that is? We don't need to go any further with that. It's not even a slur. It just is what it is. It's like saying my glasses are black. He's got the voice. Right? It's not a judgment on anything. But he even said, white dude, he said, look, I understand, as like out here and exposed as I am, all I have to do is, if I shut my mouth, wear the appropriate clothing, I can just fade away into the background as just another white dude. He goes, other people who are like more queer presenting cannot do that. Or people, melanated people, POC, whatever, we'll just say POCs, but melanated people cannot do that either, right? They're going to come for, going back to my earlier thing, they're going to come for us regardless. It doesn't matter. We can't, to quote Kyle Reese in Terminator, this thing cannot be bargained with, it cannot be reasoned with, and it will not stop. It's going to keep coming. So he understood that. And that's what I mean by, like, when I say, you know, queer presenting people, people of color, we have a not even instinctual. It's what society has put on us that we know it's dangerous all the time. And so we can accept this thing better than I see a lot of my, like, a lot of white comrades, which they just have blind spots. It's not like internalized racism or anything. It's just like blind spots. It's just like saying to myself as like a cishet, dude, like I'll never understand what it's like to be a woman. Like I could go get a PhD in female gender studies or something. I could get a doctorate on it, and I could teach a doctorate level class on it, but I'll never understand the thing because I can never take my brain and put it into that form, that shape. So I'll always have a blind spot to where like a lot of my white friends have blind spots right now. I had somebody saying that we shouldn't use the term Antifa. We should say non-fascists because like if they're going after Antifa, I'm like, I'm not playing semantic games with these people who don't even respect me as a person. I'm not doing that, bro. Like if I gotta go up against the wall, I'm gonna go up against the wall with the language that I choose. I'm not gonna try to get inside of evil's head and like figure out how it operates. I just know it's evil and it needs to be opposed. Period. I'm not playing these games with these people. But you can think like that if you know at the end of the day you can just kind of fade back. And there's a strength in that too, especially in a time like this, to where you can be kind of a sleeper cell. These aren't bad things. I'm not saying you need to be running out and being like, I'm Antifa super soldier and ICE come arrest me and take away my passport and lock me up in Louisiana Turbo Jail with Mahmoud Khalil. I'm not saying all that. Like if you are a straight presenting cishet white dude and you can blend, please blend in. We're gonna need you. We're gonna need sleeper agents to peacefully do the things that need to be peacefully done. Put it that way. Like if you are in a position of power and not even a position of power, if you are in a position of anything, at your job, you can make stuff shake on the low. Don't give up that lever. Stay with us. Like, go watch Casablanca. That's the best way to do it. Like, Casablanca is one of my favorite movies when, like, the resistance was, he had people who, Rick had people who worked at Rick's who were going to the resistance movements. And he said, they're like, oh, I'm going to the meeting. And Rick goes, do not tell me that. I need to have plausible deniability here as Rick. Of Rick's Rick's Cafe American that I don't know what's going on, even though I know what's going on. And then when the time is right, I can assist. That's what I'm saying. That's where we're at now. Don't get it twisted. This isn't theoretical at all anymore. But to go back all the way to Karl Popper, they will try to say that, it's because of, we got to stop being tolerant of all these different. No. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that if you, like the Democratic Party, to bring it all the way back to America, if you, the Democratic Party, allow this fascism, if there's no line, if there's no arbitrary line here of like, this is fascist speech, this is trying to get people killed, and it must be shut down by the government. You cannot yell fire in a crowded theater. You cannot say that Haitian people are eating the dogs and eating the cats. If you're just Bubba on the street, right? If you're Bubba on the street and you're just posting this on Telegram or whatever for your 50 Groiper followers, I don't care what people say. I care what people do, right? I don't care. But if you are the president of the United States, there needs to be mechanisms to where you cannot say this stuff because you are holding so much space. I'm talking about a time, and I'm not even talking about like Trump. I don't even care about Trump because I'm talking about we're going to win this thing. We will. Like fascism always consumes itself. It's already doing it right now. You see it with the murder of Charlie Kirk, that the fascists are already eating themselves alive. Their ideology is dead or on arrival. The idea of a conservative, even a conservative ideology, is saying that somehow you can lock in history. You have the power to stop time and to lock in culture and history. That is absolutely impossible. One of my favorite places on earth, which is also a capitalist hellhole and also a very racist country, Japan. Japan is trying this right now to lock in history, to be like, and there's smart people in Japan who get it, but they because they live under a capitalist hellhole just like we do. They're just ahead of the curve. They're a little bit ahead of us. People are just, they work so hard for so little, and they don't even have time to procreate. That country has a damn near negative birth rate. And so when you mix that with a country who's been historically imperialistic and then also racist and fascist, to where now they have, not now, but they have a visceral, historical, underlying hatred of immigrants, and it's one of the hardest countries on earth to immigrate to. So you mix capitalist hellspace with, we can't even, that people are not even doing the nasty and not have a negative birth rate, and you mix that with, we're not even going to bring in immigrants who can reinforce our labor force that is dying out, and then also be caregivers for our elders who are going to become, I don't want to say, I say a burden in the most, not as a value judgment, but in a burden on a society. But that's a dead society. That's a dead society. So that's what we're doing. That's where we're headed if we don't turn this thing around. But I have faith that we will be able to turn this thing around. And I just, really quick, I want to get into, when I say like liberals let this happen, this is what I'm talking about right here. I got 8 minutes left. Good. I do my best work under pressure. All right. Do y'all remember this? Oh, you remember this?
Donald, I want to ask you, because the next time I see you, you could be the president of the United States. I just wanted to know if there's something we could do that's just not presidential, really, or something that we can do now that we're just both civilians. Like
what? This is... I'm not liking the sound of this. Go ahead.
This is so fake, by the way.
Can I mess your hair up?
This is so pre-planned.
I'll be gentle. I'll be gentle.
The answer is yes, but the people in New Hampshire, where I'm going to be in about an hour from now, I hope they're going to understand. Okay?
You say yes?
Go ahead. With my hairspray.
And there we are. There we are, folks. That is what so when you play nice with fascists, when you're a liberal and you think that fascism will not affect you, then you have an idea like this to where you're like, I'm just going to play lovingly in Mussolini's hair. Because this will never get, but it does. It does. Because now Jimmy Fallon is also on the Trump hit list of people that need to be fired, need to be deplatformed, just like Jimmy Kimmel for saying the most reasonable stuff about Donald Trump. And I just want to, I mean, not Donald Trump, but about Charlie Kirk. Let me, in closing, 6 minutes, I want to just, let's read out exactly what he said. Don't need that. Just to make sure that we get it right. Nope. Share it. Are we sharing? Make sure we're sharing. Come on now. Add to stage. All right. What did Jimmy Kimmel say during the host Newsweek? During the show's opening monologue, Kimmel said, we hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and is doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew flags at. But it doesn't matter. So he got fired. He got fired for shaming the devil. He got fired for saying things that are just objectively true in our reality, right? And he got fired not as a leftist. We're not talking about Hassan Piker. We're not talking about an Antifa super soldier. We're talking about a liberal. This is a dyed-in-the-wool liberal who just got 86. And now Democratic politicians are freaking out about this. Where, going back to the beginning of what I said, they were not freaking out earlier at all about any of this. They were fine with it. But now, because this guy's in the circle, this guy's in the club, much like the reason why the right wing is freaking out about the Charlie Kirk murder, the unfortunate, very, very sad murder of Charlie Kirk. The reason why they're freaking out about it, because they feel like, man, this guy was, quote unquote, one of us. If he can be touched, I can be touched. And this is why I want to leave y'all with, this is hopeful. Because the maxim of, and I know if you're a leftist, you've already heard this a zillion times, but the maxim of, when you scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds, is true. But it's not true for all liberals. And you can't concern yourself which it's true with or not, because if we've already going to say that, like, liberals are just hiding, a lot of liberals are just fascists waiting to emerge, that's fine. Okay. But so there's nothing we can do about those. But some of these people aren't. Some of these people are waking up today seeing that Jimmy Kimmel got canned, and now they're seeing what time it is. They're like, oh, we got to do something about this. Oh, you got Democratic Party now introducing bills to try to limit the president's power to limit free speech because they're freaked out about this. This is hopeful. This is hopeful. You've got, I said this on my own pod, my own Twitch stream the other day. God bless her 100%. And I don't mean to reduce people to their looks, but I think you'll understand. We'll all have honest conversations. We like Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske, right? Kyle Kalinske, we can look at that guy and go, yeah, okay, I get it. I get where I can understand presenting I'm talking about physically presenting where his politics are at, right? People like a Crystal Ball, and I'm not saying she woke up or anything. She's always had good politics. She's had decent, as good as we can hope for, centrist politics. But physically look at her. She looks like a Midwestern mom. Midwestern moms are now being radicalized. You've got the I've Had It podcast ladies. These are liberals in Oklahoma City calling Donald Trump cankles, reading out Hassan Piker tweets. And Hassan Piker is not Antifa super soldier either. But you see what I'm saying? They would not be doing this. They would not be doing this if they didn't feel like they were now on the menu. So our job here on the actual left is we've got these babies. They're poking their little beaks out of the little liberal egg, and they're emerging. And we need to let them know, yes, the world is a dangerous place for you as a liberal, but you do have a seat here. Come on over and join the fight. This is a hopeful time. What was not hopeful was the slow turning up of the burner. If America's going to fall and it's going to be dirty like this is what we want. We want to scramble. We want the table to be overturned, right? This is how but we do not want the frog to be slowly cooked in the pot. So that's going to be my show. You can catch me on WHIV 102.3 FM, End All Wars on Saturday. Good Morning Comrade is our podcast. Also, LuminCast on YouTube and LuminCast on Twitch TV. I'll do a stream tonight, probably around 8 Central, 6 Central. But thank y'all so much for having me on this space. Stay right here on this space and enjoy more content on this space. Take care, y'all.
Everyone, welcome to the show. I'm sure you guys have all heard by now. If you have not, I don't know what you've been doing for the last day, but I'm sure you've all heard about the death of Charlie Kirk. He was 31 years old. He was shot and killed yesterday at an event, at a kind of like a rally, political event at a Utah college. He was there speaking with a crowd of about 3,000 people, 3,000 students, more so. I don't know if they allowed just the general public in, but it was held on a college campus. And he was shot and killed right after being asked about transgender shooters. So someone in the crowd had asked Kirk, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters in the past 10 years? He answered, too many, which is bullshit. I mean, yes, it's too many. One is too many. But compared to white males under the age of 40 and how many of them have been mass shooters, it's not even a contest. And this is, one of the big debates going on right now. And Charlie Kirk was pushing a very hardline anti-LGBTQ message. That was just his thing. He was made some very vile comments about transgender people. More recently, he was talking about how women need to get married, that they're not happy when they're not married, which I think Oprah would probably disagree with that. But he was saying you have to get married, you have to have babies, you have to submit to your husband. That's who he was. He was I will say this, for being 31 years old, he had achieved a lot. What he had done, and for those who don't know who he is, he was the founder of Turning Point USA, kind of like an incubator for the right. He was, trying to churn out new Republican voters, new young Republicans and conservatives, very religious. I had a lot of issues with his organization, with Charlie Kirk himself, with his viewpoints. I will say this, there is absolutely no justification for murdering the man. He was a young husband. He was a father. He has 2 young children. They were there when he was shot. They witnessed this. If you have not seen the video, I recommend you do not search it out. It's very disturbing. I did see it. It was graphic. It was graphic. It was gruesome. Not something you want to see. Trust me. The police have said that the shot came from as much as 200 yards away, so about 500 feet. And it had to have been somebody who was skilled. They were up on a rooftop. There was one man who was taken into custody yesterday. His name is George Zim. He was determined to be innocent, so they let him go. However, for some reason, they charged him with obstruction of justice. We still don't know why, so we'll know more about that later, but he was not involved with the shooting. They also had a second suspect in custody. No details really were released on that person, other than the fact that they also released that person. As you would expect out of the Trump administration, this was a monumental screw up. You had Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, saying, "Oh, we've got him. We have the suspect in custody." The guy who shot Charlie Kirk turned out to be false, turned out not to be the person. So there is now a person of interest. They have released photos. I did not grab them before I came on today. I apologize, but there were 2 photos that were put out. And honestly, you can't see much. So other than people who maybe knew this person, know what his wardrobe is, I would imagine they're the only ones who are going to be able to identify this person because he had on a ball cap. He had on a dark shirt with some sort of emblem or logo on the front, but dark glasses, so you couldn't see much of his face. Appeared to have dark hair, but could be a dark photo, may not have dark hair, could have been wearing a wig. I don't know. I mean, there's so many variables. But anyway, MAGA, of course, is pointing the finger at everyone and anything. Someone blamed South Park online. This person said, oh, these people hate you. They want to see you dead. If they'll kill Charlie Kirk, they'll do it to all of us. Right-wing Twitter users are threatening us on the left. One person, I'm not going to put up their post, but they said Charlie Kirk is in heaven with the good Lord right now, and the rest of us are stuck in this country with all the left-wing lunatics. From this day forth, I know I'm not going to heaven, and I accept that because my further actions will not allow me to go. You left idiots out there specify these left-wing news outlets think you can push your lies and hate, but that's not always the case, assholes. The left Democrats push all this hate and lies. Stay tuned, assholes. So definitely sounds like a threat. I also, sorry, I need to turn on the volume for you guys, but I want to play a video for you. This is Nancy Mace, narcissistic Nancy Mace, walked out of the Capitol. This was before we knew that Charlie Kirk was deceased, but we did know that he had been shot. And here is what she had to say and who she was blaming.
Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. All the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota? Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking
We
a
don't
serious
know
question.
what condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
No, I'm asking
not
you.
at all.
You said the Democrats have to own it too. But I'm asking,
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a problem with
this.
political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now. Democrats own this 100%.
So, as you would expect, right? She just completely blows off a legitimate question and refuses to discuss the lawmaker, her husband, and their dog, who were all shot and killed just a few months ago. Also, the other lawmaker who was shot and his wife who was shot, and luckily they survived. But that was a Trump supporter. A Trump supporter murdered them in their own homes. Murdered two of them and a dog, and shot and injured two others. They have had nothing to say about that. Nothing at all. Trump never put out a statement. Left, right-wingers, MAGA right-wingers, across the spectrum did not say a word, never took ownership for it, never said a word of condolences for the families, nothing. And yet, did any of us on the left, I mean, take a look at this, guys, the Libs of TikTok account, this woman who's a psycho, she puts out this is war. Really? Did any of us say this is war when a Trump supporter went and shot that family, or shot two families and murdered one? No. So this proves definitively, without a doubt, the right, the MAGA right, are the biggest lunatics in this country. They're the most violent. because they won't take responsibility when one of their people does something wrong. I mean, look at all the violence that we have had. We had Paul Pelosi attacked in their home. The guy was looking for Nancy Pelosi, who wanted to torture her and bludgeoned her husband, her 80-something-year-old husband, in the head and almost killed him. We had that Solomon Pena guy, another lunatic, who went and shot up the homes of, I think it was council members, because he claimed that his election was stolen, even though he lost by a landslide. And because they wouldn't overturn the election for him, he went and shot up their homes. We had Josh Shapiro's, the governor in where is he, in not Illinois, forget what state, Pennsylvania. His home lit on fire. We've had Democratic offices shot up all over the country. We've had Planned Parenthoods shot up all over the country, lit on fire. I know there's so many that I'm missing right now because we have had too many to count, far too many. I mean, how many election officials have been threatened by MAGA supporters? How many individual people, people who worked for Dominion or Smartmatic, threatened left and right by the right? So for Nancy Mace to come out and say that is wildly irresponsible and just typical for Nancy Mace. I mean, every time she opens her mouth, it's word vomit. But we don't know who this was. For all we know, and I don't know this for a fact, I'm just saying, for all we know, this could have been done by a right-wing accelerationist, right? I mean, and for those who don't know what that means, there are people, and they are all right-wingers, they're considered accelerationists because what they want to do, the reason why they go shoot up, let's say, electrical hubs, is because they want to create mass chaos, they want to create fear, and they want to start a war. They want to start a civil war, a race war or a civil war. They believe that, everything is horrific and we just got to burn it all down, and we need to get there as fast as possible and get everybody fighting each other. So it could be somebody like that. Charlie Kirk had very strong opinions in favor of Israel. It could have been someone who was pissed off about what's going on in Gaza and the, horrific events taking place, the genocide being committed by Netanyahu right now. Could have been somebody upset about that. Could have been someone upset about, Charlie Kirk's view on the Epstein case. He very, publicly announced that he was going to stop talking about the Epstein case after Donald Trump made a phone call to him and told him to tamp it down. So we don't know. Could have been somebody on the right, could have been somebody on the left. And if it is somebody on the left, I will tell you guys, unlike the right, I actually have an issue with this. I don't think anyone should just be gunned down. Right? And you can have political differences. Do I think that Charlie Kirk was a unique evil in the world, like a Hitler figure that needed to be taken out? No, I do not. He had abhorrent views, abhorrent opinions. Take this, for example. This was Charlie Kirk not so long ago talking about gun violence in America.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
I mean, the right, especially the MAGA right, really does not see an issue with gun violence. I don't know if this is going to change their minds. I don't know. Or I don't know. It might just radicalize them even more. But, you know, yesterday we had another school shooting in Colorado. Multiple children injured horrifically and taken to the hospital. Thank God no one to my knowledge to this point has died, but this has just become normalized in our culture. Everybody's like, oh, another school shooting. I remember the first one. I remember how, like, it was like a 5-alarm fire. Everybody was freaking out. Nothing like that had ever happened before Columbine. And now it's just like an epidemic, and we've just accepted it. We've given into it. And not a word about that from the right. They don't care that children are being slaughtered in school. But over Charlie Kirk, now they want revenge. Now they want the whole world to come down on the left, even before we knew who did this. And here's my fear. We have already seen what Donald Trump does. We've already seen how he has attacked his perceived enemies. You can expect him to use Charlie Kirk's death as an excuse, to use it as, the perfect excuse to come down even harder on the left. I don't know what that entails. I can only imagine, like, to surveil us, to, have drones out there maybe. I'm now concerned, what is going to happen next month? There was in just a little over a month, there's another big No Kings protest planned. Are they going to have to cancel that now and reschedule it? Until things kind of calm down, because I could see very easily a situation where we have now some lunatic MAGA person out there trying to avenge the death of Charlie Kirk and going and committing an act of violence. We already saw, like, the last time we had the No Kings protest, how many people, MAGA right-wing people, went out and committed acts of violence at that point. I've shared them all with you. And there was another one that happened in my neck of the woods. It happened here in Southern California that I still haven't gotten around to share the story with you guys. But there was a MAGA man and his girlfriend, and he purposely hit the gas, sped up, and hit a young woman taking part in the No Kings protest. He purposely drove into the crowd. This wasn't like, oh, I couldn't get through the traffic. No, he did this purposely, according to every eyewitness. He was arrested. He is, facing charges. So these are allegations at this point, quote unquote. But that's who the MAGA right is. But yet they want to point the finger and just attack the left as if we are the only ones that are out committing political acts of violence. Are you freaking kidding me? Do you guys remember what Donald Trump Jr. did after Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer? He posted a photo, a meme that someone else had created, I presume, of a hammer and a pair of white male men's underwear laying on a bed, and it said, "Here's my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume." He thought it was such a freaking joke. He thought it was so hilarious that an elderly man was attacked with a hammer. That is who the MAGA right is. But today they're pointing the finger at all of us, when we are actually condemning what happened to Charlie Kirk. When we are actually saying, there is no place for this. This was totally unacceptable. You don't take out your political differences with someone with a gun and a bullet. So, again, I hope they catch this person. I will share with you the facts of the case as they come out, and whatever comes out about this person, I will tell you the truth. As you guys know, I always do. But am I going to say, oh, Charlie Kirk was some great guy and I agree with him and, we put him up on a pedestal now that he's been killed? No, no. I think that a lot of what he said was vile and heinous and hateful. And he put a target on a lot of people's backs with the things that he was saying. Now, if you say that on MSNBC, apparently you get fired, because they did fire someone for saying, when you put out hateful rhetoric, hateful actions ensue, or not in those exact words, but yeah, I mean, this is why so many people have turned against and turned off MSNBC, because you're not allowed to say the truth on that network. But anyway, but again, this was a young husband and father, and I have nothing but empathy for his children and for his wife. Especially the children. They don't deserve to grow up without their father. And you can imagine they're going to go to bed crying at night, wondering where their daddy is. And that is just a sad, sad state of affairs in America. Anyway, guys, I should also mention, if you haven't seen it, you should go watch the statement that Donald Trump made. He made an Oval Office address to the nation about Charlie Kirk's murder, and it went as you would expect, with him attacking the left, calling us lunatic leftists, total divider in chief. Nothing about that man screams president. Nothing about him is normal or legitimate, he is just a chaos agent. And at a time when he could make a difference and calm things down and say, look, we don't know who did this. Let's take a breath. Let's all take, some time to calm down, see each other as human beings. For the love of God, it is 9/11. It is September 11th today. And you have the President of the United States trying to drive a wedge between us again. I am old enough to remember what it was like after 9/11. We all came together. We all had our flags mounted on our windows, flying out the window. We were all Americans. We all were standing against a common enemy. And now today, 24 years later, we are so divided, so hateful towards each other, literally killing each other. I don't know what it's going to take, but I'm sad for our country. And, unfortunately, this hateful man won the presidency again. And he's just tearing us up even more. And and MAGA would say, well, you guys are doing it. You're calling us hateful and you're calling Trump Hitler and blah, blah. Look at what he's doing. Look at what he's doing. The statement that he put out today is exactly why I loathe him. Because he doesn't make anything better. He makes everything worse. So anyway, yes, I did tear up a little bit, guys, but talking about 9/11, I also am still dealing with an eye that needs to be fixed. Luckily, I am going in next Friday. They're going to put Drano in my tear duct or something. I don't know. And to leave you with a little bit of levity, I will leave you with this. Donald Trump Jr., he was very close with Charlie Kirk. He issued a statement saying that Charlie Kirk was like a younger brother to him. My first thought was, unlike Eric. Unlike how he feels about Eric, Charlie Kirk was like a brother to him. Just going to leave you with that little chuckle for the day. Anyway, all right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please be kind to each other out there. I will try to do the same. I don't always walk the walk, so I'm cognizant of my part in it as well. I need to do better as well as an American, as a citizen of this country. It is tough. It is really tough when you see the hate coming from the other side. Anyway, like I said, keep an eye out because I guarantee Trump is going to use this to his own benefit. He's going to use this as an excuse, as to leverage the government and to come after all of us. So be aware. All right. Thank you all again so much. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I try, as you guys know, to just bring you the facts. I had to try not to be hyperbolic in the way that I describe things and how I explain them, especially when it comes to factual data like polling. So when I say that this news was like a bomb going off in the MAGAverse, I mean that sincerely. Before I get into all these juicy details, though, please do me a big favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is free. Really, truly helps the show. I greatly appreciate it. So here's what all is going down. Let me remove this banner. Rasmussen released the results of a poll that they conducted recently. They surveyed just over 1,200 voters between the ages of 18 and 39. Holy shit balls, you guys. Okay, it is not what they were expecting. And for those who aren't familiar, Rasmussen, they are basically a MAGA polling group. Their polls almost always favor the Republican Party, favor Trump. So for this particular pollster to come back with these results that I'm going to share with you, it is truly jaw-dropping. In fact, hardcore Trump humper Glenn Beck posted about this on Twitter. And I'm going to read you his post because he summed up all of the results very nicely. I had to split it into two sections because he shared so much, but here's the first thing. So he wrote, quote, "A shocking number of young Trump voters support socialist policies, a democratic socialist president in 2028, and UN supervision of America, according to a new poll from Rasmussen and Justin T. Haskins. They polled young American voters 18 to 39 and discovered, first, approval rating for Trump was higher than expected, 48%. 76% of young voters agree that major industries like healthcare, energy, and big tech should be nationalized to give more control and equity to the people. This includes a strong majority of young Republicans. 53% would like to see a Democratic socialist candidate win the 2028 presidential election. This includes 35% of those who said that they voted for Trump in 2024. Let me repeat that for you. 35% of the participants in this poll who voted for Trump said that they would like to see a Democratic socialist in 2028. He goes on to say, among the voters who say they want a socialist president, 31% said the main reason for their support was because housing costs are too high. 55% said they would support a law that would confiscate Americans' excess wealth, including things like second homes, luxury cars, and private boats, in order to help young people buy a home for the first time. That's how desperate people are. 59% support a proposal for a new constitutional amendment that would give the United Nations the authority to oversee the Supreme Court and the presidency to ensure that Americans' rights are being protected. 59%, you guys. Almost 6 out of 10 of these young people want the UN to ensure our rights. And the polling results continued. So he, like I said, it was just too long for me to put all in one. So he went on to say, quote, 40% said they support fines or legal penalties for Americans who refuse to use others' preferred gender pronouns. That one really shocked me because I am a hardcore leftist progressive, and I don't even agree with that. I think, you're a shitty person if you don't call someone by the name that they prefer and the pronouns they prefer, but I don't think people should be penalized. I think we should uphold, free speech in this country. It goes on to say 39% support a constitutional amendment that would abolish the U.S. Congress and replace it with a National Citizens Assembly selected by lottery. Only 24% of young Americans rated their financial situation as doing well, which is the whole crux of the matter. The two most popular responses were getting by and struggling. So of the people who are not doing well, their top responses were that they're just getting by and they're struggling. It goes on to say 59% said America should be the most powerful country in the world. So not what you would expect, right? 59% said that they support imposing a maximum income cap for individuals. Gen Z voters were more socialistic authoritarian than millennials, and they want to burn, or this is Glenn Beck's opinion, they want to burn the whole system down because we aren't offering better solutions and speaking their language. This must change. I mean, I will agree with Glenn Beck on that, right? I mean, this was shocking. This was really shocking. And Trump and the Republicans, they keep blathering on about how, Gen Z is in the bag for MAGA. They hate the Democratic Party. We all hate the Democratic Party. I will vote for the Democratic Party in the midterms, and I hate them. I hate the party apparatus. I hate the establishment. So that part is true. What they're not understanding is that just because people hate the Democratic Party, it doesn't mean they're not going to vote for them. But here's the thing. Only the traditional establishment Dems are the ones that need to go, right? And young voters are hungry for change, so they will vote for whatever party is going to help them. That's what I need the left to understand. If you fall for this lie that Donald Trump and his Trump humpers are putting out there and saying, see all these young people, they're just all for authoritarianism and they're all for fascism and, they're a lost cause, blah, blah, blah. So we got to go for the centrist and the moderates and, the never Trumpers. You guys don't understand. They're going to vote for whatever candidate is offering to shake things up. Whatever candidate is against the establishment. That's why so many liberals don't understand why these people voted for Trump. They thought that that's who he was. They thought he was an outsider. They thought he was going to change things. He was going to drain the swamp. He was going to go in and destroy the establishment and the elitists. They weren't aware of his true nature, of who he really is. And that's why, I see so many comments from liberals saying, you're making excuses for them. No, when they were 10 years old, when Donald Trump, was first in power, some of these 20-something-year-olds, they weren't paying attention. They weren't living it in the way that we all were. They weren't experiencing the heinousness of Donald Trump as we all were, if that's even a word. And this is why I keep saying Gavin Newsom, the Pete Buttigieg of the world, they will never get this demographics vote. They will never get the vote of the young nihilists who are sick and tired of the same old, same old. This is why I'm so concerned that liberals are just not getting it. Take a listen to what one of these pollsters, this is a Rasmussen pollster, after these results came out, he was on Steve Bannon's network. It wasn't Steve Bannon interviewing him, but take a listen to what this guy had to say. His name is Mark Mitchell.
Republicans are in a really bad spot. Now, you've probably heard a lot of really good headlines about the future of the Democrat Party, about how their brand is in the tank, about how over the long term they're going to hemorrhage electoral votes as the 2030 census catches up with all of the movements that happened post-COVID, how we might fix the 2020 census, and that might give another 15 seats back to the Republicans, and also all this redistricting stuff. Now, that's all correct, but the problem is that Trump still has to have the Republicans win November of 2026. And, you know, the bad news is that every single major pollster right now has the Democrat Party picking up seats in the House and most likely winning the majority. Then the biggest thing that I can come up with is, well, maybe people didn't like the One Big Beautiful Bill because the messaging kind of stunk, or maybe people were upset about the fact that we were getting involved with stuff with Israel. But probably the biggest one is the Epstein thing, and I've lost a ton of followers calling Trump out for the way he handled that, because it was kind of a canary in the coal mine that maybe we aren't getting the massive redress of voters' grievances that we thought we were going to get with Trump. And our list of legislation is essentially the One Big Beautiful Bill, and that's about it. The problem is November of 26, and I don't see a lot of action out of Republicans right now at all. It seems like they think they're just going to coast through and maintain a House majority on Trump's coattails.
Yes.
And let me tell you, that is not the case. There's a lot of headlines out there about how conservative the Zoomers are. And they are not. Like you said, they are economic populists. They are not happy with the way the system is. 65% of them think that it's completely unfair to young people. And the numbers are horrifying. 17% unemployment rates. Half of them are single. Of the people who are single, only 35% of them are trying to find life partners. Only half of them think that they're confident that they'll own a home. The Republicans, they're down 16 points on the generic ballots with 18 to 29-year-olds. They're absolutely going to get crushed. They think that this, like, granddaddy's laissez-faire conservatism where the government just steps out of the way and the Laffer curve and all that stuff is going to work for these people, and it's not. These people are hurting, and they want change really fast. And if they're not going to get it out of the Trump administration, they're going to go into the arms of Bernie and AOC. That's a fact.
So again, guys, that was Mark Mitchell. He is all in for Trump, and he is warning Republicans. Here's the thing. Democrats need to heed this warning as well, because if we put up another milquetoast generic Democrat who promises, I'm going to nibble around the edges, I'm going to be moderate, I'm going to try to win over the never Trumpers by not being too radical and not shaking things up on a financial basis. I'm not talking about the transgender. I'm not talking about all of the culture war nonsense bullshit. I'm talking about financially. I'm talking about economics. I'm talking about changing the economic structure in this country. I'm talking about taxing billionaires, really taxing them, not giving them tax breaks, but getting rid of all the loopholes that they exploit so that they have to pay less taxes than your average nurse or your average teacher or a firefighter. I'm talking about really turning the tide in this country so that average Americans can make a living and buy a home and get married if they want to. I'm not saying, buying a home and getting married and having kids, that's the be all end all. But for the people who want that, they should be able to achieve it. They should know that it's doable, that it's achievable, right? If we nominate another one of these, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, typical run-of-the-mill Democrats, establishment-coded Democrats, we will end up in the political wilderness for decades to come. Whoever steps up with a bold message to take down the uber wealthy and to crack corporate skulls, to, slap them in the ass with actual taxation that helps to bring down the debt, to fund health care for all, to make it more affordable in this country, that is the candidate who will win in 2028. And they will win in the 2026 midterms. The candidates who are talking about economic populism. But Democrats are not guaranteed these voters. Just because they're pissed at Trump, just because they're ditching him, doesn't mean that they're going to be excited to vote for any run-of-the-mill Democrat. This is why I get so infuriated and I get sick to my stomach when I see liberals fawning over Gavin Newsom, and I see the polling that shows that he's leading among Democratic candidates for 2028. If you want to lose the next presidential election and every election for the next couple decades, by all means, vote for Gavin Newsom. Vote for him in the primary. Make him the candidate. I will not be joining you, because I actually do care about the future of the Democratic Party and our country. And there is a wild card now with this whole thing, with the shooting and killing of an assassination of Charlie Kirk yesterday. That's the wild card. He had the ear of a lot of young people. He helped to sway a lot of those young people to vote for Trump. Is this now going to make them more, dug in and radicalize them for the Republican Party? I don't know. Could that have played a part in why he was shot and killed? Was somebody purposely trying to do that? I don't know. We'll have to find out. But in the meantime, here's more negative polling news for Trump and the Republicans. Take a look at this. So this was put out by Morning Consult. They are also usually more favorable to Trump and the Republicans. Their recent polling, though, shows Trump with a 52% disapproval rating and 45% approval. As I said the other day, though, the really telling part here is the independent disapproval numbers. So as you guys can see here, 60% of independents disapprove of how Trump is doing his job. Only 33% approve. So that is basically a complete reversal from where he started his presidency. And then check out these polling numbers that were shared on CNN. This was not CNN polling, but this was shared on their network. Check this out.
CBS News poll, look at that. He's 12 points underwater. You want to go over to NBC? You want a different network? You can go to a different network, but it's the exact same story. 14 points underwater, 180 days in a row he has been underwater. What has changed since February, which was the last full month in which he was above ground? Well, take a look here. Trump's net approval rating among age 18 to 29. We're looking at the CBS News poll, but it holds true in the average as well. He was +2 back in late February. Look at where he is now. My God, that is a 32-point drop since the beginning of this year. How about Hispanics? He was at -6, a little bit underwater, but not too bad. But look at where he is now, -34 points. These, of course, were two groups that he exceeded expectations with back in the 2024 election. On all the key issues of the day, he is underwater, Jessica. No wonder you can't survive in a presidency having a positive net approval rating when you're underwater on all of these different issues.
Yeah. So again, Trump and the Republicans are in a weakened position right now, but Democrats cannot sit back. They can't just wait for the voters to come running back to the party. The lesser of two evils BS is old and it's tired and people are done with it, including me. So we will see what happens, guys. But yeah, this went off like a bomb on the MAGA right, because it just shows you all of these people are not voting for Trump. There are a lot who are voting for Trump because they are racist, they are bigots, they are misogynists, but there are a hell of a lot of people who are just, they're like the metaphor I used before, they are drowning And they will trust anyone who is throwing them a rope, anyone who's throwing them a lifeline, a vest, anything that's going to keep them from drowning. So Democrats need to step up and be that party. They need to stop with the centrist bullshit of, oh, we can't look too crazy, we can't look too extreme, we don't want to piss off our wealthy donors by actually taxing them. No, step the fuck up. This is the time, this is the last chance we're going to have with these younger generations, with the Gen Z and with the Alpha generation. This is the last chance we're going to have for the next couple decades. I'm telling you right now, because they are learning, they are watching and listening, and they see what the Democratic Party is doing. They see how weak and feckless they are, how they don't fight for the average Americans, how they just let Donald Trump steamroll them. Nobody wants to side with the loser, with the weakling. Right? And they're going to see if the Democrats get it. Are they going to wake up and put up a real candidate? And no, I'm sorry, I like AOC. I think she's a good person. I think she wants all the right things, but you have to look at it through this lens. Is AOC going to stand toe-to-toe with someone like a Vladimir Putin? Is she going to step up and do what needs to be done and kick him in the balls? That's what people ask themselves. I'm sorry, but it's just a fact. And no, I mean, she would probably not take a hard line with somebody like Putin. Right? I mean, then again, so that's going to appeal or not appeal to some people. A lot of the younger people are like, look, we need to just be non-interventionists, which is what Trump promised them, which he's now totally, done a total 180 and hasn't followed through. But they want to be done with all the foreign wars. For me, you guys know, I 100% believe we need to stop funding Israel, stop giving them weapons, stop funding them, be done with them. They have proven to be the world's bullies, punching everyone in the nose and then running to America to protect them. I'm sick of it. Not when they have free healthcare, free college tuition, and all kinds of shit, and we don't. On the other hand, I am not someone who thinks that we need to or should abandon Ukraine. That's a different situation. So anyway, I will let you all know when I hear more. But yeah, like I said, this whole thing with Charlie Kirk's assassination, this could upend everything. This could be a big game changer. And again, makes me a little suspicious. All right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So as you may or may not have heard, a man has been taken into custody for Charlie Kirk's murder. This time it appears to be a real suspect. It's not someone who Bongino or Cash Patel are going to say, oh, we've got him, but no, now we're releasing him. So I have details to share about that. I also have news about fallout after Charlie Kirk's murder, how the right is retaliating against the left, even though, as I'm going to share with you guys, it sounds like this is another MAGA person that committed this crime. Also, the so-called pro-free speech party is at it again. They are trying to silence anyone who is exercising their First Amendment right to criticize Charlie Kirk. So first up, after the FBI published more photos of their quote-unquote person of interest, these photos came out yesterday, a youth pastor reached out and reported that 22-year-old Tyler Robinson was the shooter. So let me see. Think I have, maybe not. I don't have just a photo of him, but you'll see his photo in some of the news articles that I have to share. So Robinson is a Utah, sorry. Robinson is a Utah resident. I can speak. He did not attend college at the college where Kirk was speaking, where he shot Kirk allegedly. He is apparently a 3-year student at a technical college, and he was an electrical apprentice. So he was in an electrical apprenticeship program. His father is a pastor. He's also a former police officer, and the family is uber religious. On Halloween of 2017, and I wish I had taken a screenshot of this, but he had a Trump costume. This Tyler Robinson had a Trump costume. His parents are apparently registered Republicans. Robinson himself is registered as no party affiliation, and he didn't vote in the last 2 elections, but his family said that he has been becoming increasingly political. And check this out. So first of all, his family said that he told them that apparently he, in his mind, Charlie Kirk was full of hate. Okay. His grandmother, however, is coming out and saying, let me see if I can find this for you guys. His grandmother spoke with the Daily Mail, and she told them that everyone in the family is a MAGA Republican. She said, oh, they must have the wrong man because they're all Trump humpers. Now, those are my words, not hers. She said, quote, my son, his dad, is a Republican for Trump. Most of my family members are Republican. I don't know any single one who's a Democrat. You don't say. And as you could see, let me add that back to the stage. This is Tyler Robinson with his father. So, yeah. And evidently, Robinson's father suspected that it was his son in the photos that were released. So he confronted him, and Robinson, I don't know if he flat out confessed, but they said that he made comments basically admitting to the murder. So Robinson's father reached out to a youth pastor that they're very close with, asked for guidance. Robinson later turned himself in after the youth pastor reached out to the FBI or whomever, authorities, and said, hey, I know who did this. So Robinson has not been charged yet, but they're going through all of the charges that they could hit him with. Apparently, he is facing felony charges of aggravated murder, obstruction of justice, weapons charges. The government, as you may or may not have heard, they already indicated they're going to seek the death penalty. The authorities said that they seized, I don't know if I have this here, but they seized a what they described as a bolt-action hunting rifle with a scope. They also offered a bunch of new details about inscriptions on the bullet casings. So I do have this. Let me bring this up. So I don't know if you guys had heard, but the other day there was this big brouhaha. The Wall Street Journal said, oh, we have news that, you know, the bullet casings had anti-fascist language on it, that it had pro-transgender insignia, which they didn't specify what they meant by that. Well, it's a bunch of bullshit. Okay, I'm going to read to you what was inscribed on the bullets, and then I'm going to explain to you how we know that this is bullshit. So they were inscribed with things like, quote, notices bulges. Another one said, OWO, all in caps, what's this? Another one said, hey, fascist, catch. Another said, if you read this, you are gay, LMAO. Another one said, oh, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao. And another had various arrows on it. So what we're finding out is these inscriptions come from the video game, not all of them, but a good number of them come from the video game called Helldivers 2. So this guy was uber online, a gamer. The arrows, check this out. The arrows, which is exactly this sequence of arrows that you see on your screen. So it's up, right, down, down, down. They represent a sequence of controller movements, of game controller movements to drop a bomb in this game. So this is what you see here on your screen. The arrows is what was inscribed on one of the bullets, and that's what the Wall Street Journal referred to as pro-transgender or, transgender insignia. Total and complete bullshit. Other inscriptions, are very commonly, some of these things are very commonly found, they said, in online gaming chats and memes. So total and complete lies. They just either fabricated this stuff, didn't know what they were talking about, made things up, whatever. So we're also finding out, let me see if I have something on this. His roommate apparently could be in hot water. He could get arrested as well. So far, the authorities haven't said they're going to arrest him, but apparently he showed the FBI some Discord chats that he had with Robinson. And in these Discord chats, Robinson mentioned the need to, quote unquote, retrieve a rifle from a drop point. He mentioned that it was left in a bush and that it was wrapped in a towel. And he apparently said, he was watching the area, trying to figure out when it might be a good idea to go back and retrieve the rifle. So we don't know yet if the roommate knew what he was up to, knew that he shot Charlie Kirk, if the roommate was in on it. We don't know at this point. The messages apparently also referenced the engraved bullets, and they mentioned the scope on the rifle. So we'll see what happens with the roommate. The family, like I said, also mentioned that he made negative comments about Kirk prior to the shooting. Apparently they had a conversation around the dinner table, and he was saying, oh yeah, Kirk is coming to our area soon. I don't like him. I think he's full of hate. I'm against him. So MAGA is still blaming the left, but it had exploded over the last few days, as you guys may know. Well, we're seeing a ton of fallout as a result of this. So I don't know if you guys saw this. Let me bring it up for you. The DNC headquarters in DC had to be evacuated, and the Capitol Police were called in because there was a bomb threat made against the DNC. So the threat was found to be false. So, nobody was harmed. Everything was okay. But we also had this. Let me see if I can bring it up. Oh, shoot. I don't have it here. Also, there was a Naval Academy in Maryland that received threats. They had to shut down. That also came hours after almost a dozen Black colleges were threatened. So, I mean, this has just gotten out of control. These people are losing their minds. And then check this out. So Laura Loomer, as you guys know, Looney Laura, she is a nut job. Chaya Raichik, if you guys haven't heard of her, she's the one who started Libs of TikTok. I shared a post that she made yesterday saying this is war. So those two, also convicted felon Enrique Tarrio, former Proud Bigot, they all three have been doxing people on Twitter for insulting Charlie Kirk and people celebrating his death. So Laura Loomer posted this. She wrote, quote, Charlie Kirk's death will not be in vain. I will be spending my night making everyone I find online who celebrates his death famous. So prepare to have your whole future professional aspirations ruined if you are sick enough to celebrate his death. I'm going to make you wish you never opened your mouth. These people need to be condemned in society, and there must never be a place for these people to gather without facing the shame of their behavior. Well, I'm saving this tweet because I'm sure there's going to be people who want to sue Laura Loomer into oblivion because people are being threatened. People are being threatened with assault. Apparently someone, I don't know if it was Laura, but someone set up a website the night of Charlie Kirk's murder, and they wrote it's called, I should say, Charlie's Murderers. So on this website, they're posting the names and social media usernames, email addresses of people who are not properly mourning Charlie Kirk's loss, or people who are actually, praising the shooter, celebrating it. Well, one of the people that they posted on there is a journalist. Her name is Rachel Gilmore. She is now receiving death threats and threats of rape. So let me bring this up for you guys. Yeah. So, I guess to prove that the left is really the violent party, MAGA is now threatening physical and sexual harm to leftists. Yeah, it makes perfect sense if you're a sociopathic right-winger, or I should say MAGA right-wing person, right? I mean, they prove our point at every turn. Also, check this out. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he said he's going to ban foreigners who are, quote unquote, making light of Charlie Kirk's death. So if you are someone in another country and you want to come to America, too bad if you didn't properly, have a breakdown and condemn Charlie Kirk's murder. I mean, because, if you're going to glorify or praise violence, then you have to be a right winger, right? You have to be a MAGA supporter in order to do that. That's okay. That's okay. When they're mocking a 80-some-year-old man being almost bludgeoned to death, that's totally fine. When you don't give a damn and you lie and say that it was a left-winger who shot the Minnesota officials and murdered one of them and her husband and their dog, that's okay. That's perfectly fine in MAGA's mind. But anyway, not to be outdone, Republican Clay Higgins, he is a congressman. Let me bring up his tweet for you, if I can find it here. Actually, I got to bring this up. But yeah, this Higgins guy, no, actually, don't think I have it. Shoot. Okay, so I'm going to read it to you because I don't have the screenshot of it. But Clay Higgins, again, he is a Republican lawmaker. He said, quote, "I'm going to use congressional authority and every influence with big tech platforms to mandate immediate ban for life of every post or commenter that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk. If they ran their mouth with their smart-ass hatred, celebrating the heinous murder of that beautiful young man who dedicated his whole life to delivering respectful conservative truth into the hearts of liberal enclave universities, armed only with a Bible and a microphone and a constitution, those profiles must come down." Yeah. He said further, so I'm going to lean forward in this fight, demanding that big tech have zero tolerance for violent political hate content, to the user to be banned from all platforms forever. I'm also going after their business licenses, and permitting their businesses will be blacklisted aggressively. They should be kicked from every school, and their driver's license should be revoked. I'm basically going to cancel with extreme prejudice these evil, sick animals who celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm starting that today. That is all. Yeah, really? Okay. Well, it's very funny, very odd that he should say that, because this same Republican, Clay Higgins, look at what he posted after Nancy Pelosi's elderly husband was almost bludgeoned to death. Take a look at this. Posted a picture of Nancy Pelosi looking kind of concerned and upset. And he wrote, for anybody on the podcast, quote, that moment you realize the nudist hippie male prostitute LSD guy was the reason your husband didn't make it to your fundraiser. This same asshole who is trying to destroy people's lives, take away their business license, take away their driver's license, completely destroy them, get them kicked off of social media permanently. This same motherfucker was mocking Nancy Pelosi after her husband was almost killed. This is what freaking hypocrites they are on the MAGA right. And then check this out. Senator Mike Lee of Utah, he posted this. He is trying to, he's slamming author Stephen King. So Stephen King, as you may be able to see here, he rightfully pointed out that Charlie Kirk, he was a total bigot. I'm sorry, but he was. Actually, I'm not sorry. He was a freaking bigot. Charlie Kirk advocated for stoning people to death. Mike Lee posts, please share if you agree that the estate of Charlie Kirk should sue Stephen King for defamation over this heinously false accusation. He crossed a line. It will prove costly. I'm sorry. Show me the lie. Charlie Kirk put a target on the back of every LGBTQ person with his hatred. There is nothing wrong with calling out who someone was. Just because someone is dead doesn't mean that all of a sudden they're a great person. Rush Limbaugh was a psychopath, a hate-filled bigot who spewed out the most hateful trash on a daily basis. I'm sorry. You do not have to all of a sudden lift someone up and pretend that they were some wonderful person just because they're dead. I didn't do it for my father, who was a woman beater and a sociopath. I'm not going to do it for other people. I'm not going to do it for Charlie Kirk. I'm not going to do it for Rush Limbaugh. Sure as shit, I'm not going to do it when Donald Trump croaks. So this is just bullshit. I'm so sick of this. I'm like up to my eyeballs sick of frickin' MSNBC with this shit. Just praising Charlie Kirk now because he's dead. So these people are hypocrites. They're psychos. They are going to get someone killed. They're just nasty, lying SOBs. That's all they are. And as we can see from, Robinson's grandmother, they're also idiots because it was, again, more than likely one of their own. The call is coming from in the House, MAGA Republicans. And, I should point out too, I wish I'd taken a screenshot of this, but the mother of Robinson, of Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, she posted on Facebook about one of her other children, one of the younger siblings in the family, and was bragging about, oh, he's a gun-toting, Bible-loving, blah, 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 blah. This is who this family was. They were a bunch of hunters. I should point out too, and I've said this before, and I've had people pissed off at me, and I don't really give a damn. I think hunting is a lazy man's quote unquote sport. If your idea of a sport is sitting in the bushes, dressed in camo against a defenseless animal who has no weapon, who can't fight you, and pulling a trigger, that's your idea of a sport, you're freaking lazy and you need to get off your ass. Just a fact. Just a fact. And when you go out and you teach children that it is okay to take the life of another sentient being, a helpless animal, guess what? You're raising a sociopath. You are teaching your children that other lives don't matter. This is the inevitable end result. So, good job, Mom and Dad. Good job. Anyway, I'll keep you guys posted. I'll let you know when we hear more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Everyone, welcome to the show. So, pretty big news out of New York. The New York Governor, Kathy Hochul, she just endorsed Zora Mamdani for the New York mayor. So, bring this up. Yeah, she has come out and said, you know, I think this is what New Yorkers want, and I'm on board, and blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing, like, these people are so late to the game. This is why she is doing this now. This is the only reason why. Check this out.
Placed Democratic nominee Zora Mamdani in the lead for the New York City mayoral race with less than 2 months now until November's general election.
So look at that. He has almost a double-digit lead. Or not a double-digit, but he has almost twice the amount of the vote that Andrew Cuomo has. Andrew Cuomo is in second place for those on the podcast. Andrew Cuomo is at 24%. Zora Mamdani is at 46%. So almost twice as many votes if this was, you know, the vote tally. And then next in line is Curtis Sliwa, who is the Republican in the race. He comes in way down at 15%. Eric Adams is in single digits, which is hysterical, 9%, considering that he is the mayor, or was the mayor, until he had to crawl away in shame. But, I mean, the guy just doesn't get the hint. Anyway, I mean, this is the only reason why Kathy Hochul is now supporting him, because it is undeniable, right? It's undeniable that this is what New Yorkers want. You know, he may not have a majority at this point, but he has a large plurality of the vote. So just so sick that it takes until this, it takes getting to this point, and we're so close, you know, to win the election is going to be, and now I'll back him. Now that we're, you know, about 2 months away, and yet we still have Democratic lawmakers, Hakeem Jeffries from New York, Chuck Schumer from New York, still refuse to endorse Mamdani, and then lie about stuff that he never said about Israel, lie about things that he never said about, you know, what other people have said about globalize the intifada. First of all, if you look that up, it literally translates to like being a force against something. It literally translates to, like, you know, being in the opposition, like rebelling, not murdering people. And he didn't even say it. Other people said it, and they want to hold him accountable for it. because he's like, I'm not going to police people. I'm not going to be the language police. Why is it up to him? Right? He's not the president of the United States. He's running for New York governor, New York City governor, or not governor, excuse me, New York City mayor, for Christ's sakes. And check this out. Here's what Andrew Cuomo had to say. So the, accused groper and grandma killer, he was on MSNBC. He was on with Reverend Al Sharpton. And here's what he said about Mamdani and, his chances and blah, blah, blah.
New York Governor Andrew Cuomo disputed Mamdani's popularity.
The majority of New Yorkers do not agree with Mamdani. They are not socialists.
Why does he say you can win?
Well, there's two different things. Saying I can win means you're reading the polls. That's what that means. I believe the Republicans want Mamdani. I think he is political candy for them.
Oh my God. I mean, talk about projection, right? Cuomo has been taking cash from some of the same big money donors that donated to Trump. He's taking tons of money from Republican donors who are fully aligned and support Trump. He has met with Donald Trump or at least talked with him to try to stop Mamdani from winning. They were, according to multiple news outlets, they were conniving together to try to get the other idiot to get Eric Adams to drop out. Trump was going to give him a job in his cabinet to get him out of the way. Then he was going to offer Curtis Silwa, I forget how you pronounce his name. Anyway, they offered him a job in Trump's administration so that they could get it to where it was just a two-man race between Cuomo and Mamdani. So for him to say, oh, well, the Republicans want him. No, the Republicans want you, you jackass. I mean, these people are disgusting. The establishment Dems, they need to wake up. They need to absolutely wake the fuck up. Mamdani is exciting young voters, something that Democrats claimed they wanted to do after losing to Donald Trump a second time. They kept saying, oh, we got to figure out how are we going to win these young voters back. This is how you do it. They're doing to Mamdani what they did to Bernie Sanders. And here's the thing. I know why corporate Democrats do this, right? I get it. It's because anything that upsets the status quo, anything that takes the power away from the establishment and from the corporate world is bad for them. They lose their big money donors. They lose all of the greasing of the palms that they've been, fortunate to have. They lose all of that money that's been flowing into their coffers. They lose all the access. They don't get to go on the fun trips and do all the stuff that they do with all these big money donors. They might lose their seat. People might go, oh, gosh, this is actually working. Mamdani's actually making a difference. He's making people's lives better. Maybe we should elect more people like this. Maybe we should elect populists. Maybe we should elect democratic socialists. Maybe we should go for people who actually want to better our lives instead of the ones who talk right and sit right and know all the right people and have been in positions of power before and have all this experience. People might actually wake up and realize this is the way of the future. This is how you do it. Oh, we don't have to live under the control of our corporate elites. Oh, we don't have to work multiple jobs just to put food on the table for our children or to keep a roof over our heads. We can actually put our tax dollars to work for us instead of giving tax breaks to the wealthy. What a concept. That's what the establishment and the elites are worried about in the Democratic Party. What I don't understand is why some Democratic voters are going along with this. Why some liberals don't get it, right? I'm sorry. We've tried it your way. We've tried it your way for decades. We've tried the moderate, middle of the road, milquetoast, bullshit, Republican-like candidates that you all have forced on us for decades now. We've tried the Kamala Harrises, the Hillary Clintons. We've tried even the ones that have gotten elected like Joe Biden. Oh, don't go too extreme. You're going to turn off the middle. Oh, you're going to turn off the moderates. Oh, all those never Trumpers aren't going to want to vote for us. I'm sorry. How has that worked out? How's that worked out for you? So here's my question to all the liberals out there who are terrified by something like this and a candidate like Mamdani, especially when it comes to the presidency. What is the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? They couldn't possibly be worse for the country than Donald Trump's failed policies, right? And Mamdani is only going to be in there for 2 years. He has a 2-year term. So how much damage could he possibly do? Could not be worse than Trump. What I'm thinking is maybe, like I said, maybe they are afraid that Mamdani will succeed. Maybe he'll prove them wrong. And they won't get their milquetoast, I am a politician and I'm going to stand up here and use big words so that I only can reach the people who sound and look like me, and everybody else is going to think I'm a jackass. If that's who you want to vote for, go for it. I'm off. I'm off that train too. People have been jumping off the Trump train. I'm off that train. I'm off the lesser of two evils train. I am off the vote blue no matter who train. So, have at it. Go for it. See how it works out for you. I'm sure it'll work out so great. It has, in 2016 it worked out great. In 2024 it really worked out great. Keep doing that. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So keep being insane. I refuse to. So anyway, guys, this is good news. I hope Mamdani succeeds so that we can shove it down everybody's throat. So we can say, told you so, and we can get real, actual progressive candidates who want to make people's lives better and don't just pander to the wealthy and the well-connected. So we'll see. I'll let you know. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Carter Hammond, and today my guest is Brandon LeMay. He is an activist, an organizer in the state of New Hampshire, and we're going to be talking about just some of the nuances of organizing. So, yeah, Brandon, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah. So, I guess let's probably start out with what does it take to be an organizer, right? Like, I think that's a term that everybody hears and they're like, yeah, it's important, right? We gotta organize. But I don't think a lot of people actually understand what an organizer is doing on a daily basis. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, hey, I've been doing this for about 10 years, and even I still ask my question, or I ask that question to myself every single day here. But I would say fundamentally, an organizer is somebody that builds relationships with myself and with others. I am connecting people with each other. One of my favorite things as an organizer is when I introduce two people that didn't know each other and they become like best friends. So I would say organizing is really about building relationships and building community, but also having a sense of purpose, a sense of, at least in my case, justice, and really strong moral convictions. I would say also, like, what's really, really essential is a desire and a love of your fellow human beings. I do these things because I want to improve the lives of myself, my community, the people that I love. And also, I think what's most important is a sense of a revolutionary optimism, which is the belief that you will win. Or if you are not going to win, you are going to set somebody else up with that win from the work that you've done.
Yeah, so it's really the job of an optimist, right? Like there's just so much hope that you got to lean on to do it. So I guess, like, if the idea is connecting people, right? I think like just about everybody has encountered this thing where, like, you never agree with anybody 100%. And never. And so, especially in a state like New Hampshire, where people have some pretty weird takes from time to time, I'm curious, like, how, like, I would imagine that a big part of your job is sort of reaching a more disconnected voter, or somebody who may not even vote at all, right? And so the question I would sort of have there is, like, how do you personally approach trying to get somebody who's just completely disengaged from any kind of, like, systemic operations that happen on a governmental level to actually pay attention and identify the way in which their individual life is impacted by legislation and contracts and things of that nature?
Yeah. So actually, I want to clarify a little bit too. So not only my role as an organizer, have I been reaching out to voters, but also I work for a membership organization called Rights and Democracy. And a lot of what I do is I help to train people to be able to have those conversations. Because the organizer is only as effective as many people in your network here. I could maybe on a good day, I could knock 200 doors and maybe talk to, 30% of those people right there. So I really think that, like, what's really important for an organizer is also that you're multiplying the efforts that you have, that you're, getting other people to also go and do that stuff. So there's an extra layer of complication to that, though, because now you're adding more people into the mix, people who are usually aligned, but maybe have, disagreements here and there. And maybe you'll have to ask the question to me again, because I've gone down this little side route here. But when I think of organizing, I really think about organizing power. And to organize power, you have to organize people. And people are really messy. They believe, people believe contradicting things within themselves. They'll believe things that will contradict the other people around them. But I say that, like, my role as an organizer is to outline self-interest in all of those individuals here. And what I mean by self-interest is, people can be selfish, people can be selfless, right? Everybody is self-interested. So, to kind of go into this, example a little bit more, being really selfish, like, that's maybe what you can cynically think of a politician, right? Like, they are just trying to build their own power, their own prominence, their own wealth to benefit, their own families and friends. And then the other end is being selfless. Like, you know, you're giving the clothes off of your back here to help somebody else when you're cold yourself. You're giving away so much of yourself that you're burning yourself out, or that you have just nothing left to give for you and the people, you know, most immediately around you. But where everybody can be self-interested is, you know, for example, is like, you know, I want to make sure that my kids have a good public school system, and I want to make sure that my neighbors do too as well. Like, that's not selfless, that's not selfish, that is self-interest right there. And I think what's really important is hyper-focusing where that self-interest lines up. So, you know, for instance, I've done a lot of housing organizing in my time with Rights and Democracy. And we tend to have people who are, and again, I'm talking about more of like, you know, like the activists, the people that are like really, really, really enthusiastic about, you know, finding solutions and, you know, building a better community for everybody. There was a weird coalition, and by the way, I love weird, of like, I would say liberty focused people who saw that, like, you know, our zoning codes are just way too overregulated. And then you could have somebody like me, you know, a far left socialist who views, you know, the way that we interact with housing as, you know, prioritizing profit over basic human dignity. Now, those are two completely different reasons for getting into this. But we could argue all day about where we differ. You know, how do we feel about housing vouchers? How do we feel about public housing? Okay, but the most immediate thing that we could do right now in the city of Manchester is to lax some of our zoning codes that only allow us to build single family homes. And we just want to make a city where you could have more ADUs, often called in-law apartments, where we could have more multifamily homes like duplexes, townhouses, and stuff like that. Because we could spend all day talking about our disagreements, but if we just want to focus in on our mutual self-interest, you can actually plan and you can do stuff together. And yeah, maybe we're going to argue over school vouchers. Maybe we're going to argue over abortion. But we are here to talk about this immediate next step because it's both in our best interest to be doing this.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, in a sense, you're kind of trying to identify the lowest hanging fruit and then like hone in on that specific issue so that you can actually make some real gains there, right? I mean, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Exactly. And what's also really important to acknowledge too is that, like, I have like a North Star. I want a society that has significantly fewer landlords. I want a society with way more cooperative housing in it, where people are, low-income people especially, are able to actually become owners, at least in part, of the properties that they live on. And it's not compromising your values if you are starting small. You know, as long as the next thing that you're fighting for doesn't harm your North Star, you should be doing it. And if you have a better idea of what to be doing next, then you should be doing that instead. I hope that kind of made sense.
Yeah, no, that definitely does. I mean, I think this is super interesting because if you look at a vast majority of sort of online leftist political discourse, and I think like this channel tends to lean itself more towards making its way into those kinds of spaces. So in a sense, we're probably more so talking to people who have that, like, you know, socialist North Star right now. So I think it's really important to sort of talk about having to reckon with the impulse of essentially purity testing people when it comes to dealing with what organizing actually means. Like, if you want to genuinely gain power through people, there's a lot of sort of holding to conflicting truths in your head that you need to engage in, and you can't just simply say, well, if you don't sign on to every single checkpoint that I have on my list, then we're opposition. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that is it. I find that intellectually lazy in a way. I want to say here that, like, I am chronically online. I really like to balance out the fact that I touch grass, but I'm also online a lot. As a matter of fact, like I like to browse Reddit, TikTok. Well, I used to love Twitter. Like I would go out, knock doors, talk to voters, talk to tenants, talk to whoever. And, so like I feel like I have a really good balance of like, I understand where the online leftist is coming from. But also I understand how you kind of have to temper some of those desires that you have to call out, to purity test, and all that stuff, because real life requires compromise. And I'm going to say this right now. We could have a revolutionary vanguard. We could have a socialist revolution tomorrow. There's still going to be compromises that you as a leftist are going to have to make with other leftists. There are so many niche leftist ideologies out there. We might have a different view on like housing is administered through this, new revolutionary government, right? Like there are always going to be disagreements. But really, I think politics is really the art of the possible. And you're not going to be able to get everything that you want. And I know maybe I sound a little bit too much like an establishment liberal right now, but there is a little bit of truth to that. Like there are compromises that even my revolutionary heroes had to make. Even in particular, I think of like the civil rights movement as well. There were compromises that Martin Luther King had to make. He had to use the Democratic establishment, who wasn't really that interested in passing the Civil Rights Act. And he had to wheel and deal. He had to make compromises because he had this, again, North Star of a society completely free of racism, bigotry, and also dignity for all workers as well. And I think that he's a great example of somebody that, like, again, he had his eye on the main prize, but he would think of, all right, but how do we get the Civil Rights Act passed right now? What kind of compromises have to be made that maybe don't sit right with me in this moment?
Well, and I think MLK is a really interesting example too, because what's so funny about MLK is the moment he started sort of changing the target of his ire to servicing like, hey, we need to take care of poor white people too. All of a sudden, the establishment really turned on him. And that was when he, it's like people forget that when he died, was assassinated, he was really falling out of favor in terms of the public eye and he because he was being very openly socialist, and I mean in like a very Christian way. Like.
Well, early. So I don't mean to cut you off. This is like a chronic thing.
No, please.
Here. So it has been stated before that like they've been labeled as proto-communists. It's the levelers movement in England. This was around the time of the English Civil War. The English Revolution. I always get it mixed up because the English Civil War was more of a revolution and the English Revolution was more of a civil war. But anyway, but it was this idea of like these radical, anti-Catholic Christians here who believe that we should all be equal here. Like that was a value deeply rooted in Christianity. And, like the fairness that, they interpreted as Jesus Christ, promoting in his life. So
you're good. It's just, no, it's okay. But I mean, like, this is how it's going to be. We're going to get into random niche stuff like this, and that's how it goes. But it's, I mean, I try to kind of bring up the Christian angle, like on this channel specifically because it's New Hampshire oriented and we have a pretty significant population of people that are Christian. I mean, and that really kind of bears out in the fact that if you look at like the top schools that are receiving vouchers right now that are not public schools, they're mostly private Christian academies. So there's data to back that up. But I just, I always think this is a really interesting dynamic where, I mean, you made an interesting point here where you were like, oh, I kind of sound like a liberal a little bit when I say this, but that always highlights to me the reality that leftists need to get very, very real about where the line is in terms of what makes what at what point do you become a liberal? And a lot of times for me, right? And I think for me personally, that line a lot of times has to do with putting more eggs in the individualist basket than the collective basket, in service of capitalism, right? Where it's really about the Benjamins, you know what I mean? It's really about getting the bag and being willing to sort of stop paying attention to the people that gave you the power that you have, right? I like to point out that before social media, the best way to become an influencer was to run for office. You know, it's like because it's purely just trying to, in a sense, monetize social capital, even more so than doing something like becoming an actor, where you literally have to go to work. You know what I mean? You have to do something, as opposed to just walking out in front of a microphone and spouting platitudes, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you kind of said something interesting here. So I really think that if someone's watching this and, you know, you identify as, you know, a cynical online leftist, or maybe get called one here, I think in general, leftists need to get really serious about power. Because, you know, I think it's great to espouse values. I think it's great, you know, if you can amass an online following, you know, espousing the values that you have. But if you're not converting that into actual political and social power, you're not doing enough as a leftist. Really, it's all about, I mean, I have these values here because I want to build power to build a society that's more fair, a society that, you know, losing your job doesn't throw you out on the streets. And, you know, I could espouse those values all day, but what am I actually doing to get us closer to that society other than, you know, like shit posting on Twitter?
Right. And I mean, to me, I always think about it a lot of times in terms of like, I really appreciated how Michael J. Brooks used to talk about the left needs to use Machiavelli a lot more. And again, like, I always try to caveat that with like, look, like the guy was fucking evil. Like in a very textbook sense. And there's a lot of stuff that he writes. I mean, The Prince is almost immediately contradictory to itself, where he's like greasing up the subject of the book, and then immediately turns around and is like, don't listen to people that give you platitudes. So he's already kind of showing all the cards there. And there's the question of like, well, I don't want to work for Machiavelli, but I also don't want him to work for me. And it's and it's like really important to be able to like understand that, like, despite all of those things, he's describing a very, very innate condition of sort of like the lizard brain in people to act in self-serving ways and to try and just game the system to get what you want. And it's about being able to sort of slowly and methodically understand exactly how to pull on those levers of power in order to get what you want, and then knowing exactly the right timing to abandon it and let it go and say, yeah, this isn't when we touch this anymore, because, you know, like, you can't play with fire too much or you will get burned.
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, I think I'll just say there are lessons I think that you can get from many different writers. And definitely, Machiavelli is an example. I think you point this out pretty well. Like there are great lessons to learn in there. And I really think, like, when I bring this back to political organizing, you know, the first step is getting people, building relationships, you know, getting some sort of semblance of like a shared goal, or at least like a shared like next step right there. And then with those people thinking, where are the levers of power? I mentioned self-interest, right, before. Well, people that hold power have self-interest. Everybody wants something. Everybody fears something. And whether this is as simple as changing the zoning codes in your town to whatever, you have to think about, you know, what does this particular person with power want? And sometimes they want positive attention. Sometimes they're looking at a higher office and they're looking to build a resume of things that they've accomplished. And then you kind of go to like the fear. What does a person in power fear? A lot of times in local government, people just fear attention because they kind of just signed up for their city council or their town council or whatever, you know, just because it's kind of more of like a social thing for them, really. And they just want to go to these meetings, be a prominent person in their community, and not really be bothered by anything much else. So it's really important for you and your comrades or your colleagues or your friends or whoever to really consider, like, what are the levers of power? Where can we put pressure on those levers? Who should we be putting those pressures onto? Is a really important part of the process.
Yeah, I agree. So something I'm sort of like interested in talking with you a little bit about is like you're an independent, and so I think people get all twisted up about this, right? And I think the reality is, like, a lot of times, like, I would probably define myself in a similar manner. I would have to go down to the town and double check my registration, but I'm fairly certain that I'm registered as an independent. I have not ever voted for a Republican. And the reason for that is because literally everything they do is antithetical to what I think we should be doing. So I will pretty much always support Democrats because they are the closest to what I believe ideologically. But at the same time, there's an insane amount of sort of unipartyist, implementations that happen, and I mean, I think, like, if you like, I have continuously referred to polling that was done that basically shows that Senators Shaheen and Hassan are the number 2 and number 3 senators that vote for Trump policy underneath John fucking Fetterman. And it's like, so at that point, it's kind of like, well, like, I really am biting my tongue till it bleeds every single time I go into the voting booth, because I know that I'm not, like, I'm either voting for somebody who will make things worse or somebody who will keep things garbage. And so I'm always curious as to, like, I feel like one of the main goals for a lot of organizers right now is to actually try and shift the Overton window on the Democratic Party specifically back to a more leftist position. And we face a lot of challenge with that. And I mean, like, I think, my guest from last time, John Kuiper, is, did the whole I'm going to be independent, and now he's out saying that he's going to run as Democrat again. And so I know that he's really struggled a lot with dealing with Ray Buckley, who has just been in power for the state party for a really long time and controls a lot of the strings. And that's I think that kind of institutional power is a huge problem. I think the fact that we engage in dynastic politics so much in the state is a huge problem, whether you're talking about conservatives or Democrats, so I guess from the perspective of a organizer and activist on the left, what are some of the best ways that you've identified to sort of try and put a chink in that armor and do a little bit of, like, leftward dragging for the Democratic Party?
Yeah, so also for a little bit of context too, I was a lifelong Democrat up until, like, my late 20s. And I'm going to give you a very, very long-winded answer here. So I grew up in a union household. I'm actually 4th generation union now, and I'm very proud of that. And I was raised along the values of Democrats are the party of labor, so that's why we back the Democratic Party. And the thing that really soured me on the party was I took a semester off from college. At the time, I was about to become president of the New Hampshire College Democrats. So, like, I was like a very, very big party guy here. Like, I believed in the party fully. But I took a semester off from college to work on the Democratic coordinated campaign in New Hampshire in 2014. And, I went in from this labor perspective. We support unions, we support workers' rights, the dignity of workers, right? And working for the New Hampshire Democrats really soured me on that because, we were working, and I know it's a campaign, but still, we worked 13-hour days, 7 days a week. They would tell me I could get 1 day off a month if I hit my goals, which were mathematically impossible to hit. So that was kind of like the first instance of, like, what I thought this party stands for doesn't align with how they act. I really don't believe that you can claim to be a pro-working party when you treat your own workers as less than human. And I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think I'm still kind of on this journey myself of figuring out where do I fit within the Democratic Party, because, I left the party pretty publicly. And I'm still left with contending with power. There's still a lot of power in this two-party system. There's still a lot of power within the Democratic Party. And as much as I want to distance myself from the Democratic Party, whether I like it or not, like, we are in a coalition together, at least like in some of like our immediate policy needs. Like, for instance, protecting good cause eviction here in New Hampshire, which unfortunately just got abolished by Kelly Ayotte. I acknowledge the fact that if there's a Democratic majority in the state house, then that's not a fight that we have to worry about. So I'm really contending with the fact that Democrats are not the most reliable allies if you are a leftist or if you're socialist like I am. But there is some value in them being a viable alternative to Republicans. And I think what I'm kind of observing right now, have you heard of the concept of entryism in terms of like leftist organizing and like
100%.
Politics? Yeah, so I think that's kind of where I'm looking back at Mamdani in New York. I'm looking at some great progressives actually running here in New Hampshire right now. Karishma Manzoor gets me really excited for Senate.
Yeah, we've got some good candidates on CD1 too to replace the Papist slot.
Yeah, exactly, them too. And I do believe fundamentally, and I think like my fellow socialists will disagree with me. There's nothing socialists do better than disagreeing with other socialists, by the way.
All right.
But kind of my theory here is that, especially in New Hampshire, but I would say in America in general, we have this culture of believing in elections. And kind of like what you said earlier, one of the best ways before the internet to become an influencer was to run for office. And I do think that, even candidates like Bernie Sanders did a lot to open up our imaginations when he ran for president. Like, he was really the only candidate that was talking about wealth inequality in a way that resonated with a lot of people. Like, I think there's a lot of value in that, to normalize ideas that are just good things to do. And I also kind of think about like the immediate harm reduction that can be done when, we're talking about like, a Democrat's not going to cut Medicaid, or maybe they won't cut Medicaid as much as a Republican is. But then the inner tension in me is that, I don't know if you've heard of like, when you vote for president, you have to vote for the lesser of two evils. And I think for a while, I was okay with supporting the lesser of two evils right now. Or not now, but over that period of time. And I'm really getting frustrated because I keep voting for the lesser evil, but we still keep getting evil. And the Democrats that we're electing aren't doing enough to stem what Trump is doing. Like, for instance, I'm a really big critic of Biden. I didn't really like Biden that much, but like, he passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which invested an not untold, but like an unprecedented amount of money into renewable energy that would help fight climate change and reduce, utility bills for people. But what happens? The Democrats completely fumbled the 2024 election. Trump gets in office and is able to undo a lot of that. He's able to undo acts of Congress through his executive overreach. And the common deflection I get from Democrats is, well, we just need to keep on electing Democrats and make sure this never happens. But also, I need the Democrats to be convincing and attractive enough to be able to hold on to power. So that way,
maybe have a backbone to wield it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And like, I'm at a point now where like, I don't accept this whole idea of like, oh, what was Chris Pappas going to do about, Israel, giving aid to Israel, who's committing a genocide right now with U.S. tax dollars? Republicans would have passed it anyway. Well, I mean, honestly, you still voted for it, by the way. Chris Pappas still voted for that. But also, like, there's no counter messaging at all from the Democrats at all. Like, there's no like vision of like what they actually stand for. One of my biggest pet peeves actually is like, we're in the middle of a housing crisis right now. A lot of my friends have moved away from Manchester because it's so expensive here. And Democrats, when they run for office, they say, yeah, we're going to fight for affordable housing. How? Like, you can't just say, this is what I want. We need a plan of what we're going to do to make it so that somebody working at Market Basket can afford, a modest 1-bedroom apartment, or, and maybe I'm a little radical here, maybe even a home. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
like a radical notion right there.
Yeah.
But I feel like I kind of got a little off subject there, and I don't know if I even addressed your original point there, so I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I think you kind of handled it a little bit. You touched on enough of it. There was something you brought up Mamdani, and I want to sort of take a second to pivot a little bit here, because you see a lot of and this sort of opens the door to a different topic that we'll get to in a little bit, but you see a lot of online influencers talking about how Mamdani could be the potential sort of like roadmap for entryism, as you pointed out, for the Democratic Party to try and pull it back leftward. But that the thing I try to point out to people is I'm like, look, like the Mamdani strategy does not translate to rural America, which is where the real, like in a lot of ways, the real gains need to be made, right? Like we can pretty much reliably count on places like New York City to vote against Donald Trump, right? They gave us AOC. They, granted, we also have Hakeem Jeffries from there, so there's a little bit of give and take. But the point is that Mamdani's crew can go into an apartment building and they can hit a lot more people all in one whack than we can here in rural New Hampshire. Now, like in Manchester, you've got a bit more play on that because there's just a higher concentration of people in a narrow area, but most of the state is out in the sticks. Like I know in my area, if I were to try and engage in a door knocking campaign, I would be like, and I was a candidate, I would need a small army of staffers, and I would need to have significant monetary backing to be filling their gas tanks so that they can get, and then also just to pay for their time to go around and hit a fraction of those people, right? So the door knocking strategy doesn't exactly work the same way when you get out of those urbanized zones. And so what I'm curious for is, like, in a more rural space, what's the sort of strategy adaptation that needs to occur there?
Yeah, so what you're referring to, like the jargon that organizers would use would be like, Mamdani has a really great ground game. And a ground game is easier to accomplish in a city, just because of pure, population density here. And you kind of touched upon a niche interest I have here, which is I find that, actually data has shown that ground game like that is really good at moving a close election. And perhaps even a ground game can also keep your supporters really enthusiastic about your candidate. But that doesn't mean anything if the quality of the candidate is poor. If the candidate can't accurately, say what they actually stand for. Because not only did Mamdani have a good ground game, but he also had a really good platform. He was talking to issues that New Yorkers actually really care about. It's it's the most expensive city in the country, actually. And he had policy plans that were addressing those same things. Like, we're going to put city-run grocery stores in areas with not a lot of grocery stores so that working class people have access to fresh food. So I think candidate quality and policy quality matters a lot. And I think Bernie Sanders is a great example of that. You were able to say, like, hey, healthcare in this country really sucks. I'm voting for Bernie Sanders because I want Medicare for all. I want everyone to have healthcare, even if you lose your job, even if you're laid off through no fault of your own. It really matters that you can, that you as a voter can articulate what this candidate actually believes. And kind of going back to, like, when a Democrat's running on affordable housing, like, think about a conversation that a supporter's having with maybe like a less political neighbor. And this person says, Chris Pappas is really going to fight for affordable housing. How is he going to do that? And you're just like, he just really cares about it. It's not very convincing. But if you were to say something like, oh, my candidate wants to repeal the Fair Cloth Act, which, prevents the HUD from building new public housing. He's going to invest in, cooperative land trusts. Like, when you give people like actual like things that they can vocalize. They become better communicators because they understand what the candidate stands for, and then they can actually articulate that. But also another part of that is I find the way that a lot of Democrat candidates campaign is really uninspired, and it's really informed by how you campaign in urban areas. So a lot of how Democratic candidates campaign now, when we think of like retail politics going door to door, a lot of that was developed through Obama's first campaign in 2008. A lot of like Democratic campaigns run off of this neighborhood team model, where you find someone in a neighborhood that's really influential and you get them really excited about the campaign, and then they get a bunch of people in their neighborhood really, really excited. And it worked really well for Chicago, but, you know, we're in New Hampshire. You know, there are many people who live in Texas and even more rural areas. So I think that part of like the ground game problem is also a lack of creativity. And so like in my work with Rights and Democracy, like we're thinking about how can we actually talk about candidates that we're excited about, you know, but in more creative, you know, and, you know, we want to experiment a little bit more. So like right now we're moving more towards like a model of like, we find people that are aligned with us and we train them up with, you know, like shared language, which sounds kind of BS, but it's really important when you're able to talk about the problem using the same language and talking about the solutions in the same language, naming who is the problem, you know, like why is housing so expensive? You know, and it's not just greed, it's not just zoning, it's not just these things, it's a lot of things. And really, kind of like the theory that I'm testing out right now is, can we actually get people to use their own like social networks to be able to communicate these ideas? And by the way, I want to say organizing is not just about getting candidates elected, it's about getting ideas passed, it's about normalizing ideas. And I tend to find the issue side of organizing a lot more fulfilling, because you're not there to support a candidate or a party. You're here to advocate for, again, like a policy, an idea, something that's going to help people. And especially at the local level, you can kind of cross like typical ideological barriers when you're thinking about the issues rather than just like partisanship.
Yeah, so this actually, this I just really quick, this brings up a really interesting thing that I sort of encountered. I recently did an interview on the Letter Hack podcast, and he showed me this subway take that was a guy was basically making the argument that like we shouldn't, you know, we shouldn't have elections, we should have lotteries, and elected officials should be randomly chosen. And I was looking at it, I was like, I don't agree with the method, but I agree with the idea that informs this, where something that you mentioned that what the Democratic Party will do is they'll go and they'll identify somebody that has sort of like a lot of social capital in their community and then try and lift them up in order to become a candidate and basically inform them of what policy positions they should be espousing, as opposed to identifying somebody who has good policy and then trying to give them the social capital, right? It's like trying to flip that script a little bit. And so I always think that it's like the policy needs to come first. Always. It literally always needs to be the number one thing. And I would imagine that just sort of like by naturally trying to extrapolate outcomes, right? If you are prioritizing somebody's ability to amass a following before you're prioritizing their ability to articulate a policy, that functionally what you're doing is you're playing into like self-serving, even narcissistic tendencies that sort of create the opportunity for a politician to then go on and get, you know, be more susceptible to being bought out by lobbyists, what have you, right? So that, like, to me, I always wonder, like, is that maybe like a huge component of why the Democratic Party has sort of basically become this weird, like, centrist capitalist party and no longer represents the working class, because they're not actually going to union halls or whatever and talking to actual workers and being like, you know what, that guy right there who's basically just like all he's focused on, or all she's focused on, is just getting the hours in at work and then going home and making dinner for their kids and just getting through the day. Like, maybe if we are able to put some real capital, like institutional capital, behind this person, say, you know what, you can take that time off of your job and not worry about feeding your kids and not worry about paying your mortgage or your rent, that you will now be able to go out and have the time to articulate these values, which will then give you the social capital necessary to lift you up. And therefore so you're starting with a correct foundation, right?
Yeah.
What do you think of that sort of framing of it?
No, that actually resonates quite a bit. So through like my paid organizing, my career here, is part of my job is finding people to run for office that are affected by the issues. And I'll tell you, one of the biggest barriers that I have is like, we'll find a great candidate, the working class, maybe they serve like a term in the state house, getting $100 a year, and it's basically a full-time job. So you're basically doing it for free. And they'll say something like, I don't know if I can run for re-election. I'm planning to have a kid. And I'm like, that's somebody that I want participating in my government. Like, somebody that knows what it's like to be raising a kid in this environment right now is going to have, a firsthand experience of what it's like to interact with the public school system, what it's like to have, a kid with an IEP in a school district that's not very responsive to it. Somebody like that is going to pass policies that make, life like a parent like them a lot more bearable. And I really think that we're not a true democracy. Like, we have one person, one vote, but who is actually able to get on the ballot is not a true democratic process here. I would like to joke with a friend. It's like, I think sometimes like the best president, if we just did like a random lottery, it's probably like a single mother that's like managing McDonald's somewhere. She doesn't have the social capital because she's working a full-time job and raising a family. And also to consider this, it takes a lot of money to run for office. People have limited attention spans. So like, you have to buy TV ads, internet ads, and stuff like that. And who's going to be able to raise money but people already with a lot of social and financial capital? So I like to say that the donor class chooses the candidates for us, and then we get to choose whoever remains.
Yeah. So this is, now we're sort of getting into this, maybe gives an interesting segue to the next question, right? So as much as I've been sort of loath to discuss this on my channel, recently there's been a lot of news and hubbub surrounding an article that Taylor Lorenz published in Wired about the 1630 fund, basically, which is dark money that's funding an organization called Chorus, which is basically disseminating money to influencers with the ostensible notion that like, hey, don't talk about Israel, Palestine. You know what I mean? And so that's like, there's understandably a lot of backlash from a lot of people on the left that are sort of like, hey, dude, what the hell? This is not how you do this. And so again, this comes into the sort of like weird, like utter misunderstanding of how organizing works on the part of Democrats, despite having all that money and all of that ability and like having the access to the donors that could inform this. And so I generally, this is sort of undermining my own agenda here with doing a YouTube channel, right? But the question sort of is like, well, look, like doing this is not real activism, right? This is just a sort of like an information dump for people to sort of maybe like get a little inspired so that they might become an activist, or they might become an organizer, or they might reach out to a local organizer and say, hey, what can I do to do more to contribute, right? That's the main thought process that I have here. But again, like, this is not a channel that produces any kind of big bucks. And I also, because of the degree to which I'm critical of the Democratic Party, I don't ever see them coming to somebody like me to throw money behind it so that I could spend less time at my day job being a carpenter and more time here at home editing clips and doing whatever, right? So I'm always sort of curious to talk to the people that are spending a lot more time on the ground and working for advocacy organizations like Rights and Democracy. You know, I have had Isaac Grimm on this channel before. So I think it's like, I always want to sort of like tap into that a little bit and be like, hey, from the on the ground perspective, what's the take on this kind of nonsense? You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, I wish maybe you brought on a guy with more concrete opinions here. So I'm kind of weighing two separate things. One is that like there is a need for the Democratic Party to do this. It just feels like they did this about 20 years too late. And that like they're kind of they're reacting rather than being proactive. Because if you look at the conservative side of things, like there's just a history of right-wing billionaires propping up AM radio, or like the Daily Wire with Ben Shapiro. Like we don't really know where a lot of like that initial capital came from or anything.
Yeah, I mean Rush Limbaugh, dude. Like this goes back a long way.
Yeah. If there's one thing you need to know about media, I mean, I'm sure you know this. It's like media is not very profitable. It's a huge sink. So like on some level, like I kind of see the need to do that. And I guess like, yeah, the dark money aspect of that doesn't really sit right with me either, because fundamentally a lot of this dark money, who has the most amount of money to give to causes like this? It's the capitalist class. Now, it might be a capitalist class that is a little bit more open to social issues, like maybe they believe trans people are people, and believe in basic human dignity, but on economic issues, like they're not supporting, like a socialist model to addressing the housing crisis.
Right. Well, their philosophy on that could very well be something like, hey, like if you throw trans people in prison, that's less customers buying my product. Like there's like a purely capitalist motive behind that, right? Like
no, 100%. But yeah, also like also what I think about, like I run field programs for candidates that my organization has supported. And I would get in a lot of trouble if I gave out literature to voters that didn't have a disclaimer saying where this money was coming from, who we are, and like how you can find us. Like I would get in a lot of trouble if I made a mistake and forgot to put that on our literature. And it doesn't quite sit right with me that these dark money groups can then just fund a lot of this money into these influencers and we don't know. And another thing too is that like there should be more guidelines on like when you're receiving paid political content. Like on Instagram, you have to have, actually I'm not on Instagram that much, like I'm on TikTok, if something's an ad, it will say sponsorship right there. So that way I know when the person's talking about a product, I know that, hey, maybe this person's not being 100% genuine, or at least I'm informed that this person is being paid to say nice things about this person. Now, it doesn't mean that like that product isn't good and that I wouldn't want to go and buy that product, but I need to be informed as a consumer. And I feel like that we as voters should be as informed as possible. So that doesn't quite sit right with me. But I also think too, the last part is that, I mean, these groups like the 1630 Project, they weren't going to like Hassan Piker. They weren't going to like, Chapo Trap House. Like they weren't going to like the Sam Cedars. Like there was a selection bias in who they're choosing to support, where I feel like the conservative movement was just like, all right, you think fluoride turns you gay? Here's money. Like,
well, the thing that gets me about that is I'm like, dude, Sam, like the Majority Report and Hassan and like those guys have a much bigger following than a lot of other people, right?
Yeah.
So it's like those are the ones that you like might want to actually be funding, but the problem is that those particular outlets are the ones that are dragging the Democratic Party in a direction that they don't want to go in. So that's why you see money going to people like Brian Tyler Cohen or David Pakman instead, right? People that are willing to sort of toe that line.
Yeah, and that's the thing too is like, like, and some of these influencers that I saw, I'm forgetting a lot of their names right now, but it's like, it's content made for people who are already Democrats. So like, it's not even a good investment of these resources. Like they could be going, like there should just be some sort of like creator fund that's like, hey, if you check off these values here, like, we'll send you like, you know, like seed money to go buy cameras and go buy like better microphones and stuff like that.
Yep.
And like, I really think that like it should be like targeting like an ecosystem, and the best are just going to rise up from there. So it's like, and I don't know the 1630 project, but like I know how a lot of these nonprofits work. I've worked in the nonprofit sector for a while now. And I think the ultimate problem is, and you know, maybe I'm gonna trash on 1630 a little bit. I'm gonna make a few assumptions. Sorry if anybody from there is listening to this or watching. But like, it is out of touch people. It's usually, you know, like college educated people who live in a city that's already heavily Democratic, and they're out of touch with the average person. Like, they have usually much more privilege in their lives than like the average voter has. And they don't know what it's like to wake up in a cold house because the oil was too expensive. Like, they never really had hardships like that. So
they don't know what it's like to go to work and potentially have to bleed every single week because you're just so like susceptible to injury at your job, right?
Yeah.
Like, they sit behind a desk all day.
They have a laptop job. And by the way, I have a laptop job, okay? So, you know, a lot of this critique maybe could be put on me here. But I also do like real stuff in the real world too. But,
hey, as long as you're willing to recognize it, you know what I mean? Like, that's the most important part. Self-awareness here.
Yeah. Having privilege isn't bad. I think it's like acknowledging it, you know, like I didn't have like a very tough childhood here, you know, because I grew up in a union household here, you know. I was born a straight white male, you know. So if there is a God, they definitely love me. But I think it's important to at least, you know, just acknowledge that and appreciate it. Like, I have a paid organizing position with an organization that I align with 100%. There are not a lot of people that can say that. So like, I'm really appreciative of that fact. But kind of going back to like, you know, like 1630 and like these other dark money groups, is that it's people that say the Democrats are great. More people need to know that. And I think you and I, and maybe the type of people willing to listen to this, want a lot more from the Democratic Party and just from the left in general. And there's really no like introspection in that. I like to call it kind of like the Democrat Party ecosystem. You know, like the was it Brian Tyler Cohen?
Yeah.
You know, like there's just not a lot of introspection. Like they're bought in. You know, they are the partisan. You know, like they're the party people right there. And it seems like a lot of these funds were just going to talking to that ecosystem. Like, we're not going into, you know, like these rural areas without a lot of college education. Like, they're not watching, you know, Cohen at all. Okay.
Let's it's like let's put some lead shielding on this echo chamber we've got over here, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I'm conflicted because like I like the idea of like, you know, putting money and resources into like, you know, like a left influence like social like media circle here. But like the root cause is just that the Democratic Party and all of, you know, like the apparatus around it is just fundamentally flawed and doesn't stand for anything other than we're not Republicans.
Right. And I mean, and that's basically it. Is like, you're never gonna captivate people by saying what you're not gonna do. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't play to anybody.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing, like it's really ingrained in me, voting is harm reduction, right? And like, I'll be honest with you, I voted for Harris in 2024, even though I had serious reservations about, you know, her administration, you know, being vice president, being supportive of the genocide against the Palestinian people. But, you know, I'm a multi-issue voter. I care about climate change. I care about reproductive rights, you know, I care about, you know, a lot of things. So I kind of held my nose and voted for her. But like, you know, when I'm like, hey, I have this problem with Harris, you know, a lot of like the Democrat Party, and I'm not calling them Democratic Party. It kind of annoys them if you just call them the Democrat Party. And they're not Democratic at all. But you know, like they'll do things like, oh, but you're not gonna vote for Harris. What, do you want Trump? Like, no one ever says like, oh, come on, but like, I know that you don't like Harris, but like her healthcare policy is really good. And like, you really like that, right? It's like, she didn't have a healthcare policy. She didn't have
Yeah,
a housing
that's
policy.
completely absent from the conversation, like completely
Yeah.
absent.
Yeah, exactly. Or like, 2016, like, oh, I really don't like Hillary. I was a Bernie supporter. I don't really like the idea of political dynasties, especially from like a husband and wife, and all these things. And the answer was still like, well, it's not Trump. And it's like, that kind of argument might work on me. Like, I am somebody that is relatively privileged. I'm educated. Like, I understand, a lot of these things. But to the average voter, like, the average voter needs to feel excited about something. Like,
Right.
We as humans are very emotional creatures. And I know I just called myself, well-informed and educated here, but I too am an emotional creature as well. And we need to feel compelled to support, these candidates. And yeah, saying they're not Trump, like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, what if the voter says, well, both of them just seem kind of bad? Like, like what kind of argument is vote for Hillary Clinton or Harris because they're not Trump? Like, you don't, like, people respond well to positive reinforcement. People need a positive reason to do something. Like, it's not very human nature to, do something out of like fear necessarily. Like, we can all be motivated by fear, of course, but we're more motivated through positive reinforcement. It's like, if I clean my apartment, I'm going to go play video games here. But if I'm going to say like, don't clean my apartment, I'm going to flagellate myself here. Like, the reward of playing video games is a much more powerful motivator for me than, doing that.
Right. Well, and I mean, look, like for my personal take, like I definitely, a huge objection that I had to Harris was that I was 100% confident that she was just basically going to completely copy paste Biden's Israel-Palestine policy going forward. And I think like, and
no evidence
like,
to say something different.
Right, exactly. That's the thing, is that like and it's like we, and everybody's like wants to have this theory about like, well, maybe it would have been. It was like, we don't know, because that's a reality we never got to live through. Right. That's a different timeline that we'll never see. And so, but I just, knowing the way things have gone historically, Occam's razor tells me it was probably going to be about the same. And so, but I mean, I think one of the biggest reasons for me personally that is, again, I also voted for Harris. This channel will get a lot of flack in comments sometimes that it's like, oh, we're defending Biden. No, man, like I actually kind of hated Biden. Like, like there's stuff that he did that I appreciate. He was the first president to ever go join a picket line.
Yeah. Or the Inflation Reduction Act. Again, that was a great thing that not a lot of people knew about,
Right. And you can acknowledge that there were good things that happened during the Biden administration, but the way that they played it was absolutely irrelevant to captivating people. And then there was a sort of just the degree to which his senility was on full display all the time really shook the confidence of a lot of folks. And that's like, and now he's a meme for it. Right. But for me, one of the biggest sort of objections that I had to Harris was the fact that she was not democratically chosen to be like it was so like I looked at it and I was like, this is so like, how can you call yourselves the Democrats when you do not allow us to democratically choose our candidate? You literally picked a candidate for us and then put them up. Like, we had no say in that. And then the follow on to that was like, well, let's pull in Liz Cheney, right? Because Dick Cheney has such a great legacy, It's just like, it was maddening to me. And I was like, and I remember talking to people that summer and I was like, Trump's going to win. Like, this is not a conversation that we can even have right now. Like, I don't care how well she performed in the debate. Trump's going to win because they bungled it on like 5 or 6 different angles. And it was just abundantly clear to me. Yeah, exactly. It was preposterous.
Yeah. And also too, that kind of reminds me as well. Kind of going back to how undemocratic the Democratic Party is. And you mentioned Chairman Ray Buckley here in New Hampshire. So there are people that vote for the next party chair that are appointed by the party chair themselves. And there are certain town Democratic committees that don't get a vote in the party chair, but others do. And it's not tied to how many, registered Democrats you have in that town. It's completely done by fiat. So there's really no room for democracy in the Democratic Party. And again, I want to also really emphasize that democracy is not just one person, one vote. It's a system or a government that really considers the needs of everybody. And, I felt that as a college student trying to get involved with the Democratic Party, that I had no influence over how the course of this party is going to work. I realized pretty quickly that, I am a nobody, even though I was born and raised here, I come from a union household. I have all these values. I'm ready and willing to fight. I'm young. I have all this energy. And the people calling the shots haven't really had a real political, experience since like Jimmy Carter, they're still writing, handwritten postcards to people who are never going to read the fucking postcards. Also, I don't know if I can swear or not. Sorry.
No, you are perfectly welcome to swear. I don't care.
Yeah.
I do not care. You're good.
But also one thing I do want to say, I want to validate anybody. If you did not vote for Harris because particularly the genocide, I am not a one issue voter. But if you are going to be a one issue voter, genocide is a great issue to be a one issue voter on. So,
right.
So I find myself in this weird kind of position right here because I am a leftist. I have no interest in continuing capitalism any longer. I want to build up, a government that actually reflects the will of the people here. But I voted for Harris, but I don't shame people for not doing it because I understand why that wouldn't sit well, why you could not stomach to vote for somebody that was going to perpetuate a genocide. So I just want to say I really respect that. So I don't want to vote shame anybody because also at the end of the day, voting is an individual act. And I'm not really interested in shaming people for an individual act. That is important, but I view it on as it's up to the party and to the candidate to compel that voter to support you. And it kind of feels like the Democratic Party is just running on this momentum of, hey, it'd be a real shame if Republicans got elected. You wouldn't want that now. And it seems like we're not allowed to ask more of the Democratic Party because, Donald Trump and Republicans are fascists. But then the Democrats lose anyway. And what really frustrates me is that I think the party wants to blame the left. They want to blame Bernie supporters. They want to blame socialists. They want to blame, the Palestinian liberation movement. Because if you can just blame somebody else, you don't have to think about what could we be doing better. Instead of saying, hey, our party's stance on Israel-Palestine is overwhelmingly unpopular with our own party. They are still able to use the talking point that Palestinian liberation folks are the reason why that, Donald Trump won. But there's this paradox. It is kind of like this idea that leftists and socialists are powerful enough to cost the Democrats an election, but we're not powerful enough to try to appeal to us and get us excited to vote for you. Right. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And again, I, as an individual voter, I don't have any power. And this is true of anybody, right? We are just voters. Maybe we can talk to other people. Now we're getting into organizing, but the vast majority of people in the society are just voters. And it is really important that the party is actually doing enough to compel those people too. We don't have power. We're all just individuals here, trying to make the best choice possible. So who has more power? Some guy with a Palestinian flag on his blue sky, profile here, or the second most powerful party in this country? So why is this Twitter person getting all the blame for Trump winning when the party didn't do anything to try to appeal to really anybody? Actually, no, the only people they really tried to appeal to were the right-wing centrists who just voted for Trump anyway. Because you see stuff the border wall. Our Senator Maggie Hassan, a Democrat, she did a campaign ad on the Mexican-U.S. border. We're in New Hampshire. We border Canada. So she's trying to get votes of people that are really passionate about the border. But why would you go and support a Democrat when the Republicans, that's their issue?
They literally do it so much better.
If border security was important to me, I'm going to look at a Democrat who's trying to move to the right, or I look at a Republican who's always had this consistent position. Who am I going to trust more on that kind of issue right there? But Democrats are always trying to go after these scraps, let's get Liz Cheney. And the data has shown that touring around Liz Cheney did not get them any more Republican votes at all. And
no, it just lost them votes from the left.
Yeah, exactly. It made me less enthusiastic to vote. Like, because like I'm in a coalition with Liz Cheney, like she is an absolute monster. And maybe the liberals kind of do the opposite of what the leftists do, would overly purity test. But like, you know, somebody will have one good stance and like suburban liberal wine moms will absolutely swoon over them. And I think like Gavin Newsom is an example of this. Like this guy is an absolute monster to trans people and to the homeless. And because he started saying mean things to Trump, like everyone's like, we got to make this guy president. And then when I critique that this guy put on hair and makeup to go personally help clean up the homeless encampment camp, like I'm like purity testing. But why isn't anybody blaming Gavin Newsom for being a monster and doing things that are going to go against my core values? Like, why is that?
No, you're right. But this is something that I think is like, this gets to a point that I always want to try to like put a little pressure on, where I feel like there's this impulse from like the more liberal centrist side of the Democrats to basically paint anybody to their left as being very all or nothing, right? Like, you know, if we say like, oh, we're socialists, we would like to see the end of capitalism, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times what that actually means, like when people really say that, what they're saying is, I want to progressively decommodify things that we are determining to be fundamental needs of people to survive in society today. So that's stuff like healthcare, that's stuff like housing, that's stuff like the internet, like having internet access, that's things like utilities, like having electricity in your house or running water, right? The point is like, why the hell would we commodify these types of things when we are the richest nation in the world and we could just cover it? Right? It's like,
right? Yeah.
Like there's
that's
no,
not even socialist. Like Medicare for all, not even socialist. It's just good policy. Like it would help a lot of the people that I talk to at the doors, a lot of people I see in my community. Like, you know, like Medicare for all is the compromise position that I have. Like, and I think kind of, as you said, like, you know, like socialism, it's a transitionatory state. You know, it's saying like, hey, like we're now in a phase, you know, of our society where we're just moving to this way right now. You know, we don't have any and I don't want to be this guy here, but we don't have any actual communist governments right now. Like China right now, their whole intent is like, we're striving for communism right now.
I mean, you know, did we ever was there ever a real communist government? Like, I just like, you know, like,
no, it's an ideal to strive towards. And that's why I call myself a socialist. I don't mind if I get called a communist. But like, I'm so focused in like the now, what are we doing right now? And it's maybe a distinguishment here that doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, it's like, I'm not trying to nationalize every single hospital and private doctor practice. Like that would be like an actual like socialistic like move right there. I'm just trying to make sure that like you don't go bankrupt when you go to the emergency room, you know, if you hurt your back while on a job or something like that and you didn't have health insurance.
Well, and I think like, you know, there's a few points to sort of address here, but like even it's like if you look at like sort of like a more like just broadly speaking, like Marxist orthodoxy when you're thinking about it, right? Even Marx is like, look, like he's describing a broader transition that has to occur over time, but even he like acknowledges that he doesn't necessarily have all of the like prescriptions to offer to people, because he's like, look, like this is the dynamic that's going to occur, but it needs to play out in like a very like momentary basis that stacks and is sort of like cumulative, right? And the different dynamics are going to occur in this process that need to be examined and understood. And I mean, like, I think that's probably one of the biggest problems with somebody like Lenin, where he's just like, yeah, let's just jump from feudalism to fucking full communism. And it's like, well, you can't, like, that's not necessarily going to work because you didn't go through the transitionary process, right? You didn't go through all the steps necessary. So like, of course you needed authoritarianism to implement what you were trying to do. And that's how you get somebody like Stalin, right? You're leaving the door open for all of these things that then come along and completely undermine the whole fucking argument, right? And then everybody's got ammunition to paint you as like, well, look what the communists did and blah, 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 you know, and it's like, look, like I'm standing here and I'm like, dude, I don't want state issue video games. And to your point, like, you know, it's like even among the left, like, right, even among the left, we still, you know, your point earlier about like, oh, you still want to let the the influencers that are the most successful communicators rise to the top. And like, if that's not like an innovation and competition forward thought, then I don't know what the fuck is. Like, we still support this notion. So there's this like weird impulse to basically use a way of saying like, oh, well, we just want the state to do literally everything and implement it that way and just like tell everybody what to do. And it's like, no, that's not true at all. What we want is to be able. Right, exactly. What we want to be able to do is identify the things that we're like, oh, okay, this is something that like at this point everybody kind of needs. So we should just pay for it, right? Like because we have the ability to do so. It's not that difficult. Like it's very, very simple. And anything that would try to argue the position to be otherwise, I think is like, well, if you're doing that, you're fundamentally showing your cards that you hate the way I think and you want to silence me for having that position.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Well, also too, not, especially even in like the liberal centrist establishment, nobody actually knows what the hell socialism actually is.
Right.
And like you'll see it all the time. Like, you know, like sometimes you'll see someone be like, oh, like, you know, you hate socialism, but you like fire departments. Like I've seen like elected Democrats say that. And it's like, no, a fire department is not socialist. It's just, again, it's a good thing to do. Now, would a socialist society probably have, you know, fire departments that are financed by like the public? Yeah. But like, you know, it's like Hitler drank water. It doesn't make me a Nazi, you know?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
That example maybe, but you know, but
no, but points taken, like,
you know, it's like, but like, we don't even know what socialism is, what Marxism really is as a society, unless, you know, you're one of like, you know, like the small number of people that actually do identify as Marxists. And yeah, I think like the way that I interpret it too is that like, I think what Marx really did, and by the way, I had a very anti-intellectual bent to me for a while. So I've really only started recently reading, particularly Marx and Marxist theory. But kind of like the takeaways that I have from that is that Marxism is kind of like an approach that you have of analyzing the world around you. Like, because that's what Marx did, is that he just looked around the society. He said, what existed before this? What's happening now? And why? And I think really like that kind of way of thinking is the best way of implementing Marxism, is that you're thinking of all these contradictions in our society. Like, I think a really good one is, you know, like the Christian nationalists, they want more white babies, right? You know, or maybe they might say, like, oh, we just want more American babies born here. But then we don't make housing affordable. We don't make healthcare affordable. You know, like we make it hard to be a parent. You know, you don't get enough sick time at work. Kids get sick a lot. And really, I think like a Marxist would look at this and say, well, I mean, maintaining the population is a good thing. Now you can either do that through births or through immigration. So, you know, my kind of thing is like, all right, well, I think we should probably make it easier to be an immigrant and we should probably make it easier to be a parent at the same time.
Yeah, why not do both?
You know, yeah, it's like, okay, so like, what do we need to do to make it easier for people here to have kids if they want them? You know, and it's like paid sick leave, you know, parental leave and all that stuff. Like, so I really think like the best contribution that Marx gave us was critical theory, right? Like you're just analyzing and you're finding the contradictions in our society and you're just trying to work through those contradictions, you know, like no kids, no workers. How do we solve that problem? And I think that's really all that Marxism is.
It's like socioeconomic physics. Right? Like in a lot of ways, you're really just trying to describe like the nature of systems. And
yeah, exactly.
You know, it's not even necessarily like a full-blown philosophy. It's like a roadmap to understand just what the fuck is happening around you.
Yeah, exactly. And like, you know, like Karl Marx never lived to see a Marxist government. So like, you know, the way that it's interesting, like you mentioned Lenin. The way that Vladimir Lenin approached Marxism is different than the way that Mao Zedong, you know, approached Marxism. Like Mao was about liberating and educating, and even educating still sounds a little paternalistic here, but like giving peasants the tools themselves to come to the same conclusions that Mao came to. Whereas Lenin's style was like, we need to radicalize the factory workers in like the urban centers. and we need to just have people in the right positions to shut the city down, like when we need to. And like, I'm not going to say like one is right, one is wrong. They're different. And so when I think about, like how do we actually get a system like this in America? And I think Marx was also like a huge advocate of this, is like, your movement has to cater to the material conditions around there. And I think one of those material conditions here in America is like, we do fundamentally believe in elections. We do fundamentally believe in at least this idea of fairness and the ability, for, one person to speak up and to actually implement change. So this is kind of like a vague prescription here, but I think that any sort of like socialist movement in America needs to kind of be aware of that reality. Like if you're advocating for like the abolition of like, elections, you're going to have to contend with this this notion that most people in our society have, that elections are great and that they're fair.
Right. And so I guess like, go ahead.
No, I had another thought, but it left me.
Oh, okay, we are good. Don't worry about it. So I guess like sort of the final question I kind of want to like land on here, because we're sort of getting towards the end of things, is I want to sort of like ask like, in a very subjective manner, right? What do you do? How do you personally approach, say, convincing somebody who's like showing you signs that they might be like they're sort of like agreeing with the notion like, yeah, like property taxes are totally fucked up, man, like we need to do something different about this, which is like, oh, okay, so you're like literally open to the idea of changing the way we do fundamental tax structures, but they're saying something at the same time like, oh yeah, dude, Chicago's messed up, and like, do you know how much murder happens there, right? Like where you've got sort of just like this like cacophony of ideologies, and you're like, okay, like I could literally see this person voting for like either Joyce Craig or Kelly Ayotte, or I could see them voting for like they said they hated Kamala more than they hated Trump, even though they say outwardly that they hate Trump. And you're like in this strange place where you're like, I don't even know what you believe politically. How do you approach convincing them to your like, or just sort of maybe not even convincing, I feel like that might be a little too strong of a term, but like showing in like showing in a positive light your view to a point that they might take that home and think about it more and actually adopt it at a later point where they feel like it's their own idea.
I'm actually really glad that you asked that question, because this is a huge focus of my work right now. And so it's the idea that, and I think here you painted a picture of a person with contradictions and cognitive dissonance. And we all have cognitive dissonance. I believe contradicting things, all right, as much as I hate to admit it. I'm not going to tell you any because I don't want to admit how imperfect I am right now. But really, a bad assumption that people make is that human beings are rational people who always make rational decisions, that we are just some high-minded robots that, are always making the most rational choice. Human beings are really emotional creatures. And from some of the research that I've done, so we put on a summer training series at Rights and Democracy, where we have put on educational sessions about how, or trainings actually, on how to have these exact kind of conversations right now. And from the research that we found, I really recommend this one book called The Persuaders. I'm forgetting the name of the author right now. But basically he's gone into like a lot of like studies. He's followed around a lot of organizers. Okay, so his name is, it's The Persuaders at the Front Lines of the Fight for Hearts and Minds by Anand, and I'm really going to butcher his name here. I think it's Gira Hart. Okay, I'm not going to try to butcher that last name. Sorry. I need to get better. But anyway, so what research has really shown is that when you attack somebody's beliefs, their brain will respond in a similar way as being threatened with physical harm. And when you are in that kind of state, like think about that. If you're really scared or if you are feeling threatened, are you in a very persuasive mindset? Now, like you're thinking, how do I protect myself? How do I protect my body? How do I get myself out of the situation? And when it's something like, an attacking an idea that somebody has, your sense of self is how you have a sense of safety. If you know who you are, like that is a level of emotional safety and security that people are going to want to protect. So one thing I really, really recommend is that if you're talking to somebody who has contradictory beliefs or beliefs that go against your own, your first instinct has got to be, don't be angry, be curious. You want to find out, why does this contradiction exist here? And really asking questions of like for instance, we've done like deep canvassing around like immigration. And we would start out the conversations with like, all right, on a scale 1 to 10, 1 is America's closed, no more immigrants, and 10 means you want open borders. Anybody that wants to come here can. And my colleague was talking to this one guy. He works at McDonald's, and he goes, I am a 2. And we start by asking questions. We don't go like, oh, you're a 2, so blah, 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 blah. We ask, well, how come you're not a 1? How come you're not a 3? Can you tell us about that? And he said, well, I'm not a 1. I do work with an immigrant from Afghanistan. And we're like, oh, well, tell me more about this coworker of yours. And he goes on to describe a great guy. He loves his family. He's working hard. It's like a second job. And he talks about his coworker just wants to provide a good life for his kids, which is also something that guy is very interested in providing for his kids. We just kind of walk through that like, oh, okay, yeah. So like this person, came here for a better opportunity. And like, so it really sounds like you actually like support people being able to come here, like if they're willing to like work and, better themselves, which is really what most people want to do. And really just kind of getting this guy like thinking really good things about his coworker, like really reminding that like you have this political belief, but you also have this immigrant coworker. Like that's a contradiction. That is a cognitive dissonance that person is holding in their head. And by getting them talking about how they feel about this person, what this person's actually like, you're able to actually then kind of shift this person's mind a little bit. And so we end with the same question that we start with, on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you feel about immigration? And this guy ended as a 5. And really, you can do this with the people in your life. Now, you don't have to, give them like the number system or anything like that. You can be a little bit more informal here. But what's really important is that, like, again, like you aren't lecturing this person. You're not saying, oh, well, immigrants are good people. And statistics actually show that immigrants commit less crime than natural born citizens, which is true. It is true. But that doesn't persuade anybody. Like, the whole right, like Ben Shapiro, like, I'm going to destroy you with facts and logic. It doesn't work at all. Like, you validate the person that you're talking to. Like, you're not calling them a xenophobe. You're not, name calling or anything like that. You are just letting this person talk through their feelings. And it sounds really, silly. It sounded silly to me, I have some toxic male traits in that way. But it really is the best way of being able to connect, because think about having a political conversation. How often when you're discussing politics, are you actually listened to and validated? It's really rare, because usually most political conversations turn into debates or arguments. But I feel like I've always kind of had this natural tendency in me that I've been able to more intentionally nourish, is that like, I'm curious. I love consuming conservative media. I love talking to conservatives because I want to know how they tick. I want to know what news that like they're consuming. Like, I really want to know about this person. And I think really in order to be able to persuade anybody, you have to genuinely care about them as a human being. And that's why I think if you are a socialist, you can't just say, oh, people are fucking stupid. These idiots are racist and they're transphobes and, all this stuff. I think in order to be an effective leftist that is willing to build power, you actually have to care about these people. And they might believe stuff that is absolutely revolting to you. But on a human level, you should be a socialist because you want to benefit all of humanity. Even that person that has the worst political take that you hate. I like to say a catchphrase of mine is, fuck you, you're getting healthcare anyway. And
I literally just brought this up, and like I've brought this up on this channel before, where it's like, look, dude, like my opposition having universal health care only helps me because the second they have it, they are now more likely to support this particular policy agenda because it benefits them too. Like,
yes,
I'm giving it to them, like in that sense.
I'm gonna lower your cost of living whether you like it or not, you know?
Right, yeah.
No, don't be that aggressive to them. But that's like my
of course not. But
that's my internal monologue here. And by the way, I think if you're a leftist, it's really easy to be cynical. And you know, I started off this conversation talking about revolutionary optimism. I am a naturally pessimistic person. Like I really, you know, my experience in politics have got me to be cynical and say that, you know, politicians are all selfish and, you know, like, there's really no point. And I'm just going to completely give up and, you know, start like my own like anarchist book club or something like that. Which, by the way, like building community is great. And you should probably do book clubs and do like community events and stuff like that. But you really do have to believe even if this person in front of you is revolting, you still have to think if this person grew up with different conditions and they had the same, you know, information that I did and the same security that I did growing up and safety that I had, that like they would believe what I believe. They had the same experiences as me. So like it's almost kind of like you know, we talked a little bit about Christianity here. I was born and raised Catholic. You know, I don't have the faith anymore, but I like to say that I kept the values to that. And I do like to say, you know, I maintain the love for my fellow man. Even those that I might, you know, find absolutely revolting. You know, like I have to love that person even if I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I thank you for your answer because I think it is sort of a lot of the way that I look at it too. And I mean, like I always try to come at it more from like I've said this a couple times on the channel that like I'm fascinated by sociology, and I think like the C. Wright Mills sociological imagination is a really great way to look at the broader problem. And like I think there's a lot to be said for the absence of acknowledgement for sort of the people's emotional and spiritual commitments when it comes to making political decisions, right?
Yeah.
And that if you're trying to just sort of like ignore all of those dynamics, that you are setting yourself up to fail, because realistically, like it's those emotions, those sort of like primal feelings that are informed by life experience. It's that subjectivity that really creates the worldview, you know what I mean? And so a lot of times, like in your example, you know what I mean? It's like you have to like take the time to walk somebody through their own experiences again and have them like with you. You're doing it together, right? It's a sort of cooperative effort where you're like, well, like let's talk about this again and see, like, do we really feel this way? Like, did we pull the right takeaways from this? Like,
yeah,
was that actually what happened? Or like, is there maybe more to it that gets sort of truncated because your feelings are too hot? And when you actually take a step back and try to interrogate your feelings, in a sense, like you're being more like academically critical of a feeling, which seems so like counterintuitive to do, but it's like these things act in synergy, and they're not these mutually exclusive objects that like, well, one does it and then the other doesn't, and we aren't in this weird sort of separate black and white thing. It's really more dialectical.
Yeah. People are much more gray. I think than they believe. And by the way, you know, contradictions I think are wonderful, and they're kind of like some of the most interesting things to me. Like, we're analyzing an emotion, like that is kind of a contradiction, right? Like, you know, you're trying to, you know, use logic on, you know, to analyze something that is not logical at all. And I think like that synthesis is really, really important. And I think that's kind of what separates us. Like, because think about this, like, you know, if we're too cold and logical, like, you know, we could probably make a justification for being able to sell babies for organs, right? Now, if we're too emotional, we can also think of the negative consequences of that as well, right? Like, oh my God, I am afraid of everyone that doesn't look like me, so therefore I need to build a society where everybody looks like me. Like that is that's too far extreme right there.
Yeah.
I think what really makes us humans is that, you know, we have that emotional side and that logical side, and that we just need to be able to, you know, use them together because they both have benefit. You know, like I have an emotional desire to want everyone in my community to be, you know, safe and secure. I also have a logical desire because then there'll be less poverty and crime.
Right. It's the two really go hand in hand. Well, Brandon, thank you so much for talking with me today. This has been like super delightful, and I'm really glad that we were able to, I feel like we covered like a whole bunch of different stuff, and touched on some of like the smaller things and the bigger things, and mainly connected point A to point B, which was that was the real goal. So yeah, thank you so much for your time, man.
Yeah. Could I just give one piece of advice to anybody here listening about like what they could do?
Absolutely.
All right. So if you are a cynical online leftist and you're not doing anything in the real world, there are many, many things you can do. And I think these are really, really easy. There are things like you could be just watching your local government and talking about it somewhere. And I'm talking about, it could be like you're live tweeting, you know, a meeting, you are, you know, hosting like a YouTube channel or TikTok account where you're talking about it, or you're getting Sunday coffee with people, and, you know, that people are more than welcome to join you with and discuss that kind of thing. You know, you could be going out and joining like a mutual aid group, and you could be giving out supplies to people in need. And while that's not going to solve all of our problems immediately, it's still a great way of building community. You need to be talking to human beings. We evolved to be able to interact with each other face to face. And you just need to be doing something that is face to face in the real world. And if you can't do stuff in the real world, then doing stuff digitally is also valid as well, because everyone's online these days. But, you know, try things. Don't be afraid to fail. When things fail, analyze why they fail. I tried organizing tenant unions, and those things have failed. But I've been able to communicate my failures with other people. And now we're going to keep trying to do it with different methods. So just keep trying to do something. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to look foolish. Really doing something is better than doing nothing.
Salient. Thank you so much, man. That was a great note to end on. I just truly appreciate it. That was a very, very good way to close things out. So thank you so much for stopping by today.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
and cool. So that does it for today's episode of Locally Sourced. If you enjoyed the show, you can subscribe on the YouTube channel. If you want to support, you can go to patreon.com/locally sourced. And that's all for today. We will catch you guys on the next one.
All right. Hey ho, let's go. You are listening to or watching Noise Filter. My name is Mark Allanderi. Today we're going to talk about COVID vaccines and children. In the recent days, administration health officials have raised concerns linking COVID-19 vaccines to the deaths of about 25 children, sparking intense public attention. These findings are based on reports submitted to the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or what's called VAERS, a database that anyone can use to report health events after vaccination, regardless of whether the vaccine caused the event or not. So to better understand this, think of VAERS as a large suggestion box where people can anonymously submit possible side effects or events that can happen after a vaccine. For example, if a child develops a rash or has a health emergency soon after getting a shot, this can be reported to VAERS. But crucially, a report in VAERS does not prove the vaccine caused the problem. It simply notes that an event happened sometime after the vaccination. Okay, back to these 25 very, very tragic deaths. These 25 deaths are based on unverified submissions to VAERS, and public health experts emphasize that thorough investigations are essential to determine whether the vaccine played any role or if other factors were involved. CDC and FDA scientists study these reports carefully, but causation requires more detailed and rigorous analysis. This issue has surfaced just as the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, also called ACEP, prepares to discuss the COVID-19 vaccine recommendations for the fall. The panel's guidance will influence eligibility, insurance coverage, and availability of COVID vaccines for children in different states. So it's important to note that vaccine safety monitoring has been ongoing since the first COVID-19 shots were authorized. Multiple large-scale studies worldwide have consistently shown that the vaccines are safe and effective, significantly reducing the risk of severe illness and death from COVID-19. To put it into perspective, consider this analogy. If a city of 100,000 people all received a vaccine and 25 deaths were reported afterwards, that number sounds alarming. But if detailed investigation shows these deaths were unrelated to the vaccine, for instance, due to accidents or other illnesses, then the vaccine remains a safe preventative tool. Balancing vigilance with evidence-based communication is critical. Public health authorities urge people to stay informed through credible sources, to understand how data like VAERS functions, and to appreciate the safety monitoring is a continual and transparent process. The COVID-19 vaccines have saved millions of lives globally, and continuing to support vaccination efforts safely protects individuals and communities, especially vulnerable children. In public health, understanding context is as important as the numbers themselves. So please stay curious, stay cautious, and above all, stay confident in science and care. You've been listening and watching Noise Filter. My name is Mark Allen Derry.
All right, here we go. It's so good to finally be here. I am Sandy Shellis, and those of you that know Left Past 10 on Wednesdays, I am with Andrea, Jake, and Matt every Wednesday. We've been probably nearly 2 years, except for the time that my channel was taken down, which was actually the entire summer, which a lot of you know the story, and maybe there's others that don't know the story. And it was basically an AI hallucination. I think AI hallucinates, and YouTube is content moderated by AI. They unleashed it, took a look at my channel, and AI looked at and pulled together all kinds of information. My channel is very diverse. It has, I make videos, not AI. I make them. I make music videos. I use non-copyright music from Epidemic Sound. I do a lot of work. Okay. And it's 9 years on that channel, just about. And, well, they pulled together, AI pulled together garbage. It hallucinated out something. And it could have been anything it put together, but it came up with violation of the child protection policy. So after 3 months of appealing and doing all the various appeals, I got my channel back, which it was a shock. But how does that lead into what I'm going to talk about today? Well, today, because of AI being responsible for taking down the channel, and And what is coming up, I mean, ever since I have been on line, AI is just, it's the new kid in town. We knew about AI. And but it's really just the last couple of years that we've been so enmeshed in AI. And now there are creators that are doing all kinds of things with AI. And I'm sure if you follow the letter hack, Matt, you understand that AI is not a friend to artists or music artists because it lifts their material and they don't get compensated. And the way AI is going, it is moving into a place that we really don't love, right? But I'm starting with the fact with the data centers, because the data centers are what houses the electronic brains of all this. And I got interested in this, and not just because of Matt, although of course it's quite fascinating, when he talks about it and he's passionate about it. I got interested because I live in a rural area, and one of there's some big YouTube channels that have made documentaries on data centers. And one of them in particular, and I don't remember which documentary, I have to find it. Well, they showed clips of farm areas and people that live, it was rural Texas, rural farm area. I live in rural Western New York, and it's all farms here. And we have solar farms going in, which I don't love. I mean, I'm a person that I think solar should be energy should be nationalized. People should have solar on their homes. I don't love the farms, but it is what it is for now. But it's the data centers that I think are a way more detrimental in so many ways. And I'm going to go through that today. We're going to talk about data centers, and we're also going to talk about the EPA. As January rolled around and I call Donald Trump, I call him the orange turd. I can't help myself. I'll try to be as professional as I can here. He took office, and as you've seen, that climate and science is really under, it's being attacked. And you don't see climate in the news. You don't see anything about environmental issues in the news very much. If you do, it's lefty channels most of the time, or it's something local that is happening in an area. For example, where I live, there's a gigantic cheese plant in a county over, and that cheese plant, thankfully, is not in my county, but I know people that live there. Well, the cheese plant is now violating the New York State DEC rules, and they say it's an accident, but what it is it's effluent, it's discharge, it's but it's toxic to the environment, and it's polluting the streams, and it's killed everything around to those people. The fish, wildlife are being affected. It's awful. So but you see that, you may see that in the local news, but you're not seeing a lot of this in national news. And a lot of people really don't understand data centers. And that's why I want to talk about them, but I also want to talk about the EPA because nobody else is. I don't like Lee Zeldin. He's a failed congressman, to use the orange turds vernacular. He's a failed congressman, and he's a failed gubernatorial candidate in New York State. He's just a failure. He has no expertise in environmental issues. He's a lawyer, so he understands how to get rid of regulations. So we're going to start with the data centers and what is wrong with them. And when I saw this and what happens to the people in Texas, what happened to these people that live in the in the perimeters of these data centers, and they are very large. The noise was insane, and the animals were being affected. It really, really moved me, and I have decided to take up this cause in my county and to educate and go to a county meeting and educate our legislators on data centers in case the big tech companies are looking to use our farmland for a data center here, which would ruin everything, because where I live, we call it the Western New York Wilds. And that would not really be too great, would it? And I see a lot of people in the chat, and it's really wonderful. I would like someone to go over to Environmental Coffeehouse and see if I'm live there. I have no idea. So thank you. I'm thrilled to be here because, I was supposed to be one of the first people to start a show on this space. And then my channel was taken down. What was it? June 2nd. So here I am in September. And it is great. And I really have to say, the hard work and the dedication of Nicholas, who's the producer, and everybody that's involved here, amazing. Okay, amazing people. Ben and everybody, Jake, and all of you. I love it. So I'm happy, and thank you for letting me know ECH is live. I have no idea what's going on over there. I'm not going to go over there. I want to start on this. So we're going to talk about the data centers. And first of all, they're big, very, very, very big, use a lot of resources, take up a lot of land, massive energy consumption. And they require so much to power those servers. Now, I'm a hypocrite. I may not use AI, but I'm here. I am a person that has technology. I've got a camera. I'm looking at the phone. I've got screens. I've got a studio. I've electrified my house. So there's a concept called Jevons paradox. It means the more efficient energy gets, the more that will be used. And as a joke in my community, I call myself Miss Jevons paradox because I use more. I have EcoFlow backup battery. I have 2 of them. I have lots of electric things. I've electrified my house, like I said. And so I use more. We use more. So I'm kind of a hypocrite. I don't want to be a hypocrite. I could shut everything down. I almost did when I lost the channel. And I could say, well, screw it. I'm just going to be a homesteader like I am, with a big garden on acreage that I take care of. But I'm not ready to do that because I'm an educator and I worked in higher ed. I was a research administrator, HR director at a university research foundation. So I'm not ready to give up. Even if I did give up my consumption of energy, it's not going to make a difference. So I might as well keep on with it. But I can admit it. Miss Jevons paradox here, and I'm going to get a sash. Jevons. Look it up. Jevons paradox. So I'm sure I am using energy consumption from a data center somewhere. I have high-speed Wi-Fi that was dug into my front. We got rural broadband, and I was really grateful for that because for as long as I've been doing these shows, the internet was so bad in the beginning, and then I had a thing on my roof. I put on some kind of antenna, WeBoost. I had one of those. Finally, they gave us this, and I got the faster for the show because I host people. So somewhere there's a data center, and all these data centers, or many, are tied to fossil fuel-based grids. And that's driving the greenhouse gas emissions, which completely have left the vocabulary of this administration. You probably can't even say greenhouse gas emissions around the orange turd without getting yourself in trouble. And anyway, so they are. And then there's heat. They generate so much waste heat. We're already heating up the environment by leaps and bounds. I have central air. I don't use it that often, but when I do, you go outside, you feel the unit, and you see that you feel the heat that's coming out of the unit. You multiply that by millions and millions of air conditioning units. And as the environment heats up, as the planet heats, more people are going to need air conditioning to live. I mean, there are places where in the UK, for example, the heat is so bad, none of their infrastructure was built for that kind of heat. So yeah, we're having real problems with the heat. And so these data centers, they're adding, and they need water. Their cooling systems, their air conditioning needs chilled water, and it uses more energy, and sometimes it releases that heat right into the nearby ecosystem, which then heats up our area. I don't know if you've heard the term urban heat island, but these become rural heat islands where the heat is then staying in the area from these data centers. And the water use is insane. Many data centers use millions of gallons of fresh water per day for cooling. I'm in a drought area right now. New York State is in a drought. We have had barely any rain. I'm using my rainwater catchment system that I have on the side of my house now to water everything that's in my garden because I'm afraid to use my one old well pump. I have an old-fashioned well pump that I have irrigation all hooked up. I'm afraid to use it. I don't know how much water's left in my, or what's in my well. I don't even know how deep it is. I have to look for that, but it's quite frightening. And we're in a drought. Can you imagine if there was a data center here using millions of gallons of fresh water locally, which would draw from the farms that need it for their stuff, their corn, their vegetables, their animals, which would need it for our homes, which could take it from the water table, which means that, it could drain our water even faster, which is actually happening, and not because of a data center, but it's happening to a friend of mine who has no water and she has to have an entire new well drilled. I don't want that to happen. But these are the things that you have to think about. And I really would like to take it upon myself to have it happen for and educate the people here. So the water uses, to me, is a big, big issue. I mean, you deplete our local water supply and that's it for the farms. We are the Western New York wilds. I put out water for the chipmunks and the birds, and they share it. So there's also then the air pollution from the energy production. If these places are powered by coal, oil, natural gas, they are going to drive air pollution. It's going to worsen people's health, animal health, asthma, heart disease, and other health issues. People always forget the wildlife. They always forget that. You're living in these things are being built in farm animals, and these animals are being affected so negatively by all this air pollution. And we already had enough particulate matter pollution from the Canadian wildfires. This year wasn't as bad. 2023 was the worst. It was the worst. I was literally gardening in a mask. And then there's the noise. And this is what really struck me when I was watching the one video. I wish I remembered which big YouTuber made the documentary, because they have money, they could do it, and that's great. But it was the noise, the fans, the cooling equipment, constant industrial noise, and it disrupts everything. These people were talking about how how their farm animals were going crazy and literally dying. Horses were dying in Texas. Wildlife, can you imagine? Wildlife habitats being affected by these data centers. Nobody thinks of this. When you're watching an AI video, you're not thinking about all of the ramifications of what that video took to produce to get to you. And everybody forgets about wildlife, and everybody forgets about the farm animals, and it's not all human centric. If we get asthma, what do you think? They don't? Noise, but the noise making people crazy, making the animals crazy, the hum. Imagine you live, even if you're not next to it, you still hear a low hum. Yesterday, I was at the vet. I'm fostering kittens, and I'm at the vet, and there was a power thing across the street, with all the, you see what, I don't exactly know what it's called, but it was a power generating area, and you could hear the hum, and it was very small, but you could hear that hum. Imagine a building, gigantic building with all all this metal, all this noise, and you hear it all the time, 24/7. It's just insane, and it needs to go 24/7 because of the fans and the cooling equipment. Then there's the waste. So these servers, their hardware, they replace them frequently. So it's tons of electronic waste, and it has toxic heavy metals and plastics. Where's it going? It's going to our landfill. If it happened here, it's going to any landfill. It's all going to go to the landfill. And these landfills they're getting filled up. Ours is filled. It's a transfer station now. So I go there. I don't have garbage pickup where I live. I go there. I bring my stuff. I know it's getting driven somewhere else by a truck, burning fossil fuels. And then the land use, they take up huge amounts of land, fragmenting the ecosystems and displacing the animals. And it's just awful because it takes clearing forests, wetlands, and it's big trouble, in my opinion. And it contributes to climate change. I mean, the demand for cloud storage, which I don't use anymore. I just have an external hard drive. I save everything there. I don't use the iCloud. But it's the demand for that cloud storage and AI and streaming, which we're doing right now, it explodes. These data centers, the carbon footprint is expanding rapidly, very rapidly. So climate change, then it drives also, these data centers are part of changing the climate, literally, because they're so big, and the heat that they're exhausting is changing the local climate, drives droughts, heat waves, floods, wildfires, directly harms us. And so localized harms, which I've talked about, I have my notes. I've been working on this for a long time, and I was going to do it, and I thought, nope, I'm doing it on this space. Perfect place. Localized harms. And, as I said, we would be affected. Maybe not me specifically because of where I am in my rural area, but people that live right next to large tracts of farmland, and it's always dollar signs. These small rural community legislatures see the dollar signs. It's also the utility costs. And that is a big thing, because another issue with these data centers is that they are not necessarily paying for all their electric use. And who gets stuck with the utility cost? We do. So there's utilities, water shortages, health risks, the wildlife that near the rivers or lakes or aquifers tap for cooling. They suffer from the habitat loss and the declining water quality. So it's not great. Yep. But these are the things that keep our internet running, and we love the internet, and these tech companies, they love to say, they're clean and they're efficient. No, they're not. They're not. And as we said, a lot of it comes from fossil fuels. So that's what I wanted to talk about there. The bottom line, they're not just harmless clouds. They make you think that. But they are industrial monsters. They are just driving pollution and resources and pushing our planet deeper into crisis. There's things you can do, like I am going to do. There's activist things you can, but I'm going to do it through education, and I'm going to do it where I am not putting anybody on the defensive where I live. I just want to educate, and I just want to let them know we will not be any wild anything once you start bringing data centers in. And it's not lost on people where I live that the big cheese plant is destroying the ecosystem all around where it's been built, Great Lakes cheese, because it's toxic. You might not think, oh, the waste from cheese it's toxic. It just kills fish. It really kills. So now I'm going to segue, and I'm going to segue into the EPA because nobody's talking about it. We're all talking about Epstein, which is a huge issue, and the Epstein files, releasing them, which personally to me is a big issue. But the thing is, nobody's talking about what's happening at the EPA, really. How many YouTube channels are you going to who's saying, oh, this is what Lee Zeldin did this week? And I wanted to do a show called Inside the EPA, and there is a fabulous newsletter, but they want quite a lot. It's like $1,200 a year. I don't have it. So right now I'm on my own, and I'm digging everything up on my own. But I don't like Lee Zeldin, and I don't think he's qualified at all. And he's got a bunch of lackeys around him, and they are doing the bidding of the orange turd. It is ignorant. They are driven by the dollar sign. They don't believe. And it hurts me when I think about that. Hurts me. It pisses me off that I think Lee Zeldin from Long Island does not understand the climate crisis. What happened to this guy? He's got kids, but he's a jerk. I don't like him. So what's he doing? There's major things. And on my channel with Antonio, we've discussed this. I've done shows on this, but we're going to go over these right now because there's probably a lot of people watching that don't understand. They want to weaken existing protections. They want to open the door for much more pollution. Now, I'm older. I remember the disgusting smokestacks. I remember the pollution in the Hudson River. I remember toxins. I remember garbage. You couldn't go anywhere if garbage. People used to drive their cars and just throw their garbage right out of the car. Nobody. People were careless. Back in the days of cigarettes and garbage and all that before the EPA. And the EPA, it came about because people were saying, this is bad. We cannot do this anymore. We can't do this. We need a way of regulating what we're doing to the environment. I mean, the science was clear. We were destroying the environment. The 70s and 80s saw a lot of really great things happen to bring us to where we are now, which is now going away. And we are far ahead of what I remember growing up. But I think it's going to change. So they want to rescind that 2009 endangerment finding, which was a spectacular piece of legislation. And that finding, it declared that greenhouse gases like CO2 endanger human health and welfare, underpins much of the U.S. ability under the Clean Air Act to regulate emissions from vehicles, power plants, and Zeldin is proposing to remove that legal foundation, which means it just says, turn on the key and pollute. Corporations, you know what? You can pollute again. You don't have to spend all that money on those scrubbers. You don't have to do that. Now, there's a lot of business that's around clean, renewable energy. There's a lot of business. There's a lot of things going on. So they want to hurt those burgeoning businesses. And I think it's quite sad because no matter what I think in the bigger picture of climate chaos and the crisis, which is I'm not too optimistic about things happening on this planet, we are still here. I have a daughter who's younger. I mean, who might be some of your age, your age. And I don't want to see her future in a disgusting, toxic soup of garbage again. No, I don't. So they'll roll it back, and these will be nullified. And there's the 3031 rules that for reconsideration or elimination. These are the regulations on power plants, vehicle emissions, methane leaks, soot, particulate matter, mercury and toxic air pollutants, water protections, and things like I talked about, like landfills. There are New York State DEC has strict regulations, and I'm glad I live in New York, but I wouldn't want to live in a state that has nothing, that their DEC is basically garbage, because then the landfills could go back to not being lined and could pollute everybody's groundwater. There's a lot of things to take into consideration here. There are specific rules being reconsidered. Mercury and air toxic standards, which is called MATS. That's the good neighbor rule. There's a good neighbor rule about interstate air pollution drift, which means if you are in a state that is polluting the living shit out of things, the whatever, drifts into a state that doesn't want that, well, there's a good neighbor rule, believe it or not. There's regulations on soot, fine particle matter, rules restricting the industrial pollution of water and wetlands, which is very, very important here where I live, because water and wetlands is where I live. Wetlands, farmlands, all that. They also want to reduce, eliminate, forget about environmental justice. And then, of course, DEI, they killed it and lied about what diversity, equity, and inclusion is. I was an affirmative action officer. At my campus, I was responsible for affirmative action, and it was changed to diversity, equity, and inclusion because that's really what it was. So they're trying to mix in that it's a bad thing to hire properly without discrimination. So everything in this administration is being touched. So they just say, okay, well, we don't want to do that. Zeldin, he's reorganizing. I don't even know if he shut down the Environmental Justice Office in DC and regional offices. They had been tasked with addressing the pollution burdens in low-income, minority, or otherwise overburdened communities. These are the communities that really get hurt. Besides the farming communities, it is the lower income and the city communities where they put all this shit, like Niagara Falls, which used to have all of the industry, just like Love Canal, okay? And I'm not that far from Niagara Falls. I know a lot of people up there, and it could come back. All of those polluting industries, those chemical, Niagara Falls was notorious for the chemical industries. Imagine rolling back all of those regulations, which is what they want to do. Zeldin is a piece of shit. So he wants to deprioritize those EPA programs, like I talked about, the diversity, equity, inclusion. They don't care, He's just a racist at heart. They don't understand they don't understand DEI at all. I could do a whole show on what it is and what it isn't, and it's sure as shit was not quotas. Okay, so he's directed enforcement discretion to align with his interpretation of the core mission of the EPA, which in practice means fewer strict action, fewer oversight, actions, fewer strict ones, especially those aimed at environmental justice or pushing polluters to clean up. And a lot of people that are watching probably are environmental justice advocates or action people, because I may think the big picture is bleak, but I would never tell anybody not to be an activist and not to get involved in some form of activism for your environment. It's where you live. It's the biggest overarching issue of our time is climate and overshooting the planetary boundaries, overshooting our use of resources. We live on a planet of finite resources, and we act like it's just going to go on forever, which is what gives Elon Musk the idea of going to Mars, which is what gives the orange turd the idea of Greenland. They want resources. They want the minerals. They might say they don't believe that the climate crisis is real, but yet they want the minerals. Yeah. They want to delay compliance. They want to exempt these companies and corporations from certain pollution rules. And they're going to say it's under the cost of claims of cost and burden, because everything is about money. Everything. So they also did budget and staffing cuts. So it makes it really hard for this agency to enforce the rules. And then, of course, they reduce the scientific staff or research capacity. That weakens further regulatory action. EPA had some of the finest scientists. Big layoffs, which we saw. I think maybe we saw some of that in the news, right? So we're going to have weakened regulatory action. If you're in a blue state like me, New York, you do have the New York State DEC, thankfully, which we have to make sure that New York State stays a blue state. I don't want to see my state lose the gains. And it's not that great to begin with. The DEC is not, they will. I mean, they're also beholden to corporations. We happened to win against a pipeline here called the Northern Access Pipeline. We started protesting that pipeline in 2017. We worked with the Seneca Nation, and I live near the Seneca Nation and the Onondagas. Everybody that would have been affected, it would have gone through and taken eminent domain. It would have taken people's properties. It would have gone underground, and it was all going to go under the Niagara River, the beautiful Niagara River, to Canada for overseas. So eminent domain, take our farmland, take our property for that. There is no energy source that is out there that is clean and green. There are energy sources that take a lot of mining, a lot of resources up front, but I would much rather power my house if I had the money with solar, rooftop solar, or put the big solar array in my yard and be off the grid. Because once you do purchase your solar, it's done, it's made. And it could last 20, I don't know, years. And people like to talk about the solar panels falling apart, but they are getting better. Technology in other countries is marching on, no matter what the Orange Turd administration wants to tell you. And they know. I mean, in fact, there is a solar farm going in here, not that far from me. The farm owner is leasing the property to the solar industry. And I'm just thinking, it's very red here. I live in a very right-wing community. In fact, the people next door that are only weekend people have a stupid Trump sign on their fence, which I hate. Okay? I hate it. But, you think, well, what are they thinking when they see that there's all these trucks, there's all these people with jobs, but once the solar farm is up, there's no more jobs, just maintenance jobs. And where's the power going? We don't even know. We don't know. It would be nice if it was going to be used to power our homes, but it most likely will go down to New York. So, EPA under Zeldin, they're offering industrial polluters, especially petrochemical, chemical sectors, the chance to request exemptions from certain pollution rules or delay compliance under claims of cost and burden. Again, that's what I'm saying. I have to say it again because this is really bad. Now, I know the medical industry uses a lot of plastic, and they do take advantage of the petrochemical industries, but there has to be a way to regulate them. We just cannot be the Wild West of regulation anymore. Again, it just can't happen. And they want to claw back. They want to freeze the funding for climate and clean energy initiatives that have already been allocated under the Biden administration. And we hear the orange turd. He said it again in the UK. These people are laughing at him. Oh, we're not going to do wind. We hate wind. I know that there are environmental problems with wind. You know, I do know that there are wildlife issues with wind, but he blatantly lies about the generation of energy. He blatantly lies, and Zeldin is just an ass-licking toady lapping it up and implementing the destruction of the EPA. And I would say Lee Zeldin is the near-term human extinction EPA administrator. He's trying to reclaim or freeze $20 billion in grants for what was called the greenhouse gas reduction. It was a green bank type project. He alleges mismanagement, although the critics say that these allegations are weak and politically motivated. You think? Of course it's politically motivated. There is nothing in the United States anymore that is not politically motivated. Everything is politically motivated in this country. Hence why I am called Political Coffeehouse, because I've wanted to do this for a long time. And then they want to pull back the regulatory requirements in ways that reduce incentives for the clean technologies. Vehicle emission standards, EV mandates. I'd love an EV. Right now, I can't afford when I drive a 2017 Toyota pickup truck, believe it or not. I'm one of them. I drive a pickup truck. But I can say I very rarely go out. I only go out when I have to. So, I mean, it's got not a lot of miles on it. And I'll probably drive it for the next, till it has 250,000 miles on it. But it would be nice. I would love an EV, even though I know that the mining is horrible. But I also do know that what was happening was science was looking at ways to make these energies a lot less environmentally toxic. Now, I've interviewed Lyle Lewis, a biologist, ecologist, who wrote a book called Racing to Extinction. And, it's a book everybody should read to understand what's happening environmentally with everything we do, because everything we do, this stupid plastic thing I use over and over, the can I recycle and think I'm doing something good. Everything has an environmental impact. Every single thing. And they want to make it worse. So the Independent Petroleum Association of America, the IPAA, they are praising the reconsideration of EPA subpart 000B and 000C rules, which are the methane leak rules and reporting programs. So they've petitioned because they don't want to clean up their fracking act. And even the farms, there were scientists that were working on cow farts. I mean, cow burps and cow farts and all that, things that would make methane lessen. Now, I've done years of shows on permafrost thaw up in the Arctic and Russia and Siberia. And that's not the only methane. I mean, methane comes from everything. But fossil fuels, definitely. Now, the landfill where I live actually has a method. It takes the methane out of the ground and repurposes it. They like to call it green. It's not green, but they're using it. They're using it for energy. I've done a tour over there. The American Chemistry Council and the American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers, they're pushing for broad exemptions from rules about toxic air pollutants like mercury, benzene, also because they want to, and they're going to. We have to fight this. We have to fight this. We have to call our legislators, local legislators. We have to call our Congress people, red or blue. We have to take a stand if you want to keep a clean environment. It may seem like we're on the Titanic, but even if we are, just like the show that was before me on here, do something, even phone calls, postcards, join an environmental organization like I'm in here. I went to a meeting the other night. I am dealing with the data centers, and my friend Debbie is doing PFAS in the sludge that gets dumped and the waste. You know, there's always something to do. Always. Then there's the power utilities and the coal-fired plants. They've lobbied and they've signed letters asking Zeldin to repeal, delay, weaken the rules threatening coal and gas profitability. Of course, it's money. Da-ching. For example, the power sector firms like Duke Energy, Dominion, they've warned that regulations threaten grid reliability and increase costs. So they're using fear porn to scare the average person into saying, oh my, we have these regulations. You're going to lose power. It's going to threaten the grid. Well, where's all your profits? Why don't you put those into the grid? Yep. So many of these companies will benefit when mercury, soot, and air toxics are relaxed. We won't. Wildlife won't. Then there's the automakers in the trucking industry. The American Trucking Association, they praise Zeldin's moves to rescind or weaken the greenhouse gas and vehicles emissions and the tailpipe regulations. That's insane. What are they going to do next? Say, okay, well, forget about seatbelts and cigarettes are safe. They support the rollback of rules that would force rapid shift towards electric vehicles and stricter standards. And that's a shame. Even though I know the environmental, that no energy is good energy, really. And I know what those ramifications are. Like I said, read Lyle Lewis's Racing to Extinction if you really want to learn. I still want to see these things happen. And these automakers, there are some of them, they oppose these extremely aggressive mandates. And they're arguing that, oh, they're expensive, they're unrealistic. But China's got the market on electric cars. They're not stupid. Although, I mean, they're destroying so much of their own land for these solar farms. And they are energy intensive. It's an energy intensive country. We made them that way because we wanted cheap shit from the dollar store and Walmart. We made China what it is. Now they're laughing at us. They're laughing at the orange turd. And then there's manufacturers and industrial associations. The National Association of Manufacturers, they've joined in the challenges to the PFAS regulation and drinking water rules. Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you know? They fear, again, compliance costs. So the hell with the fact that microplastics are in our bodies. In my show on my channel the other night, it was a lengthy show, Last Week in Collapse. I went around the world. It's an incredible show, but I went around the world and I did target and talk about the microplastics and how they're measuring it and PFAS. Don't they know that their children have their brains filled with microplastic now? They don't care because it's if you don't see it, must not exist. No. And people like the orange turd never see anything natural but a golf course. And that's not natural. So it's not abstract. These are real human and environmental and animal welfare consequences. Everything that's happening at the EPA. Increased air and water pollution, mercury, soot, fine particles. These cause these illnesses, cardiovascular disease, developmental harm in children, premature death, which I think they don't care about. What did you hear on Fox? What have you seen on social media that Brian Kilmeade said about homeless people? Just kill them because they're Nazis. Are we allowed to say that on this space? So I'm just going to, because I know I have like 10 minutes, and I'm going to go back and just go through the bullet points here. And more greenhouse gas emissions, and it's going to accelerate climate change, making extreme weather, heat waves, floods, wildfires, worse. We're in a drought now. Yes, drought has happened before. All of these have happened, but they are exacerbating. Look at any of the interviews I've done with any of the environmental scientists or climate scientists, and they all say the same thing. Elliot Jacobson was on with me the other day. Michael Mann just wrote a book, Science Under Siege, professor with Dr. Hotez, who is the virologist, immunologist, because they're under siege. They're under attack. Science is under attack. That's why the EPA is so important. That's why I will continue to do political environmental shows and educate and teach people. Because it's very easy to talk about the Epstein files, everybody is. It's very easy to talk about Charlie Kirk, everybody is. Not so easy to talk about Lee Zeldin, is it? It's not so easy to know that we're kind of effed. Because more greenhouse gas emissions are on their way. Now you think about that, and I'm going to go over again the harm to the vulnerable populations, the environmental justice communities, poor, Black, Indigenous, Latinx. They'll see disproportionate impacts. I think of like Louisiana, where all the industry is, where all the poor people are. And of course, the industries are there. And like I already talked about Niagara Falls, That's a big one. We've done shows on that too. There's nothing I haven't done a show on my channel in 9 years on. Under the environmental umbrella, now the political environmental umbrella. That's what I say. There's a lot under the umbrella. And the ecosystem, wetlands, streams, protections being weakened, loss of habitat, the runoff, poorer water quality, and the animals, they suffer. Like what I explained about the cheese plant, where not far from me, it is just terrible. The disability community will suffer. Totally, they will suffer. And I'm in that community, quite frankly. I had to retire medically for my back and disabilities with my back and my autoimmune, which probably was from working in a toxic workspace for 20 years. And that was in New York at a university. So there will be less investment in any of the technology that was going to make life better for people. I can't guarantee it's a solution because, again, Jevons paradox. The more efficient energy becomes, the more you use. But I'm not going to be a doomer here and say we're so fucked, it's not worth it to do anything, because I don't feel that way. And I like to see the science. And I like to see not just the science on climate, although I love it. And we did shows on permafrost and ice with my partner, Jennifer, who has retired off social media for years. What happens in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic, my friends. And the ice is going. And the first time there's a blue ocean event, which means that the Arctic ice goes under a threshold, there will be ramifications for everyone around the world. And we're seeing it with the jet stream. We are seeing it with the weather patterns. We're seeing it with the flooding. Just go on X and look at Volcaholic. She's on X and Bluesky. She posts these extreme weather events happening all over the world. Every day, more and more extreme weather events are happening. And you can relate the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency in the United States, to these things happening. We're all victims of a pretty ugly, disgusting administration. And I don't think any of the administrations have been totally wonderful. This should have been something in the 1960s. They knew. The scientists knew, but the fossil fuel industry squashed it. Some people thought the fossil fuel industry was, or there was, bad actors behind squashing my channel because I made a video called "I Love CO2 Campaign is Dangerous." If you've been on Facebook, you've been anywhere, you see the "I Love CO2." It's a bunch of bullshit. There's a video on my channel I made. And on this right now, I haven't brought in, I'm just learning this software. So that's why I didn't bring in any links. Usually we're very interactive on Environmental Coffeehouse. I make videos and I play videos and show articles and all that. Maybe this will be a little different. I'm handling this just fine with my notes and my work because I take this very seriously. So let's look at numbers before we go. We have 6 minutes. The EPA's proposed repeal of carbon pollution standards for the power plants, it's estimated to result in maybe 1,220 extra premature deaths in 2035. That's a long time out projection. I don't know the science on this. It was from the Environmental Defense Fund, which is where I got those numbers. But 1,100, it's got to be more than this from fine particulate matter or soot. Maybe it's 120,000. People are going to be very sick. It's going to go back. I remember people dying young from all these things. Rollbacks of the 31 environmental and public health rules are projected to cost nearly 200,000 lives over the next 25 years. That didn't have to happen. That doesn't have to happen. But they don't care actually, but I think they meaning this administration, which is really the deep state. They are the deep state. They're the deep state that they warned and they were screaming about. They are the deep state. Another assessment by the AP and EPN found, the Associated Press, found that the regulations currently targeted could prevent 30,000 deaths a year and save $275 billion annually in their fully functioning state. Asthma, respiratory illnesses, it's the tightening the soot standards under past administrations prevented and helped prevent 800,000 asthma deaths annually. Reversing that, well, forget it. Economic costs and savings. There was a lot of savings. The rules and questions are not only about your health. It's keeping the rules. It saves about $275 billion from avoided health costs, environmental damage. They don't care. They're greedy. They're ignorant. And they are preaching or proselytizing their cult viewpoints to a base of people that are so brainwashed. It's not us. It's not left against right. It's them, the oligarchs, the deep state up there, the oligarchy against us, making us hate each other, lying to us about the disproportionate impacts and about vulnerable populations that are going to be hurt. They're lying. And it's very sad. So there we are. We are really, we're really in trouble. Repealing the endangerment finding. Reconsideration of the mercury and toxic air standards. Weakening the cross-state good neighbor. Rolling back the stricter PM2.5, that's the soot, and ozone standards. And ending or gutting the greenhouse gas transparency, the GHG reporting program. It's a lot of trouble. And I've seen it grow. I saw it wonderfully grow in my life. I'm not young. I've lived a lot of decades, and it's killing me. It's killing me to see it. It hurts. It hurts. I've got 3 minutes. I managed to fill up a whole hour educating you, talking about what's happening. And I don't know what the US EPA website looks like exactly today. Things change every single day. But I just want to say thank you, everyone that came. Thank you, Cheryl, and thank you, Tommyist, and thank you, Thank you, everyone, from my channel and from this space. I really want this space to be successful. The hope is to have 24-hour progressive programming, bring on more left voices to counteract this assault on us, this fight, these lies. The orange turd is lying. There is nobody that was celebrating like they're saying. The death of this person that they are, Charlie Kirk, that they are using to their advantage to get rid of free speech, which is what they wanted to do. We are all in trouble. That is why spaces like this space is so important. And the more left voices that we can get on for 24-hour programming where anybody can go, like I said at the beginning, go out in the garden, put my headset on, my electronic headset with my phone, and listen to the programming without ever having to change channels, because every hour is another show and all different kinds of shows. That is why this space is so spectacular, and that is why I am in. And I was devastated when my channel came down. So thank you, everyone. Latino and Johnny, thank you, and Rich and Cheryl Josie, because I think you're responsible for getting my channel back. And I will see you guys on Saturday night with Antonio Reed. If you don't know Antonio, he's been with us on Left Past 10. He's a spectacular historian, a wonderful leftist, a wonderful voice, and he doesn't hold back. We're on Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm thrilled to be here. Next week, I don't know yet, but it will be a good show. I promise you, you will learn every week. Thanks for coming. Hi, Kristen Rose and Nina Canadian. Everybody, thanks for coming. Please support this space, subscribe, and subscribe to my channel so I can finally get to 5,000. Wouldn't that be nice after 9 years? Because it's a hard sell. It's hard. And climate is a difficult subject, and environment is a difficult subject. But while we are alive and while we are here, we really need to do as much as we can. And that's how I'm going to end. Thank you, everybody at the This Space staff, for making this happen. Peace.
Is this really happening? Has conservative leader Pierre Poilievre said something that is actually sane and correct? Yes. I'm stunned as well. So in this video, I'm going to break down the issue of the program of temporary foreign workers. Worth noting here as well, the NDP are also critical of this in, I would say, the correct way. Pierre Poilievre's motivations are a little bit foggy, but I'll get to my thoughts on that. And at the end of this video, I'm going to get to one insane invite that was sent out by the Liberal Party. First, though, I want to play for you a part of Pierre Poilievre's recent speech where he brought this issue up, and then I'll get to what the serious issue with this program has been.
The Liberals have to answer. Why is it that they're shutting our own youth out of jobs and replacing them with low-wage temporary foreign workers from poor countries who are ultimately being exploited? Nearly 75% of temporary foreign workers that come into the country are for low-wage positions, which means they compete with working class and young people that ultimately drive down wages and drive away jobs. Tim Hortons has hired an unimaginable 1,131% more temporary foreign workers in the last 4 years. In the first half of this year alone, the TFW program has imported 74% more low-skilled labor than in all of 2015.
Now, if you're like me, and you heard that Pierre Poilievre gave yet another speech on his issue with foreigners, you rolled your eyes and were annoyed at the state of politics in Canada, which I do think is his motivation here, considering the campaign he ran. A lot of it is blaming the other people coming into the country, taking your jobs, taking housing. This seems to go along that line. The issue here, though, is the exploitation of these workers. And he does mention that briefly there. I find it a little bit interesting that he's willing to acknowledge the UN report on that exploitation, which is why we're aware of that, yet he won't acknowledge other UN reports, for example, on how Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza. So there is some clear inconsistencies with Pierre Poilievre on one hand, still with his full chest supporting the insane Israeli government, yet here he's willing to acknowledge the reality of how these temporary foreign workers are being exploited, because this helps him politically. Now, that said, he's still right about the program. Though it's worth noting, look, I think there's a discussion here that the program could be completely reformed and done in a way that doesn't exploit the workers. That would still be tough considering the conditions and how this whole program operates. But he's calling for a complete abolition, minus seasonal agricultural workers who operate under a separate program, though it is related. But this is where we get to the UN report. So, and by the way, I'll get to a clip from Mark Carney as well as someone from the NDP, or he used to work for the NDP, given the NDP position. But CBC News here, UN report on Canada's temporary foreign workers details the many ways they've been abused. This is a report from a year ago, and I'll get to what Trudeau and that Liberal Party was saying at the time. But immigration minister says abuse needs to end, but calls comparisons to slavery inflammatory. So again, like the attempts at undercutting what is just a standard UN report on what is going on is done because they're the ones in power at the time. So of course they're going to defend themselves and claim, sure, there's issues here, but don't compare it to slavery, even though we'll get to some of these details and they are stunning. Wage theft, excessive work hours, limited breaks, and physical abuse. Those are just some of the ways Canada's temporary foreign workers are being mistreated, according to a final report from the UN's Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery. So this is the full report. By the way, I link to all my sources below the video, always under sources in the description box on YouTube. But you go down to page 5. They begin to discuss the temporary foreign worker program. Writing here, the Special Rapporteur retains the view that the temporary foreign worker program serves as a breeding ground for contemporary forms of slavery, as it institutionalizes asymmetries of power that favor employers and prevent workers from exercising their rights. So if you aren't aware of the details, you may think this is overblown, right? But understanding the power dynamics, the lack of help, both from the government and from the police, because they don't know how to deal with situations with complaints like this, but also on being aware many of these complaints aren't actually brought to anyone because the employers are aware. They're able to exploit these workers both because of a language barrier and because of the way the program operates. So under the temporary foreign worker program, workers' migration status depends on an employer-specific closed work permit. This arrangement has created a significant power imbalance given that if workers are fired, they may be deported back to their countries of origin. Employers may have limited incentive to ensure decent working conditions as workers do not have a meaningful choice of alternatives. Workers are not always aware of their rights, including grievance mechanisms, as some employers reportedly do not provide relevant information. Other issues include language barriers and limited access to the internet. In reality, most workers are reluctant to raise issues with their employers or to report exploitive working conditions, fearing that they may be identified as complainants. So because these workers are only able to be in Canada because of that employer, if they lose that job, they're out, meaning they're afraid to voice any kind of complaint either to their employer or to authorities because of what it may mean for them. And in the case of the police, we'll get to how they've been dealing with it. It clearly has not helped the situation. So more from CBC News here on specific examples on what these workers have faced. Being underpaid and going without protective equipment, employers confiscating documents, arbitrarily cutting working hours and preventing workers from seeking health care. Quote, women reported sexual harassment, exploitation, and abuse. In addition, police have reportedly failed to take complaints seriously, claim that they do not have jurisdiction, and report workers to immigration authorities rather than investigating their complaints, leading to a situation where employers are free to treat these people however they want. Because, hey, they lose these people who are complaining, whatever. We'll send them back and we'll get someone else in to take their place. And of course, this is couched in the reality that a lot of people who may want those jobs, a lot of Canadians who may want those jobs, can't get those positions. Now, I think there's a big caveat on that because there's a big claim from the Conservatives that, oh, young people, the unemployment is high because these foreign workers are taking the jobs. I think there's less of a desire from a lot of young people to take these jobs than maybe it used to be. For whatever reason, I know COVID has kind of done this to a lot of us where we sort of reanalyzed our lives, what's important to us, if what we're willing to put ourselves through for a paycheck. And I think there's some of that in the lack of jobs that are being taken by young people. But at the same time, these are positions that employers rather fill with temporary foreign workers because they can exploit them in a way that they can't exploit Canadian citizens. So, another view on this is if you're going to allow temporary workers in, just make them citizens. Make them actual Canadians that have actual rights to be able to defend themselves and fight for their rights, fight for the rights they have as workers if there are any issues, which would eliminate, almost all these problems. But that, of course, is not an issue or a topic that is being addressed. Let me get to Mark Carney's reaction to Pierre Poilievre.
That program has a role. It has to be focused in terms of its role. And it's part of what we're reviewing. It's part of what we will be discussing, how well the temporary foreign worker program is working. When I talk to businesses around the country, particularly in Quebec, but elsewhere across the country, their number one issue is tariffs, and their number two issue is access to temporary foreign workers.
Mark Carney there inadvertently admitting that his policy is dictated by what companies want as opposed to what is best for workers. And it's no surprise that one of their top issues is temporary foreign workers. Look at the increase. This is from 2018 to 2023. Number of positions approved to be filled by temporary foreign workers. So, some of these are insane. Almost 5,000% increase in food counter attendants, kitchen helpers, and related support occupations. Almost a 4,000% increase in construction trades helpers and laborers. Like 1,000% increase in administrative assistants, light duty cleaners, 1,500% increase. These are insane increases because, my goodness, nurse aides, orderlies, and patient service associates, 15,000% increase. So this is because, at least partly because, a lot of these employers understand they're able to exploit these workers in a way that they can't exploit Canadian citizens. And that does not appear to be the focus of the current Liberal government. And to be fair, not even really the focus of the Conservatives. Their focus is more on young people can't get jobs. But, the big issue here is just the complete lack of human rights that these workers are facing. So this was a year ago when this UN report came out. Trudeau announces reduction in temporary foreign workers, suggests more immigration changes to come. So they responded by saying, okay, we're going to reduce the foreign workers, which doesn't solve the heart of the issue, which is the insane level of exploitation being faced by the workers. And here's another report on that from Amnesty International from January. Temporary visa program enables abuse, migrant workers, treating them as disposable, report finds. So I'm going to get to more from this. First, I want to show you the reaction from the NDP. This is Brad Levine, someone who used to be a senior official within the NDP, giving their position.
Temporary foreign workers program is fundamentally flawed. In fact, a UN review of the program called it a breeding ground for contemporary forms of slavery. It is deeply flawed, and it's too bad that Pierre Poilievre was never in government in his 25 plus years in politics, because he could have done something to do it. Because if it's driving down wages and cutting out young people from work today, then it certainly was when he was in the Stephen Harper government back in the 2000s. So it's great that he's come to the dance, but he's a little late, and the last song has already been played. There needs to be drastic reform in this program. Now, you've heard the response from the small business community, and you heard certain sectors after his announcement talk about how they desperately need it because no Canadian or permanent resident in Canada wants to take those jobs. I think that there is a path for a program that doesn't exploit, that doesn't indenture those individuals. The New Democrats put forward in the last Parliament policy changes that would help that. And that, it's a closed permit, which means that you come over to Canada and you can only work for that one employer. That one employer is exclusively in charge of your destiny. That is wrong. And that should be altered. But to scrap the program in all sectors, excluding agriculture, I think would be a step in the wrong direction, particularly for those in rural and remote parts of this country.
So I think the NDP deserve credit here for being consistent, because they see a report from the UN about what's happening in Gaza by the Israeli government. They voice their concerns. They call that out. They saw a report a year ago from the UN about what these employers are doing to temporary foreign workers. They called it out then, not just today, when no one else was calling it out. So there is consistency here, that the NDP understand the importance of these international bodies to assess what is happening around the world and to view those assessments and take them seriously in a way that the other parties do not. Now, he brings up a good point in the sense that, potentially maybe if you don't tie a temporary foreign worker to one employer and instead just allow them to work in Canada, then that maybe eliminates some of those issues. But at that point, I would just argue, why not just make them a citizen then? Like, if they're just going to be able to work in Canada anyways, why not just go the whole way? So, which gets to maybe this whole program doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But I think there needs to be, a deeper analysis on maybe what some reforms could do to the program, if that would solve all the issues or if that wouldn't go far enough. But, I think there's a deeper discussion there. This report from Amnesty International, I was going to dive more into this, but it goes over a lot of the same points I already read from the UN report and CBC News. But I will link to this below. Quote, Canada has destroyed me. Labor exploitation of migrant workers in Canada. So, feel free to pause the video, read through this. They go over the conditions faced by one woman from Cameroon who came in as a temporary foreign worker. She faced racism. And they spoke to other workers as well who were threatened with repatriation. So essentially saying, hey, if you're going to complain, we're going to send you back. And in some cases, they actually were sent back. So like just the way that some employers have completely exploited people because they know they can, because they know these people are in a position where they essentially don't have many rights. Then they do what they can to serve their bottom line, while at the same time completely pushing aside potentially Canadian citizens who may want those jobs. But again, because those citizens can't be exploited in the same way, a lot of these employers simply choose the temporary foreign worker program as opposed to a Canadian citizen who has a set of rights. Now, last couple of things I just want to mention. The business community, of course, is calling the plan to scrap this absolutely ridiculous. So that is from the president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses. Adding that the program would gut the labor pool in many rural and remote communities. Worth mentioning, I saw an interview with one conservative MP who mentioned that if they were to scrap this program, if they were in power, of course, they're not in power, but if they were to scrap the program, they would, of course, do it in a way that it's not immediate. They would look at certain areas and see where it makes sense to begin cutting the program as opposed to doing it all at once everywhere. But David Moscrop tweets out, and this, I think, makes a whole lot of sense to me. So bring in more immigrants who wish to and can become citizens. Pay Canadians more to attract them to your job or close a shop. That's the free market. It's always wild to me how these companies, these businesses, will, they love the free market, love it. But at the same time, they want these programs that enable them to exploit workers and pay them as little as possible, treat them as crappy as possible, in a way that sort of carves out an ability for them to continue making as much money as they want, while everything else is hurt in the process. So how about just the free market? Bring these Canadians in, or I should say, bring these immigrants in, make them Canadians, and then hire whoever you want. But understand at that point, they have actual rights. But the Liberal Party, I was going to say the Labour Party, we are not in the UK, the Liberal Party, are instead wanting to listen to absolute far-right lunatics. So this is the last thing I wanted to end on. I had to fit this somewhere. It's an important news story because it's so insane. Project 2025 Mastermind invited to Carney's cabinet meeting. And now he's no longer speaking because he apparently can't make it. So it's unclear to me whether the response, the outcry to this invitation, both externally, but also apparently from some liberals within the caucus, is the reason why he's not coming. He's potentially disinvited, but he was told, hey, you can't come, but you can claim you can't come because you're just not, you're busy doing something else. So that's apparently what's happening. He indicated he can no longer join us to present today. So they're not saying why. I think it's pretty clear that he was disinvited, but they don't want to say that, which is so weird because that would make the liberals look sane again if they realized how dumb it was to invite them in the first place, or invite this guy in the first place. But this goes to show you what this Liberal Party, what the current makeup of this Liberal Party is, or at least the leadership. This is a party that listens to business leaders and the far right. I don't think this is the party, this is the government that a lot of Canadians signed up for when they voted for the Liberals. So just be aware of how things have gone. I mean, you've seen the ongoing capitulations to Trump. I've done a video on that already. Like this attempt to try to appeal to him by doing everything he asks for, and then being shocked when you still don't have a trade deal. And even if you had one, could you really trust him, considering he already violated the previous trade deal that he himself brought in? It's a whole other conversation. But I think a lot of people are beginning to sort of wake up to how disappointing Mark Carney has been, considering the campaign he ran, I think, was very strong, and there's a good reason why he was able to win in the way that he did. But now that it's becoming a little more clear what this party is doing, what their focus is, I don't think people are happy. Do you ever see something and think, is this real life? Is this really happening? Well, in this segment, I have gathered 3 stories from this week to go over that made me go, what is this shit? Now, I started this potentially weekly segment, monthly, bi-monthly, who knows? But last week, in case you missed it, I covered Zoran praise stuns CNN, CTV News apologizes for news, and Trump gets dear leadered. I will link to this below the video in case you missed it. But let's get to the 3 stories that I have this week, starting with this shit. Zuckerberg saying Meta intends to spend at least $600 billion. Then he's caught on a hot mic. Watch this.
How much are you spending, would you say, over the next few years?
Oh, gosh. I think it's probably going to be something like, I don't know, at least $600 billion through 28 in the U.S. Yeah.
It's a lot.
No, it's significant.
That's a lot. Thank you, Mark. It's great to have you.
Sorry, I wasn't ready to do for announcement.
He said I
wasn't sure what number you wanted to go with.
Mark Zuckerberg's head is so far up Trump's ass that he had to apologize to the dear leader for not being sure if he got the number right, the one that he was told to say. This is just one moment of a much larger meeting that mirrors very much the video I showed last week where Trump gets dear leadered. That was during his cabinet meeting where all the ministers went around and just talked about how amazing Trump is. But in this case, these are a bunch of tech CEOs. So, quote, "You and your policies are really helping a lot." That was from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. AMD CEO Lisa Su praised, quote, "the amount of acceleration that we've seen in just a few short months that the administration has been in place." Oracle CEO said, struck a note of adoration at, quote, "the fact that you are our president." So embarrassing. And that Trump quickly recognized the importance of AI. Quote, "You've unleashed American innovation and creativity. All the work you are doing in basically every cabinet post, in addition to what's coming out of the White House, is making it possible for America to win." I'm going to get to just how much America is winning in a second. Quote, "Thank you for being such a pro-business and pro-innovation president." That's from OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. Quote, "It's a very refreshing change. We're very excited to see what you're doing to make all of our companies and our entire country so successful." So the jobs report came out today. Same day as that meeting. Just 22,000 jobs added in August. Unemployment rises to 4.3%. Broader jobless rate jumps to 8.1%. Slowest 4-month growth since 2020, the pandemic. Plus downward revisions for June and July of minus 21,000. So this is so bad that even Fox Business, which is supposed to be the place that defends Trump in every way they can, even they're having a hard time defending this.
Coming in, the expectation was 75,000. We got 38,000. And there was a loss of 16,000 jobs in government, which I think Lauren mentioned. But again, you know, that 22,000 number, Charles, it's a weaker than expected number. And these revisions are pretty brutal.
We've lost jobs again in the professional business service sector. We've lost jobs in this report in the temporary help sector, which is not a good sign. So there's a lot of concern. Even though the private payroll number is 38,000, that is still a pretty weak number.
Not a good sign when even your biggest defenders can't defend you. Now let's get to the next story. This one I find to be just very sad and disappointing. And I'm actually going to get to the Canadian connection to this as well.
Okay, this to me is one of the most interesting and, in my opinion, most troubling trend lines that we have seen. Okay, vax kids against infectious diseases, the government should require it. You go back to 1991, it was 81%, okay? Then we go to 2019 at 62%. Look at where that number fell to by 2024. It was just 51%. That is a 30-point drop from 34 years ago. My goodness gracious, now a bare majority say that the government should, in fact, require kids to be vaccinated against infectious diseases. Amongst Republicans, it's the opposite. The majority say the government shouldn't require it. Now, I should point out this does depend a little bit on question wording. The polling out this morning says that the government should encourage it, but encourage it is very different from requiring it. And when it comes to requiring it, the American public has become increasingly skeptical of the idea that, in fact, the government should require kids to be vaccinated against infectious diseases.
51% of Americans think kids should be required to get vaccinated, compared to 81% in 1991. This tweet from Wu-Tang Kids. The dumbest country. Well, you may think so. But potentially, there is one in competition, at least on this issue. Alberta's measles outbreak surpasses case counts reported for the entire U.S. Now, I want to be clear. I have a feeling Canada is a lot better at counting our cases compared to, or I should say reporting our cases compared to the U.S. So that big caveat here, I think, should be included in this reality. But it's worth noting, Alberta has been battling outbreaks since March, and as of noon Monday, this is a report from July 14th, total cases counts in the province had ballooned to 1,314. The latest update from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention shows that country has amassed 1,288 cases this year. So again, I have a hard time believing that is the full number. That said, the fact that the Canadian population is 10 times smaller than the US and that they're even this close, I don't think is a good sign. This from the New York Times. The CDC has ranked Canada among the top 10 countries with the highest number of measles cases. It is the only Western nation on the list. Alberta, of course, has low measles vaccine rates. And as of this report, this is a couple weeks later, it was 1,600 cases. The largely conservative province has a deep and vocal level of skepticism about the public health system and vaccines, with many people mirroring some of the arguments made in the U.S. by RFK Jr. Wonderful. All right, let's get to something also terrible. Maybe one week I'll have a I can't believe this shit, or is this real life segment. That is all positive news, if I can manage to find enough. But this one is not one of those videos. Project 2025 Mastermind invited to Mark Carney's cabinet meeting. So I covered this at the end of my video yesterday. That was around temporary foreign workers and Pierre Poilievre bringing that issue up. This is absolutely insane. So Kevin Roberts, of course, the president of the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank that has shaped Republican administrations since the 1980s. This is the complete lunatic they invited. He, of course, helped to spearhead the 900-page manifesto meant to usher in a new ultra-conservative, I think that puts it lightly. We're talking far-right authoritarian administration. And some of the most controversial elements, as CBC breaks down here, firing thousands of permanent civil servants and replacing them with hired loyalists, abolishing the Department of Education, and withdrawing the abortion pill mifepristone from the market. It also states that married men and women are the ideal natural family structure because all children have a right to be raised by the men and women who conceive them. This is the clown. Again, clown is being kind. This is the fascist that the Mark Carney office invited to a cabinet meeting. And great reporting here from Rachel Gilmore in the Tyee. Liberals call out Carney for inviting Trump insiders. So there are apparently some very unhappy Liberal MPs. I wish they would go on the record, but right now they are anonymously stating their displeasure with what has been going on. As Rachel Gilmore reports here, some of the quotes that she was given. Hard to understand how someone like that would have made the list. That's from one sitting Liberal MP, to put it politely. Another sitting Liberal MP called it an utter disgrace. It's a betrayal of Liberal voters, undermines the core theme of our campaign, and is an utter disgrace for a self-respecting democracy facing the rise of fascism next door. And another quote, this man is a key architect of Donald Trump's assault on the U.S. Constitution, and it's completely inappropriate that he be invited to address the federal cabinet. Again, I wish they would go on the record. It's worth reading the piece. There is a quote or two that are on the record from people who are closely aligned or worked with the Liberal Party and are calling out this insanity. But I'll link to the source below the video, as I do all my sources. But some reactions to just generally what's been going on with Mark Carney and the Liberal Party. David Moskrop here. Watching the last week or so, I really get the sense there's a non-zero chance the Carney government begins to age very quickly and dramatically sooner rather than later. And I'm going to get to some data shortly here showing exactly that. So David Coletto of Abacus Data sharing that conservatives now edge ahead as cost of living dominates and Trump fades. So the Conservative Party now sitting at 41% current vote share to the Liberals at 39%. And this is after the Liberals came in with a big win just earlier this year, made up a massive gap between the two parties. And now they're already losing a lot of ground. So similar numbers here from Angus Reid showing the disapproval/approval of Mark Carney, with Carney now sitting at 51% for positive, 41% for negative, and you can see how those lines are tightening there. So what is happening? Mark Carney, so far, has acted as if he is a conservative prime minister, calling for austerity, yet increasing military spending, giving into Trump at every available opportunity. For example, giving in on the digital services tax the day after Trump requested it, claiming that was going to be the way to reach a trade deal. No trade deal happened. So Canadians are not seeing the results that maybe I think a lot of them were expecting with their vote for Mark Carney. And result is one thing, because, it's short window, right? The election was just a handful of months ago. So you could argue, hey, well, you can't expect anything to improve yet. Fine. At least show some fight. At least stand up to the man you claim to stand up to. Maybe don't invite the architect of Project 2025, Trump's own big thing, to your cabinet meeting. Maybe. So, yeah. I don't know. I want to hear any Canadians watching this. I want to hear your thoughts so far on your expectations of Mark Carney versus the reality so far, because I do think we're going to begin to, or I should say, we're going to continue seeing the decline in the support for the Liberal Party. Well, there's some very interesting poll results out from NBC News on Gen Zers, Zoomers, separated by men and women, and if they voted for Trump or Harris, asking them their personal definitions of success. And the results here are a little worrisome, at least in one case. I should ask up front, Gen Z men who voted for Trump, are you okay? Need a hug? Because there is a big problem here, as you're going to see. So let me get to the post from Steve Kornacki of NBC News, who shared this out, saying our NBC News Decision Desk poll asked Gen Z adults 18 to 29 what they consider important to a successful life. So let's go through it. First, comparing men who voted for Trump to women who voted for Harris. Clearly the two most different, I would argue. So, personal definition of success. Right off the bat. So let me go through it first, and then I'll point out what I notice here. Having children. Number one, financial independence, fulfilling job career, being married, having money to do things you want, owning a home, being grounded spiritually, making family/community proud, having no debt, using talents and resources to help others, and able to retire early, and having emotional stability. One thing is very clear immediately. Having children is the most important thing for men who voted for Trump. And that's, by the way, across the board. It's more important for men who voted for Trump than women who voted for Trump. So that is the number one for men who voted for Trump. And compare that to where emotional stability sits. Last. You should probably swap those if you're going to have a child. As somebody who has a child, I would rank emotional stability first, as I think that is the most important thing that you should. I could see it maybe not being viewed as a definition of success, but it should be. That should be the most important thing in your life, is that you are emotionally stable, especially if one of your big desires in life is to have children. So financial independence and others that deal with, money, like owning a home, I'll get to some of my thoughts on that and the connection here to the vote for Trump and just how backwards that is. But let's go through the women who voted for Harris. So fulfilling job career is first. Having money to do things you want is second. Having emotional stability, using talents and resources to help others, financial independence, having no debt, owning a home, making family community proud, being grounded spiritually, able to retire early, being married, and having children. So having children last among Gen Z women who voted for Harris. Very interesting separation here. Fulfilling job career. This across the board, as you're going to see with the next group, is important for everyone. And, that's not really a mystery. And the others, I would argue this list isn't all that surprising. Being married, of course, is also low on the list for Gen Z women, as typically when you're young, you really should not be thinking all that much about marriage and children. I would hope that your focus first is on yourself, emotional stability, and financial independence, being able to live your life independently before you think about, having a family. So all of this seems totally normal. Let's get to the next group here. Women who voted for Trump. So this column I find just the most interesting to me because I don't really understand women who voted for Trump, especially younger women. But looking at the list here for personal definition of success, financial independence, which again, a lot of ranking here of the importance of being financially stable when the vote for Trump has done just the complete opposite. But fulfilling job career, which similar to both men and women who voted for Harris. Owning a home is very important. Being grounded spiritually is going to rank up there both for Gen Z, or I should say Trump men and Trump women, as religion tends to be a deeper part of their identity than it is for Harris voters. Having money to do things you want, important. Having children is just middle of the pack here. Having no debt, using talents and resources to help others. Being married also does not rank high, to my surprise. Having emotional stability, low on this list as well. Able to retire early is by far last, which for me, I have to say, the more I work, the more this one goes up the list. Able to retire early might, for me, be second place right behind emotional stability. But men who voted for Harris, their list here. Fulfilling job and career. So similar levels of importance here, though clearly a little more for men. Having money to do things you want, of course, very important. Using talents and resources to help others, that ranks pretty high, which is a good thing to see. Financial independence, having emotional stability, making family, community proud, owning a home, middle of the pack here. Owning a home, to my surprise, wasn't really, I guess it's third here for women who voted for Trump. But where is it for many who voted for Trump? Only middle of the road. So owning a home isn't as high on the list as I thought it would have been. But I think part of that is because a lot of young people understand how impossible it sounds to even be able to afford a home, or at least for their age bracket where their lives currently are. So that I could see that not being a priority at the moment because of just how unattainable it seems, and it is. Having no debt, being married, low on the list for men as well for Harris. Having children, very low on the list. Able to retire early, and tied for last, being grounded spiritually. So, of course, spirituality, as expected, not huge for either the women who voted for Harris or for men. But let's get to the importance of financial stability. So, fulfilling job career, financial stability, owning a home. These were very important issues for, across the board, but also particularly for Trump voters. And it's worth bringing some things up here. What mass deportation means for housing costs. So at every level, what Trump has done so far, I want to be clear, things weren't great before, but they have become even worse under Trump for a variety of reasons. Tariffs being one of them. We'll get to the impact potentially on affordability when it comes to that. But housing. So this is a study from University of Utah. Quote, we're able to show that when you increase immigration enforcement, you do in fact generate a reduction in the number of individuals who are supplying labor to the construction industry in a given county. That's from the co-author Troop Howard. We show that those reductions in workforce are associated with a large decline in home building. That in turn will lead to higher home prices, even for existing housing stock, potentially exacerbating the housing affordability crisis. While deportations likely would free some residential space, that doesn't come close to offsetting the effect of reduced construction. So we are really only beginning to see the impact of this, as we have seen the deportations and the attacks on completely innocent people, and to deport them just ramp up over the past few months. Worth noting as well, the rolling back of renter rights has led to a worse situation for people who don't own a home and are simply renting. So Bloomberg headline here, as Trump reshapes housing policy, renters face rollback of rights. That includes significant cuts to housing assistance and renter protections. Landlords and property owners are pushing for deregulation, leading to more issues, as well as fewer resources to prevent evictions and more landlords willing to bend the rules. So with Trump on the side of landlords and property owners, business owners, this is only going to mean bad things for the vast majority of people. Now, also, of course, when it comes to affordability, Adidas, Walmart, Home Depot, and other major brands that say Trump's tariffs are pushing them to raise prices. So this is another impact of tariffs. It's also, this reminds me a bit of greedflation, where I'm not saying tariffs aren't impacting this, because they are, but they're taking advantage of the situation to raise prices or do it prematurely before they're actually facing the incurred costs of tariffs. So this has just led to a much worse situation. And the Hill here, an analysis of the Yale Budget Lab projects Trump's tariffs could increase prices by 1.8% in the short term and cost the average American household $2,400 per year. The nonpartisan research group calculates that consumers face an average effective tariff rate of 18.6%, the highest since 1933. So this right here is absolutely going to impact people. Those that voted for Trump thinking they're going to have more financial independence or the ability to save to own a home are going to be a little stunned to find out that that is not going to improve. Again, not that the situation was great before, but clearly things have gotten worse. And Gen Z voters who voted for Trump expecting a different result are going to be disappointed. In just a wonderful twist of irony, the British government's attempt to try and scrub a new piece of Banksy art off a building has backfired, creating a more powerful piece of art in the process. This, while they are potentially, for the first time, legally going after Banksy. And the reason for that, I think, is clear. So in this video, I'm going to break down what happened here, including the incredible ironic reaction from the British government, as well as how this connects to the Palestinian fight for freedom, which Banksy has been an active voice in through their art. So first, let me show you the piece and explain what's going on here. This is a judge in the traditional wig and black gown beating an unarmed protester with a gavel. This was captioned on Banksy's Instagram with Royal Courts of Justice, London, which is where this piece of graffiti is placed. And as CBC News writes here, while the artwork doesn't explicitly refer to a particular cause or incident, activists saw it as a reference to the UK government's ban on the group Palestine Action. On Saturday, almost 900 people were arrested at a London protest challenging the ban. So before I get further into the reaction from the UK government to this piece of art, as well as some other Banksy art referring to Palestinian freedom, it's worth noting how insane this ban on Palestine Action is. So there's a great piece here from The Guardian from Haroon Sadiq. I'll link to it below the video under sources on YouTube. But as they write here, a ban on Palestine Action, which uses direct action to mainly target Israeli weapons factories in the UK and their supply chain, was voted through by Parliament. Despite attempts to try and block the ban, it's still gone through. It means Palestine Action will become the first direct action protest group to be banned under the Terrorism Act, placing it in the same category as Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, and the far-right group National Action. Quote, the main target has been stopping Elbit Systems, which markets itself as the backbone of the IDF. As my client says, the aim of terrorism is to take lives and hurt people. That's the opposite of what we do. So while the IDF, the Israeli government, are not listed as terrorists, despite the fact that they are currently committing a genocide, an internationally recognized genocide, even by human rights organizations within Israel calling it a genocide, this group, Palestine Action, are being targeted and called terrorists, even though their goal is to stop the killing of innocent lives. So as I go over this story here about Banksy and the reaction from the UK government, I think it's important to keep in mind the genesis of all of this and how absolutely insane it is for the government to try and claim that Palestine Action is a terrorist organization. Now, I want to show you just a bit of the history with Banksy in his standing up for the rights of Palestinians. So there's a great article here from Banksy explained, link to below the video, as well as from imeu.org. I'm going to quote just a couple paragraphs from each of them as I show you some of the art that Banksy has put up in the West Bank and in Gaza. So in August 2005, Banksy visited Palestine, where he painted with his team 7 large murals on the West Bank wall, also referred to as the segregation wall. The security barrier separating the occupied territories from Israel is over 450 miles long and 38 feet high. It was deemed illegal by the International Court of Justice, but construction by the Israeli government continued. Human rights organizations and others have accused Israel of designing the winding route of the wall, which has been dubbed the, quote, apartheid wall, to put as much Palestinian land and as many Israeli settlements as possible on the western or Israeli side, while placing as many Palestinians as possible on the eastern side, effectively annexing large swaths of Palestinian land. And one of the more incredible stories to come out of that is the fact that Israel apparently mistook Banksy art for Palestinian land, as they stole it. There is now a piece of Banksy art, this is the slingshot rat, sitting in a Tel Aviv gallery. As The Guardian writes here, it has sparked a debate over the legality of taking cultural artifacts from occupied land. Can't say this is surprising in the least. Now, let's get back to the piece of art in London. So this was spray painted on a building that is 143 years old. And it's, as you're going to see, it was removed, sort of. Quote, the Royal Courts of Justice is a listed building and HMCTS are obliged to maintain its original character. It said in a statement, listed buildings are considered the country's most significant historic buildings and sites and are protected by law. So there were people here, as it was covered up before it was taken down or removed, trying to peek behind the wall here, checking it out. And great quote here, where the piece, quoting Banksy, saying, art should comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable, as they are trying to remove the piece of art, scrubbing it off the wall. But I don't know. There's some incredible irony here, as Barry Malone, journalist, writes here, when you try to remove a piece of art and accidentally make it better. This is a piece of art discussing or trying to showcase, highlight government censorship. And in the process, they put on full display a piece of government censorship. It's absolutely incredible. You have to wonder if this was done on purpose, knowing they were going to remove it and knowing the kind of wall it was, the building, the brick, whatever it is, knowing that it would end up looking this way. Because I don't know if this really counts as removing it. And I'm going to guess they're not going to paint over it because the building isn't painted. So it would just look odd to paint one spot. And that in itself may be considered vandalism. So this just may be how it's left. And another image here. I wish I could credit whoever took this. It may have been this individual. But just beautiful the way this has come out. Now, Banksy apparently could be unmasked as police probe criminal damage over this piece of art. You have to wonder, what is it exactly about this piece of art? I know it's on a government building, but we're going to get to another example of a piece of Banksy art on a government building that apparently wasn't a big deal. But something interesting about this. So as Tiberius shares here on Twitter, Banksy graffitis hundreds of political slogans all over the world for 25 years. Police, silence. Banksy criticizes crackdown on anti-genocide activists. Police, launch investigation. Can you see how terrified they are of Palestinian liberation? There really does appear to be, that really does appear to be the issue. Because what else is it about this piece of art? Because in the past, somebody brought up in someone else's thread here, are you high? Free speech doesn't give anyone the right to vandalize public buildings. Well, the city of London preserved this police box that Banksy sprayed. So, spray painting something that is of police property usually doesn't lead to a good outcome. If anything, that is the most risky of places to place your art, is anything involving the police. But here it was preserved. Yet, when it comes to criticizing actions taken against peaceful protesters standing up for Palestinians, all of a sudden it becomes a big issue. Very bizarre stuff. So let me know your thoughts below in the comments on this entire story. And I don't know, where do you see this going?
All right. Hey ho, let's go. Coming to you live from 102.3 WHIV FM studios in New Orleans, Louisiana. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice. Welcome to Noise Filter, where we cut through the noise and explain what's going on in public health simply. So this week, the FDA dropped one of the most consequential updates we've seen on COVID-19 vaccines since the shots first rolled out. For fall of 2025 season, that's this one here, the agency approved updated COVID vaccines, but here's the twist. They're restricting who can get these boosters more than ever before in the pandemic era. Now, it's not a blanket invitation. Instead, vaccine eligibility is focused primarily on the most vulnerable amongst us. So that's anyone over 65 and older. So 65 and older, younger adults and children with at least one underlying health condition that puts them at high risk for severe COVID-19 outcomes. These underlying conditions can be anything from heart disease, asthma, diabetes, to even obesity. Healthy adults under 65, not in the official approved group. Kids younger than 18, if they're healthy, will need to have a chat with their healthcare provider before making a decision about getting the jab. Oh, and Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids under 5, the emergency use authorization has been pulled. So no more Pfizer shots for tiny tots. But wait, Moderna's vaccine is still on deck for children as young as 6 months, though only if they have a serious medical condition that puts them at elevated risk. So basically what we're saying is that it's a much, much narrower window than ever before. So this shift lines up closely with the idea that many Americans now have some level of immunity. Okay, whether from vaccines or prior infections or both. And in fact, it's probably close to 90 to 95% of Americans fall in that category. Officials argue that broad regular boosters for everyone just isn't necessary anymore. Instead, the focus has moved toward protecting those most likely to face severe disease. That sounds reasonable, but it also means many people who used to get annual boosters might find themselves no longer officially approved for the shot. Let me also just say, I personally, as an infectious disease physician, as somebody who's made my life study, my career on this, disagree with that. I think that the virus we all know mutates regularly and we need regular booster vaccines. There's also been some shakeup behind the scenes. As you probably know, the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee, which guides vaccine recommendations, has changed members and shrunk under the size of Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., boo, a longtime vaccine skeptic, really denier. The committee hasn't yet provided formal recommendations on these updated shots, so insurance coverage, and here's the rub, and access may get more complicated for those not in the new eligibility categories. Some pharmacies might delay offering the updated vaccines until after that CDC advisory vote occurs. So what does that all mean for the everyday person wondering, do I need a booster this fall? Well, if you're 65 and older, roll up that sleeves, you're getting the jab, or at least you should. If you're younger but have a health issue raising your risk, you qualify too. For healthy adults and kids, this isn't the season's vaccine for you, at least according to the FDA's new playbook. However, I disagree with it. And if you have a child under 5, Pfizer's out and Moderna's is only available for the medically vulnerable. This is the first fall and winter season where COVID shots aren't widely recommended for everyone. This is a pivot reflecting how life with the virus continues to evolve. It reminds us that vaccines remain essential tools, especially for protecting high-risk populations. But the game plan for prevention is becoming more targeted. And again, I don't agree with it. We have not given our consent as a society to do it this way. So through all the changes, the key takeaway is clear: stay informed, be aware of your health risks, and connect with your healthcare provider, if you have one, to make the best decisions for you and your family. And so from our community radio station here in New Orleans, keep tuning into Noise Filter, the only place where the public health static gets turned down and the truth gets amplified. Because in medicine, just like on the radio, if the signal's not clear, you might as well be on mute. Hey ho, let's go. Coming to you live from the 102.3 WHIV FM studios in New Orleans, Louisiana. where we are all about human rights and social justice and cutting through the noise on public health. Welcome to the Noise Filter, your guide to what's really going on in medicine and policy, simply explained. Today, we are unpacking a big legal win. Well, it's mostly a win for preventative care, courtesy of the U.S. Supreme Court's June 27, 2025 ruling in Kennedy versus Braidwood Management. The court upheld the power of the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force, also and awkwardly named the USPTSFTF. That group of 16 volunteer medical experts who grade preventative services based on solid evidence and help decide what insurance must pay for without stabbing patients with surprise bills. So here's the backstory. Since 2010, the Affordable Care Act has required insurers to cover preventative measures either rated an A or B by the U.S. task force without cost sharing. So those colon cancer screenings, flu shots, even preventative medicines like PrEP for HIV prevention have been out of pocket and free for consumers. One of the Affordable Care Act's biggest public health wins. But controversy lurked in the shadows. Bum, bum, bum. A Texas clinic argued that the task force members aren't principal officers according to the Constitution's appointments clause, meaning that they should be appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. What? Where else do they do that? Instead, these members were appointed by the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Currently, it's RFK Jr., boo, who also has the power to remove them at will. This, the clinic argued, made the task force binding recommendations unconstitutional and threatened to unravel a decade of coverage rules. Thankfully, the Supreme Court disagreed, writing for the majority, Justice Brett Kavanaugh noted that because of the task force members' answer to the HHS secretary who can remove and oversee them, they are considered inferior officers. That means the secretary's appointment power is valid and the task force recommendations stand legally. In short, preventative care coverage without out-of-pocket costs, stay for now. But it's not without a catch. Since HHS Secretary wields the appointment muscle, and with RFK Jr., known for his controversial views like shaking up vaccine advisory panels, there's a real concern about the future political influence. Kennedy can reshuffle that task force, possibly steering away from recommending preventative services for things like key, controversially questions like some sexual health measures, or even promote coverage for medical gadgets of dubious value like glucose monitoring wearables for non-diabetics. This means that while the court protected the legal structure of preventative care recommendations, the actual content and coverage could change depending on the politics at HHS. The checks and balances are there, but the how and what of preventative care might see some turbulence ahead. So, for nearly 100 million Americans with private insurance or Medicaid, the Supreme Court ruling just a couple weeks ago signals that your no cost cancer screenings, your vaccines, and preventative meds aren't going away anytime soon. But it also reminds us how political appointees in health policy can reshape the direction of preventative medicine. And here at Noise Filter, we say prevention shouldn't be a political football. It's a chance to keep people healthier, longer, and save healthcare dollars. Because the only surprises you want in health are surprises dance parties and not surprise copays. So stay noisy, stay savvy, and remember, in the game of prevention, knowledge is the best defense, with no Senate confirmation required.
The Benjamin Dixon Show was only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/the BPD Show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
I need you to share this video right now with every black person that you know, every Democrat that you know, every leftist. There's a big difference between Democrats and leftists. But I think at this point, everyone should be clear that whatever divides us on this side of MAGA, what do I mean? Anyone who is not MAGA is under threat. Whether you are a white liberal and you think everything is going to be just fine, no matter what, you've got something else coming for you, because the study that the Department of Justice just deleted from their database that shows explicitly that right-wing conservatism is the leading purveyor of violence in this nation. The removal of that study creates the very foundation that Donald Trump and MAGA will be using to justify criminalizing anyone that isn't MAGA. I need to say that again. The Department of Justice just deleted a study that shows what we have known for a long time, that the leading purveyors of violence in the United States of America is white nationalism and conservatism, the right wing in this country. It is a documented fact that has been known for many years. That study has been deleted from the databases of the Department of Justice. Why does that matter? And why does that mean that you need to share this with everybody that you know? It matters because now they have the pretext that they need to claim fallaciously it's a lie. We know it's a lie. They know it's a lie. But by deleting the study that shows that right-wing conservative Christian nationalist, white nationalism, those groups are the leading purveyors of violence. I mean, think about all of the tragedies that we've seen in this country. How many of them have been rooted in right-wing terrorism? Timothy McVeigh and the Oklahoma City bombing, all the way to Dylan Roof and the murder of 9 worshipers at Mother Emanuel AME and everything in between. And since then, we know without a doubt that the most violent people in the United States of America absolutely mirrors the most violent people in the history of this planet. We have been living underneath the violence of right-wing, white Christian nationalism for centuries. And the Department of Justice, they said that we've got to get rid of this study because they have an agenda. What is that agenda? Donald Trump made it clear in his statement. I want you to listen to the statement from Donald Trump as he makes it clear his agenda is to attack, to vilify, to imprison, and to make it impossible for anyone who is not MAGA to live in this country, to survive, to be able to purchase, to be able to buy food, to be able to get a job. You see what they've done in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk. Not only have they venerated him into a sainthood status, they've not only erased all of the evil, bigoted things that demon said. I'm sorry. God bless the dead. I know as black folks, we don't believe in speaking evil of the dead. But that man, Charlie Kirk, was not a good man. But they have taken his assassination as an opportunity to crack down on everybody. That's including black people. I need you to share this with every black person that you know. That includes Democrats. That includes leftists. And when I say leftists, I mean people so far left that you consider yourself a communist or a socialist. They are coming after you. Not only that, Donald Trump last night announced that he is labeling the idea, because Antifa or Antifa, I say Antifa, but a lot of people say Antifa, whatever. He's labeled, it's an idea, and he's labeling them as a quote unquote major terrorist organization. That's funny in and of itself. We'll discuss that because that absolutely means nothing. Now, it means nothing in terms of the government, but it does mean something in terms of organizations that want to look at you and now say, if you stand up against fascism, because that's what Antifa means. That's what Antifa means, anti-fascist. Those of us who realize the evil that MAGA is trying to bring down on the United States of America, we know that they are steeped deeply in fascism. We know that they are deeply rooted in the evils of white supremacy. We know that they want to use violence at every opportunity that they get to bring harm to the least of these. Who are the least of these? The poor, the marginalized, the oppressed, the widow, the orphan, the very people for whom Jesus Christ said that he came to set at liberty the captive and to declare the acceptable year of the Lord. That's who MAGA is going after. That's who they're vilifying. And so I need you to share this video as we get ready to listen to this clip of Donald Trump as he makes it clear he has every intention to target you. I don't care if you are a nice liberal. You're a kumbaya liberal. You're a can't we all just get along liberal. You know, like Dick Durbin, Senator Dick Durbin yesterday on CNN said that we need to stop calling Donald Trump and MAGA fascist.
Do you think Democrats have also gone too far in their rhetoric in demonizing the other side?
Absolutely. I mean, this notion that we're going to characterize MAGA as Nazis, for example, on the other side, that the Republicans would characterize the Democrats as a party of murder or evil. I mean, the outrage is coming from both sides and is unacceptable in both instances. So yes, both sides can learn the lessons here. And Mr. Kirk's the loss of Mr. Kirk is a good reason to do it.
Why? Why, when they are doing fascist things? When they are exemplifying the fascist ideology? Why, when they are cracking down on free speech? Why would we stop calling a fascist a fascist? Why would we stop calling demons demons? There is power in naming, and that's why they want you to be afraid to call them what they are. They are fascist, and if they are fascist, you should be anti-fascist. Take a listen to Donald Trump.
Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it.
Are we clear? Listen, by them deleting the Department of Justice study that shows that right-wing conservatism is the leading purveyor of violence in this country, you should be clear why they did that. Why did they do that, Pastor Ben? Good question. I'm glad you asked. They deleted that because now, take a look at this tweet from Tim Pool, who, by the way, received $100,000 per episode from Russia in order to forward Russian narratives. And then he was quoted by the richest man on the planet, Elon Musk, showing and this fallacious information, this handmade, like it looks like he drew it in Corel Draw. Remember that? It looks like he did this in Microsoft Word. It's like he just created a data point that is not even true. But it shows in this fallacious data point, ostensibly, that Democrats are the most violent and the most criminal people on the face of the planet. And they do this the day after the Department of Justice deleted the data point showing that right-wing conservatives are the leading purveyors of violence. So it's a 1-2 step, folks, and I need you to share this video with as many people as possible. I'm going to keep saying that until we reach as many people as necessary to wake you up. You better know what's going on right now. You better be tuned in to the truth. Anybody who's still just going to brunch thinking everything is peachy keen and honky-dory, you have a rude awakening coming for you. Anybody who's just going to the club, all of your peoples that are still going to the club, dropping it like it's hot, like everything is fine, they've got a rude awakening coming for them. I don't care if you're black, I don't care if you're white, I don't care if you're Hispanic, I don't care if you're LGBTQIA, I don't care what you are. If you are not a supporter of MAGA, they are coming after you and they are changing the data. They are changing the data. They are erasing. Talk about 1984, Orson Welles. Talk about the Ministry of Truth, who goes in and they find data that is inconvenient for the narrative that they need to sustain their power, and they delete it. Isn't that what they did in the book? Am I remembering it correctly? Am I wrong? Am I telling a lie? Is this not what Donald Trump is doing? Talk with me, somebody. I need you to talk. I need you to not only comment, I need you to not only like, I need you to not only share, but I need you to subscribe. Why? Because if we don't speak truth to power right now, like our lives depend on it, we will find out in short order what MAGA really wants to do to us. Not all prophets stand in a pulpit. This is the case with Ta-Nehisi Coates, who just dropped a piece entitled Charlie Kirk Redeemed, A Political Class Finds Its Lost Cause on VanityFair.com. His subtitle is By Ignoring the Rhetoric and the Actions of the Turning Point USA founder, pundits and politicians are sanitizing his legacy. I do recommend that you go over and read it. I will be reading much of the article here as we discuss it, because I really want to show you not only, well, you don't need me to show you the brilliance of Ta-Nehisi Coates, but I kind of want to show you what this brother did in this article. What he did was to juxtapose what's being done with Charlie Kirk's, the redemption arc, the beautiful eulogies that are being written for him. In particular, he calls out Ezra Klein in the very first paragraph, and we'll get to that in a moment. But it's all captured in the title, which is an absolutely beautiful juxtaposition. The redemption of Charlie Kirk juxtaposed with the lost cause. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with the lost cause is a myth that reframes the Confederacy not as a treasonous rebellion against the United States of America in order to preserve slavery, but as this noble fight for honor and states' rights and tradition. And this is exactly what we experience today when anyone talks about the Confederacy. They say it wasn't about slavery, it was about heritage. And by erasing the explicit pro-slavery context and the words and the action, they romanticize and elevate gallant imagery of all of their heroes. This is why you have Confederate monuments all across this country. It excused the white supremacy and it laid the very groundwork for Jim Crow, as well as what we're experiencing in 2025. And Ta-Nehisi Coates goes through that exactly. And so I want to read some of this for you so that you can get an idea of what this brother really masterfully did in this article. He's saying that the same thing that was done for the Confederacy is being done for Charlie Kirk in real time. And he's writing back saying, we will not have it. Oh, let's read just a little bit of it and then we'll discuss. Before he was killed last week, Charlie Kirk left a helpful compendium of words, ones that would greatly aid those who sought to understand his legacy and import. It is somewhat difficult to match these words with the manner in which Kirk is presently being memorialized in mainstream discourse. New York Times columnist Ezra Klein dubbed Kirk one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion and a man who was, quote, practicing politics in exactly the right way. California Governor Gavin Newsom hailed Kirk's passion and commitment to debate, advising to continue Kirk's work by engaging, quote, with each other across ideology through spirited discourse. Atlantic writer Sally Jenkins saluted Kirk, claiming that he, quote, argued with civility and asserting that his death was, quote, a significant loss for those who believe engagement can help bridge disagreements. The mentions of debate and engagement are references to Kirk's campus tours, during which he visited various colleges to take on whoever come may. That this aspect of Kirk's work would be so attractive to writers and politicians is understandable. There is, after all, a pervasive worry among the political class that college students, ensconced in their own bubbles, could use a bit of shock therapy from a man unconcerned with preferred pronouns, trigger warnings, and the humanity of Palestinians. But it also shows how the political class's obsession with universities blinds it to everything else, and the everything else of Kirk's politics amounted to little more than a loathing of those whose mere existence provoked his ire. This boy is preaching already. Second paragraph in, and this black man is preaching. Like I said, not every prophet stands in a pulpit, because this is exactly and precisely what's going on. Now, I don't want to read the entire article because I think that you should go over and read it, and out of respect for Ta-Nehisi's work, as well as Vanity Fair's publication, I'm not just going to, show you the whole article and read it for you. But I just have to say the precision with which this brother Coates, has eviscerated this technique that's being used by Ezra Klein and others, particularly Ezra Klein. And what they had to do is to completely erase the words and the language that was being used by Charlie Kirk and the harm that was being done to so many other people. Now, a lot of people have said exactly this, but I haven't seen anyone else compare and so precisely contrast what's being done in real time on behalf of Charlie Kirk to what was done with the Confederacy. And then when you pause and think about it, you realize that's not just what they did with Charlie Kirk and the Confederacy. This is what white supremacy does throughout the entirety of history. It always erases and sanitizes the memory of its heroes. And it also shows that there is a unification that exists, because we're not talking about conservative writers. We're talking about liberal writers. We're talking about Ezra Klein of the New York Times, who has written profusely against Donald Trump. We're talking about California Governor Gavin Newsom, who has made a spectacle of mocking Donald Trump. And here they are facilitating the same function that many people in the Union facilitated with the rehabilitation of the Confederacy through the acceptance and participation in the lost cause. Brother Coates, let me tell you something, man. You make me want to preach. Good God Almighty. Because when we pause and think about it, black people and everybody else, I know I have a very, very diverse audience. I love all of you. But when we pause and think about it, black folks, isn't this just what they do? And even worse, they invert this practice when it comes to us. When Dr. King died, did anybody he didn't need sanitization, right? But see, look at the inversion. Look at the inversion game. What do? They take someone who has done good and they invert the narrative when they are alive. And then they double down on that narrative when they die or when they are assassinated. And then that becomes the banner that they lift throughout the entirety of American history. Let me make that plain. Just before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, he had made a personal commitment to vilifying the reputation and the legacy of Dr. King. It is a necessary function in American society to venerate, and watch this, here's the crazy part about it. We're talking about in terms of the Confederacy. And hell, it's a direct connection, because consider Charlie Kirk sponsored 80 buses to January 6th. So it's not just, it's not even a loose comparison. It's almost a one-to-one comparison. You had the Confederacy against which they waged civil war. Yes, that's a big difference. But the entire purpose was to undermine democracy on behalf of an ideology that itself is not compatible with democratic order. That itself is not compatible with democracy. What's that? The slave empire of the Confederacy, not compatible with democracy. And so they attempted to overthrow democracy. What did Charlie Kirk do along with all of the rest of MAGA? They insisted on ignoring the reality of their loss in 2020. And so they all sponsored January 6th. And we get what we got on January 6th because their ideology and their belief system is incompatible with democracy. Black man, thank you for this, because this really just kind of unravels and reveals. It reveals the reality of what this nation does every single time. And it's not just conservatives. It's not just quote unquote white supremacists, but it is quote unquote white folk who ally with white supremacy. They have no problem. Let me refine my language there a little bit better, because it's really just two sides of white supremacy. It's white supremacy that tries to use democracy as its governing principle. And then it's white supremacy that doesn't give a damn about democracy. They will overthrow it any opportunity that they get. But when you see the revisionist history, the romanticization of bigotry, of treason, when you see that, you see it coming from people who swear they love the liberal democratic order. But here they are sanitizing people who tried twice in American history, during the Civil War and the Reconstruction. And now after January 6th, we have people who are just kind of coddling the same white supremacist spirit that was here in this nation. Jason Johnson from MSNBC, I remember he said it on our show way years ago. I mean, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I was talking to that brother, and he said this started in the enshrinement in the Constitution. This division, this irreconciled division between the hope for democracy and its penchant for authoritarianism has been the poison seed of American democracy in this republic since 1776. And it's because you have a brotherhood. I don't want to call it an allyship because they are brothers. And unless a white person explicitly rejects, do you hear me? Unless you explicitly reject the white supremacist power structure, the racial capitalist power structure in this country, you are going to find yourself like Ezra Klein, eulogizing, putting beautiful flowery words to the memory and the legacy of Charlie Kirk, but erasing the entirety of his harmful work. If you read Coates really closely, he's showing you the pattern. And here it is. I'm going to put it on your screen. It's the absolution playbook. The absolution playbook. How do they do it? Number one, they spotlight civility. They fixate on debate and engagement and the right way, not the record. So they shift the spotlight from what the person actually did and they go to their civility politics. Civility politics is like the opiate of the masses of liberalism. Oh, can't we all just get along? No, because most of white supremacy's history has been one of wanting to kill us. Number two, downgrade harms. They recast bigotry as mere views. Brother Coates said that this was open bigotry. This wasn't mere views. This wasn't just a difference of opinion. This was active, violent rhetoric that not only harmed people emotionally, but it was policies backed up by the full force of its Turning Point USA institution that had an annual budget of $140 million in order to do two things: to change an entire generation from having an inclusive mindset to being one where now college campuses are just cesspools of white supremacy. But that was just in college campuses. It went so much further. Charlie Kirk was a political operative that was able to get policies passed all around the country. And so by downgrading the harms, they were able to recast this bigotry that was active and a force in American political structures into just mere disagreement on the views. Number three, rebrand coercion, right? And what does this mean? That means that they would wrap calls. This is what Ezra Klein and everyone who's sanitizing Charlie Kirk's memory, what they did was they would wrap calls for force in concepts of the Second Amendment right. What do we mean specifically by that? That means if you take someone who has an active verbalized threat against you, and so long as they do it under the guise of the Second Amendment, then it's no longer portrayed publicly as a threat. It's captured and it is represented as being nothing more than Second Amendment rights. And who does that leave vulnerable? The very people who were targeted by Charlie Kirk and the rest of his get along gang. Number four, Coates is teaching us that how they absolve these figures, not only the Confederacy, but they also absolve Charlie Kirk in real time, is they make the blame ambient, right? He says that they treat political violence as a virus so that authorship blurs. What does this mean? This means that it decontextualizes the political violence that happens every single day in this country and has happened consistently across the centuries, and it severs it from its root and says that it's all so bad. It's all it's a virus. Okay, that's cute, but you know what it also is? A direct extension of white supremacy and racial capitalism. And we can identify the purveyors of that violence as evidenced by the very study that the United States just erased from its database that demonstrated that white supremacist and conservative ideologies were the leading purveyors of violence in this country. So has it always been across this globe. The greatest violence, political violence that has ever been experienced on this planet has come from white supremacist, conservative, right-wing ideologies that is insistent on preserving their political and economic hegemony and control over the entirety of the human race. And Ezra Klein knows that. He's smart enough to know that, but he has to write so beautifully and flowery and to give a flattering eulogy to Charlie Kirk so that he can get a pat. Ezra Klein can get a pat on the back from all of the liberal elites that think that, we can all just get along and, this is just a mere difference of opinion. The irony of this is, if you think about the fall of the Weimar Republic and the rise of Nazism in Germany, you would realize that it is the Ezra Kleins and the Gavin Newsoms and the rest of the liberal elite types that ultimately got just as much as everybody else. While they are coddling the fascism of MAGA in this particular moment by sanitizing the memory of Charlie Kirk, what are they doing? They are honestly creating and paving the pathway for the exact type of violence to be used against them from MAGA, because MAGA's not making a distinction between Ezra Klein and Gavin Newsom just because they are saying, he was a good guy and this was a bad thing that happened to him because all he had was a difference of opinion. You think MAGA cares? It reminds me of Cenk Uygur of TYT when he put out the video last week and he was like, this is so horrible. This is so horrible. Why would you do this? Why? Now, he was a good guy and it was just a difference of opinion. And he put out this real impassioned plea. And you know what MAGA said to him? You're just trying to save your own ass, Cenk. That's what they said in the replies. They said, we're not trying to hear you, Cenk Uygur. We're not trying to hear what you have to say. We're coming for you too. When you try to coddle white supremacy, it comes to get you. Even if it comes to get you last, it still comes to get you. And so number 4, making the blame ambient, that's a dumb move. If you don't make the blame of the truth, if you don't root the blame of violence in the truth, which is what? That it stems from the desire and the obsession with maintaining power at all costs by a small group of people who have demonstrated the capacity to be the most violent creatures in the history of the planet. If you don't expose that root, it simply comes to get you last. Ezra Klein and Gavin Newsom and Cenk Uygur, even though they probably come get Cenk before they come and get Gavin Newsom for reasons of obvious reasons. I digress. And number 5, omit the text. This is what my brother Coates, this is what he outlined. He said, I need you to see this pattern. I need you to see this pattern. Even any time they try to absolve someone of the evil that they did when they were living. Number 1, they spotlight civility. Number 2, they downgrade the harms. Number 3, they rebrand coercion. Number 4, they make blame ambient. And number 5, they omit the text. And this is what he directly said Ezra Klein did. When you go read this article, you're going to notice that he says this about Ezra Klein. Ezra Klein said all of these flowery words about Charlie Kirk. But you know what Ezra Klein couldn't do? Quote Charlie Kirk not a single time. Why? Because the facts, the truth, is in every word that this man said and everything that he stood for. I'm not going to go down the list. Everybody is going down the list of all the things that Charlie Kirk said that were evil. Good. Keep doing it. But Ezra Klein having to decontextualize the truth of what this man said in his eulogy that he wrote in the New York Times really reveals the fact that he is performing the same service of absolution for Charlie Kirk that the United States allowed to take place in the absolution of the Confederacy and the romanticization of the lost cause. Number 5, omit the text. You build the legend without quoting Kirk. Persona replaces the record. Folks, like I said, not all prophets, not all preachers stand in the pulpit. But this good brother, Ta-Nehisi Coates, he has really nailed. I mean, when has this brother not nailed it? I think I might see a writing from this brother once a year, once every 2 years sometimes. And every time he steps out from behind the silence of his absence, he nails it. Charlie Kirk redeemed. A political class finds its lost cause. By ignoring the rhetoric and actions of the Turning Point USA founder, pundits and politicians are sanitizing his legacy. Be sure to share, like, and subscribe to this channel as we continue to do our part in the fight against this scourge that has besieged this planet. Let me give you one more thing. It has besieged this planet since before Jesus was born. I need you to really think about that. The Roman Empire, and before them, the Greeks. This European economic extraction exploit of colonization. We have been dealing with this scourge since before Jesus was born, and we've got to do something about it.
Mr. Kirk said for years that sometimes in schools there has to be some live sacrifice to protect the Second Amendment. Got to be careful of the positions you take, because they might just come back and take you. I am not applauding his death. That boy should not have died. But the Bible says, if you live by the sword,
I need to share with you another preacher who has spoken nothing but the absolute truth regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. But I also want to contextualize it that I'm getting all of these clips from MAGA, from right-wing organizations on social media who are sharing these clips as though they are an example of something wrong being said. I want you to watch the clip, listen to the clip, and we'll discuss it on the other side.
now I know that we all got caught up on one death, but I want to be clear that Kirk was not the only one that died last week. His black body's being killed all across the country every week. And we ain't making it a major news story. I think we need to be careful that we don't think just because white on white crime happened that it's more important than when other crimes happen as well. Okay, I'm just saying. And let's keep going. Last week in Denver was the 47th school shooting this year. And we got to be careful and we don't lose our song and get so comfortable with the hell that's raging in our streets. We still got to be conscious that there's some things happening in this world that are trying to rob us of our song. I really despise the way that Kirk was killed last week. I despise the way he was killed. Shouldn't have gone down like that. But political violence ain't nothing new to this nation. Now, let's be clear. Let's be clear. They killed our ancestors over political violence. That was political violence right there. Knees on necks, that's political violence right there. Shooting you down for having some Skittles and a drink, that's political violence right there. Let's be clear, this ain't new. This ain't new. And I want them to be just as concerned about Kirk, and be just as concerned about Trayvon as they were about Kirk. And just as concerned about my brother that just got shot last night as they were about the brother that got shot a couple days ago. And while I'm on that, can I go a little farther? You and I need to be very careful. All of us need to be careful of the public positions that we take. Be very careful. Mr. Kirk said for years that sometimes there in schools there has to be some lives sacrificed to protect the Second Amendment. I'm not making it up. Some lives have to be taken to protect the Second Amendment. Got to be careful of the positions you take, because they might just come back and take you. I am not applauding his death. That boy should not have died. His children got to be raised without a father. His wife has to deal with living without her husband. It should not have gone down like that. But the Bible says if you live by the sword, be careful of your public positions, because the Bible says you will reap what you sow.
Now, folks, tell me, where is a single lie? This is Marcus D. Cosby of Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church. And I gotta ask again, where is the lie? The Bible does say, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And you do have to be careful what you speak, especially if you're a Christian. You believe that the power of life and death is in the tongue, that you speak things into existence. And Charlie Kirk most certainly made it clear that he thought that it was a prudent, that was his exact words. Listen to him say, it is a prudent deal for there to be a sacrifice of a certain number of lives each year in order to protect the Second Amendment.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal.
Now, where did Dr. Cosby lie? This is a clean and pure exegesis of the text, an application to current events. And MAGA simply does not like it because they are so accustomed to hearing the false prophets of Christian nationalism coddle their white supremacy, preach nationalism, preach bigotry, use the word. They're so used to Christian nationalist pastors using the word of God in order to undergird and to support, to give a religious veneer, a theological justification for their hatred, their cruelty, and their imperialism. And so when they actually hear men and women of God speak truth to power, even when it is inconvenient, they absolutely lose their minds.
Mr. Kirk said for years that sometimes there in schools there has to be some lives sacrificed to protect the Second Amendment. I'm not making it up. Some lives have to be taken to protect the Second Amendment. Got to be careful of the positions you take, because they might just come back and take you. I am not applauding his death. That boy should not have died. His children got to be raised without a father. His wife has to deal with living without her husband. It should not have gone down like that. But the Bible says if you live by the sword,
we have to be careful of what we say. And yes, if you live by the principle, I'll put the scripture. Matter of fact, let me read the scriptures for you. Matthew 26:52. Then Jesus said to him, put your sword back into its place, for all who take the sword will perish by the sword.
If you
live by the sword, you die by the sword. Here's the other one, Galatians chapter 6, verse 7 and 8. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap. For the one who sows to his own flesh will from the flesh reap corruption, but the one who sows into the Spirit will from the Spirit reap eternal life.
Because the Bible says you will reap
what you sow. Again, this is a universal principle, folks. For every action, for everything that we do, there is a return. There is blowback, and it could be there's feedback. It could be positive feedback. It could be negative feedback, but it depends on what we are saying. It depends on what we are doing. And Charlie Kirk absolutely put those seeds into the atmosphere. He planted those seeds in the ground.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal.
And no matter what you believe, again, no matter whether you believe in God or whether or not I think we all believe, I believe we all can see the unifying principle. You may call it karma. We just simply call it reap what you sow. I want to say that we absolutely need to protect these pastors. I've been sharing some of them over the last few days, and I'm going to share more. But again, I want to let you know that I'm getting these clips from the right-wing social media apparatus that is MAGA. They're sharing these clips as a way of targeting these preachers to try to cancel them or to intimidate them because they don't like what these preachers are saying. Oh, but the devil is a liar. No weapon formed against these men and women of God shall prosper. And they're speaking truth to power. And whether you believe in God or not, I don't know. I have such a diverse audience. You may not believe in God, and that's perfectly fine, but you can hear the truth in the scriptures that they're using. When you are willing, like Charlie Kirk, to sacrifice a certain number of lives in order to protect gun rights, it is only fitting that you become one of those sacrifices. I would never get in public and say something like that Charlie Kirk said. Out of sheer respect for the reap what you sow principle, the seed time and harvest principle, what you speak into the atmosphere principle. We're teaching our kids right now, be careful what you say. Be careful what comes out of your mouth. We begin to shape the world around us. We begin to create our reality because of what we say. And if it's in no other way, perhaps you don't believe it in the spiritual metaphysical sense, but just simply in the way that what we say shapes what we do. And what we do shapes our reality. If you just follow that simple principle, you can sever it from any type of spirituality and see that the things that we say are the things that we convince ourselves of, and then that's how we begin to enact and behave. Now, it is only fitting that what you say comes back on you. You would call it karma. Those of you who don't believe in God, you simply would call it karma. And that's exactly what it is. It's a balancing principle in the universe. For every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. So for everything that you do and everything that you say, there is blowback. So again, shout out to all of these preachers who are speaking truth to power, no matter how much right-wing media, Breitbart News, all these social media platforms that are trying to intimidate them. I do recommend, and if any of you attend these churches, I know that they are wise and I know that they are upping their own security, right? But we want to make sure that everyone has the mindset to protect yourselves. Even in these sanctuaries, we all remember what that devil Dylan Roof did to Mother Emanuel A. and me. And so it is not beyond white supremacy to try to harm Christians, even though they call themselves Christians. And so if you attend any of these churches, I want to suggest to you that you make sure that you stay on your toes. You keep your head on a swivel, always look around, keep your eyes open, and coordinate. Speak to the leadership, speak to the security teams at these churches to ensure that you all have enhanced security. enhance your security. What do I mean? Well, at some of these smaller churches, I went to preach at a church, and everybody, just about everybody in that church was armed. It was it was a small church, but the sound man was armed. The deacons were armed. The mother of the church was armed. The first lady was armed. There was out of about 50 people in that church, at least 9 of them were armed. And they go to the shooting range together on a regular basis. So I do recommend that these churches harden their security measures, because they are being targeted on social media. And while I'm praising God for these clips, there's a big segment of American white supremacy that is looking at these clips, and they are infuriated because anytime you speak truth to power,
don't talk to us about celebrating the death of people when you have been celebrating the death of Palestinians, laughing about it, mocking it. You have no moral high ground, MAGA.
Have you thought about the fact that this week in Utah, a white Christian got killed by a white Christian? And then the next day, HBCUs were under threat. Now, how'd we get in it?
That was the voice of Dr. Freddie Haynes III, pastor of Friendship West in Houston, Texas. We're going to get into all of what he said, but isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that when white-on-white violence occurs, white people turn their rage towards black people? We didn't have anything to do with that person killing Charlie Kirk. And yet here we are, the recipients of that backlash, of their desire for revenge and reciprocity. And isn't that just like America? Now, this clip from Dr. Haynes is a little bit long. It's like 5 minutes long. So if you don't mind, I'm going to play a portion and respond to what he says, because what he says is so rich that we have to dig deep into it. Listen in.
Get your theology together, because the sad thing is we live in a nation where twisted, toxic theology is poisoning the politics of this nation. Have you thought about the fact that this week in Utah, a white Christian got killed by a white Christian? And then the next day, HBCUs were under threat. Now, how'd we get in it? I mean, that's called white on white crime. You came the wrong Sunday if you thought I'm sorry, I see y'all are real sophisticated and you look really good. I hope they warned you about me, okay? Because on this Sunday, we gonna keep it 100. On this Sunday, we gonna tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And so here they are. Here they are. In Utah. It's more of us in church than in Utah. We ain't got nothing to do with what they just did.
Seriously, folks, we have black folks in particular, and I will extend that even further. Tyler Robinson is responsible for Tyler Robinson. And if there are any conspirators, co-conspirators, they are the ones that are responsible for it. Republicans are trying to move this into collective punishment for something an individual has done. Now, I want you to think about this logically, both as it applies to the black community as well as to the broader progressive, leftist, liberal, Democrat, anybody who's not MAGA, essentially, even never Trumpers. If you slow down and think about what they're trying to do, they are trying to ensure that any single thing done by anybody against any of them in this country of 330 million people, everybody who is not them has to pay the price. Can I say that again? MAGA
Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance, and all the rest of them are trying to ensure that anything done by anybody in this country of 330 million people against MAGA will trigger collective punishment, which is a war crime in terms of war, but it is also immoral and illogical, but it is absolutely what they want to do. They want to be able to penalize and punish people who had nothing to do with it simply because, well, that's what they want to do anyway. They're not just so angry about the murder of Charlie Kirk. They want to harm us anyway. They want to constrict our rights, our freedoms, our ability to vote, our ability to be free. And even some are calling for our lives to be taken, calling for public executions.
We took the same oath to defend our country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. These leftists are our enemies. Give or take 3 years left. If you call for a civil war, the conservative veterans in this country will take our country back from the evil left. We use words, they use bullets. Mr. President, I implore you, call for a civil war. Call for a civil war and let us do our thing. Let us go door to door, street by street, and clean this country.
Murdered. So here's my message to the President of the United States. I'm not going to say that I speak for everybody else or anybody else. But as a taxpaying citizen of this country who has spent years being attacked by the vile left, we want true justice. So give us the green light or handle it yourself with the military. Each and every one of them. All of them. We want public executions because you see it hasn't been freedom for all in this country over the last 5+ years.
They want to harm us anyway. They want to constrict our rights, our freedoms, our ability to vote, our ability to be free. And even some are calling for our lives to be taken, calling for public executions. Let's listen to more from Dr. Freddie Haynes III.
A white Christian gets killed, murdered, not assassinated. We're going to tell the whole truth today. Martin King got assassinated. Malcolm X got assassinated. Medgar X got assassinated. Don't compare Kirk to King. Ain't no such comparison now.
No, there is no comparison of Charlie Kirk to Dr. King. That's for sure. In fact, Charlie Kirk despised Dr. King. And later in his life, he made it his life's purpose to dethrone Dr. King from his hallowed position in the moral pantheon, not only of the United States of America, but across the globe.
We note in our piece that Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk's self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. As we note in the piece, Kirk has previously described Kirk as a hero and a civil rights icon. It's true. I used to be wrong. What inspired Kirk to shift his view on MLK? Why does Kirk think that MLK is a bad guy? When Kirk says that MLK says, quote, one good thing he didn't believe, what does he mean by that? Why does Kirk believe passing the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? Now, again, apparently they don't listen to the show because we do that at least once a week, right? Once a week we talk about why the Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
In the moral pantheon, not only of the United States of America, but across the globe, that is the position that Dr. King's assassination placed him. Not only his assassination, let me correct myself, Dr. King's life's work. Dr. King received the Nobel Peace Prize during his lifetime because he worked for peace. Charlie Kirk worked to divide this nation along the lines of them versus us, powerful versus powerless. And so there is no comparison between Charlie Kirk and Dr. King, that is for sure. But if you would allow me to disagree with my esteemed colleague in the faith, Dr. Freddie Haynes III, and with many of you who have already left comments who don't like that we call it an assassination. But by the definition, the glossary term of assassination, it is the killing, the sudden killing or planned killing of a political figure for political reasons. That's an assassination.
And I understand that a lot of people don't want to apply that to it because the word and the term itself, assassination, gives a veneer of legitimacy or validation or martyrdom. But that's not necessarily required. The word itself is a structural word. It captures an act, a political act of violence. It does not itself. See, what it is we're so used to the good people in our country and on our planet being assassinated. I think that's what it is. Ultimately, we are so used to the quote unquote good people being assassinated that we have only ever associated it with the deaths of actually good people fighting for good causes. That was not Charlie Kirk, and that's why so many people do not want to apply that word to Charlie Kirk. But it was an assassination by the definitional sense of the word, a politically targeted killing of a public figure. But unlike the assassinations of Gandhi or Dr. King or Malcolm X, it does not canonize Charlie Kirk's cause with martyrdom. It doesn't sanctify him, or it does not give him historical legitimacy. It just simply marks the violence of the act, and it does not retroactively sanctify his life. As the preacher said, how you die does not redeem how you live.
Let me hasten to say, I'm anti-political violence. Kirk should still be alive. I don't agree with the time with anything Kirk said. What Kirk said was dangerous. What Kirk said was racist, rooted in white supremacy, nasty, and hate-filled. But he still should be alive. He still should be playing with his kids. He still should be experiencing the love with his wife. He still should be experiencing life as he saw it. I don't want anybody, please hear me well, anybody to be victimized by political violence, but I'm going to keep it a buck.
Yeah, that part. And we must be able to hold that dichotomy. Again, I'm not going to moralize or grandstand or lecture people who have been celebrating. I said in my last video, and I mean it, your morality is your choice. As for me and my house, we would never celebrate the assassination or the murder of anyone. Not just out of a sense of morality. The thing I will say again that I said in the last video, as a matter of strategy, when you're dealing with people who are rabidly desirous of harm, it's like October 7th. One of my biggest issues was that whoever planned October 7th from the Hamas equation literally handed into the hands of the most evil regime on the face of the planet the moral high ground that they needed to kill almost 700,000 people as of the last count. And when you consider how Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance have made it clear, we'll play some of their clips. I'll do another video. It'll be in this episode. They've made it clear, and along with most of MAGA on social media, they have made it clear that they want to punish everybody. Now, we understand that they are going to try to do that anyway. But I would simply advise everyone on our side of the equation, it's too late now. It's already done. The die is cast, but never put into the hands of your rivals the moral high ground, either through political violence or through the celebration of political violence. We can do both. We can simultaneously say Charlie Kirk should still be alive, abhor the violence, but Charlie Kirk was not a good man.
Because one of the things that gets me, and we got some politicians in here, I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to come for you if you ever say this. If you ever say, America, we better than this. You lying. You lying. We ain't better than this. America was born in political violence. America committed political violence during the slave trade. America committed political violence when black bodies hung as strange fruit on southern trees. America committed political violence against the Irish, against the Italians before they became white. America committed political violence when America passed Jim and Jane Crow laws. What do you think political violence was? Political violence when they bombed and massacred Black Wall Street, when they massacred Rosewood, when they massacred whites and blacks in Wilmington, North Carolina. Well, what do you think political violence is? Martin being killed, that's political violence. John Kennedy being killed, political violence. Robert Kennedy being killed, political violence. And you gonna say we better than this? No, you can't fix what you won't face until you look in the mirror and say this is a violent country that has done violence to too many people. We will never get our act together. It's time to repent, because if my people called by my name humble themselves and pray, turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and heal the land.
Woo! You preaching?
Come on, we better than this. No, we ain't. We ain't better than this. We ain't better than this. But to get better, you got to acknowledge what's wrong.
Okay. Well then. Even when Benjamin isn't here in person, I'm still getting hype. Oh man. That was a good video. My dude, Benjamin Dixon, putting out the real stuff. What's happening, Emily? What's up, Sarah? What's going on, guys? What's up, everybody over on my channel as well? What's going on, Mike? What's going on, Swifty? How's everybody doing tonight? We got a bit to talk about. And this one's actually a bit personal for me. And, you know, as always, we tend to follow each other's shows with like content. I've said before, you know, there's a lot going on in this country right now that's happening while Charlie Kirk, all the talk about is the suspect and all the talk about his political assassination, all that stuff happened. Still a lot going on. And, you know, personally, for me, when I first started doing YouTube content, and I wasn't a very political person. It was about 4 years ago. I think 3 years ago I started doing the channel. And I used to watch videos of Trump supporters being interviewed by Jordan Klepper. And my whole content was surrounded around the fact that I wasn't a fan of any politicians. And I thought it's just crazy to watch these people say this insane stuff about, you know, robots and vaccines and rings under pizza places and just like, and if you go and look at my older content, I'm sure you'll see it. You'll see that like my evolution as I become a little more educated in politics as I go. But for the most part, it's always been the same. And that is that I think it's really important to fight back against authoritarianism, against tyranny, against mass psychosis by making fun of it. There's an Aldous Huxley, or I'm sorry, not Aldous Huxley, George Orwell quote that's going around right now that says, I believe it's something like every tiny joke is, or every joke is a tiny revolution. And as you guys can tell, you know, big fan of 1984, big fan of Brave New World, big fan of Fahrenheit 451, and all of that, prophetic dystopian literature that has been trying to warn us about the types of things that we're currently going through now. And something that's pretty prevalent in almost all of these, even Brave New World. In many ways, Brave New World is a much different take on dystopian society, dystopia through, gratification and reward, and, taking away creativity and many of the things that make us human. But all of it has the same thing in common, and that is, to control a populace, you have to control the people that are speaking to the populace. And currently what this administration is doing, and it's just like we've seen multiple times over and over again, Donald Trump says Colbert should be gone. Then Colbert doesn't get renewed, and people say, well, maybe that's not so much Donald Trump, because, Colbert was going to be, he's not making any money. His show was not making money. Everybody kind of looks around at each other and goes, well, maybe that's what it was. That sounds like it could be true. And then Donald Trump says, you know what? I don't like that CBS said this about me. And then all of a sudden, CBS gives Donald Trump a bunch of money, and CBS decides that it's not going to report on a bunch of stuff. And then Donald Trump says, maybe Jimmy Kimmel will be next. Maybe even Fallon. And everybody goes, he's just joking. He can't do that. And then what happened? Jimmy Kimmel has now been suspended. Jimmy Kimmel's show is not being aired. Not because Jimmy Kimmel made some kind of crazy statement about, euthanizing homeless people. No, just because he said that the shooter was a lot like the people that he shot. He didn't make a crazy statement. He didn't make a call to violence. He didn't even make a joke that crossed a line into dark humor. He literally just said, hate breeds hate, and that there's consequences for that. And now Jimmy Kimmel is suspended. This is dear to my heart because I think about what I do as being probably the softest way that you can do this. To sit up here, to make jokes, to mock absurdity, to say you shouldn't want to be a part of this because this is the death of intellectualism. This is the death of etiquette in our society. In the hopes that people will hear that and laugh and at the same time say, you know what? It's kind of true. And to see Jimmy Kimmel, I'm not even a fan. I'm not a guy that watches Jimmy Kimmel. I don't watch Stephen Colbert. I'm more of a John Oliver guy. But it's ironic. It's hyper ironic that a person that literally tweeted and talked about free speech, even hate speech, needing to be legal, is now being used by the Trump administration to silence people. And don't get me wrong. I don't think that Donald Trump is silencing people because he liked Charlie Kirk. I think he liked what Charlie Kirk did for him. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that Donald Trump is silencing people out of respect for Charlie Kirk. I think that Donald Trump is silencing people because he now has the ability to do so, because much like what Benjamin Dixon just said, he's been awarded the high ground. And because of that now, you have, before I got on here, I was watching some of the Unfuck America debates that are going on. And there's a Republican gentleman debating one of the Unfuck America people. And he said, I just want this country to come together. And the response was something along the lines of, well, the left has been making the attempt to come together for a long time. And he goes, no, they haven't. He goes, okay. Well, go ahead and tell me one time in the past 4 years that somebody on the left has said something and hasn't faced repercussions from the people on the left. And of course, the guy couldn't say anything. He goes, but I can tell you right now that there are literal people in office, the leaders, the president of the United States, that are either calling for political violence or inferring that political violence is okay, or calling for civil war, and not with jokes, not to be funny. And it's disturbing. It's sad to watch, and it's something that has driven me nuts about the left for the entire time that I've done politics. And I don't want people to get this wrong, because I also love this about the left. And that is, when somebody on the left says something that's out of pocket, generally the people around them turn to them and say, hey, don't do that. In fact, oftentimes, they are so caught up in the emotion of wanting to not give that moral high ground to the other person that they'll even virtue signal and say, he's not like us. They're not like us. Don't judge us based off of their actions. And that's just not something you'll ever see on the right. When Kilmade came out and said they should euthanize homeless people, he came out and apologized, and they moved on with their day. When Jimmy Kimmel says that the Charlie Kirk murder was just like MAGA, it doesn't matter if he apologizes or not. He's done. Because that's two things. That is both what MAGA does, what the right wing does to the left by calling out their flaws, their fractures, and it's also what the left does to the left. And it's really sad, because this is one of the few places that I think that me and some people in MAGA actually agreed. And that is, you should be able to make jokes. I do think you can make jokes about pretty much anybody. I think you can make jokes about black people, white people, Mexicans, Latinos, straight people, trans people. They just have to be funny. They can't be just to be hateful. They can't be just to be mean. They have to be funny. And I do think that at one point or another, because I lean left and I criticize the left as well, that there were times where people definitely over-exaggerated whether or not a joke was mean or hateful. And now we've gotten to this place in society where it turns out comedy might actually end up being illegal. Which is fucking hilarious, considering that like a month ago, a K-hold up fucking Elon Musk with a pair of glasses inside, sunglasses inside, wearing fucking dark meme fucking MAGA merchandise with a chainsaw, loudly exclaimed on stage, "It's like legalized comedy." Who would have thought we would have been here? So, I want to talk about a couple things. Because this is just silencing comedians. This is just silencing the media. This is just a setup for Donald Trump, just like what happened when pickleballs got beat up, okay, by the 15-year-old girl. It's just an opportunity to Donald Trump to consolidate more power, to take away more freedom of speech. And here I'll say this, I'll be completely fucking fair. I have seen people on the right showing that they are concerned about Donald Trump taking away freedom of speech. And you know why? Because they're afraid they're next. And they should be. Excuse me. Sparkling water. And they should be. Because they are next. Because that's how dictatorships work. They don't stop with the people they don't like. They also stop with the people that annoy them. Or they don't stop with people that they don't like. They also go after the people that annoy them. So I wanted to start actually by talking about a little bit of the fallout from this. And that is that now a person that Donald Trump had talked about, Jimmy Fallon, has now abruptly dropped out of an event following Kimmel's suspension. So this is the other guy that Donald Trump has said, like, I want him gone too. This is another person that Donald Trump would love to see gone. Jimmy Fallon has pulled out of a festival shortly before he was set to make a public appearance, organizers confirmed. The NBC late-night host was expected to appear on a New York conference panel at the Fast Company Innovation Festival on Thursday morning. However, organizers emailed attendees just 30 minutes before the event was set to start to inform them that Fallon had pulled out. There's a joke to be made there. There is a joke to be made there. You guys make it. Unfortunately, Jimmy Fallon is no longer able to attend today's session, the festival said in a statement. Why it matters. The move comes just hours after ABC announced that it was suspending Jimmy Kimmel's show in the wake of his comments about Charlie Kirk. Kirk, a conservative political activist and co-founder of Turning Point USA, was fatally shot on September 10th while speaking at a Utah Valley University. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. That's what Kimmel said. Show me the lie. Show me the lie. Like, there is a real legit thing that we should be talking about right here. And it's not whether or not the shooter was left or right. I'm going to make everybody mad. It's about whether or not we have failed young people. It's about whether as parents we are spending way too much time bitching and complaining and fighting online and being on social media and not enough time paying attention to what our young people are doing. It's about how we failed them by showing disinterest in the things that they like and by failing to give them any hope by allowing things like climate change to go undealt with, the economy to go undealt with, to further push ourselves more and more into an atmosphere that is dominated by polarization and by the monetization of the media and everything about our lives. There is something that we could all be talking about when it comes to the person who took Charlie Kirk's life, and we could all be agreeing on. And the same thing goes with Thomas Crooks, the man who shot at Donald Trump and grazed his ear. There are some very real similarities in that those young men seem to have been disillusioned, to have become nihilistic, because there's no hope for young people, because there's no chance for them to buy homes, there's no job market for them to get careers, there's no parents for them to listen to learn from, and to feel loved by. And sometimes, in some cases, that's not all the parents' fault. Because in this society, to even stay ahead, just to be able to pay your rent, pay your utilities, and put food on the table, the mother has to work 40 hours a week, the father has to work 40 hours a week, and then they have to monetize their hobbies just to be able to pay the rent. And that's no excuse, by the way. If you're a parent and that's your excuse, I'm telling you right now, pay attention to your children. Help your children. Love your children. Lead your children. Because the last thing you want to do is find out that they're on the news for taking somebody's life, even if it was somebody you didn't like. That's something that we all could be talking about right now. But instead, we're watching Jimmy Kimmel get suspended for the lightest amount of criticism that I have ever heard in my entire goddamn life. Tyler Robinson, 22, was taken into custody in connection with a killing. Utah Governor Spencer Cox, who's a fucking biased piece of human garbage, said Robinson's political ideology was very different from that of his conservative family during a Meet the Press appearance on Sunday. Oh, you don't say. Oh, you don't say. There clearly was a leftist ideology with this assassin, Cox said, which, once again, there is no clear evidence of anything. At this point, I watch Republican media as well. There are tons of conservatives right now that are like, this shit looks like it's fake. There are tons of conservatives right now that are saying things like, I'm not sure that's the dude who did it. Those messages look like they're fake. There ain't no 22-year-old that talks like that. Right now, the chance that there's any real solid evidence as to anything to do with this young man is probably about 10 to 15%, because even the fucking conservatives are going, There seems like there's something sus about this. And they're right. And that could be as simple as the fact that many in the media right now don't know what the fuck they're talking about and are literally reporting off of Facebook memes. This is the problem. And this is why you're not going to heal this divide by silencing people like Jimmy Kimmel. Because if there's anybody out there that's doing this with the soft touch, with the ability to reach across to other people and say, can't we just find the funny? Can't we find the humor in this? It is people like Jimmy Kimmel. And like I said, I'm no stan. I don't watch the guy shit all the time. I'm just saying it's wrong. Kimmel also played a clip of President Donald Trump being asked how he had been holding up since the killing, to which Trump responds, I think very good, before beginning to talk about his plans for the new White House ballroom. And I'm sure you guys have all seen that clip. Because Donald Trump don't care about Charlie Kirk. Never did. He was probably fucking happy to hear that the dude got silenced, because the dude literally, 2 days before that said that, yeah, maybe we should just release the Epstein files so people can see him. I'm sure Donald Trump is a lot less sad about this than all of the people out there getting people fired over this shit. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, Kimmel said. And ain't that the goddamn truth? Fallon had been scheduled to appear at Thursday's event for a panel called Staying on Brand, a nod to the talk show host's new unscripted reality series On Brand. Fallon hosts The Tonight Show, which remains on the air following the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel Live and the cancellation of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. In an interview with conservative podcaster Benny Johnson on Wednesday, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr, a Trump ally and appointee, called Kimmel's comments some of the sickest conduct possible. The victimhood is just through the roof right now. The idea that you're literally watching these people take what is a tragedy. I'm no fan of Charlie Kirk's, but I will stand on the foundation that children don't deserve to grow up in a home where one of their parents had their life taken. Like I've said this before, a lot of times, I have friends that are willing to make fun of people's children. I have, known many people on YouTube that are willing to do it. But I draw my line at children. I'm not a person that's willing to go in on somebody because I dislike them I'm going to make fun of the children. It's just not my style. To each their own. What happened was bad, was wrong. Political violence is wrong. But what Jimmy Kimmel said, if you're trying to over-exaggerate that and turn it into something, there is nothing. That was the softest fucking joke I've ever heard in my life. And if that got to you, then you're incredibly thin-skinned and you're everything that you claim the left was. And that doesn't really surprise me because that's par for the course. Nexstar Media Group, the owner of several ABC affiliate stations, then announced it would stop airing the show for the foreseeable future over Kimmel's remarks. Nexstar is attempting to complete a merger with Tegna, which requires FCC approval. No way. Stephen Colbert announced in July that his show is being canceled and would end in May 2026. CBS said the show is being canceled for financial reasons. The announcement came after Colbert criticized Paramount over its $16 million settlement with Donald Trump. What has the Trump administration said about Jimmy Fallon? Trump referenced Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers in a Truth Social post on Wednesday following the suspension of Kimmel's show. Great news for Americans. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel show is canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel had zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert. If that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC, Trump wrote. This is what I'm saying. And this is why I think this is important. And this is why I wanted to talk about this. As I said, I want to talk about important things. I don't want to talk about bullshit. I don't want to talk about clickbait. I don't want to talk about what's hip, what's hot, what's hype. I want to talk about things that matter. And why this matters. Let me tell you why this matters. Because this is a thing that we have seen over and over and over again, where Donald Trump does something or says something, and people go, you're overreacting. And when I say people, I don't just mean conservatives. I also mean Democrats. I mean centrists. I mean independents. Oh, you're just overreacting. You're seeing, I thought they were the conspiracy theorists. Now you're a conspiracy theorist? This is a pattern. Donald Trump says things, he gets people to do things, and then people go, well, you know, you had the right to do it. Or even like I said, on the left, how many people said when Colbert got canceled, well, it was just a canceling of his contract. Well, his show was in the dumps. And I would give you that if that was just one time. But this is not new. We have seen these media organizations now capitulate to Trump over and over and over again. And oftentimes the common theme is that they're going through a merger. Or they're afraid that they're going to lose viewership. Because media is for money. Even alternative media is for money. I told you guys before, the reason I say what I say, and I don't care whether people like what I say or not, is because I don't get money from this. I don't make money off of YouTube. I have a job. And that job pays my bills. And the day that I find myself up here on this channel or on my channel saying things to people just to make money is the day I go get another job. Because that's not what I'm here for. It's what I hate about our society. It's what I hate about our media. And it's what we all used to agree on, was that the news media was full of shit, that they lied to us, that if it bleeds, it leads, and that's all that they care about is making the almighty dollar and being dishonest to people. The more that we see people silenced, the further it's going to go. And eventually, it's going to find itself at MAGA's doorstep. And eventually, you are going to see the very things that MAGA supporters used to warn me about Joe Biden. MAGA supporters used to tell me all the time, Joe Biden is going to take away our free speech. Look what's going on in the UK. They're arresting people over social media posts. That's what's about to happen. They were right, actually. Have to give it to them. They were correct. It's just, it wasn't Joe Biden. It was the guy that they were electing. And this is, once again, a very common theme. So, I wanted to watch this. I haven't watched it yet. But I did want to watch this with you guys because I wanted to see a perspective from outside of the United States. So, the LBC is a British channel. So, let's go ahead and get this guy up here. And this is James O'Brien, and this is his thoughts on this happening. And I wanted to hear him talk about this. And like I said, I haven't listened to it. I want to hear what he has to say on this. Like I just said, I listen. There's a guy, his name's Heavy Duty Country, and I could play you clips for this guy. And if you didn't know he was a Republican, if you didn't know his opinions on transgenders and other things, and you only heard what he had to say about the Palestine-Israel conflict, you guys could probably be friends. It wouldn't be a long relationship. It would be until you guys stop talking about Palestine-Israel, and then that shit would be over. But I like hearing opinions that disagree with mine, because I both want to be challenged on the things I believe, and I also want to know information as far as how other people think about things. Now, I believe that James O'Brien is a more liberal person, but I wanted to see something from outside of the country to see if how I feel about this is how others feel about this.
Charlie Kirk, upon whom I have had something of a crash course in recent days, set up an organisation or set up a scheme called Professor Watch. Professor Watch, which was literally designed to encourage students to report members of the faculty at their academic institutions for well, I don't know for what, for unacceptable opinions. And yet they have co-opted the idea, these people have co-opted the idea that they have their free speech being threatened at the moment. I don't know, I apologise for bringing this to your attention almost, but one of the most ludicrous human beings ever to draw breath, a chap called Sebastian Gorka, who you may have had the misfortune of coming...
Oh, no. You know what I put on that level too? Piers fucking Morgan. You want to know the guy that is probably the grossest fucking person on the internet right now? It's Piers Morgan. Because that dude is literally rage baiting an entire generation of human beings, and he is making it profitable. Like, I hate debate. I think it's disgusting because real debate, old school debate, was about trying to find a solution, the best solution to a conundrum. And what debate has been bastardized into because of capitalism, because of monetization, all you have to do is go watch one Piers Morgan episode. It is Jerry fucking Springer on steroids. It's disgusting, it's gross, and there's absolutely nothing that comes from it that's worth anything. But the Sebastian guy is definitely a close second.
He's even got a piece on the LBC website today claiming, making
Isn't
various
Sebastian
claims
British?
about the importance of free speech being protected. And yet Donald Trump's administration is trying to shut down free speech in universities, shut down free speech on the streets of the United States.
I wonder if he knows that Gorka was part of Trump's administration.
Of America, and now shut down free speech on television. Stephen Colbert's show's already gone, and now Jimmy Kimmel's show has been suspended. Would you like to know for what? I've got this thing, right? There's part of me that my internal dialogue on a morning like this is largely, why are we talking about this? Is it really?
Yeah. And that's what I said. Like, this is like, the most painful thing about all of this is how stupid it is. Like, I'm a person that spends a lot of time thinking. I watched a video earlier today, and you guys should watch it too, and maybe I can get the link for it and put it in chat before I leave. But it was about morality and ethics, right? And it's about how many movies kind of show us these different scenarios and contexts where different types of ethics and morality are applicable, and how oftentimes just living with one set of ethics or one point of view on morality doesn't always get you through life. And that's the things that I like to think about. I saw a paper today on, quantum physics that was talking about, the potential of, changing the way that we look at gravity. Like, these are the things that I care about. I've learned, a ton in the last 2-3 weeks about how, the Federal Reserve borrows from itself and how the economy works, and, just adding more education to something that I already knew a lot about. This society has gotten to a point where it's absolutely ridiculous, the stupid shit that we end up talking about. And then the problem with that is that we have put in place in the highest level in our government, a person that can't go a day without people hearing his fucking thoughts is the dumbest human being in this country. Like, this is, to me, the saddest part of this society, is that we would sell our children's future. We would sell the future of our friends and our family. We would sell our own future just so we can sit down and watch two dipshits yell at each other with no point, because we want to be entertained, because we lack purpose, because we have no idea why we're here. And then we look at our children and we wonder, why are they apathetic? Why are they nihilistic? Why would a young man that's 22 years old take the life of another human being and lose his life, lose his future? You only need to look as far as yourself. And if you look inwardly and say to yourself, like, I'm paying into this system, I'm funding it, you can only see that this is the death of intellectualism. That we all need to find time away. It's crazy that we're even talking about
such a big deal. And you might be listening to this thinking, why is James going in on an American employment issues on an American broadcaster? And the answer is, and I think I'm a little bit frightened of confronting this face on, the direction of traffic now is getting close to terrifying. This is what an American talk show host called Jimmy Kimmel has been suspended from his job for.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House.
Oh,
which
my
is something
God.
they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. Okay. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. There's demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish.
I saw that clip of Trump. I meant to...
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is what this iteration of conservative believes is worth taking away his right to speak. Because this is, don't get me wrong, this is what they believe. These are people that used to say that they should be able to say whatever they want on Twitter. In fact, a guy went out and bought Twitter so that way they could do this. Literally so they can say, you know, whatever white supremacist thing they wish to say. They can say anything they want about trans people. They can call people names. They can, you know, make threats of violence. Like, people have over and over again now shared posts or messages where they've shown that people have called them the N-word, threatened to sexually assault them, many different things. And all of those things are acceptable. But that was a bridge too far. You can't tell me that this is not just an opportunity that is being used. You can't tell me that Donald Trump gives two shits about Charlie Kirk, because he didn't, and he doesn't. Donald Trump only cares that right now, as our friend Benjamin Dixon said, somebody handed him the moral high ground, the chance to do what he's always wanted to do, and that is go after people that he does not like and take from them the only weapon they have against him. And that is the ability to reach millions of people and speak out against the injustices that he, on a day-to-day basis, makes a part of this administration's entire fucking goal.
Play it out last week, but I forgot. And it was quite extraordinary. While his movement were in a form of purdah, they were going through incredibly public grief. His movement were doing that, and his key allies and supporters. He was given an opportunity to reflect upon what impact Charlie Kirk's murder had had on him. And he could...
Yeah, actually, I like what Jake said. Kimmel didn't mock Kirk there. We should be sure to be clear that he was hired. That would be funny. Fired for making fun of Trump. Yeah, 100%. Exactly. That's exactly what it is right there. he doesn't care about Charlie Kirk. That's the fucking insane thing about all this is like, once again, watching Trump supporters get gaslit by Donald Trump. It is literally like having it's like when your friend comes to you and tells you that something's going on in their relationship and you get like an idea about it, right? And you think, okay, well, maybe I've known their partner for 10 years. I didn't know this person was abusive. Never seemed like it. Instead, it's like if you had a GoPro on that person. It is like watching Trump and his relationship with Trump supporters is like having intimate knowledge of an abusive relationship. And I would call the cops, but they don't seem to care. It's like the 1950s all over again. It's like you tell the police that this person's being abused, and they're like, well, do they make him sandwiches when he wants them? Because that might be the problem. Also, by the way, this is how serial killers are created. Just so you guys know, there's a bunch of these serial killers that during the 50s watched their mother be abused by their father and became psychopaths because of that. So if that is anything to let you know about our future, just saying.
Really acknowledge it before asking the reporters to look over there at some trucks that were delivering some bricks. And that was a joke there from Jimmy Kimmel. I'm looking at the text messages being exchanged by the suspect in the case and his description of his father as having become very MAGA after the most recent election. And so
the poor British, they're like, but hold on, all of this seems true. Like, people outside the United States cannot fathom the amount of stupidity that is going on in this country right now. They just can't fathom it.
You could loosely describe with some confidence the family from which the suspect has come as a MAGA family. They're certainly very into guns and that kind of thing. Again, apart from that, we know next to nothing, and yet immediately Donald Trump was trying to claim that the killer was representative of what they call, in quotes, the left, whatever that means. It means to me, generally, people who think that we should have a slightly fairer distribution of wealth. Not quite how that lends itself to murderous motivation, God only knows. Except, of course, it doesn't. It doesn't. And what you'll get now is people who've spent a couple of years pretending to care about free speech suddenly switching off that gene and either supporting or staying silent about that television presenter. Here's another one in the United States of America. Here's another television presenter speaking this week.
They have given billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
The black dude's face. God damn it, I hate to laugh at that. But did you see that black dude's face? He said, yep. And then he was like, oh, shit, no. Look at him right now. He is not sure. That this individual is not sure, folks. He did not think that's where he was going with that. Watch this shit.
We're going to give you or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something.
He said, yep. Fuck. Fuck. That's how fucking dumb this shit has gotten. The dude that was just saying something that's fucking completely bombastic and hyperbolic, just to address what he just said. The percentage of people that are on the streets that are mentally unhealthy is very high. The main reason that you have issues with people being homeless and staying homeless is oftentimes because of something that if there were good mental health facilities, if there were ways of reaching out and helping these people through our taxes, funding certain programs and such. And that's what he's talking about. Well, they're giving them money. They're doing this. There's actually quite a few homeless people that receive checks that never go and pick them up because they're not in a place where they understand the reality of their position and even the help that's being given to them. The only reason they have that help is because of family members that have tried to help them. This idea that, you know, being homeless is they're choosing to do this. A lot of them have addiction problems. Addiction is an illness, and it does make mental illness even worse. I mean, look at MAGA. Alcohol, drugs, and conspiracy theories just don't really mix. And just to put that into perspective, this guy here is making a argument that lacks humanity and empathy, and then the dude next to him straight up makes him go, "What was that, bro? One more time. Let's just see that face one more time."
Take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Brian, why?
She said, but why? What?
And no one's shocked. No one even draws breath. Let's euthanize homeless people, says a presenter on Fox News.
Billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to this point?
Right. I would say this. We're not voting for the right people. In North Carolina, wake up.
Involuntary lethal injection. So they're in real
Fuck
time.
these people, man.
On Fox News, a man called Brian Kilmeade, not joking. Let me make that absolutely clear. Not joking.
Not joking.
Even claiming to be joking. In all seriousness, suggests killing homeless people. Involuntary lethal injection.
Insane.
He subsequently apologized. But he wasn't joking. So I don't know what he's apologized for. Maybe his free speech is under threat. And then Jimmy Kimmel, who we will listen to again, has been suspended from his job for this.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. There's demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish.
So the way it happened...
Yep. He didn't get fired for making fun of Charlie Kirk. He got fired for making fun of Donald Trump. And that is important. That is important to say. So thank you for saying that. Donald Trump isn't mad that people made fun of Charlie Kirk. Donald Trump is mad that they made fun of Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't care about Charlie Kirk. And it's insanity. It's like Dodgeball. Do you guys remember Dodgeball? Do you remember Ben Stiller's character? I think his name was something White. And it's the part where it's like, no one makes me bleed my own blood. Donald Trump is like, no one uses my own words to make fun of me. Like, if you are watching this shit and you are not understanding how important it is for people to be able to get up on TV and make jokes and to say what they think without having the President of the United States lobby to have these people taken off the air. If you don't understand how important that is, let me just say this. Let me put it this way. I am a very left-leaning person. I believe in empathy. I believe taking care of my fellow human beings. I believe that raising up the people around me results in greater happiness for all of us, and the greater happiness of the community is oftentimes more important than the individual. And I will say that I support people's right to the freedom of speech to say whatever hateful shit that they want about me. They can joke, they can laugh, they can say mean things, they can talk shit. I like to talk shit, so that's actually the top. And even when people on the left were calling out people on the right for certain shit that they said, I still said, I'm fine with it. That's how much I stand on business on this topic. When it happens to me, I stand on that. When it happens to people that I like, that I appreciate, I stand on that. But the thing about that, and this is the problem that I was talking about at the beginning of this, is oftentimes people on the left do indeed believe the things that they say, do indeed believe in the values that they express. And we are quickly realizing that people on the right do not. They don't have values. They don't want to have agency. They want to give away all of the responsibility and accountability for their actions to somebody else, that somebody else being Donald Trump. And if he chooses to do things that in the past they have said were morally incorrect, they're okay with that. And that should actually scare you. Because if there's one thing that you thought that you could believe, it was that when somebody said something and they said it loud enough and they said it with enough confidence that you thought that well, they might be a piece of shit human being, but they do believe that. That's where they stand on that issue. They are currently being controlled by a man who is possibly being affected by dementia or Alzheimer's, that wakes up every single morning, watches Fox News, and decides what he's going to do as his day based off of how mad somebody made him. And that makes him a fucking wild card. And I've said this before. People do make mistakes when they say that Donald Trump is Hitler. Donald Trump isn't Hitler. Donald Trump doesn't have a plan. Hitler had a plan. It was a fucking horrific plan. He was a shitty person. But actually, Donald Trump's scarier because he's got a whole legion of people that every day when he wakes up and he doesn't have a plan and he just decides what he wants to be mad about that day, those people are going to go right along with him, and you never know what the fuck it's going to be.
Was that a couple of distributors, Nexstar and Sinclair, Nexstar most obviously, essentially said they would no longer broadcast the Jimmy Kimmel show on their stations, and that is where the pressure is applied from. I think they are in the business of, or in the process of doing a deal that would need approval from a Donald Trump appointee. So clearly it has struck them or been made clear to them that the president is unhappy with having his own words played out on the television, having his own answer to a question.
Insane.
This is where my conviction that this is all rather more serious than a television presenter losing their job. A president essentially getting someone fired, not for saying things about the president, essentially, but for showing people footage of the president. That's the point, right? It's not, I mean, you know, you can ask for homeless people to be killed. Okay, keep your job. Not even draw.
Don't even bat an eyelash
in a Fox News studio.
Jesus.
And Fox News is essentially the media wing of the MAGA movement, despite some brief wobbles. And you can show your audience footage of Donald Trump responding in an extraordinarily crass fashion to the murder of somebody widely portrayed as a close friend and ally of him. And that's what gets you into trouble. Showing the audience what Donald Trump is like appears to be what gets you into trouble. So what we have here is regime-adjacent oligarchs clamping down on free speech in the most extraordinary fashion. So I think, and then I worry, and thank you for indulging me today, but then I worry... I worry about media talking about media. I always have. I did the media show on Radio 4 yesterday. Media talking about media is something I love, but I am in the media. It's like one of my favourite subjects. And this feels bigger than that, right? This feels much bigger than that. Do you know what the Reichstag fire is? Sorry, I'm patronising you. Of course you do. And just in case you don't, one Dutch communist set fire to the Reichstag in Germany in the 1930s. And Adolf Hitler claimed that it was part of a much, much bigger movement, and he used this moment to essentially shut down liberties, to close down democracy, to cease freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And when Charlie Kirk was murdered, a few people mentioned that this could be a Reichstag fire moment, including...
But how crazy is this? That it's not even the first time. This is like the third or fourth Reichstag fire. And this is, this is what I'm going to say about this, is that at the end of the day, there is no point where you're going to convince MAGA Republicans that this is all just an attempt by Donald Trump to take away rights from people, because they know that. They don't care about that. They never believed in free speech for you. They believed in free speech for them. They never cared about not having the National Guard in their states. They only cared about the fact that they could have them in your states. They didn't care about anything other than control and their ability to be the person that's doing onto you what they were afraid that you would do unto them forever. In that conversation that I heard earlier, the guy asked him, name the most insane thing that Joe Biden did during his administration to Republicans. Like, what was the most vitriolic thing that Biden did? And the guy was like, well, like, I don't know, like, did he all ever call out political violence? And the guy said, yeah, actually, after Donald Trump was shot at by Thomas Crooks, actually Biden said, this is not okay. We shouldn't be doing this. Political violence against anybody is wrong. We can't logic our way out of this situation, and I do believe still, and I know you guys are going to give me a hard time for this, I do believe still, and this is because I've seen conservatives that are saying this, I do believe that there are people within the Republican Party that were not fans of Trump, that are party lines people that voted Republican because there's just no way they could vote for a communist Democrat. And I'm not saying they're any better, but I do see that there are people within their party that are like, this is weird. Like, why are we doing this? What is the point? And that was that gentleman in the debate, was he was saying, like, oh, well, we just need a good leader, that'll bring us all together. You have to recognize at one point or another, there's always going to be a proportion of this country that's going to feel disenfranchised. That's what happens when you have people with such varied ideology. And what MAGA wants more than anything else is to never be that group in this country ever again, because they were for a really long time. We watched a video on the Tea Party from 16 years ago, and it was really eye-opening. Of course, there's lots of Obama with the Hitler mustache. There's Obama in a Nazi uniform. There's actually quite a few people talking a lot of shit about the Kennedys, which was ironic. And there was one woman who was there, and they were complaining about czars and how Obama was, there's Russians, ironic again, that these Russian czars and Obama's going to give them power, and he's just like Russia and all this stuff. And the young man that was there, who reminded me of the Good Liars, said, like czars started with Reagan and Bush, actually, and, here's the powers that they have, and here's the powers that they don't have. And then he said, this was a good conversation. Did you guys, take anything from this? And the lady looked at him, and she looked him dead off in his face, and she said, you know what I learned? I don't like Republicans either. And I was like, that woman is patient zero. That woman right there is patient fucking zero. Those people, even back then, were this very small group of people, and they never ever want to be that group on the outside again. And if that means giving away complete agency, giving away the very foundation of their moral beliefs to Donald Trump and letting him run with whatever and do whatever with it, they're happy to do so. It isn't a Reichstag fire. It's a fucking Reichstag inferno. And Donald Trump doesn't even need to use these situations anymore. He literally can just justify them with made up, fake ass, not even close to reality situations. And these people will back him up on it because it is sunk cost fallacy, and they are afraid that one day they're going back to the obscurity that once kept them in the dark, where nobody could see them and cared about the crazy fucking shit that they believed. But guess what? That is where they belong. Because they used to be the fringe, and they still should be. Because this is an unhealthy relationship, and it doesn't end well. Anyways, I wanted to show you somebody that is attempting, because you know what you have right now? This is something you hear a lot about. What you hear a lot about from these people is that the left is just as bad. The left is just as bad, man. And like I said, you even get some of the lefties involved. Some of the lefties are like, they're not wrong. Because lefties like to eat each other. Lefties love to disagree on one fucking thing and then just cause a fucking party-destroying fracture. We are the most masochistic fucking people on this planet. Are you pro-choice? Yeah, I'm pro-choice. You pro-Palestine? Yeah, I'm pro-Palestine. How do you feel about gun rights? Well, you know, I do like to be able to own my gun. Oh, fuck you! You're a fucking right-wing conservative! I watch you guys do this shit all the time. It's fucking hilarious. Also not funny. I like bring up random ass streamers that I'm just like, look at this thing, this smart thing this guy said. And it's like, you know, back in '84, actually, he had a drunk driving where he clipped a lady and she broke her leg, and he's probably the worst human being that's ever lived. You guys gotta fucking stop. Yeah. Because the reason I'm saying all this shit to you fuckers, okay? The reason I'm saying this is because I know one of you fucking bastards are about to, as soon as I pull this goddamn video up, you're going to be like, well, you know the problem with Bernie is... I do love that you guys are self-critical. I like that shit. You guys just take that shit too far. Nobody's perfect. We're all flawed. We all say dumb shit. We all make bad decisions. We all fucking have shitty opinions on certain things. You're not perfect, and neither am I. And I swear to God, the first one of you going on Bernie. If I could ban you, I can't. But I will. On my channel, I see one of you talk shit about Bernie, you're getting tossed. Just letting you guys know. I don't ban any, just so you guys know, I never ban anybody on my channel. Well, I do ban some people, but for certain specific reasons. But this is one of them. This is one of them right here. I told you guys, I say whatever I want. Matt one day is going to have to probably fire me. Love you, Matt. Love you, Matt. All right. So this video is about Bernie Sanders getting taken to the Trump country. Because like I said, all you hear about is how the left is just as bad. The right constantly says the left is the one creating the political violence. The left, like... Generally, it's just the left is actually worse, but if you corner one of these Trump supporters or Republicans with logic and facts, what they do is they go, well, actually, both sides. But this is what Bernie is doing. Bernie has been going around to predominantly red districts and holding fucking rallies to try to convince blue-collar, middle-class, working-class people that your enemy is not transgender people. Your enemy is not immigrants. Your enemy is the person who is literally bleeding you fucking dry and stealing everything that you have ever worked hard for, and that is oligarchs and fucking ultra-wealthy corporations. And I just want to watch this because this is the kind of shit that makes me happy.
Oh, that's my son. Hey, what's going on? They're having a video shot here, and it's about Bernie Sanders coming to town, and they know that we're all Trump supporters.
I wonder how they knew this guy was a Trump supporter. It boggles the mind. How do you know people are Trump supporters? It's so hard to tell. It's not like they wear merchandise or a uniform.
And they know that we're all Trump supporters.
What happens when you put Bernie Sanders in a room full of Trump voters?
I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed.
He's the most evil communist that has ever existed. He's worse than Stalin. He's worse than Lenin. He's worse than Marx. He's practically Satan. Bernie Sanders.
It's complicated. But then again, so is West Virginia.
This is West by God, Virginia.
A state that voted blue for almost 80 years straight until it flipped hard to become the second reddest state in the country.
This is a state where Donald Trump got 70%.
Really?
And it makes sense. I've told you guys before, like I come from a white trash background. I'm very trailer park, right? Like I grew up in all the worst places. And I can tell you, like, 10, 15 years ago, if you would have asked me, like, my opinions on Donald Trump, I probably been like, whatever. Like, I don't know. He's successful. Like, I mean, he's got a lot of money. Because the mentality for poor people, oftentimes, this is something you would hear. Is like you would say something bad about Trump. You would say Donald Trump is dumb. Donald Trump isn't the smartest human being. Something that you would hear me say is that he's the stupidest human being. And the reaction you would get from people in the trailer park, the reaction you get from very white trash people, is that you would hear, how much money do you got? Which is a fucking crazy argument to make. Because that means all the liberals are also smarter than you. Because for the most part, liberals are actually making a lot more money than you in the trailer park. I know that's hard to believe. But by your own logic, every Democrat pretty much is smarter than you are. But that would be the argument. It's when you talk about West Virginia, 70% of it going to Trump, it does make sense if you come from the same background as I do. Because those people look at people that are successful as being people that are intelligent, because we conflate monetary value with being a successful human being, and that's crazy. It is, because if you think about it, it's actually the opposite of what it should be. What we should be thinking as people that live in trailer parks that are impoverished is that you should take care of each other. Because if there's something that you can understand coming from there, is what it is like to be there, to have empathy for people, compassion for people. But you actually learn the opposite. You actually learn, growing up in that situation, to instead hate compassion, hate empathy, because you feel like it's a weakness. For a long time, if you ask me, do you think people should get social safety nets? Do you think that people should, be able to get this or get that from the government? I probably would have told you no. And the reason that I would have told you that was because I would have fallen for the same rhetoric that many of these people fall for. And that is, well, I did it. I got out of there. I'm successful now. I've accomplished what I have. And that is completely disregarding that the way that I got out of there was through social safety nets, through the welfare system, through food stamps, through homeless shelters. And it took having good people in my life, my wife, people like my wife, challenging me on my viewpoints to get me to a place where I could say, I have pretty bad opinions on a lot of subjects. I like to read. I like to learn. Maybe I should take advantage of that. And maybe I should become a better educated, less ignorant person that can make better decisions that could help other people, which in turn could make me a happier person. And that's what we see with a place like West Virginia.
It's easy to assume that West Virginia will be red forever, but I'm not so sure. I live here, and I talk to a lot of Trump voters about floods that leveled their homes, power bills that climb every year, and you'd be surprised how many of them sound like Bernie Sanders.
The billionaires,
It's
they don't
fucking
need a tax
crazy.
break.
They're trying to give all the billionaires.
By the way, in 2016, if you had asked me my opinion of Bernie Sanders, it would have been a really bad opinion. Oh, you can't pay for that. Who's going to pay for all that? I probably spoke in a very country accent at that time. I literally, I was part of the problem.
And rich people breaks, that's the opposite of what you should be doing.
So when I heard that Bernie was rolling through, I wanted to know, can a democratic socialist from Vermont, who's not even running for president, connect in the heart of Trump country?
All right, where should I sit? I'm in the middle here.
And what would it mean for the rest of the country if he did?
You started with Trump, and then now your whole volunteer.
Whole volunteer for Bernie Sanders. He's just ultra liberal. He's a socialist.
I'm sorry to get everybody in trouble here.
I like that too. He says he's a socialist, but here's the thing: is that should people need to take the power from that word. There is nothing wrong with saying the word socialist. It is a word that embodies empathy. It is a word that takes into account the needs of others. It is a word that says that ultra-wealthy oligarchs shouldn't be able to take advantage of working-class people. The demonization of a word like socialism is why we are in the predicament that we are in right now. So one of the things that I think that many people need to do, specifically like establishment Democrats, liberals, moderate Democrats, is when somebody says something like Bernie is a socialist, you shouldn't feel offended. You should actually be like, yes, he is. And you should listen to his ideas. And then you should tell me what you don't like about them.
I got to drive him around in my truck and find out.
Senator, welcome back to West Virginia. I know it's not your first time here.
No, it is not. Been here several times, and I must tell you, I love the state, actually. It's a beautiful state, and I very much enjoy the people. Very down-to-earth, working-class people. We campaigned here very vigorously.
Yeah.
In 2016.
Yes.
And we had to take on Hillary Clinton and Joe Manchin and the whole Democratic Party establishment.
Fuck Joe Manchin.
We went to places where politicians don't usually go, including McDowell County, down in the southern part of the state.
Bernie Sanders, who joins me now. We are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right. What do you think? Do you think we should join other countries and guarantee health care as a right of all?
Yeah, I think every American citizen should have health care.
We ended up winning West Virginia. We won every single county in the state.
In 2016, Bernie didn't just win West Virginia. He shocked everybody who thought they had this place figured out.
We've won a big victory in West Virginia.
But that was just the Democratic primary in 2016. The real question is, how does Bernie's message land with Trump voters in 2025?
All right, I'm going to ask you a question, and then you come back to me. Sound good? All right, talk about health care here in Mingo County. What's the story? I see a woman right here. Please stand up.
Hi, my name is Sheila Rose, and I ended up back in Mingo County where I grew up after a chronic illness paralyzed me about 4 years ago. I've come a long way since then, but anytime I need to see a specialist, it's a 2-hour trip. Anytime I need a referral to a new specialist, it's a 6-month wait. There is no way to stay healthy in Mingo County.
Mingo County is in the southern coal fields of West Virginia.
And see, this is, something Benjamin Dixon said that actually, it rings true. And it comes from also the video I was watching earlier on morality and ethics, is that two things can be true. You can be mad at people for voting for Trump and still hope that those people have redeemable traits. I think that that's really important because I believe in balance, right? I believe in balance. I think that you can't lose yourself in fighting the fight that is necessary to fight. So you need to both understand that one thing is true, that you cannot be forgiving in the face of an authoritarian, but you can also hope that there are still people that have chosen to do what they have done out of ignorance, not out of hate, or that they are even hateful because they are ignorant. And something that Bernie brings out that I think really should give people hope is that he does show the human side of people. That woman, if I'm sure I sat down and talked to her, would probably say some things to me that I would find absolutely out of this fucking world. But it doesn't mean that I don't have empathy for her. That when she talks about her healthcare, when she talks about being paralyzed, does that still reach somewhere deep inside of me that feels for that? Like, of course it does. And this is the important distinction between people that are too soft and people that are too hard. You should be neither. What is it? It was Bruce Lee. You got to be like water. And you got to fit the situation for what it is. And that means when it's time to be mad and when it's time to express yourself in words that are not soft, you should be capable of doing that. And then at other times, when it is time to feel empathy and it is time to offer passive redemption to people and show that you can be the benevolent victor, then you should. And, I think that Bernie embodies that. And I think that I also need that path to redemption. Because in 2016, did I give a shit that Bernie won West Virginia? No, I didn't care. I was apathetic. I thought, fuck Hillary, fuck Trump, fuck Bernie, fuck all these people. They all suck. And part of that ignorance is why we are in the situation that we are today. But if you choose to say, okay, well, you had that opinion 8 years ago, 9 years ago, so you can pretty much go fuck yourself. I'm never going to support you or listen to any of your opinions or anything like that. Then okay, then that's your choice to do that, but you're literally putting yourself at a disadvantage. I've said before, I have about a 3.5 year shelf life on this side of the left because oftentimes I say things that people on the left don't like. But when it comes to values, fundamentally, we agree on 95% of the things that I believe and you believe. And you can choose to accept that at one point or another, or even now, that I was a flawed human being and am still a flawed human being. Or you can choose to believe that somewhere out there, there's a perfect person that represents every single one of your values. And you can be unhappy and you can lose for the rest of your lives. That's really where we're at right now. In the face of authoritarianism, we must find a way to come together and say, enough is fucking enough. We're not going to allow an authoritarian to do to us and to the people that we love the things that they are doing while we fight with each other. We are going to get the best possible person that we can for the time being into that office, and then we can go back to choking each other out on the sidewalk. Fuck, do it on YouTube and make some money off of it.
For generations, people here dug the coal that lit America's cities and kept the factories running. Now, the The coal jobs are mostly gone. And what's left is poverty on a scale that rivals anywhere in the United States.
Like, you can have empathy
It's
for
crying
that.
at the grocery store, choosing between paying a bill or having food in the cabinet or the refrigerator. It affects your health, and then you don't have health care. Child care is ridiculously expensive, so it's very stressful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mingo County, like the rest of the state, went big for Donald Trump. So we followed up with some of his voters over biscuits and coffee to find out what that's all about.
I would have been nervous with a lot of different, like, celebrities or politicians, but you just seem so normal. Like, you're like obviously just like a normal human.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the damn breakfast here. I'm starving.
We already ate.
I would love to take an inventory of just personal politics in the last couple of years. Can we start off with that?
You're gonna start with me.
Yeah, we'll start with you. Yeah.
I am independent, but I lean conservative. I not as much anymore as I used to, but I did vote for Trump. But I did post on my Facebook page, instead of I voted, I put I vomited because I didn't want to, but I didn't.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I voted Republican. I agree with some things of Trump, but most I do not right now.
Right.
I do not, no.
And John, what's that like for you?
Well, this is my first time voting because I was just turned 18 right before I was able to vote. So I voted for Trump, but I'm primarily a Democrat.
Oh, Jesus
Senator,
Christ.
who'd you vote for?
God damn it.
It wasn't Trump. Let me throw out a question.
Okay, I'm going to say this. It's not easy. I'm going to say it's not easy to hold both truths at the same time in the face of some of the shit people do.
You are living shock of all shocks in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Do you feel that down here?
No. People are not surviving. We just had our food bank yesterday. We usually pack for 80 people. We served 102 yesterday. It is getting worse. Nobody's surviving right now.
My husband works at the hospital, and there are several ODs every single day.
Only a town of 6,000.
Yeah, we're not a big town.
Several ODs every day?
Oh, yeah.
Let me ask you this, and you may not know the answer. Nobody does, because, again, this is not just the West Virginia issue. We got it terrible in Vermont. So why are people doing drugs?
In my thing that I see, because I work a lot in addiction, is it's mental health issues.
It's what? Mental
health issues. Lack of jobs. Lack of jobs. Poverty.
There we go. There we go. You're getting there. Good job. It's poverty. It's, yes, lack of support. Like, this is, like, sweet Jesus. I really wish that our educational system had not failed so fucking tragically. Because it's almost like, just given enough time with the right influence around them, these people can eventually get to the answer that is correct. It's not because people are black. It's not because people are hateful. It's not because people are trans. It's because people that lack hope, that don't have resources, that don't know who they are or what they're supposed to be in this country, because there's literally no fucking lane for them, because they really just want you to get a fucking job in a factory, shut up, and die. Like, that's why people get addicted to drugs and alcohol. Because our parents did. Our parents' did. Because our parents, literally, my parents, I didn't have parents. My mom tried. My dad wasn't there. But they were abused. So they abused us. In this generation, my generation, I don't know if Generation X did it. We're a bunch of feral fucking people, to be honest. We're feral. But, like, maybe the millennials, the way I talk to my children, the way I do things with my children is so different than the way that my lack of parents would have done. Other people's parents that I saw did. In the way that I talk to my children. I don't tell my children you shouldn't do drugs because it'll ruin your life. I tell them, if you do drugs, if you do drink alcohol at an early age, it is going to inhibit your ability to live the best possible life that you can. And I say to my kids, I go, I know you're going to look at me funny because you know I drink. You know I drink alcohol. And that's because it's an addiction. Because it has altered the chemistry in my brain to make me feel at times as though I must do it. That is something that you're best living without. And that's why right now, more kids than ever before don't drink alcohol. It's because they're better. They're getting better. But there's still a lot of work to go there. And the more that we get people out of poverty, the more that we get people out of abusive childhoods, the more support that we show to people, the more hope that we give to the young people by doing something about things like climate change and the job field and the economy and our relationships with other countries in this world. The more that we do something about all of these factors that MIT has literally said, if we don't do something about them by 2040, the entire fucking globe is going to collapse. If we do something about those things, you're going to see people using less drugs, using less alcohol, and having better mental health.
Lack of support for our veterans.
You find many veterans doing drugs?
Oh, yes. And homeless.
And homeless.
And that irritates me. They stood up, they fought
Gen
for our
Xers are a breed
country,
apart.
and we can't even afford to give them housing.
I always wondered, how did so many drugs get into this state? Do we have thoughts about that? How did so many? Yeah.
The doctor's pushing it.
There you
Talk
go.
about that, yeah.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
My mother was an addict, and that's how she got addicted. Was she had a back injury? The doctor kept prescribing medicine. Eventually, that medicine didn't work.
And why does the doctor push it? Why does the doctor push it? It's not because he's a bad person. It is because capitalism. Because capitalism doesn't have humanity. It lacks this ability. It is an economic driver. It is an innovation driver. It is a competitive driver, but it does not have humanity. And if we want to get to the core of almost everything that happens in the society, whether it's disinformation, misinformation, drug addiction, or the way that our politicians vote against the very positive things that could be helping our society, whether it's climate change or economically, it all comes back to the fact that we are driven to be successful in a financial manner.
She had to start doing the harder stuff. Sadly, she passed away from a drug overdose. So, I mean, I understand the addiction part of it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to fight. And addiction just doesn't affect the person that's doing it. It affects the whole family, the whole area.
Solid.
Grow up around this kind of poverty long enough, and you start to lose faith in the political system that allowed it to happen. While Trump may put up huge numbers at the ballot box, nearly half of West Virginians don't even show up to vote at all. One of the highest non-voting rates in the country.
And I think the message is not complicated. People throughout the country, especially in rural areas, feel neglected. They are hurting financially. The Democratic Party, by and large, has kind of ignored those people, turned its back on them.
Not always, though, right?
Not always. Oh, no.
Especially here. I mean, it was 80 years of Democrats before it flipped.
You got it. This is one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. You're a strong union state, working class state. But I think what happened in West Virginia is a perfect example of the decline of the Democratic Party nationally.
There you go. And this is what I keep trying to say to people is the ability to hold two things at once. And that is, I do not believe that you should be eating each other. I do not believe that you guys should be raging on each other over disagreeing on one or two issues in the Democratic Party when you agree on 95% of what you believe in. However, I do think that you should be able to accept that things within the Democratic Party have failed, and that we should criticize those things, but that we should do it in the correct way. Many times you guys hear me criticize streamers on YouTube because every time that a left-wing streamer does something that either the left wing doesn't like or the right wing doesn't like, there are countless content creators on the left that make videos strictly for monetary reasons that criticize that person, that call out the shit they do. It isn't a conversation in which you're saying to somebody, hey, you know, you had this opinion or you did this thing and I disagree with it. It is bald-faced. It is right there out in front of everybody for them to see it, that you're doing it because you want to be more popular. You want more clicks and views. You want more money. You believe that you should be above everybody else because this other person that has the exact same values as you is occupying a space that you want. And we need to get away from that. We need to be able to say what you should be saying as a left-leaning person, and that a rising tide lifts all boats, and that if I can share my criticisms with a person or of the party and I can affect positive change, that is much better than self-enrichment. And it sometimes boggles my mind because there are so many things about the left that I disagree with that I want to talk about in a positive manner, that I want to talk about fixing, that I want to talk about solutions, that I want to talk about doing something for. When we talk about the reason that minorities have moved over to Trump, mostly I'm talking about Latinos because the black folk in our communities vote almost strictly fucking Democratic. But the main reason we see minorities move away from the Democratic Party is because the Democratic Party has made a lot of promises to minorities. The Democratic Party has made a lot of promises to trans people, to LGBT people. When I say trans, I mean everybody, LGBT people as a whole. And they have failed those promises. That should be spoken about. But we shouldn't be destroying ourselves in the process of trying to create positive change. Those two things don't work together. So what Bernie says there, like, it's true. The Democratic Party has declined, but the value still exists. And we should really try to figure out a way to do it better than the last generation of Democrats did.
To understand what happened to the Democratic Party in West Virginia, you need to understand the history of coal.
I'm a mine worker, generational mine worker.
Didn't look for it. Too busy taking profits.
All of us.
There was a time when coal companies controlled almost everything, and speaking out against the boss could get you beaten, evicted, or worse. But in 1921, all of that boiled over at the Battle of Blair Mountain, the largest labor uprising in U.S. history.
Way back when, in the 1920s, it wasn't quite so civil. But we got to respect those people, our ancestors.
The mine wars, our own history here is kept out of the textbooks, really. It's not in the popular imagination. I mean, that's been scrubbed because I think it's dangerous. You know, it's a threat. It's a threat to power.
Yeah.
Those early fights built the United Mine Workers of America and inspired a national labor movement that won the 8-hour day, paid vacations, and the weekend. And for decades, it was the Democratic Party who defended the unions.
And Joe Biden defended the unions, to be fucking honest. That isn't different. I think that, I mean, there's definitely been people that have not, unfortunately. But that just shows, like, if we can get together, like, these are the things that we can accomplish. If we choose to fight together, if the working class chooses to fight against the actual enemy in this fucking country, and that is upper class, ultra fucking wealthy, billionaire oligarchs and their fucking corporations.
So working class West Virginians kept that fire going at the ballot box. But coal burns fast, and eventually the flame died out.
Nobody thought about what to do after.
Within a few decades, we went from over 100,000 coal miners to around 10,000 today. And only a fraction of those still unionized. As the union shrank, so did the backbone of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
So the Democrats shifted their strategy.
100%.
They left the coal towns and the hollers to chase corporate money and suburban votes someplace else.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2, 3.
Okay. That's enough internet. God damn it. Don't show me the collapse. I don't want to have to go through that pain again. Oh, fucking Chuck Schumer. Oh, fucking, hold on. Oh, right here. Oh, it hurts. Ah, I need more sparkling water. God damn, fucking Chuck. Fuck! God damn, I'm trying not to be mad. Ah! This is why I need my fucking punching bag. Okay, all right, we're gonna get through this. Gritting my teeth. Okay.
Moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio,
I am going to
Illinois,
fucking lose it.
Wisconsin.
The whole valley here was Democrat for years and years, and here the last 5 or 6 years, it has evolved into red.
West Virginia's turn from deep blue to solid red happened fast, all while hospitals struggled to stay open, classrooms emptied out, and opioids were pumped into these hills. Then came Trump, who promised to turn back the clock.
Cole is... Bro, all he had to do was put on that fucking stupid hat. That's all it took! All he had to do was put on the fucking mining hat, and it was like, this is our dude! God damn it! I'm trying so hard.
Coming back, clean coal is coming back. 100%.
Donald Trump says he's going to bring back jobs to Appalachia, to the coal mining areas.
Yeah, they may do it.
You can see President Trump's bringing in all kind of industry. There's going to be jobs up the kazoo.
Oh, no.
Why is Trump president? It's not complicated, in my view.
No, it's not.
The Democratic Party was about protecting the status quo and tinkering around the edges.
Yeah.
You know, we promise you we're not going to do anything bold. We're very bipartisan. We're going to work with the business community. We love billionaires. Blah, 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 blah. Okay? And Trump comes along and says the system is broken.
Nobody knows the system better than me, which is why
Bro, he was like, I broke it. He literally told Hillary Clinton that the fucking, when she said he cheats on his taxes, he's like, why shouldn't I? God damn it. Ah, fuck. Okay.
alone can fix it.
Yeah. And you know what? He's right. The system is broken.
He was honest about that.
Now, his solutions only make it worse.
Oh,
Trump,
fuck me.
for all his promises, has not brought the coal industry back. But with the big beautiful bill, his signature piece of legislation, he made his mark on West Virginia. It's estimated that more than 50,000 West Virginians will be cut from Medicaid.
Yep.
At least 7 hospitals in the state are at risk of shutting down.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I can hear that and say, that's fucking sad, man.
As many as 84,000 people will lose access to food assistance because of this bill.
So in this bill, Trump's big, beautiful bill, why do you think they cut Medicaid? To save government money so that, what?
They can give tax to their donors.
Exactly. It's not only $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%, it's a huge tax break to large corporations as well.
So why do they need to have a tax break?
All right.
I
Now
use
you're
a tax
asking
break.
me-
I mean, I'm being real. I know I pay like 26% taxes.
Jesus Christ.
Like, I could use that money.
Look, these people on top are not nice people. They want more and more. They don't have $1 million. That's chump change.
Yeah.
And we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in some case.
When you live here, it feels like a poor country.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
I mean, when you say we're the wealthiest, like you said that several times yesterday, and I was like, is it true though? Because like,
That's a very good point.
yeah.
In aggregate, that's what, look, if we're sitting here and I'm worth $1 billion and all of you are broke, you add it all together, you divide it, we're very wealthy, right?
Yeah, and you know why? We're the wealthiest country because of GDP. GDP is your production. We are the wealthiest country because we produce the most, because we are the most valuable country because we consume the most. We are the only reason that the United States of America has anything at all to be proud of is because of working class Americans. It's fucking insane. This is like Jerry Jones getting fucking all of the props for the Dallas Cowboys. Not that they should get any props nowadays. Fly, Eagles, fly. But do you know what I'm saying? Like, what does it take for people to wake up and understand that everything that they've done, they can be proud of? That you can say to yourself, yeah, we started off bad. We started off embarrassing. Our history is shameful. But we came back big. But we didn't come back big because of billionaires. We came back big because of us.
We're all worth $100 million.
Crazy.
But I got $1 billion and you got nothing. That's America.
Fucking crazy.
And if I say that I think the United States should do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people as a
just
human
to start.
Right. Are you going to think I'm a communist and a terrible person?
Yes.
I think if people listen, if you talk the way that you did, and you're so reasonable, like they've painted you in a bad light, and it actually makes me very angry because you see things and you believe it. I'll just be honest, I haven't really seen you talk before. I haven't really I don't follow politics that much. And so the last couple days before this, I started watching some of your speeches and I started watching your interviews, and I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed in the media, right?
We're told that the biggest divide in America is between left and right. But Bernie came here to flip that story on its head.
I think that whether you're in rural West Virginia or in Burlington, Vermont, you got the same exact issues. And I think we don't let people divide us up. We got to come together to fight for all of us.
Over 100 years ago, they called us rednecks because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. That history was mostly erased from our textbooks, but it never went away. It's still here, scattered all across the state.
It's only going to be there for about 6 more months until Trump gets a hold of those exhibits. Just a heads up.
If you know where to look.
My grandfather fought at Blair Mountain.
Your grandfather fought at Blair Mountain?
Yes.
What do you think this country at this moment needs to learn from your grandfather who fought at Blair Mountain?
Mm-hmm. Well, you just can't stand and let them step on you. You got to get up and fight.
So that is what our struggle is about, is to take on the greed of these people and say, you know what? You cannot and will not have it all.
Bernie Sanders is 84 years old. He's not running for president. But maybe what he's after is way bigger than one election.
How do we get the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, who is just as guilty of taking money from billionaire causes, to embrace a progressive working class agenda, because it's about time?
What's your name?
Max.
You're going to lead it, Max. Look, this state was once one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. And I think people gave up on the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party gave up on them. So take it back. Don't ask, take it.
You have been to how many Bernie rallies now?
3.
And over what period of time did that take place?
2 days. The first night was just real eye-opening for me. It was like a whole mind shift of my whole belief system of how we could come together as a people.
Yeah.
We all want our kids to have a safe place to live. We all want our kids to have food. We all want our kids to have health care.
Yeah.
There's no difference. We all need to fight together.
Yeah.
Because if we're fighting each other, we're not going to ever get anywhere.
Yeah.
So
Did you expect to walk out of here with a shirt?
I did not expect to walk out of here with a shirt.
That is fantastic. And, you know, that's the thing, is that it really isn't. It's you know, the thing that makes the left great, and oftentimes also makes the left very hard to be a part of, is diversity. It's diversity of thought. It's diversity of culture. It's, you know, diversity of planning. There's a lot that goes into it. And I remember this meme, and it said, what is it? It's like people that are new to the left, something like, or what is it? People that are offended by the left are weak because people on the left are offended by the left, and we just deal with it all the time. and it's something to that point. I've probably messed it up, but you get my point. It's like, that's actually what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to have, like, when we talk about debate, I think people mistake what you see on the internet nowadays, and you think that's debate. That's not debate. You should have healthy debate. You should have people within the left that can criticize people like Chuck Schumer, people like Hakeem Jeffries, people like Cory Booker, and still be able to say, like, I think that Hakeem Jeffries is too soft. But if I spoke to Hakeem Jeffries and he said, look, man, I'm pro-choice. I'm pro getting you universal health care. I'm pro-union. I'm pro-immigrant. And here, let me prove it to you by showing you the evidence of all of these things. And he showed me votes. Let's say that. I know all of you guys are in disbelief right now that these things exist. But if, let's say he did, hypothetically speaking, guys, come with me down this fantasy path that he said, let me show you the evidence of my votes on these situations and how I tried to make this happen for you. I could still agree that Hakeem Jeffries is too soft and not the person for the moment. And at the same time, still agree that I still have the foundational belief that Hakeem Jeffries does. Now, when it comes to things that are very important to me, and that is my wife and my daughter having access to healthcare, seeing people given a chance to come into this country and provide their families with a good life and be productive parts of our society. There are places that I can disagree with you guys and still understand that we are still fighting for the same cause. And that means at certain times you're going to have to look at, like, that lady who said, I voted for Trump twice, but I listened to Bernie at 3 different, rallies. And I have to tell you, he changed my mind. And you're going to have to look at her and say, welcome aboard. Because you don't do this by yourself. You don't. It isn't you versus them. It is us versus the fucking elite, upper class, ultra wealthy pieces of garbage that have chosen to do what they've done. And not every person that has money is a bad person. I don't believe that either. I think that there is context for every situation, and that each situation should be judged based off of that context. However, I do have a video where orcas destroy a boat. Because that's how I wanted to finish this show. Because we can all get together and agree. Whether you're right or you're left or anything else, it's like Free Luigi and orcas destroying boats. We're all on the same page with that one, all right? This is one we can all agree on. Let's see here. This shit is amazing. Okay, how do I get it up? There we go. How did I get up there? I want you guys to see this before I go. This will be the last video.
Heart-stopping video, a pod of orcas swarms a tourist sailboat, ramming the vessel repeatedly. Circling the boat, carrying 5 people over the weekend.
I just want to point out how dumb our society has become. This woman has literally got her phone out. She's got her phone out.
About 5 miles.
And is fucking videotaping the orcas smashing the boat.
Swarms a tourist sailboat, ramming the vessel repeatedly.
It's kind of amazing. She almost fell over.
5 people over the weekend, about 5 miles off the coast of Portugal. In video shared by the Portuguese nautical center Terra Incognita, you can see the crews start to panic, and the boat eventually goes under, the bow tipping into the water and sinking. The Portuguese Navy says all 5 people were safely rescued without injury. And later that day, the Navy says,
Killer Whales 2028. That's all I'm saying. This is a movement we can... Look, I've got my movement, no tax on tits, okay? Because everybody likes boobies. Women do. Gay people do. Straight people do. Okay? White, black, Latino, doesn't matter. No tax on tits. Orcas 2028, okay?
another incident with the same pod of orcas.
That's right, they're fucking
Over the last
menaces.
5 years, hundreds of orca run-ins have been recorded, mostly here off the coast of Portugal and Spain. The encounters can be alarming.
They are the top predator of the ocean. Literally, it's as though Tyrannosaurus Rex has got its eye set on you.
But experts say they're not targeting humans. The orcas often sink their teeth into boat rudders, getting pulled along, but rudders aren't designed for that kind of force.
The orcas are hitchhiking. Oh, that is amazing. Nah, I don't believe that. That sounds like some fucking propaganda from the ultra elite right there. They know what's going on. Those orcas are doing what we should all be doing. Those orcas are showing human beings how much of humanity are a bunch of fucking feckless cowards, okay? That's what those orcas are saying. Those orcas are saying to everybody in America, look at you, you punk-ass bitches, watch us sink this boat. That's what they're saying.
They're not out consciously doing
We're getting clowned. We're getting clowned by the orcas.
harm to boats, but it is a behavior that is causing harm ultimately.
Iberian orcas are critically endangered. Scientists say the population number fewer than 50. Orcas are the largest member of the dolphin family. They can grow 32 feet long and weigh 6 tons, living as long as 90 years.
That's one fat-ass orca.
Back in May of 2023, a sunset sail dramatically interrupted by a pod of orcas, destroying the rudder, piercing the hull. The trend started back in 2020.
Come on, you can't tell me that orca coming up and doing that. That's talking shit.
And scientists still don't know exactly why.
I think the reality here is they are targeting boats, and it seems to be a play behavior engaged by young males.
Sorry.
But it's behavior that has gotten out of hand.
So, I mean, just the way this dude is talking about it. The behavior is getting... They're orcas, dog!
Ollie, do we know why that area in particular is seeing...
It's because it's their set, bro. You can't be fucking... You know, you ain't from there. Don't cruise through.
these incidents, or at least seems like more of them?
Yeah, Craig, that seems to be the one thing that scientists do know. So they say this pod is following the food. They spend the winter in the Atlantic near northern Spain. And then as you saw on that map in our piece, they come down around Portugal and head into the Mediterranean for the summer. And they're following the bluefin tuna. And that is why all these encounters, all of these run-ins are on this coastline because it's on their migration route. And now in September, they're beginning that same trek back to the Atlantic Ocean. Craig?
All right.
I mean, really, to be honest, it's just because the orcas are gangster. Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. All right, guys? It's because the orcas have bigger balls than we will ever have here in America. We're scared to do what's right. Meanwhile, the orcas are actually out there fighting the good fight. Okay? I bet you those orcas fucking... I bet they voted for Bernie. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All right, well... I guess I'll finish with this because my time's almost up. And then it is Visora right after me. A much better show. You guys don't have to... listen to a soulless, angry ginger all night long. You've got Visora coming in to save the day. I will say this is that, you know, we finished with talking about Bernie, but the original point stands, and that is, you know, I started doing all this stuff not to do politics. I hate politics. I can't stand politics. It feels gross. Makes me want to fight people. I am not emotionally stable enough for this job. But I did it because, like, I wanted to, like, mock absurdity. Because I thought that, like, what we were doing was going down this path to, like, embracing this ideology of stupidity. And, you know, I'm a person, somebody asked me this. I'll finish with this. Somebody asked me this on one of my videos. He said, Brave New World or 1984? And I said, to read or to suffer through? Because I wasn't sure what he meant. And he said, good question. How about both? And my answer was, you know, the funny thing about that is that I read 1984 and Brave New World back to back. Because if you do that, you get kind of 2 points of view. You get to see what can happen through authoritarianism and punishment. And you can also see what happens through authoritarianism and reward. For those of you who haven't read Brave New World, I won't spoil it for you, but, you know, the idea of Brave New World is that, you know, we have genetically modified human beings to be happy in the jobs that they fulfill. So if you're a person that does labor, then you're not very intelligent. They've used like a CRISPR type thing to make it so that way you don't find any kind of unhappiness in being just a low labor person. And everybody carries around a pocket full of Soma, which is pretty much Xanax. Aldous Huxley was very, very prescient on calling exactly where we would be as a society. And, you know, so I said, my answer was, to be honest with you, Brave New World did end with more hope than 1984 did. So I would say suffering through Brave New World probably better than 1984. But I thought 1984 was a better book. It was written better and it flowed better. But the real question, and the question that we face today in America, you know, is really a question of multiple different paths. And they're all dystopian unless people decide to become better educated, to stop playing into the bullshit, to stop clicking and viewing clickbait and getting into ridiculous rabbit holes. Is that we're literally faced with a smorgasbord of dystopia. We have 1984, we have The Handmaid's Tale, and we have Idiocracy. And at this point, Idiocracy is our best hope. Unless we fucking do something about it. So don't let him cancel Jimmy Kimmel. Don't let him cancel Stephen Colbert. Don't let him take away the people in this culture that are finding ways to speak up against tyranny with humor, because without it, all you have is despair. All right, guys. Remember, Visora next. All right, guys. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. I'll be on Saturday.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. I hope you're all doing well today. Probably not, considering we're all living through an extremely overt kind of fascism, authoritarianism, dictatorship, totalitarianism. I mean, you can call it whatever you want to call it. It's pretty bad. It's worse than a lot of people expected, though it really shouldn't be. And we are at the very, very, very beginning. And it's also actually worse than a lot of people think it is. So I'm not going to go too deep into like the US politics of it today. In fact, like going to talk about something entirely different. But I do want to touch on this just to start off because it's going to tie in quite a bit to the rest. So first off, we're all Antifa now. Congratulations. Welcome to the party. We are all a apparently terrorist organization according to the United States government. U.S. government will be assigning Antifa with terrorist status. This will grant them additional powers over people suspected and, in most cases, remove their typical rights as citizens. Now, Antifa is anybody that, not just that didn't vote for Trump. Here's the neat part. Antifa is whoever the fuck they say it is. You're a leftist? Welcome to Antifa. You're a liberal? Welcome to Antifa. You are a Trump voter, and you're like, oh, I didn't vote for this. Oh, sorry, you're Antifa too now. This is how it works. This is how it's always worked. And what comes along with being Antifa, right? Well, on this show specifically, I've talked quite a bit about the surveillance apparatus, the international effort to remove anyone's right to privacy, for example, anonymity, for another example. Well, as of yesterday, we have a pretty big crisis, especially for the left, especially for the online left. Now, on October 8th, we're going to be having the CEOs of social media tech companies having an oversight hearing in Congress. We're going to have the CEO of Twitch, Discord, Steam, etc., etc. They're all going to show up, and they're all going to have to answer questions about, I don't know, why they allow leftist terrorists on their platform, basically. But that's October 8th. You know what happened yesterday? This did. An Israeli tech company called Cyberwell is now working with all major social media platforms to censor anti-Semitism by utilizing AI and identifying and automatically flagging and removing hate speech. If only it was anti-Semitism. If it was anti-Semitism, they'd be blocking themselves constantly. But what does that actually mean? Well, let's take a listen to the actual company themselves. They'll tell us. So first off, the Israeli firm, Cyberwell, which censors social media using the IHRA definitions of anti-Semitism, which is, by the way, the International Holocaust Remembrance Association, I guess, and it has a tool for mass reporting posts. Now, what do they count as anti-Semitism? Well, criticism of Israel or Bible references, that's anti-Semitic according to them. For example, accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel. That would also apply to accusing U.S. Elected officials of being more loyal to Israel than they are to the United States, for example. Claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is racist. Oops, sorry, you are going to get removed for that one. You're already Antifa, you know, it's one step away from you're a terrorist, we're going to watch everything you do, and you're not allowed to say that. What do you think comes next? Applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Well, for one, Israel's not a democratic nation. So that alone is like, I'm going to get in trouble for that one day. Maybe not immediately. This was only just kind of put in place yesterday, but who knows? Who knows? And it's not just me. People like Hassan, people like the vast majority of the left, both like leftish and leftists, drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of Nazis. That is anti-Semitism, apparently. Even though Einstein literally wrote that in 1948 as, you know, a Jewish person, because that was Albert Einstein. But let's listen to the actual company talk about this from Israeli News, I-24.
So Cyberwell is the first ever open database of online anti-Semitism, a nonprofit initiative based here in Israel that's really looking at the issue of online Jew hatred through the lens of compliance. Actually, we're a service, if you will, for the social media platforms, helping them enforce their social media policies against anti-Semitism at scale. So Cyberwell now is taking, you mentioned over 10,000 examples that we've reported to social media platforms. Actually, the number is much higher at this point, around 11,500. And we believe those flags have been responsible for removing well over 300,000 pieces of content is what we estimate. Cyberwell is fighting back.
A fascist service? Yes, absolutely a fascist service. But it's not even just that. The fact that, like, they're not going after actual anti-Semitism, obviously. They work for the same people producing it. What do you think that this is directed as? It's directed specifically at us.
Back by taking our high integrity data on what online anti-Semitism is and actually using LLMs and generative AI to really take the brain of our human analysts and identify anti-Semitism accurately online. And we believe that this type of work is not only what's going to be able to help social media platforms automatically flag and remove hate speech that violates their policies, including anti-Semitism, but is a crucial thing to do as we look at the rollout of AI, because all of these large language models are trained on online data, including.
You want to know something interesting about this? So this comes just after the announcement that we will be having the oversight committee hearing, right? You know who's not going to be at that oversight committee hearing? Elon Musk. Anyone from Twitter, where the vast majority of the anti-Semitism is. They're not there.
I gotta bust in here
hello.
for a second. Hey, Visora. Look, I take some issues with something you just said. You said they're not going after any of the actual anti-Semites. I think that's unreasonable of you to ask for. That would be taking out, if Israel or a company working with them actually went after anti-Semites, they'd be taking away some of the biggest Israel supporters that are on the internet.
Yep. I mean, like, you can't expect them to do that. It is an unrealistic expectation. It's just incredibly disgusting. I don't know. It might be weird to say this, but I kind of would have preferred the old school Nazism where they just like yelled slurs at me, like what the whole pretending to like give a shit is the annoying part. Just fucking be honest about it. You're a demon. Like, you can say that.
Yeah. Twirl the mustache, for God's sake.
Exactly. This is gonna screw all of us though. I'll make it even worse. For example, now this is actually this is actually going to go against what I just said. So they did actually take down a post that was real anti-Semitism.
Ooh.
I caught this video. I watched it all the way through. The anti-Semitism is the last 3 seconds of it. You literally will not know that it is until you hear the last line of the song, Boom Boom Tel Aviv, which is really disappointing because if you just didn't say that bit in that video, it would have been a great video. It was a good song even. It just ruined all of it. But again, this is like an Intel-linked organization run by veterans of the IDF. I have a feeling that their definitions of privacy, security, anti-Semitism, they're vastly different from not only my definitions, but the vast majority of Americans, Europeans, like everybody. Because it's not just about a country. These social media platforms are global. There's no, like, the YouTube and Twitch, and that's it.
Yeah.
What are you going to go and Kick and Rumble? They're owned by Peter Thiel, and they're just a copy. There's no difference.
We should try to goad right-wingers and normies into saying legitimate just not even anti-Israel, but like anti-war stuff, anything that's going to get flagged unreasonably by this, to make them experience what they have wrought.
I don't think we have to do that. I think they're going to do that themselves. Like, one of the things that this company has been going into recently is people who have, oopsie, put the single one on. There we go. They've been going into people who have been accusing, like, Israel of being behind the Charlie Kirk stuff, which I don't personally believe. But that is a both left and right conspiracy theory. Just like we had QAnon back in the day, we have BlueAnon now too. It's run by the same people, but
I mean, it's true. And also, we're at a point where this is not overall a happy message, but we're at a point where as a movement, if you call progressives that, we've lost so badly that actually new losses don't even work against us anymore. Now new losses are just serving to make the point of, this is what we were saying.
They're basically pissing on our grave while we're laughing at them because they're going to get hit by a meteor because they're not looking.
Yeah, or like they're going to get piss on their shoes. Like that too. That's the silver lining now. Like, hey, they're going to be walking around making mud puddles everywhere, and they'll get laughed at.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the laughing at them bit will go away eventually. These are authoritarian-minded people. They will toe the party line very, very soon. And some of them will get banned. Some of them will get removed. Look at Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is out there right now doing that, which ironic. But what do we do in this?
Fair. Go ahead.
I was just like, what do we do in this scenario? This combined with everyone who we call Antifa as a terrorist is a great way to just remove our ability to talk entirely. I'm banned from Twitch for the next 30 days for reporting the news accurately.
There are, first of all, Lord knows I sympathize, and I'm sorry. But I can't make any promises. I can only point out some weaknesses I see in the opposition right now. And they're weaknesses that come from being at a real bad place. Like, I once advised a young wrestling student as to advantages he had over his opponent. And I'm like, well, first of all, you're much lighter, so you're going to have more endurance. It's a gentle way of saying he's way bigger than you. Second of all, he's going to be overconfident because he has so much experience. It's another way of saying he's a much higher ranked and has done this more often than you. These things are true that I'm going to tell you. I just don't want to lie and tell you that they're good news necessarily in the bigger picture. But one thing is, there's contradictory people. There's people out there whose whole personality is just disagreeing with who's ever in charge. And it's not going to be fun, but these are the type of people we're going to have to target and try to get them to vote differently than they have. At least see the world differently. The other thing is, we're no longer a reasonable excuse for the conservatives. I know we will continue to be the target of their political attacks, but those political attacks aren't going to work as well because average people who really do not follow this stuff at all are going to say, what are you talking about? You guys are in power right now. We won't necessarily win by default, those arguments, but we have a place to fight back from. Also, there's the looming thing that we have in these discussions of, you got to watch out for the violence of the left. They're actually missing a real threat that we represent by making up a fake one. We can withhold our labor. That's a way we can force things to happen.
Here's my question on that, because I agree with everything you said. I can see a clear path to resistance. What I don't see is motivation of both the left and the left-ish side. In fact, it's kind of, to me, it's difficult to imagine that Americans broadly are willing to make the sacrifices necessary to actually stand up to this. You mentioned voting. I'm not sure we're going to have we're going to have an election in 26. I have a feeling it'll be a very Putin-esque election. I don't know if we'll have an election in 28. The man literally said, if you vote for me, you'll never have to vote again. And ironically, they've kept more promises than any presidential administration that I've ever lived through. Yeah. So it's worrying. And then what's even more worrying is the Democrats, the liberal nationalists, the people who on the left are... I got to be careful how I say this because I don't want to get this space in trouble for the thing I got in trouble with, but after a certain person lost their life, there was celebration. And granted, there will be celebration when the big man goes too. If they couldn't handle this, they're going to have a lot of trouble with that one. But
the hangovers alone.
Yeah, absolutely. But I was getting stuff from the left of, you should care about his wife and kids and all that. I'm like, sure, yeah, I get that. Obviously, I don't support going and doing things like that. It's not good. But I do think that it's kind of wild that the people who are meant to be anti-fascist were defending a fascist from ridicule. I mean, look at, what was his name? Dean Withers, the kid who was on all the Jubilee debates during the election, like wildly Democrat aligned. He literally said the words, "Don't make me choose between the right and the left. I will choose the right." And I think a lot of them are like that because the issue isn't whether or not they want the same things as us. I think they do. It's not even about like being progressive. It's not being liberal. It's about believing in the broader project, the American chauvinism, the American exceptionalist project. Like, we are the greatest country in the world. We have freedom and democracy, and et cetera, et cetera. It's belief in that that's never existed.
Attitude is going to define a lot of how the most productive conversations go. So I think, for example, that fella you were mentioning, these people are overreacting to scary sounding accusations. And the internalized fear that comes from thinking maybe one of us finally did crack, because we all know the hell we're living in. But everybody of any sort of influence on this side, and I include audience members, hosts, voters, politicians, anybody, has said, be nonviolent. Violence does not help. Even if you think it's going to help, it doesn't. It simply doesn't work. Not even as a matter of morality, but as a matter of strategy.
I think we also need to be able to make the distinction between nonviolent, violent, and nonviolent, but also not nonviolent. As in, like, you need to be able to disrupt, cause damage to the system. Not a person, not any harm to anyone, not like, but like, people don't want to block traffic. Like, that's one thing in and of itself. There isn't the mindset of like the resistance that I see, and I say this from somebody outside the United States, obviously, like I don't see on the ground as much, but I do like to think that I have my like ear to the ground here. And it's that there isn't a willingness to sacrifice, as in like lose your job, lose like time, spend time outside that is negatively impacting you at home so that you could go and fight. And I'd like to remind people that, like, we didn't get labor rights until thousands of people died fighting for them, physically fighting for them.
Well, then I have a suggestion to begin with our audience and hopefully spread, which is start practicing doing anything. And the way you can practice without fully committing, open up a savings account. Just go to the bank, open a new account, a savings account, and when you can, start depositing money into it. Now, your goal for that, I would recommend, should be to prepare for a general strike in case one happens. You should try to put money in that thinking, I am donating to some cause, which will
Worst
need
case,
money.
It's an escape fund, too. Like, it
Worst
serves
case,
two
it's
purposes.
an escape fund, or if you make it to the election season next year, you can say, well, we didn't do the general strike, but there's a lot of progressives on the ballot right now. I'm going to, instead of giving $5 this time around, I'm going to give the $1,500 I was able to save up over the course of a year.
I'm sorry, it just flashed in front of me of Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom in 2018. And now I want to, yeah.
Progressives
I wanna
only.
vomit.
No more giving to Democrats. If you're giving to Democrats, understand you're giving to the same people who encourage Republicans to behave the way they do. There's the military-industrial complex. Now there's the political campaign industrial complex.
Mm-hmm.
So don't give to Democrats.
And they work
directly
together,
to
too.
progressives.
They're integrated. Peter Thiel is, like, on that. It is integrated. Larry Ellison has his fingers deep in everything. That's the other side of it, like the tech side, that really, really scares me. There's a thought that I keep having, and that I want your opinion on this. Not to sound as doomer as this is going to sound in the beginning, because it's not, but I personally think that the home front has collapsed. I think fighting for change right now is important, and I think that we need to keep doing it. But I don't think that for at least a couple years we have the ability to do much of like actual practical change broadly.
Yeah.
Now, going to what you said of there are things that you can do and you need to practice doing anything. Start by talking to your fucking neighbors, please, I beg you. That's half the reason we're in this mess, is people don't have any connection or investment in human connection in their community. You can make a lot of difference and change a lot of minds talking to people in person. But the other part of this that I think of is we wouldn't have won World War II without the German Jews who escaped Germany and then went to other countries and helped develop resistance fronts there. And even really take that closer to like our modern day, this is what the right did. The right spent years having influencers or even just like important people in their circles just travel to like the UK for a week, France for a week, Germany for a week, Australia for a week, and have conferences, building up cells. The one thing that we know that these fascists are weak against is international decentralized insurgency. And I mean that politically, rhetorically, not any kind of, not like that. But I think that right now, that is such an important thing that we don't talk about because it feels cowardly. It feels like you're running away. But you're not. It's actually a harder decision to make. It is the brave decision to leave the country and to help organize the long-term fight. I see so many people who are like, oh, I'll just die in combat. I'm like, well, that's a waste. Why? Why?
To what end? Yeah. I wouldn't agree that it's a braver thing, but it's no less brave, certainly, than sticking around.
Well, yeah, like maybe I worded that poorly, but yeah.
But it is one of the necessary things. We will need people who are willing to do that. Sylvie, hello. We were born into a broken, corrupt system, formed from a broken, corrupt system, from another broken, corrupt system. The system does not work. We need change. We can't go back. I mean, she's basically summed up what my reply was going to be. Yeah, things are broken here. But I have to tell you, it's not that they were this broken, but they were broken beyond functioning for at least a decade.
Before I was born, I would say. I honestly think that like we were headed exactly here since 2001. I've spoken on my channel before of I can see a world where we would have done exactly what we're doing now. Like even to the Nazism back in like 2006. If it wasn't for Eminem, ironically, because he gave young white boys an excuse to be like cringy assholes without having to go towards like the right and Nazism, but also like the state kept arresting him for, saying shit on the radio. So he became like a substitute for resistance, which is what kept a lot of people from buying into the whole like Iraq war or Afghanistan war like rhetoric of you're under attack constantly. Like that didn't work because people were like, oh, fuck the government. White America.
So happy. I cannot express how difficult it is to come across somebody who's not necessarily a hater of Eminem, but a fellow really doesn't with Eminem-ite.
I don't think that like he was even on purpose. I think the man stumbled into class consciousness, but like it worked.
Yeah, he's just a guy. It's not his fault. It's not Bieber's fault. Justin Bieber became who he was. But I grew up in Detroit in the late 90s and early 2000s. There's his songs are burning my brain. No, I think you're correct. I think a lot of what is happening right now is happening simply because there's people that follow trends without thinking about them at all, and cruel people take advantage of that. It's just that.
I think the system is built on literally that. Yeah, well, I mean, like, we're doing the shock doctrine. We've been doing it ongoing for decades now. In fact, you can see it in play. There is a catastrophe. It's used to take control, power, and privacy away from others, and then it just keeps going every time. Every new crisis, there's just more that they take from you, more that they take from you, more that they take from you. And that goes back to, like, the 60s, the 70s. And then, on top of that, you have the global, like, web of tech demons, like Peter Thiel. The man is literally the Antichrist. I am an atheist, But looking at
Yeah.
Peter Thiel and listening to him talk makes me think that the Christians might actually be right. Like, there's a chance. It's not zero anymore. And
I'm not
kind of
sure
hope
if
they
I believe
are.
in Christ, but I believe in the Antichrist now because I've seen Peter
Yeah.
Thiel.
You know he's doing speeches for the next 4 weeks. He's talking 5 hours about the Antichrist at 4 different talks in San Francisco over the next 4 weeks. Yeah, literally, like the man does it all the time. Yep. I'll show you. Hold on.
He just enjoys mocking Christians, I think. Good Lord.
Well, he's
Angry
obsessed
Ginger.
with the Antichrist, going back like decades.
I want to be clear. I hold nothing against Eminem personally, or even the quality of his music. It was just played mandatorily on the bus to and from school. I heard it too much. It was played in every pizza shop. I'm sorry. I'm having flashbacks. Frosted
I like
Tips
Eminem. Like, it was
everywhere.
good music. Oopsie.
It was fine. It was just fine. It wasn't the greatest music. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just fine. Whoa, holy shit. Why does it keep, like, popping up stuff?
Marshall Mathers trauma. Ugh.
Hi.
So, while you're looking that up, I was hoping you could clarify something. Right? It's Friday where you are. Is that a correct fact?
Yes, it is. It is Friday. I'm in Tomorrowland.
Okay. I was wondering if I've guessed some headlines correctly. Charlie Kirk's widow arrested for defamation after playing montage of Charlie Kirk clips at his funeral. Did that happen?
It
Donald
will
Trump
not happen.
calls for state execution of anyone caught jaywalking while a registered Democrat.
That is true. That happens
Okay.
immediately, first thing in the morning, midnight.
Okay. All right. Don't jaywalk, gang.
Oh my goodness. It's honestly, like, being here feels no different than being there. We've had Nazi rallies here that are unironically a little bit worse than America, because in America they still wear masks. They weren't wearing masks here. The Nazis had a rally here where the cops stood next to them, let them speak on the Melbourne Capitol, and then left. And another rally in Sydney. It was like all the major cities in that one day. And then they left, and then they went and like attacked a group of indigenous people at a sanctuary in like Sydney. And then the guy got arrested. The leader of the National Socialist Network, the Nazi, got arrested, went to court. Intimidation of a police officer, assault on these people. He didn't even have a lawyer. He defended himself. This is like his multiple arrests. Guess what he got?
What?
200
Wait,
hours
I'm
of
gonna guess.
community
I am going to
service.
guess.
Hey, like, you're a known, like, criminal, violent extremist. In fact, like, half of your rhetoric is literally illegal in this country, and you're here for intimidating a cop in this courtroom. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to give you the opportunity to propagandize to a very large group of people instead of punish you.
I actually have a suggestion for what Australians should do. Focus on the judge that issued that ridiculous opinion, and do not stop harping on them until they've been fired by whoever is capable of firing them. Because that's where the problem is. The problem, shockingly, it's not the Nazis, because there's always going to be some. The problem is how does
America.
Society react.
The problem
Maybe
is
the
America
problem's
because
America,
they're
you
the
can't
ones funding
do
it.
anything.
Well,
They-
yeah,
you
that's
know,
the
they
other
didn't-
issue.
Even if they paid that judge to give a bad opinion, the point
I think they
is,
threatened that judge. I think they intimidated her.
What it
to
does
make that
not
opinion.
matter is my point. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The point is, publicly, what we know is this judge decided these crimes are not serious crimes. And now the message needs to be sent. They are serious crimes. They are, in fact, so serious that your failure to take it seriously is itself some sort of crime. Either truly criminal or simply you can't be trusted to enforce the law. But that is
There was
what
a
needs to happen.
petition of over 70,000 signatures. Mind you, Australia is a country the size of the United States and has a population smaller than that of Florida. We had more than 70,000 signatures to deport the Nazi because he was from New Zealand. I mean, like, you know what? I support it. To be fair, I'm a new citizen in Australia. I moved here. I'm political. I'm not exactly, like, happy about, like, hey, let's deport political enemies. But, like, it is illegal to say and do Nazi things. We have the Anti-Discrimination Act, but it doesn't matter because a lot of the police were on board, and a lot of that Nazi stuff ties into the sovereign citizen movement, which was like airing for my show here last week, and that ties directly to CPAC, ties directly to like just the fossil fuel industry globally, ties directly to the Atlas Foundation, which is another like right-wing like heritage related like federalist organization that just kind of they're funding everything that happens here. But that also goes back to my point of what we as Americans should do. They have money. We don't, right? That's different. We can't like send people off to all these countries and start movements, but look how successful they've been.
Yeah.
Already. We had Nazi rallies in every major city twice because there was a counter like anti-racism rally that was planned for the week after, and then the Nazis showed up and started fighting with people in the streets. We're doing combat here. The UK is the same, except they have like no resistance because it's a dead country. The AfD, more Nazis, they just won local elections massively in Germany. France is in chaos because Macron, the liberal nationalist, will not pick a leftist. It comes back to an inability to understand what resistance to fascism is. There's a really long like video that I'd like to show you as well. I showed this on my stream yesterday, but I quite enjoy this creator. He's a professor at the University of Denmark, and he studies American resistance. And I want to just take a listen, and like we can stop at any point, but this is so important to me. This is like critical.
Claims that he and Charlie Kirk share a larger project, and Gavin Newsom urges us to continue Charlie's work. I think they reveal something more important than their individual
True
politics.
Angry Ginger
I think they
cues.
reveal the project that has always united the American establishment across ideological divides. Liberal nationalism. My term. Let's talk about it. Hey folks, I'm Pat Sturmer, an American scholar of resistance history at the University of Southern Denmark and the author of Resistance History of the United States. I've been working through this concept for my book. I'm finishing up a chapter on violence in resistance right now. I'm trying to understand how resistance movements in American history keep getting interrupted, how so many resistance moments don't turn into resistance movements, resulting in structural, meaningful change. They get co-opted, they get defanged. And the answer keeps
World War I and World War II were class wars that were co-opted by imperialism. This is a long-standing problem.
coming back to this peculiarly American mythology of exceptionalism. The idea that there is such a thing as the American project, the American experiment, the ever-perfecting, more perfect union. There isn't. Right? That's a construct. It was invented by the Patriots to justify the rebellion, then turbocharged in the 1830s to hold together a union that was coming apart over slavery. It serves the same function today. It has always served. It paints opposition as un-American, and it protects the establishment. You might think that's good. You might think stability matters more than justice. You do you. But understand what you're choosing. The statement about Kirk from the center left are the modern versions of what bound establishment forces together in the First Republic. Yes, slavery is evil, but holding the Union together matters more. Now, the Federalists.
And this is the issue that I think we're going to run into, is we're going to have a large portion of the center left say fascism is bad and we need to resist, but we can't allow the country to come apart. And the country has already come apart. I don't want the country to come apart. It just already has.
Pioneered that argument pushing for the Constitution. But those terms, union and slavery, are not parallel. One exists in a moral context, the other exists in mythology. So you have to make union outweigh the oppression of a fifth of the population. You have to invest it with some...
And now it's more than a fifth.
Quasi-religious significance. You have to make it sacred. The American experiment, the last best hope, the city on a hill, cue sentimental violins. Plenty of people at the time saw through this. They understood that no abstract union was worth perpetual bondage that flew in the face of the language that established that union.
Yeah.
But liberal nationalism won, as it always has in American history. By making compromise seem noble, making injustice seem temporary, making patience seem virtuous, until it didn't, until violence became necessary to reform that union at a catastrophic cost, a cost made higher every day by year after year and decade after decade of patience and compromise.
There's no such thing as nonviolent resistance to fascism. Like, there isn't, because they get to define what the violence is. Hell, right now,
I disagree.
like, looking at like what happened yesterday with the late night hosts, like, their words are now considered violence, whether they're even like directed in a violent way or not.
You are susceptible to the most. I have no questions about your progressive bona fides, because you are susceptible to the trap that progressives always fall into, and I beg you to pull up from it, which is being technically correct and allowing the insistence upon that to blur the meaning of your words when they hit normies' ears. I hear what you're saying, but just don't think about it in terms like that. Like, nonviolence is impossible. Nonviolent resistance to fascism is impossible because fascists will call any resistance violence. I get what you're saying, but that's
the
not
way that
what
I would actually phrase that to normies would be a little different. It would actually be the full phrasing of, violence is never the answer. That's a known phrase, but it's only half of it. We don't say the other half anymore. The other half of it is violence is never the answer until it is the only answer. That's the full quote. We never say the last part of the quote, and I do believe that.
I don't say the quote at all, but what I would encourage you to do is start thinking less about violence and more about the word force. Force is different than violence, and I think force is.
I do like that. Force is a good word to use there instead. Forceful resistance in nonviolent forceful resistance. That's a good distinction to make. Like nonviolent resistance, violent resistance, forceful resistance. That's the middle ground that we need.
Some of the things we are standing up for simply are not negotiable. Black folks, I'm not going to negotiate whether or not they have the same rights as white folks, nor Muslims and Christians, nor anybody else. That's not up for negotiation. So yeah, that's a matter of force for sure. And how do we force then? Well, there's the easiest way is the vote. But just because we lost a vote does not necessarily mean we stop. We don't have the option to stop. So what do we do?
Of course you vote.
instead?
You vote until you win, or you vote until you're not allowed to vote anymore.
In a scenario that we're living through now, where we voted and lost, we still have to insist upon the rights of, let's say, black folks. Like, I'm sorry to do the measuring contest of whose country is worse, but we just in Mississippi had not only a lynching in 2025. Two, you're right, excuse me, but the one I'm thinking of, the police department tried to cover up.
No, both. They did it for both.
Did they seriously? Oh,
yep, that's been happening in Mississippi for a long time. I think just last year I covered a police station in Mississippi that had, it was like 100 bodies, yeah.
So when we speak about force in this scenario, we have to, I would say that takes the form of, yes, court proceedings, an insistence upon that, lawsuits, civil if we cannot get a prosecutor to take up the cause, and then a civil lawsuit of the prosecutor.
Speaking of lawsuits, here's some actual good news. Well, bad news that is going to be good news. Remember those South Koreans that we arrested with ICE in Georgia or something? Those 300 or so South Koreans are back in Korea now. Those were not illegal immigrants. Those were highly trained, highly skilled workers that were here to set up a factory, hire Americans, and train them.
Yeah.
Those workers were kept shackled, beaten, were not given water, their medicine, they were freezing. South Korea has opened a human rights investigation into us. Now, in the short term, that will do little at all. But this will haunt the regime forever. Forever. Yeah. It's never going away.
And this is one of the things that actually gives me hope. I'm desperately sorry that happened to those people. I'm sure they are traumatized. But what used to happen in this neoliberal society we've built up, pin in that coming to it later, is that people of a certain class got spared the racism of Republicans, basically, because the Republicans were run by people that knew what the purpose of the scam is. But this carnival is currently run by people that don't even get what the scam is. They've just inherited.
No, I think that you're wrong there. I think that they're running an entirely different scam. And that's the part where we fall into the trap of, oh, they don't know what they're doing. The game has changed. We're not playing the same game anymore. We're playing a long-term, like Larry Ellison is an important example. I talked about him a bit yesterday as well. He's the only person on this planet that scares me more than Peter Thiel. Larry Ellison is in everything. He's the guy who made Oracle. Larry Ellison set up China's surveillance system. That's him. He set up China's COVID response, where you had to give your biometric data to them. He's the one that's also set that up for America. He did that in China, and then he helped us set up our COVID response. It is genuinely in every accusation is a confession scenario. And then I want you to think about QAnon after thinking about every accusation is a confession, and then think about QAnon.
Yeah. Although I recently had to say it. Our disgust for the QAnon believers actually contributed to my not correctly spotting some truth in what they were saying. Their clown version of events obviously did not happen. But
They're
I don't
always
think
based in a grain of truth. Everything they thought and said is 1% correct at least.
Yes. And that's what's so frustrating is we could win these people over if we could acknowledge that 1% and actually put forward a plan for dealing with that 1% of things they are somewhat correct about.
Ironically, I think that they're making that easier for us because they're literally doing everything that America is now greater St. James. We have the whole cabal of satanic pedophiles running the country. We have, the fascist dictatorship. We have the tech oligarch, all of it, everything.
The tech oligarch who literally puts boy blood into his veins.
That man's a vampire. I have a tier system for the worst of the right. Obviously, most regular. I call the average person these days a zombie because we live in a system that is designed to make you addicted to social media, so it can brainwash you. Everything that you see. In fact, the algorithm preempts you. You think that you're thinking about a thing naturally. No, actually, 3 days ago the algorithm decided I'm going to push you in that direction. That's how everything works now. I don't even want to touch recommended feeds on YouTube, for example. All of that put together makes the average person incapable of understanding what's happening, what they feel, and what others do. I've compared this to cyberpsychosis from Cyberpunk, in that when you are online, you have a different personality. You're not the same person. You don't remember the same parts about you, and you don't remember everything you did online offline. But we can't tell ever anymore whether we're in the online brain or the offline brain, whether or not we're online or offline. It is developed insanity.
That's a great phrase for it. And I would say that when people try to break through that, because we're talking to people who have the opportunity to talk to people online right now, so let's use it. I think a lot of times when people try to call the bluff of this behavior, they tap into fear. Well, this person must be a fearful person, and I bet if I could convince them that I could really find them and kick their butts, that'll do it. Instead,
you're never going to scare them more than the algorithm will anyway. It's never going to happen.
Absolutely true. And two, hit them with they're expecting that. Hit them with what they're not expecting, because something else people don't do in person. Joy, sure. Empathy. There's one. People don't.
As long as you don't use the word.
Yeah. But if somebody says something hurtful, you would be shocked by how much it changes the conversation, especially if they're doing it to try to distract from a topic. You would be shocked by how much it changes the conversation. Be like, wow, I'm not sure why you felt the need to do that to me. I was having a fun conversation here with you, and then you hurt my feelings. You might not have actually been having a fun conversation. But my point is, they're not braced to see the hurt on your face because it's online.
In person, that kind of stuff works insanely well. Here's another thing, right?
In
I said talk to
person,
your
but
neighbors
I'm saying
before.
find a way
Online too.
online to tap into that, to make them think of you as a person, and then make them ask, "What am I doing with myself?"
I'm gonna disagree with you here and say that I don't think that that's worth spending the time on, because we don't know how many of the people we even engage with online are even people. Hell, I could be AI and none of you would know. We have that technology. It might not be on the market, but we can do that. I could literally be a fed AI right now. I could be working for the CIA and you would not know. And that's going to get, like, that risk is going to go up and up and up and up and up every day. But talking to people in person is the way out of that. And doing what you said offline, that is excellent. And another thing that you can do is preempt how they're going to feel. See, like, the entire system, right, that we live in, that brainwashing, what it does is it installs certain, like, trigger words in your brain. You ever like hear a right winger just be normal and then they hear you say one thing and then they're suddenly like frothing at the mouth? It's the hypnosis trigger. You hit the woke filter and then they become like a ghoul. And the way that you get around that is you preempt that emotion by offering them, like, food. For example, if you're going to go knock on your neighbor's door, have some cupcakes, some cookies, some croissants even. People are far more likely to, like, I think we need to manipulate the country away from insanity. And I think that is perfectly moral, and I think it's ethical to stop everyone from walking off the cliff by just leading them, maybe even, like, not openly and honestly. It doesn't matter to me as long as the end goal is people are healthy, there's more people alive, less people are suffering. I don't think that necessarily matters in the short term. Obviously, in the long term, that's a bit different.
I think we can do a conversational vaccine for these folks, because if you go
that is the only way,
and you try to convince them of all your things, they will have already heard counter arguments and not thought about anything, and their brain will shut off.
You can't argue someone out of a position. You'll actually cement that position more.
Maybe, but what the average person can pull off fairly easily is ask questions until they are unable to get you an answer, and then ask them to go find you the answer. And if it's coming from a crazy source, point that out, ask them to go find it again. That is a helpful long-term conversation with somebody, no back and forth. If you just have short-term, do this. Find something that you agree on. I promise you there's something. The easiest one is usually getting big money out of politics. Ask them to go see which of the people they listen to supports that cause. And when they cannot find any, ask them why so few. If they can only find one, ask them why so few.
So here's an issue with that, right? That does work, but you have to be consistent, because even if that person realizes that you are right, and then they go home that day, and then they go back on their social media, and then the brainwashing erases that, they have to integrate that into their worldview. Yeah, you have to get that person to give a shit about your opinion first. You have to be like, and this
I'm not
is
saying
important.
your opinion.
Obviously. Their opinion. You don't go to you can't argue someone out of a position, like, you can't logic someone out of a position that they didn't logic themselves into. So you have to get them to do it. You have to lead the horse to water. You can't force it to drink, but you can lead it to the water. And you can benefit from this too. Look at what's happening. Everyone's poor in America, right? No one can afford their bills. Food's expensive. You have a community. Why don't you make some friends with your neighbors and create a system where, like, Tuesdays we're at Dave's house for the air conditioning or the heater, and then Wednesdays we're at Marsha's house. So only one family is paying for, like, the electricity bill that day, where, like, you can just have, like, people over, they all bring their food, you have dinner together. It's one house that pays for that day's heating or cooling, and then you can cycle it. You could find, like, other people in your community and maybe pitch in some money and buy a plot of land that you could grow some food in, because it's going to be cheaper to do that than continuing to buy it from the grocery store. You could form a local militia. You have the right to do that. You could form community protection. Hell, like, I wouldn't feel like, okay, calling the police on anybody in America right now. I don't really want to call them, like, if I was in trouble. So what could I do? I could create a group chat, like an Article 5 group chat. There's a PDF in it with everyone's address, and the label is, if anybody messages in this group chat, it means come to my house right the fuck now. I need help. This is 911. But community. You can build these systems. And in fact, we've always functioned with these systems. We've only lived in this, like, hyper-individualism since, like, 2000. We lost our ability to be human. We're just farm animals now. You know, like they used to say, if the thing is free, you're the product. We're not even the product anymore. We're the resource being extracted for the product. We are all literally a cow being milked and molested by Peter Thiel in a cage to produce the data that they want. Like that's all it is now?
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And the long-term plan
is that this is the horrible complications from an injury that we should have treated a long time ago, and we're going to suffer for the rest of our lives, certainly, from the complications. But it is forcing us to fix the problem, because on the other side of this, either pretty much all Democrats, I'm talking politicians, or pretty much all Republican politicians are going to be in prison. That's the only way this goes.
Remember, in Nuremberg, we only killed 11 Nazis, and then we brought a lot of them home and gave them jobs at NASA and stuff like that. 11. That was it. Those were the only people that were sentenced to death by the Nuremberg trials. I think that was a problem.
I mean, this will go however it goes, but if it's even just one person, we just need to establish, I mean, there's other things we should do, but what we must do is establish this behavior was illegal. As I say it out loud, it can't just be one person. No, it's really got to be multiple governors. Yeah, never mind.
No, it has to be every one of them. Let me give you some stats. In 1946, in post-Nazi Germany, U.S.-occupied post-Nazi Germany, we polled the population and we asked them how many people thought the Nuremberg trials were unfair. The answer was 6%. 6% of that population in 1946 thought that the Nuremberg trials were unfair. We came back in 1950. We asked the same people the same questions. And that number was 1 in 3. In 4 years. Like, the thing is, right, we go back to every accusation as a confession. If you believe that about Nazis specifically, and I'm talking like proper Nazis, not just like the regular fascists, not the general population. There are very clear Nazis, some of them very proud, open ones even. If you believe that every accusation is a confession with these people, and it is, their entire system is built on, like their belief system is built on insecurity, sexual insecurity, and just like hatred, right? Fear, anger, all that. The only way to deal with them, in my opinion, and I might be wrong on this, to be fair, we've only had to do this once and we got it wrong the first time, but it seems to me, as a gamer, that the cheat code to beat this boss is you use its attacks against it, specifically. And think about like their rhetoric, you know, they talk about how people need to be, the ideology needs to be rooted from the ground and erased from history. I think they shouldn't be erased from history, but it needs to be rooted from the ground. It should not be allowed to exist.
It's not just ideology. It's in fact, I would say when it comes to court trials, it's not ideology at all. That's a side effect of the court trials, but it is actual law breaking being enforced.
The court trials is how they got more power, though. Like one of the tactics that the Nazis used is it used to be a crime to say a lot of the things that they said. People would sue you for defamation, like not even always crime, but like civil offenses too. And a lot of what they did, but in their own words, like I've listened to them talk, is their plan was to go and do the things and they would get arrested. And every now and then they would win a trial. And when they win that trial, the thing that they got, charged for saying is now free game for all of the other influence. Now they can repeat that. And so they did that over and over and over and over and over again. Honestly, we might have to take a page out of that one. If they're going to keep banning things we say, eventually we're going to have to go to court, win a case, and then make it so we can say that. But that's what they did. And so, like, the court proceedings part of it is one of their it's a tool for them, not a tool for us, because the
what? No,
institutions
not at all.
of the law
The
are
failure,
built by people. Oh,
the failure to
that's
go
true.
to court and win in court is how we are here. And I would ask, what are you arguing in the alternative? No court proceedings? You're
No,
saying
I want the
haven't
court
broken the law?
proceedings. I want the court proceedings.
We have to win what appears to be now, but things change so fast in America, an impossible political victory. We have to absolutely do that. And then, I mean, when I say court reform, I do not just mean replace most of the judges, fire most
I
of the
think the
judges.
whole country needs to be reworked from the ground up. The thing is, I personally believe that capitalism must end in fascism. Definitionally.
I have thoughts on that and the spread of neoliberalism, but sticking with the point on the courts, we have to have such court reform that it doesn't just replace the people who are there now, but in fact, the way the system is allowed to operate. And I would say that we must have stronger punishments for prosecutors and judges who fail to uphold justice.
We need to have some fucking checks on the Supreme Court. They're able to just commit crimes openly. Who's gonna try the highest court in the land? It's just wizards in robes. They need term limits. Like the thing is, right? I don't want to go back to the country we had. The court system was built by the same neoliberals that we're talking about. I mean, over time, it was go back to 1933. And they tried to do a fascist coup then with FDR. It was called the business plot. There was J.P. Morgan, there was Remington Arms, there was DuPont, all of these. They tried to install Smedley Butler as a fascist dictator and depose FDR. Funny enough, was it Bush's dad was almost involved, but they didn't let Bush's George W. Bush's grandfather involved because he was too closely involved with the actual Nazis. So they didn't want him actually involved in the American end of it, but they were working together. This has been an ongoing thing that we've been trying to do. I mean, going back to the end of the Gilded Age. Ever since the capitalist class had to care about the rest of us, they have been trying to do this. And the current long-term plan is one where they will have to fail themselves. There's no way that we can break that once it's in place. It's not ready yet. But what if they enact it fully? We're fucked. There's nothing we can do to break out. They will eventually crash and burn, though, because fascism will always do that. The internal contradictions will eventually become too much, and it will collapse. The issue being, we need to not let it get there. The global surveillance net is already in place. I've made a whole map of it. I mean, going from street cameras that track every single license plate, going to your electricity and your gas and your heating, all of that. How much power you use? What time do you wake up in the morning? Do you pick your phone up when you get up because you have an alarm on there? Oh, sorry, you or in this direction. All of that stuff, the gyroscope in there, it's constantly monitoring. We have several. ICE now has a way to just zero-click hack into your phone and have access to literally everything. It's called, there's Pegasus, but they also got the other one, which is Graphite. It's a zero-click exploit where they just break into your phone and they have access to everything. And if you connect your phone to the Wi-Fi of your house, now they're in your Wi-Fi too. You're not getting them out. It traps you. You have to, all of your devices go in the bin. That's the only way out of that system. And, that is an Israeli company that makes that. But again, Palantir, Peter Thiel, tested all of the things that we are seeing in Palestine. They've been doing that for 10 years. This is a long plan. Go back to 2016. Palantir, Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Ellis, all these people were meeting in Trump Tower back then. They have dinner parties every week. It is a concerted effort by a group of 3,000 people max, trying to destroy the world for the sake of 50,000 people they care about. There's about 50,000 people on this planet causing just about every problem in the world.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment more or less. And
they all work together. Including internationally, including enemies, really. They're not friends, but they do business deals together.
they're allies in the way that like a wolf and a crow are allies. You know, they're just trying to tear innocents to shreds and eat all the meat.
That's why I call them demons. It's first of all, it just hits better than Nazis. They are demonic as well, so like that does help. Their whole goal is suffering.
To Devil's Advocate Productions, I would like to point out that when I'm talking about where we go with this, the purpose is not to fantasize about a hypothetical future. It is so that we are telling people in the present a practical plan for running this country. It's so that we don't become daydreamers. But the thing with neoliberalism is that it takes about 40 years to become fascism. Most people on the left know neoliberalism is the road to fascism. I'm just telling you how long the road trip is. It's about 40 years.
It's completed. Look at the fascists today, how liberal they are. They're doing like it's woke it's the woke Reich.
We got started with neoliberalism under Reagan in the 1980s. So we're right on track. And so's the rest of the world, because the rest of the world followed suit with us, and Clinton was the Pied Piper.
Actually, just before Reagan, just to be a little extra specific, it was like end of Nixon. It was really when Reagan was president that we started to do it. But yeah, we were researching torturing people, all that back. Yeah, read the Shock Doctrine, y'all.
Yeah, Milton Friedman introduced the idea to the American political elite in the 60s. In the 70s, we were able to make it foreign policy by essentially forcing Chile to become neoliberal by installing Pinochet. And then, after, strangely enough, that failed miserably, Reagan used it as an example of why it works. And began the Reagan Revolution.
Milton Friedman is an actual demon.
An actual demon. I would believe that. Him and it doesn't matter. I don't remember who the fathers of neoliberalism.
Kissinger, all of them were crawled out of a sulfur pit. Yeah.
I bet I have it here. No, I don't. Okay, but anyway, the point is, we have, strangely enough, an example of what it looks like. One of the ways you can leave neoliberalism and fascism, funny enough, and it began with Pinochet. Pinochet was desperately just trying to survive as a country. And you know how they survived? They nationalized the steel industry. So we might have...
Yeah, we got real mad about that after.
Yes. We might have the worst see you next Tuesday imaginable running things. But out of necessity, we can make them do things that end up demonstrating the type of policies we like.
Well, so here's the other bit. They hate neoliberalism. There is currently like the current political battle outside of like us, but in New Moscow, because I call Moscow New Kiev, in DC. That's the fight. It is the neoliberals versus the techno feudalists, and the techno feudalists are winning. The techno feudalists have planned this out for such a look. Alex Karp is the CEO of Palantir. Do you know what he got a degree in when he went to university? He's a degree in neoclassical social theory. Now, why is a guy with a neoclassical social theory degree, PhD, running the tech surveillance company? I wonder. You know,
he wants to have a plan for digital serfs.
Have you ever heard Alex Karp talk? Because it's fucking terrifying.
No, let's have a gander.
Let's have a listen. Let's have a listen. This is a good one.
Say, though, neoliberalism, if you consider it to be the philosophy that money equals the right to make decisions, I would just say they're using a different kind of money now. So they don't like old neoliberalism.
Money's different.
They're new Coke heads.
I don't think like they even want anyone to have influence. Here, like, let's take a listen. This man is fucking insane.
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am.
All this damage and death can be traced back to one man, Alex Karp, the demon that walks the earth, claiming to be a savior to the people of the Western world.
I'm just gonna skip to sections of him talking.
Realizing he was
that's all you need, really.
Here, I just think I've always viewed myself as I don't fit in, and I can't really try to. And he sticks to these words because he doesn't try to fit in, not even with his family, because with a father and mother that spent their lives devoting their times to others, Alex Karp seems to have veered off that path completely. There is not a ton of information.
Here's Teal talking. These are all
the
people
reason
that are
they
friends,
named the
so.
Literary answer from Lord of the Rings.
The Seeing Stones and Lord of the Rings.
Always tempted to do the literary answer from Lord of the Rings. Seeing Stone, which is very powerful. It helps you understand the world better.
These nerds need to be bullied. These nerds needed to be bullied.
If you are a nerd who recognizes these as bad nerds, you should be able to make the leap to how some members of political parties feel when they are represented by the people they're represented by. Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's really bad. I mean, like, again, they built the company off of the Doom machine. That was the idea that they were basing it on.
It was originally
And tell me this man doesn't look like the Antichrist.
created by the elves. It was meant to be used for good purposes. It is potentially a very dangerous technology. It's very powerful. Ends up playing a very important role in the way the series goes.
I always find it.
Also, no Riz at all. But again, why is it so hard to find Karp talking? I'm gonna find a different video. I need a short. Alex Karp. Give me an insane one. Right now. There we go. Should have just typed that first.
That a few people get wealthy, and if you said platitudes that were obviously stupid, you could.
Getting wealthy off of killing Palestinians with Palantir kills Palestinians with their AI and technology.
Oh.
You're killing my family in Palestine.
Yeah. And you know.
How do you sleep at night?
Well, if you do, you want to hear my answer?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, I think the primary cause of death to Palestinians. Okay. Do you want to hear the answer, or do you want to yell? Well, you don't want to hear an answer? Obviously. So the primary source of death in Palestine is the fact that Hamas has realized that there are millions and millions of useful idiots that will.
He's enjoying himself. He loves this shit. It gives him pleasure. You can see it in his face.
Evil Taika Waititi here clearly doesn't have an answer that is sufficient, and so when she interrupts,
he's openly said he doesn't care. He's willing to be hated.
But he's talking into a microphone because he's talking to a crowd of people. So when he's got to make that crowd of people think I'm not a murderer, he's very happy to have her interrupt what he's saying, so that the message, that his original response, you can just assume made sense, but now he doesn't have to finish it. That's strategy for y'all. If somebody's
that is strategy
in their mouth, just let them mumble.
Yeah, don't like constantly like butt in like that. Like that doesn't work because it makes you look bad, whereas he's the one that should be looking bad. An example being of him not actually caring.
In some places we were too arrogant. In some places we weren't arrogant enough. That's like, if we had gone into the VCs and been like, "Fuck you, we're gonna win," they probably would have given us money.
Do you have any favorite stories from some of those VC meetings?
Well, I mean, we had so many, but obviously the most famous.
Too many.
The most famous is we're at like the most famous VC. And like we're, in the last round, the most important partner just like spent his time doodling. My fantasy of it is he was doodling some erotic little picture that he was, fixated on. But, but in non-fairness to that person, I think if we had stood up and walked out, we're like, "Fuck this, you guys are wasting our time," chances of them investing would have been much higher. One of the things that entrepreneurs or builders need to understand about the Valley is if you're not overtly aggressive about representing yourself, they'll just assume that it's not real. In some places,
So you take that mentality, right? And then you take the actual platform that they made. This is what Palantir does. This is a tech demo of Palantir Gotham. Now, imagine this being implemented on you, because it's everything. Let me just skip to the actual test demo. Here we go.
Yeah. AI deciding who lives in.
Oh, it's worse than that. If you'll load.
example, an escalation could start with something as simple as the Chinese military conducting a routine exercise in the South China Sea. To see the full picture and make tactical, operational, and strategic decisions, the U.S. and allied forces rely on Palantir. Monitoring
means all of the globe, by the way. It's every 14 eyes. It's all of Europe. It's Australia. It's the Philippines. It's parts of Africa. It's parts of South America.
the exercise, AI models running on satellite data detect an increased level of military activity. To the north, ship detection models identify an alarming buildup of fishing vessels surrounding a major Taiwanese port. An activity model detects that many of those ships are tied together, suggesting an ulterior motive and increasing the risk of a blockade.
Imagine this at a protest. Oh, there's a protest. There's people gathering. They're getting ready to show up. They're all going to come here. These are the routes they're going to take. This is where we place the police. They're in these groups. All of these people know each other. Those are terrorists. Let's arrest them.
The U.S. maintains a national interest in free trade throughout the South China Sea. And as an island, only 90 miles off the coast
blah, 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 here.
the Yang destroyer has gone.
This was your car. Your car is now not in your spot. We know that your car is missing. Where are you going? Well,
and
let's
isn't
find
showing
out.
up on intelligence feeds. The ship had previously been docked at a southern naval base, but AI models detect that it's now missing. Gotham fuses data from multiple sources to project likely paths for the Luyang. The most dangerous routes head east, towards both the military exercise and the mounting tensions outside the Taiwanese port.
So now they're like, okay, well, you could be going here or you could be going here. Well, we need to have Sentient, the NRO satellite that can control other satellites up in space that doesn't have any directions given to it because it's an autonomous satellite. It's not actually sentient, its name is Sentient. But then you get that to move over you. Now it's taking pictures,
The analyst
determining, oh,
identifies
well, like
key
you could
fault
be going
lines
this
between
way.
routes. To collect more imagery, machine learning models built by academic and commercial partners run on data across all domains. The models determine that satellite coverage alone is not enough to find the ship.
This is much harder for them to do for a military than it is for them to do to us. They could just do, like, your phone data constantly is going there. Your keys, your credit card, your car, your license plate. You can walk out. Do you know how they caught Luigi Mangione? It wasn't like facial recognition. They recognize the way that he walks. They can, like, the cameras with AI in them measure, oh, you walk with your left foot first. You put more pressure on your right side when you're standing still. You like to use your right hand. This is how tall your shadow is in comparison to your height at this time of day. So we're going to determine that that's actually a 5'7" person who limps on their left leg, who was there before and there before and there before. And there's that connect, like, all of it is inescapable.
What alarmed me so much about the first clip you were showing of this guy was that, or when he was talking about how the business got started, is that he was not talking about what an efficient product we have, what a revolutionary thing this is. It sells itself. No, he was talking about, I had to go in there with a certain attitude to get people to sign up for it, which tells me if this guy's selling things like this privately, he's probably sold it like this to the government. In other words, saying it's more accurate, it's better than it is, saying it doesn't make mistakes when it certainly will. And we already know that this government that's in charge right now in the United States has a habit of using AI and not double checking their work. So if they determine that a crowd full of people are about to charge at police, open fire. Go get them. Oh, wait, that crowd full of people was a bunch of people leaving a daycare and didn't realize there was a protest happening. Whoops.
Jake, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So we are in agreement that the government uses this AI system regularly, right? In fact, I think that when they put that whole, like, Liberation Day tariffs out, the mistakes on that were from this, because this was the very beginning of them implementing it. And, like, yeah. If a company like Palantir makes the decisions for the state, that means that a company is above the state, which means that this isn't fascism. Yeah, like, the thing is, Palantir is the government. We don't have a state anymore. It's not fascism because people aren't so... Exactly. It's corporatism, actually, which is also, like, kind of the exact same thing as fascism, because fascism does require like the businesses overtaking the government, but this is
Where the
beyond
accent is,
that.
really.
Yeah.
No, you're right. But I want to point out that's the real purpose of this is not to make things more efficient or even to make things cheaper. It's to buy a free fall guy. The person who made the decision wasn't me. I just saw what the robot said to do. I didn't kill that group of school children. The robot killed the group of school children. I just pressed the button. That's what they want.
Yeah.
And it's how it's being used in Israel right now. They're saying, well, our models said that
They've
the
been
people
testing
in
it
the
there.
children's hospital were all evil. And so we killed all of them. Oh, they're little tiny bodies? Well, the model said. So
Did you know that at the beginning of the genocide, they used that model? It was called Lavender. They have two others. There's like they all work together. Did you know that those have a stated, like public 10% error rate? And that they use those models to gather about 39,000 people on a list to kill in the first 2 weeks. And that the IDF was told to listen to the AI as if it was a commanding officer. As in, you do what it says, you don't check with your boss. That's your boss. That's all the stuff that was tested there. That's being brought here.
We should ask Americans who support Israel, not how do you feel about Palestinians? How do you feel about blah, blah, blah? How do you feel about soldiers taking orders from robots? Because that's where we are. And those are the
You
people
said robots, and my brain just went to Futurama. I'm sorry. Like it's been like it just flashed back to Futurama. Robots.
Let's see how prepared I was for this. Do I still have Zoidberg? I don't. Once upon a time, I would.
I love Zoidberg.
He's my spirit animal.
Mine too, honestly. Base Zoidberg. But like you realize we're currently working for these people right now. Like we are doing what they need more than anything. The number one currency in this system is data. The issue being they need human data that's not corrupted. AI corrupted data doesn't work for them. They're scraping every last bit of 100% human data off the web right now because it is a limited amount. We all have AI now. You can't tell what's human made. But people like us, well, like, they're mining all of that. And while they're mining all of that, they're mining all of us. Our phone is listening to us, our television, our car, everything that we do. And all of this is getting built into a system by a guy who built the Chinese surveillance system. Like, it's the same guy.
Yeah.
And
I wish I had a way to like perk you up here.
That's the bigger fight. Like, that's my main issue. Is everyone's distracted thinking about Donald Trump, where Donald Trump means fucking nothing. He is literally just a husk of a person. He gets to do, like, the only time the man makes a decision is when he says it publicly on camera and he wasn't supposed to, and then they have to, like, pretend that, like, that was part of the plan. It's not. The plan has been implemented long ago. All of these people with, like, just, like, what was it, last week there was that big dinner party with all the tech billionaires, like, just gobbling Trump's dick. They do that all the time. Like, those dinner parties are regular occurrences. We don't realize that we're fighting against, like, a tool of it. See, the thing is, if you're going to fight against fascism or capitalism, what you have to understand is the game is, it's a boss fight. And the boss is actually two bosses. And if you don't get both capitalism and the state down to about 0 health at the same time, they will spam you with stuns and each other's with blocks and heals, and then go right back up to full power. The only way to win is to take them both at the same time.
Speaking of taking them both at the same time, a cruel joke about either Matt or Sandy. I didn't figure it out fast enough, but I will pull up their picture. No, I think you're totally correct. And I think when you say that Trump isn't the problem, I get what you're saying. I do think, though, he has become such a symbol of the symptom that if we fail to deal with him in a court of law, eventually even if it's because he died of natural causes and we're prosecuting his administration, we won't defeat the problem, because now this
I agree.
is itself life-threatening.
I agree.
Crazy.
This is my fear. Here's what I'm terrified of. I'm terrified that Trump dies and the liberals like Vance because he's rational and normal. But the man is literally owned by the Antichrist. His entire career was funded by Peter Thiel. He does not believe in democracy. He doesn't think that you're a citizen unless you have heritage, as in like you fought, your family was in the Civil War or the Revolutionary War. Like they don't believe that you're a citizen without that. It doesn't matter to them. This is about slavery. See, slavery was never gone in America. It's always been legal in prisons. The idea of reducing the standard of living, the material conditions, your ability to engage with anything makes it more likely that you will commit a crime so that you can eat or pay your rent. And when you commit that crime, they get to arrest you and put you in a labor camp where you're a prisoner. That's the goal here. They want a bunch of people to die and they want the rest of us to be slaves. Stephen Miller openly said if it was up to him, there'd be 100 million people left in the country.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, we are dealing with evil that is so evil, it's made clear to even me that the problems we have as leftists communicating, we could have no opposition. There could just be no other political party, and I would question if we could still get people into office.
They make the problems on the left. There are feds whose job it is to read like Foucault and Marx and then go and argue in people's chats so that we don't actually make any change. That is a thing that's been an ongoing thing for decades.
But
their
it's
job.
Truly, it's not all what the enemy's doing. A huge part of it is what we have been doing. And I'm saying we as a
they
coward.
preempted our response.
I'll say me. My style has been bad because we're just, we got preempted, but like we lost in a political argument, in a war of words. We lost to the dumbest dicks that have ever been invented.
We lost so bad
we
lost so bad that the entire country believes that Kamala Harris ran on trans rights when she didn't say the word transgender once.
Yeah.
That's how bad we lost. You're right.
Yeah. So I think there's going to have to be just a total, before any of this other stuff happens politically, we need to work on our ability to make it happen. And I don't have an answer for that yet, other than to say all of the bile, all of the evil thoughts, all of the cruel little things that you are surprised to find yourself thinking and feeling, that was put there intentionally to make you a worse communicator for your actual beliefs. So get rid of those
advice
thoughts
that we can use, that we can utilize. And you don't have to do all of these, but do some of them. First off, make a list of creators that you enjoy watching and check their page manually. Do not go by the recommended feeds. The recommended feeds are there so that you think about what they want you to think about. If you see a video you want to see, that's a whole other thing. But like, don't live by the algorithm. Then beyond that, if you're going to go out and do like protests, direct action, be smarter about it. I've been saying this for months. When like places like Los Angeles have protests, you have 300,000 people. Don't gather in a large fucking group in one area. Break off into 8 to 12 person groups. Have walkie-talkies. Doesn't matter if I can hear you. Communicate. Be like, okay, these 3 blocks are mine. I'm patrolling. 8 to 10 over there, 3 blocks further, they're patrolling. Occupy the city. You have enough people for that. You just need to talk, and that's it. Like, you're less likely to get corralled. You're less likely to get kettled. You're less likely to get shot. They're less likely to fuck with you because you could just dip immediately if you see them on the street. Like, you just be like, hey, I spotted over here. Dip immediately. You need to engage in resistance from the mindset of this is a battlefield. Because it is. They're the ones that have made it that. They keep using war rhetoric. So
I hear what you're saying, but to be
not violently, obviously.
Yeah.
Non-violently, crystal clear.
Yeah.
I gotta say that. I forgot.
I would also say, as far as internet habits go, you should do what I'm about to suggest, and I would recommend you suggest that other people start doing it as well. And that is make note of every title that you click on. And if the content of the video is nowhere near what the title promised, cease looking at stuff from that creator. If they say Trump has meltdown and Trump just says, I think that's a little much, don't listen to that person.
Anyone who writes in like big caps breaking news, other than Kyle Kalinske,
It's not breaking news, and they said it was.
You know what my biggest pet peeve is? I deal with this every time I'm on stream. I open like mainstream news to see what the talking heads are saying, and I look at the video title, and the video title doesn't start until halfway through the actual fucking video.
Yep. If I don't get it in the first 60 seconds, if it's not clear that that's where they're going, generally speaking, I was going to say I exit out. If I'm being real, generally speaking, I scrub through just so I can see how right I was. But, you know, that's the idea.
Stay off of Twitter. Stay off of TikTok. Like the regime owns TikTok, by the way. You know, Larry Ellison owns all the data, and that's now like allowed. Trump is allowing
Twitter and TikTok are the tools of the enemy. The people who are own them must suffer financially for the way they run them. Yeah, stay.
Here's a question: what are we going to do as the creators and like the newscasters and the commentators? Because all of these companies are going to have that hearing on the 8th in Congress. We now have Israel monitoring every video that you put out for anti-Semitism that they get to define as anti-Semitism. What are we going to do? Like, again, I got banned from Twitch for reporting the news. This is my second ban. So, like, if I get banned again, that account's deleted. YouTube, I'm fine for now, but look at chat. Half of chat's been complaining that they're like, look at what Buncor just wrote. They have to write in like weird ASCII shit because YouTube keeps censoring the chat. How are we meant to have these conversations? Not online. Join the SRA. Get the phone numbers and emails of people that you enjoy listening to, talk to people in your area, and go and organize offline. Everything you do here is being monitored. It's much more difficult for them to monitor you if you are in person. You can take steps to do that. You can put your phones in a Faraday bag. You can build a Faraday cage in a room. Like, those are not all that expensive, like, especially for a group. You just set that up. That room is basically a skiff now. You can do a lot more in person. Get offline. It's not about touching grass. It's about acting. Everything we do here is to prepare for what we do out there. And we need to get out there.
For us, I would recommend something else. Like for the creators, yes, do all that stuff as well. Make real world connections because it's just more valuable. But the creators should take note and learn lessons from the far right, actually, and how they set up their businesses. Because they actually were doing the things we're being accused of doing, and yet they survived as businesses. Now, they had the advantage of all of the criminal justice system loving what they were doing, but still. Thing number one, set up a personal website. So Visora.com, where your videos can exist. I want to point out that Alex Jones makes more per click than we do, even though Alex Jones cannot take any of the ad money from YouTube.
I don't make any money at all. I don't even run ads. Like, I get nothing out of this. Alex Jones makes fucking bank while screaming about nonsense. I scream about the same kind of nonsense, but I'm correct. But, like, that's the other thing, right? Like, you're absolutely right. We need to go and, like, watch what the right did. Go look at, like, Nazis from 2006. Go look at the Tea Party. The Tea Party was the beginning of MAGA.
So let's look at it. Why does Alex Jones make more money per click than your standard YouTube person? It's because he sells diet pills. We don't have to sell diet pills, but he takes 100% of the money from those sales, whereas we on YouTube share about I don't know, it's like I think it's 30% of our everything we take in goes to YouTube. So we're operating at a disadvantage in that way, and we're at YouTube's mercy. So the thing to do, make sure your content lives somewhere where nobody else can decide if it's up or not. Never mind whether it's popular or not. All this just becomes then advertising for your personal site, and sell something, which can just be your continued existence if you want. But you sell something that nobody can take a piece of.
Hosting a stream on your own site is really expensive, but hosting videos is not. That's a good idea. Chat's asking what a Faraday bag is. This is a Faraday bag. It is, I mean, this is one of mine. I have many. It's basically a bag that's made with several layers of material. When this is sealed, it's supposed to block, not all of them work the same. Some are better than others, but they're meant to block cell signals, IR, Bluetooth. Like, once it's in this, technically nothing should be able to connect to it. If you go to a protest, don't bring your fucking phone. If you're going to have to bring your phone or your keys to your car or anything, Faraday bag, all of it in a Faraday bag. Ideally, a Faraday bag in another Faraday bag, just in case. If you open these like too often, like this, the fibers inside them can get old. You have to test these, so they're not like an end-all be-all. But getting the ability to be safe is important. That's what I've been working on, like off stream for a few weeks now, is trying to just secure myself. Don't forget, we're getting ID checks on the internet now. Everything is going to require your personal ID to use. They're going to ban VPNs eventually as well. And we're in a new age, of the golden age of cybercrime. There are people using AI for cybercrime now. Just like this month, there was a report of someone who used ChatGPT to hack somebody because they injected a local AI through like an image, like a PNG image that someone opened, looked at the picture, that installed the local AI, which then used that computer's internet to contact ChatGPT, asked it to write the code for it to run, to steal everything on your computer, and then exfil it.
You're not wrong about any of this, I think, but the scale of it and the manner in which it's going to affect our lives, I think, is different than people might be imagining. And the really evil stuff, yeah, that's it exactly. Like the truly sinister things that will come of it, you're not going to feel as they're happening, and that's the problem. If they're collecting a database of how many Democrats they think is in a certain area, so they know whether or not to send relief money there, for example, you'll never be informed that that's what's just happened. But that's the sort of petty shit that fascists do. It's just how they are. I would float this out to you before I skedaddle, and that is, I think we have reached a time that we were headed for 40 years, but certainly since 2000, as you say. And we're not used to operating in these sorts of waters, and the priorities shift. We have a lot of people talking about like, oh, this won't happen, that won't happen. Agreed. We need to just get to 2026 first. That's step one. And the way we do that is by making it as hard for them to do anything at all. Anything. So if you have the opportunity to say, yeah, if you have the opportunity to say shut down the government by getting your representative to vote just to not fund the thing, great news. There's going to be less attacks in Venezuela because we haven't funded them. There's going to be less. How are they going to give money to Palantir if they can't write the checks?
Is it bad that I ironically want that to not happen? I like, this is going to sound horrible, but in the long-term, big picture, international viewpoint, I want America to go to war with Venezuela because it will weaken America and prevent them from being able to go to war with other countries invading. Like, we had news last month of 3 U.S. operatives, one of them being Trump Jr., trying to do foreign intelligence operations in Greenland, trying to start like an insurrection movement in Greenland, or a secessionist movement. We had Americans there doing that. Russia was hosting their military drills that, like, you know, they attacked Poland. We had 40,000 troops and tanks lined up on the border. Guess where America was? In Belarus. We went to Belarus to watch it. Instead, like, well, I don't know why the fuck we did that. We've never done that before. We sent our soldiers to Belarus to witness the war games. We were standing there with Iran, China, like, all of our enemies.
I could tell you why. And that is because Belarus, aka White Russia, is a pawn of Russia, and our government is currently in bed with them.
Yep, and let me address, by the way, Trump is not a Russian agent. He just believes the same things. He likes Russia. He likes their government. He likes their system. That's just it. He's not a slave to them.
He's not. But I fully believe, I don't have proof of this, I must be clear, but I fully believe that this guy was only ever a billionaire because he was a Russian henchman. That's my theory. We'll find out one day.
Trump? I mean, he was a billionaire because he lied, but like he was also a Russian henchman. His dad gave him money. In 1987, like there's the photo of him in Leningrad, which is very funny because even though that's St. Petersburg now, but right before the Alaska summit or right after, he still called it Leningrad. So it goes to show you something. Well, like, we're in a World War III posture right now. Like NATO's been attacked. Yeah. China's fucking around in the South China Sea again. We've said that we're not going to fight Russia and that we're backing away from fighting China to focus more domestically. So we're going to do more intelligence operations in South America. I do a lot of like war coverage on my show, so
I want to point out it's not really relevant to the conversation. It just needs to be said over and over. Trump thought there was airports during the Revolutionary War.
The man's brain is soup. The man's brain has been soup the whole time. In fact, I thought during the election, like before Kamala Harris, that Trump was actually mentally more degraded than Biden. Biden just looked more mentally degraded because he has a stutter and a speech impediment. But Trump was worse.
And sometimes Biden makes sense. So when he doesn't make sense, it's notable. When Trump doesn't make sense, it's Tuesday.
He said the other day that he knows more about grass than anybody. Like, I don't know what he's saying anymore. It's not worth listening to him because, again, he's not making the decisions.
Yeah, we're not going to learn anything new. Yeah.
You know what? Like, have you heard about the town in is it Arkansas, the Ozarks place, where they're making it so only white people can live there? Like, they're literally doing segregation. Like, that is an open thing. They have said no colored people can live here.
I don't have an answer for that. I have to look at it. I'm shocked.
I'll send you the link if you want.
Yeah. Really disturbing if that's the case. And to Sylvie,
you know what? Here, let's just watch this. You have to go, do you?
I do. To Sylvie, I can't leave her without offering something. She said, any advice if you have Trump parents? Yes, if they say something shocking, and they will say something shocking, just do that long-term thing we talked about earlier. Ask them for where they got that information, and then verify with them together if it's true or not. And it won't be.
I have a different perspective on this, especially for like family and close people. By the way, I sent the link to the video in the chat. When it's family and like people that you know, I think treating them with contempt and ridicule is the way that's better, because nobody wants to feel cringe. And like you don't be mean to them like you're attacking them. You're attacking the idea. You have to make it sound so like they're dumb for talking to you about this, and they're wasting your time. But you're not attacking
like
them.
The worst possible way. That seems
It's
like a
worked
great
more
way
often.
to make sure.
It's worked more often for me than not, because they think when you're like, they're like, well, this happened. I'm like, that's really fucking dumb. What are you talking about? No, let's go, move on. And then they think about it because they want to talk about it. So they try and push you to get engaged more with it because you just dismissed their idea. And so now they're already on the defensive. It's flipping their playbook for debate.
When I interviewed a guy that left this stuff, he discussed having tons of friends and family who did the exact same thing you're describing right now. And the result was he stopped ever talking to them. And when
it depends on the people, obviously.
Yeah. And if it's your parents, who you only get a pair of in your whole life, I would recommend you be kind to your parents. And I would recommend you try at least.
Be kind to the people. That is a key thing. You have to be kind to the person while you do this. That there is no other way.
Yeah, I think the goal, whether you go through it harsh or gentle, and it's going to depend on who your parents are, as Visora points out, the goal is to get them to do the work. Get them to bring to you the piece of evidence they say is true. And they won't be able to because they're Trumpers. They believe nonsense.
And exactly. And like both ways works. Like you can just asking questions for whoever, especially like, with your parents, probably just asking questions more so, but throwing the ridicule in there works because these people think that they are smarter than us and that they are better than us. We're smarter than them, and every one of you is a morally better person than any MAGA. I can promise you that, currently. Everyone is born equal. Everyone does not die equal. But the difference being is that they will look down at you with contempt. And so if they are trying to convince you of something, or you are asking questions and they're giving you answers, the way that you answer has to show that their idea is just very, very stupid. Hold on. I have a perfect example of this. Sorry, I have so many.
Oh, it's all good. I would, to me, I enjoy watching this more than traditional pornography. If it's somebody being convinced to see the truth, I'm so desperate for it. My word.
All right, hold on. I got it. I'm gonna go and use my other browser to do this because I'm not logged into my shit on Chrome. By the way, don't use Chrome. If you do, that's pretty bad. They're spying on you again, everywhere. But here we go. Yes.
I'm with DJX. I don't disagree about taking it seriously. We should, but if you possibly can have fun during the Holocaust, you should. You know,
you need to bring some joy and levity into it. It's a survival tactic.
Yeah.
For example, this brings me joy, even though this man is just very stupid. He's getting verbally abused here.
Have any medicine before you went? No, you guys learned medicine from Ibn Sina. In the 17th century, what was the textbook that the medical schools were reading? What was the book?
We dissected human bodies, which
what was the book?
I don't think was good thing to do.
17th century, who wrote your medical textbook?
No, there were Greek doctors, mate.
Oh, it's Ibn Sina who wrote a book called Al-Qanun. The canon.
It's using both tactics here, by the way. It's the contempt and the you're very dumb, in the wording, but also constantly asking the questions make him do the work.
So you were learning medicine from us. Who created the scientific
Francis
method?
Bacon.
No.
Good
My
chunk
name's
of
Ibn
math.
al-Haytham.
Yeah, you could argue that, but
yeah, exactly. There you go.
No, but it's not.
You
based
can
on it.
argue Francis Bacon, but no.
It's not based on
But then look what happens immediately after. So he just admits wrong. That's step one.
Yes.
Greek, classical Greek.
Yeah, Greeks
knowledge.
didn't make the scientific method. Who created the first university?
Oxford.
Huh?
Oxford is the first modern university.
First university was not Oxford University. The first
Older than
university
the
was
Aztec
made by
Empire.
Fatima
In
al-Fihri.
England. I don't care in your shithole country that's
I don't care in your shithole country. So now we get to this is a good example because this is going to be your average MAGA right now.
Totally bankrupt.
Who started Oxford University?
Could you pause it real quick?
Monks.
Sorry?
That dude in the hat. How nervous does he sound to you? Super nervous? Now, do you notice what he did when he was just getting killed there? When he went to the shithole countries thing, right?
Yep.
He wanted
that was
this
for him
guy.
to feel better.
No, it was for him to escape. He wanted this guy to start ranting and raving about how dare you call my country blah blah blah.
That's what I mean by it was for his own feelings. It was trying to move the conversation away and escape from the I'm getting killed.
And there was a beat there where I was worried this guy was going to fall for it, but he didn't. And I think we should all take a lesson from that, if nothing else. When they jump this offensive stuff, it's not offensive by accident. It's supposed to make you angry. So don't let it. Stick with the point.
Yep. Their plan is laid out. I have videos on it on my YouTube channel. Control the conversation and never play defense is the right-wing tactic. We need to adopt that. You tell them
you need to prepare for it.
Well, when I say adopt it, I mean specifically in the case of do not accept their worldview. Do not even give it credit. If you know the thing is bullshit, don't give them the time of, all right, well, let me explain to you why this is That's a tactic. That's in their playbook of make you spend time explaining things that they know, but they don't believe. Plus, half of them are bots anyway. But look at the end of this. Look how he ends this, because that man really does get annihilated.
Oh, Daniel of Moli. Where did he get the idea of Oxford University from?
I don't want to talk about this with you.
You're the one that brought it up.
Did I?
You
Bring
brought
up
up
what?
Oxford University. Daniel of Moli went to Andalus, which was Muslim Spain, but he learned about the university and then came here. Listen, you know Oxford University was first a seminary, right?
Yes.
It was a Bible school, yeah? What was the first language that they started learning in Oxford and Cambridge?
Latin.
No.
Arabic.
Yes. Ding, 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 ding.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
We should shut down these universities.
One
I'm not allowed to teach my own children what I believe.
Immediately goes from this is the first university, your country's a shithole, we have better education, to they taught people in Arabic at the beginning, we need to shut down these universities. It's all reactionary. And so you can't argue them out of this position. But what you can do is you can weaken the foundations of their beliefs. You can crack that foundation a little bit over and over and over and over again. When it collapses, it will not be because of something you said. It will be because of something the state did. They will finally recognize it because you broke that foundation. He ends this by saying, like,
you don't know who your dad is.
I do. And I'm very disappointed in him. Yeah.
Oh, you're disappointed
because
in
he
that?
loves you. Yeah,
he does.
He wants
He's a
to-
man of good taste.
And so that brings in the idea of there are people that you care about who agree with me. You bring it into the community aspect of, well, look, you like that person. They listen to me. They like what I say. Maybe you should listen to it. And he's like, oh, I'm disappointed in him because he loves you. That's a crack in that foundation. That's a big fucking crack.
The other thing I would point out is that kindness is not a tool that the right can use very easily because their policies are not kind. And so they need to get people angry and vindictive and all these other things.
It's Pavlov.
Kindness,
They use negative
however,
enforcement.
kindness is something that our policies are geared towards. So even though I do encourage us to learn lessons from the right, I would also point out we should attack with our greatest strength. And our greatest strength is, in fact, kindness. And the easiest way you can demonstrate that is during the course of the conversation. Just bear it in mind.
Yep. Like, here's the other, like, what the right does is they use Pavlov tactics. They're brainwashing you. It's negative reinforcement. We need to use positive reinforcement. If you do the thing that we have laid out, then you get something out of it. That's my ideal society, by the way. It's one built on like cooperation and positive reinforcement. If something is good for you, it is good for the community. If it's good for the community, it's good for you. This is, by the way, how all of human history worked until about like 2,000 years ago. Because people forget, like, we lived in a egalitarian, cooperative engagement society for tens of thousands of years. Now, sure, we didn't have the means of production then. We created the means of production, which created a class that owned them. Then we had feudalism. Then we got to capitalism. Ever since the means of production have been taken by a small group, we've been in the same system. But that's not the only one. All of us, have the ability to just live normally. We could still have all of the tech. We could have all of the nice stuff that we have, just not built on this premise of the 50,000 people should get everything and all of us work for them. It's the same fight we've been fighting for. Jesus argued for this. Like, Jesus Christ was a brown man arrested by the police and killed for arguing against like anti-immigration policies and class warfare. Like, it was like, abolish private property, give all of your money to the homeless, do communism, and like illegal immigrants is not a thing. And they killed him for it.
You said the source of this behavior was 2,000 years ago. I just want to take us back. I have file footage of that time. Gwendolyn, I've just invented something. It's called money. And the thing...
Essentially, yeah. And we have to remember, because this is a thing that we struggle with broadly as a society. Billionaires are necessarily mentally ill. Having that much money is bad for you. It functions in your brain like a drug addiction. Mind you, so does social media. It carves the same pathways. There's MRI scans where you can see that, like, someone who just did cocaine in an MRI, their brain is exactly the same as someone scrolling on TikTok, because this was built for... You know, the reason you scroll like this is because it mimics in your brain pulling a slot machine lever. That's why you scroll the way that you do. All of this is, like, engineered. Hell, we've been doing this for decades. Supermarkets change their layout every time, so you have to walk around more and you'll buy more stuff. Milk is always in the back, so you, like, the thing that people just go to the market for. You gotta walk through the whole shops. Like, wearing a blue shirt makes you look more trustworthy. People are dumb animals, and our brains are built to make... It's a meat... Like, it's a piece of meat with electricity running through it. That's what you are made of. So... we need to understand that, like, we are not in a state of engaging with people as people. And we need to get back to that. Humans are human beings, and we don't talk about human beings like that.
Well, most humans are, except for me. I'm mostly tiger.
Based. I mean, also, like, the zombies are prevalent.
Well, there's that.
And you're right, though. We need to vaccinate people with rhetoric against the zombie virus. Hell, like, again, woke mind virus is just the zombie virus. It's the same things. And the worst thing is they run Blue Anon.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, speaking of lefties, I'm going to go recreate a scene from the 1960s civil rights protests in my bathroom. I will see you guys on the next.
Thank you for coming on. This was really fun.
It was fun, man. Thank you so much for having me, my friend. Keep
Have
up
a
the
lovely,
good
lovely
fight.
evening. I will. So do you. All right, y'all. I gotta show you a couple more things, just because I am on a roll now. I don't know what time I'm supposed to finish this, but Dear Lord is correct. We are in a bad situation. In fact, take it from not me, but The Onion. The Onion is doing real news now. I'm sure you all have heard.
Environment. Politically, environmentally, personally, there's really no facet of your life where you aren't completely and totally goddamn boned. Like 6 Ways to Sunday. And the reason we know this is because of the data. We used an advanced regression model to find that you are either totally, entirely, or marginally fucked. Any other non-fucked scenario is statistically insignificant. Ironically, the more you struggle against it, the more fucked you are, which is why our recommendation now is that you just bend over and take it. But if I could offer one glimmer of hope, it's this. Even though you and everyone you love are all thoroughly and utterly fisted, it will all be over soon.
I'm kidding. Like, we're not that bad yet. It's not doomer time. For example, let's look at some ways where you can increase your level of privacy. Just a little bit.
Professional hacker, I've spent years studying this, and honestly, it pisses me off. In every email software, there's a setting to not display images by default, and I recommend everyone turn that on if you care about your privacy.
You can start by removing your personal info from public broker sites.
Tools like Easy
A lot of these require money, so you can ignore that bit, but if you have it, they do work.
Or Canary will contact dozens of data sellers on your behalf.
Make sure that you look at the site, because some of these are owned by the same people that gather your
The
data.
biggest quick fixes you can do is finding the ad personalization setting and turning that off. What you're actually doing is inviting an invasive level of tracking.
Chromebooks have certain security features that other laptops don't have.
The power wash feature on Chromebooks wipes the entire Chromebook. If you're gonna do that, try to do this.
Yeah, no, sorry, that's not gonna work because we have this now. By the way, this also exists with Dell.
Imagine this. You're sitting at your desk, staring at your laptop, and you think you're alone, but you're not. Because deep inside that machine, there's something else. A second computer, invisible, untouchable, undeniably watching you. It runs its own operating system, uses its own network connection, and sits beneath your antivirus, your firewall, and even your BIOS. This isn't some hacker's backdoor. It's not malware. It was put there on purpose by Intel.
Yep. Everything is like this. There is no way for you to have any kind of security without building shit yourself anymore. But here's the thing, right? They're doing all this surveillance apparatus stuff on us. These people are incredibly predictable. These people follow a playbook, a very clear one. They've published what they want to do. Peter Thiel has laid out exactly everything, how Project 2025 is going step by step by step by step by step. They're following the Hitler playbook in the White House with Miller. Like, it is very, very easy to predict what these people are going to do. So why don't a few of us work together and create a Temu Palantir, a local running, secured, because you can do that. You can do that. First off, I'm AI's biggest hater. Don't get me wrong here. But it is a weapon for propaganda and for rhetoric and for political action. And it is also very useful if you do it right. Have some people work together, build a system that tracks them. They put all of their data out there, just put it in, and then you can predict them. It could be like, hey, there's going to be an ice raid likely in like 3 days. Now, the difficulty being here is you don't want that constantly connected to the internet. You want that to run local, offline, in a Faraday environment, ideally. So what you do is you gather that data, you bring it over, and then you upload it, and then you have it parse that data over and over and over again. Smart coders and techs are on the left also. We need to work together for it, though. That the issue is this is like a team project, and the left is so spread out and so disorganized that it's a problem. This is why I think a lot of the left in America really does need to leave America. Not because they're in danger. I mean, they are in danger, but because that is the useful action here. Again, we would not have won World War II if not for the German Jews who escaped Germany and then came and planned, like, gave intel, fought against them. We need that. Because guess what? You're not going to be fighting against people. No, you're going to be fighting against this. Very soon. Let me skip to when it's doing a bit more interesting things. But the glory of battle? Yeah, of course. These things can do flips now. Like, you're going to be... I don't know why my internet's doing this. Probably because, the state hates me. This is the most important one, though, that all of you can do. Lock down your phone. Do not have the AI open. Do not, like... You can download apps, whether you have Apple phones or Samsungs. By the way, if you have Samsung, you should be mad because they have blocked your ability to sideload now. That's the new thing. They don't like when you can have Graphene OS, the software that you could, like the operating system that you can put on a Pixel phone that police fucking hate. You can't crack it. It is secure. It has its own secure delete thing. It doesn't include all of the tracking software that Samsung and Microsoft and Apple force onto you. They want to get rid of your ability to fight back. But the most important advice that I have for you today is learn how to do this. This is a prerequisite before you're able to, A, do what we've talked about by talking to people in person, talking to your neighbors, getting some snacks, go around. Like, you can do all of that. It's very useful. But you will not succeed until you can do this first.
You need to be bored. You will have less meaning and you will be more depressed if you never are bored. I mean, it couldn't be clearer. Let me give you the good side of boredom in general. Boredom is a tendency for us to not be occupied otherwise cognitively, which switches over our thinking system to use a part of our brain that's called the default mode network. That sounds fancy. It's really not. The default mode network is a bunch of structures in your brain that switch on when you don't have anything else to think about. So you forgot your phone and you're sitting at a light, for example. That's when your default mode network goes on. We don't like it. My colleague in the psychology department here at Harvard, Dan Gilbert, he did experiments where people had to sit in a room for 15 minutes with instructions to do absolutely nothing, and there was nothing in the room to do except there was a button in front of them that they could push, and if they did, they gave themselves a painful electric shock. Sit there bored or get a shock. A big majority of the participants gave themselves shocks instead of thinking about nothing. We don't like boredom. Boredom's terrible. Why is boredom?
I need you to be able. You need to be able, not me. I need you as one thing. You need to do this because this is what they took from you. They stole this from you. Unironically, I'm doing the right wing thing. This is what they took from you. You need to be able to spend 5, 10, 15 minutes just in a room with no input. None. Because it's not about meditating. It's not even about trying to think about nothing. Think about whatever the fuck you want. Just don't look at something. Don't look at a screen. Don't have your phone nearby. Don't even have it in the room. Because studies show just having your phone in the room is like being a Coke addict with a bag of Coke in your bag. And you're just waiting for you. You turn into Don Jr. So who can't do that? A lot of people, Donald James. A lot of people. I've talked about this in my stream. And my chat was like, I would rather die than do that. It was that was the most common reply. You have to learn to be uncomfortable. That is a skill, and they have taken that away. We have distractions for discomfort constantly. You have a struggle, you look at you go to a stoplight. What do you pick up? Your phone.
Boredom's so bad. Well, because the default mode network makes us think about things that might be kind of uncomfortable. When you think about nothing, well, your mind wanders and thinks about, for example, big questions of meaning in your life. What does my life mean? You go to kind of uncomfortable existential questions when you're bored. That turns out to be incredibly important, incredibly good. One of the reasons that we have such an explosion of depression and anxiety in our society today is because people actually don't know the meaning of their lives, much less so in previous generations. Tons of data show this.
People don't know how to recognize their own emotions anymore. It's mind-boggling. They have turned us into NPCs, unironically. And again, the entire system is built on milking you. You were in a cage, in a feedlot, and Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison are molesting and milking you. So.
And furthermore, we're not even looking. Why not?
Faris, exactly, you're right. One of the greatest resources for the left is that many trans women are computer programmers. Do you know any that could come to Australia and help build Temu Palantir, please? Because all of them got fired. I'm sure they need a job.
I'll tell you why.
I can't pay them, but
we figured out a way to eliminate boredom. We've been able almost completely to shut off the default mode network in our brains. How? The answer is that thing in your pocket with the screen, which you take out even when you're standing on the street corner waiting for the light to change. Is like, I might have to wait here for 15 seconds. What are you doing? You're actually trying to not be bored because the default mode network is mildly uncomfortable because it sends you to the types of questions that you can't get your mind around. You can't get your arms around. Well, that's a big problem.
Donald James, can I ask you how old you are? Because I find that the people that least have this problem are, ironically, boomers over the age of 65 and older millennials that are between 27 and 35. 49? Lucky you. Your generation is fucked because of this, Donald James. And to be clear, we are all victims of this all the time. Even you are a victim of this. You just don't have the same symptoms. And it doesn't affect everyone the same way, but we are all addicted to this. It is an addiction for profit industry. It is built to addict you. It's built to waste your time. All of the algorithms are built for you to spend as much time on them as possible, which prioritizes emotions that give you the most engagement, which is anger, fear, and depression. Are you depressed? No. Are you angry, Donald James? Because that's probably what they're channeling. Anger, fear, or resentment. All of that feeds into the system, and it makes them money and it gives them data. Like, what they are currently building, in the most basic terms, is if you've ever watched the second Captain America movie, they're building Project Insight, just without the helicarriers, because we have satellites for that already. It's just that. It's a predictive way for them to see all of humanity, see what they're thinking, what they're believing. They're able to, shift the rhetoric by just pushing specific items into the recommended feeds and then removing the others. And the others, well, we're still required in the system. They don't want us all to die. They need a forever enemy. So all of us get to stay, but all of us are constantly abused to the point where we're prioritizing emotions like fear, resentment, and anger. But the way to break all of this is to just unplug. Be bored. Go for a walk without headphones on. Just listen to the birds. Whatever it is. It is a system that makes you not human anymore. It is the zombification process. Every 10 seconds, you have to check your phone. Every news article, breaking news, you have to pay full attention to it. There is crisis after crisis after crisis after crisis. I do not have a Be Bored clip, actually. It'd be cool if someone clipped that today. But, we are in a desperate situation where most of us have already fallen. There's not that many people left that aren't fully slaves to this system. It is not just what you believe and what you do. It is an actual addiction. Again, if you put someone in an MRI who is a cocaine addict who just did cocaine, their brain looks exactly the same as somebody who is scrolling on TikTok in an MRI. It functions the same way, it builds the same pathways. How does addiction work, really? Well, it prioritizes that you keep doing the same thing because it gives you the necessary brain chemical response that you have built into that pathway. And when you stop, well, you're going to get withdrawal symptoms. People get withdrawal symptoms from going off social media. They do. And we need to start treating this like an addiction. I'm supposed to go meet with a member of parliament on Monday, and I'm going to talk about Australia's social media ban for 16 and under. Now, I support not allowing kids on social media, but I hate the way that they're doing it. They're doing it in the way to profit from it. What they're doing is they're going to make it so there's ID verification. Obviously, the onus is on the companies. They're the ones that have to pay the fine, but not on the kids. There's nothing after that. You can't take away something from somebody without giving them something back. They're think about a crying child with a toy in their hand. If you want that toy, you have to give them another one so they give it up. You have to build systems that continue this process. You can ban social media for 16 and unders. You can do it successfully in the good way. What happens when those kids hit 16? Well, all of the jobs are taken by robots and AI. There's no lower income minimum wage jobs left. So what are they going to do? They're going to start making content. And then they start making content, and now they're in the system again. We have openly stated in Australia, in the debate for this policy, that the goal is that kids, once they turn 16, don't immediately go on social media. How do you do that? Well, you could start a trial for universal basic income for people under 25. You can start it, Australia has a rate where you can start working at 16, but you'll get paid less until you're fully an adult at 21. So every year your pay goes up until you hit 21. Build the system for the UBI from 16 and up. 16-year-old, all right, you start getting UBI. You are incentivized to go do other things. You have money. You don't need to make money. You can do you can work on a goal. You can build for incredibly cheap community centers, just hangout areas, a TV, a pool table, a dartboard, maybe a garden, a couch, and it's just free. A place for people in the community, whether they're young, whether they're old, to just go and hang out and be people. There's stuff to do there. It's the same idea with addiction, by the way. You want us to get you want drug addicts to get better? Imprisoning them is not doing that. They get worse in prison. What can you do? Well, you can open up safe use centers, places where people can go and do the drugs, and there are medical professionals there, nurses, social workers. Every time you walk in the door, there's someone that gives you a pamphlet saying, hey, have you thought about I don't know, rehab? Like, have you thought about getting some treatment? There's a social worker or two even work there that their job is to help you find like housing, deal with medical issues, a couple nurses. It has to be a fun space to go. There has to be a television. There has to be an Xbox, like a couch or something, because people won't spend time there unless it is useful, unless it is, unless you incentivize it. And so, like, it is a complex situation where the mental state of the vast majority of people is incongruent with reality. Okay, because I'm different than this because, like, I left social media a long time ago and I hate doing the same thing over and over again. Basically, fun fact, I fucking hated social media for years. In fact, I didn't use pretty much any other than YouTube until about a year and a half ago when I just decided, hey, I'm gonna go and get a job where all I get to do is look at Twitter and argue with idiots. For some reason, I decided to do that, you know. I don't know why, but me and you have the same vision? That's because it's the correct vision. Or a place to read little red books. Literally just any books. You just need to incentivize behavior. Positive reinforcement. This is, we need to look at politics, not just from a political lens, from a strategic lens, from a psychosocial, rather. A political lens, a strategic lens, and a psychosocial lens. We don't touch on the psychology of this enough. And when I was talking with Jake earlier, he made a point that, like, it would be too difficult to really hammer in on, but I've talked about this before, and I'll link a video from a creator that is on the left that everyone hates now for some reason because, like, they said a liberal thing when they are liberal, so I don't know why you're mad. It's literally what I expected. But this ContraPoints video, Conspiracy, I've covered this on my stream. This explains perfectly how they got here, and you can see the details that are somewhat based in reality. The entirety of QAnon was based off of a single concept. It was based off of virtual reality video games that were unfinished, that didn't have the tasks for the player to do. Turns out, player just makes shit up when there's no tasks left to do. Is there any connection between this and doctors' offices are so empty and boring? I mean, there's definitely connection between this and doctors' offices, but the thing being here, right? There is a very specific subgroup of people who are in charge of propaganda, who've been for a long time. People like Michael Flynn, people like Steve Bannon, people like Tucker Carlson. Look at what Tucker Carlson's doing right now. He's talking against the regime. He's saying how this is not free speech, and if they're censoring like political thought that's nonviolent, that you think that he's on your side? No. Tucker Carlson is the other section of the right. They are going to try and run as a nationalist party. They're going to talk shit about both the Democrats and the Republicans. They're going to use anti-billionaire rhetoric and anti-Israel rhetoric. It is the National Socialist Party that they are developing slowly. This is being done by people like Steve Bannon, like Nick Fuentes, like Tucker Carlson. It's being worked on actively behind the scenes. Stephen Miller on board with that. J.D. Vance on board with them. That is the goal, is to create a new political party that will break through. We're overdue for a long 4-hour, overly researched, super detailed, and very informative Contra video. Well, she only makes one a year, Salamander Sapien, but I think I might have to cover that conspiracy one again, because I haven't watched that since, and I know for a fact I can tie it to so many things that are happening right now. I recognize that also. You're right. I feel the same. Like, it's a playbook that has existed in history for so very long that it should be common knowledge. The reason, by the way, that we were able to, get here as a society, for example, we didn't teach people in school. Like, I had Holocaust class when I was in middle school. We learned about the Holocaust. We learned that the Nazis used propaganda. You know what we didn't learn? What the propaganda was. If we succeed, I need a system where from 6th grade onward, when we talk about Holocaust, I want those kids to see the Palestinians, the ones that I see on my feed that I'm not allowed to show on YouTube. I need them to see it. Because coddling ourselves is how we got here. Escaping discomfort is how we got here. Convenience is how we got here. These are tools of the machine. These are tools of the Reich. Convenience is how they control you. Coddling is how they weaken you. We need to see reality, no matter how dark it is. Is it traumatizing for a 6th grader to see children bleeding out, like head gashed in, like losing like feet burnt? Like, yes, it is traumatizing. It's traumatizing to me. There is a point in it. You need to see it. Was my history teacher based because he taught us about the propaganda they did and the propaganda we did? He didn't teach us about the Russian propaganda, though. Your teacher was based. One of my teachers in middle school was based. We learned about American history through listening to We Didn't Start the Fire and going through each and every one of those. The greatest power of the left is art. Fascists cannot make art. They just can't. They don't have the humanity for it. Because to make something art, you need to have empathy, kindness. You need to be able to be introspective. These people love AI art. Why? Because it's not art and because they can't make it themselves. Hell, that's why Donald Trump is in charge. Because Donald Trump is not ideologically a fascist. He is a fascist by convenience. If in another world, Donald Trump could have been on the left if we cheered for him enough and put golden statues of him everywhere. Does that make sense? No, but it would happen. The man cares about nothing. Now, there are many, many other people that want evil. The reason that he is the guy, he's been the guy for 10 years, is because he's the only one who's not ideologically a fascist. We can make funny jokes. He can be funny. Fascists can't do that. He can create a narrative. By the way, this is why you see MAGA rhetoric all across the world. After Charlie Kirk got shot, we had Charlie Kirk posters in Australia and the UK. Those people have never heard of Charlie Kirk in their life. But that's the propaganda. It comes from Trump's rhetoric because he's the only one that can make it. And as you've noticed, as his mental state is degraded, there's less of it now. Now it's just old school Nazism rephrased every day. Go listen to Stephen Miller talk for 10 seconds. It doesn't matter. Now, I want to show you one more thing. Give me just a second. This is the real enemy. This is who we're fighting against. It's all of these people. It's not just one. And obviously, I mean this rhetorically and non-violently. I'm not Antifa. Well, I am Antifa, but I think you need to see it as you're arguing for its continuation. If you're against it already, there's nothing wrong with not choosing to watch gore. I agree with that, but it's learning about what happened in a state where like you will actually get to understand it. Like I want those kids to see that in school so that they can feel it. There are people today who just like openly say the Holocaust didn't happen. Some of them don't care. Like they know they're lying. Some of them believe the lies, and that's the danger. This is the real enemy.
It's these organized special interest groups that impact Washington and have all the power. And if we could figure out a way to get tech on our side, they could absolutely check back on Trump. If they all together met in the parking lot
They didn't
and said,
in 2016, Scott. They won't.
I'll take it one step further than that. It's not even that they won't. It's because they can't. Because their whole project is the opposite of doing that. These tech billionaires can't be on our side. They can't take our side because they've created this collapse of democracy that we're watching right now. You think Donald Trump created this? You think JD Vance created this? This is an infrastructure that's going on 10 years old that's been being built by these same tech billionaires. And I can hear the frustration in Scott and Kara's voice, right? I mean, I think we're all just really frustrated looking at this dynamic and feeling like everyone's kissing.
No, I don't mean you. I don't mean you. I meant for school children. Like, again, when I say the starving babies, skinny, like, that's not for you. We all see it already. We see enough of it. For the next generation. In education, when they have school, when they learn about the Holocaust, the first one, and they learn about the second one, I want them to see the damage that was done and internalize it as how, like, it is for empathy. It is not to see this, like, you've seen enough for a lifetime. I've seen enough for 10 lifetimes. But the kids that will be born and go to school after us, the next generation, they need to learn what actually happened. They need to see the details. They need to see just how bad it was so they believe it.
Trump's ring and why won't anybody push back? But I think that to have that mindset is to fundamentally misunderstand who is in control right now, who built all of this, who is the ringleader here, and who's the circus. And for a little context, the jumping
If you live outside of America, Sylvie, sure.
off point of this conversation being Trump's big tech dinner that he hosted at the White House the other night. How do I know that these tech billionaires are in control and they weren't just there groveling at Trump's swollen ankles, begging for some relief from the punitive tariffs that hit their companies? Because let's look at the guest list, shall we? Tim Cook, Apple; Mark Zuckerberg, Meta; Bill Gates, Microsoft; Sundar Pichai, Google; Sergey Brin, Google; Sam Altman, OpenAI; Satya Nadella, Microsoft; Safra Katz, Oracle; Sanjay Mehrotra, Micron; David Limp, Blue Origin, Amazon; Shyam Sankar, Palantir; Alexander Wang, Scale AI, Meta; Jared Isaacman, Shift4 Payments; Greg Brockman, OpenAI. Now let me tell you about this other little dinner luncheon meeting that took place on December 14th.
Again, these happen regularly. This is just the ones in Trump Tower.
2016 that Peter Thiel put together on the 25th floor of Trump Towers. Now this was right after Donald Trump had won his first election, and he wanted to kind of get a lay of the land to see how the next few years were going to look. What did that guest list look like? Tim Cook, Apple; Jeff Bezos, Amazon; Larry Page, Google; Eric Schmidt, Google; Satya Nadella, Microsoft; Brandon Smith, Microsoft; Sheryl Sandberg, Facebook; Safra Katz, Oracle; Chuck Robbins, Cisco; Elon Musk, Tesla; Alex Karp, Palantir. Now, do you notice any differences between those two lists? Because I hardly do. It's the same people, the same companies, 9 years straight. You know, when you think about it, it kind of makes...
I'm going to take this a step further. We know that Jeffrey Epstein hosted lots of rich people, including Peter Thiel and Donald Trump and, like other very important people. Benjamin Netanyahu, like Americans who are charged with pedophilia and child sex crimes literally flee to Israel. Visora, it is strangely ironic to hear your message about disconnecting. We should call it disco or disso. From around the world on a very addictive YouTube screen. If I'm not here next time, thank you. You're very welcome, and if you're not here next time, I support it. Go offline. Although, definitely support independent media. I'm fucking broke, and they're gonna ban me soon anyway. This is my censored speech on this channel. On my actual channel, I say a lot of things I shouldn't say. But take it one step further. All of these rich people, Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, we're greater St. James's America now. Russia has kidnapped 20,000 Ukrainian children and has a website. You can literally go on this website and buy children. They list them like a product: eye color, height, mood. You're you're just buying children. It's trafficking. Now, we know that once Epstein got arrested, all these rich people moved. They just went and did exactly the same thing somewhere else in another country. Now, it could be any other country. It could be Israel, it could be Russia, it could be Canada. It doesn't matter. All of these rich people are still connected. That's why they won't release the Epstein files, by the way. Like, yes, it'll implicate Trump and Bill Clinton and all. Like, no, none of that shit matters. It's the money that matters. Because that money proves that this is an international cabal. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu and literally every world leader on the Axis side, our side, Le Pen, Meloni, what the fuck is her face? The lesbian Nazi from Germany. They're like... McKinsey Consultancy Group is a consultancy group that's done shit with like every government official for my whole lifetime, going back before even 2000. They are an American company, a consultant company that works in politics. They are currently also consulting China on how to beat America in a war. Then we have the Boston Consultancy Group, which is exactly the same as McKinsey, except that's for the tech companies. They also do that. We have Qatar involved. The Saudis own half the government. The Saudis own half of Twitter. The Saudis own an entire floor of Trump Tower. The Saudis are what's influencing us trying to create a sovereign wealth fund. The crypto shit, like Donald Trump when he was in Qatar, they wanted to buy chips, like NVIDIA chips from America. He was like, all right, you can buy it if you buy some of my crypto first. We live in the mob country. Our government is run by Al-Qaeda at best, ISIS at worst. We have a death cult here. You guys understand that, like, our insistence on... You know what? Here, hold on. Let me show you this. This is the most insane thing I've ever heard in real life. Really? This is gonna make me log in. Hold on. And I wish I could just show you on the other one. Hold on, signing in now. Cool.
I know when you guys see my face.
Shush. Okay, here we go.
Today we are witnessing the.
Shush. This is genuinely, this is Grand Theft Auto 5 radio. This is Weasel News.
Of anti-Semitism around the world like never before. For many poor. Today we are witnessing the rise of anti-Semitism around the world like never before. For many poor elderly Jews, their dream of making Aliyah one day and coming home to Israel is extremely difficult, if not impossible. But you can change all of that today for one precious Jew. Even in a time of war, the safety and shalom of moving to Israel under God's protection and his covenant promise to bring his chosen people home is why we're asking you today to partner with us. The cost to rescue one Jew and purchase a seat on an upcoming fellowship Aliyah.
This is literally like for the price of one, you could donate to a starving child in Africa. That is what this is. But understand, there's a reason for this. Why are we doing this? Because the government believes in a fucking cult prophecy. The state of Israel in the last few months, you know what they've done? They have sacrificed 2 of the red heifers. They're just like cows that are red. They brought them from Texas. They sacrificed 2 of them because the prophecy says they have to find these perfect cows. These perfectly, they fit all of the boxes. They kill them, they burn the cow, and then they use the ashes to cleanse themselves of death. They want to start a holy war because Al-Aqsa Mosque is one of the holiest sites in Islam. They want to tear that down and build the 3rd temple on it. They are trying to do apocalypse shit right now. Their goal is the rapture. The Christian Zionists in America, the evangelicals, they think Jesus will come and rapture them all up to heaven. And part of that prophecy is, yes, the cows need to be sacrificed, the mosque needs to be torn down, and the temple needs to be built in its place. All of the Jews in the world need to go to Israel. That's also part of the plan. All of them. Yep, they saw the red cow. No, they killed the red cow. They did the sacrifice. They're doing blood magic over there. By the way, also, they had a locust swarm the month before, and the Sea of Galilee turned red from an algae bloom, which is hella interesting, considering they're doing the final solution executions right now. But, we are in an insane timeline. The Christians and the Muslims and the Jews, well, actually, Zionists are definitionally not Jewish, because it's anti-Semitic to be a Zionist, but whatever. All of them believe in this death cult. Also, ISIS isn't Muslim, and the evangelical Christians aren't Christian. Literally, I feel like I am more Christian than half of America's Christians, and I'm an atheist with Muslim parents. They're eager for the end of the world. They are. They really are. It's a death cult. That's who runs the world. Here, I'll show you one more thing. Because this is unironically true. Now, obviously, this is a meme, but, I usually have all my videos, ready. Sorry, guys. No, it got taken down. Look, Mike Huckabee literally believes in the prophecy. He thinks he's ushering in the end times. Like, we are in a state of insanity that the only way that we can do anything is talk to people. Bring humanity back. What Jake said earlier, kindness. If you attack them with kindness, it's off-putting to them. Mashallah, my streamer has seen the light. I need more of you two. And again, like, Americans, get the fuck out of the country if you can, please. We need your help. You're the only ones that can do it, mind you. Like, as an Australian living in Australia, an American living in Australia, the Nazis here are a problem. And prior to the Nazis, like, openly being everywhere, if I said, oh, like, I'm an American, Australians would be like, oh, fuck off. No one gives a shit about your American opinion. Like, get out of here, you yank. If I say about the Nazis, as an American with experience with, like, long-term with these people listen to me about that now. You're the only ones that can. Americans are the only ones in the world, on the West, you know, that have both experienced this overt kind of fascism and authoritarianism, but haven't entirely been taken. Like, you haven't all fallen. There are other places that experience this, but, like, again, my video got blocked yesterday when I showed Israel because of the amount of Israelis that are just pro-genocide. The Russians are also the same. Like, I don't know much about Chinese culture, but, like, obviously they're probably a bit different than that. But we need Americans to be able to go to places in Europe and say, I've seen this back home. Look at what they did to my country. They're going to do that here. You need to build up partisans. American partisans are the only, like, win condition globally. Because, again, it's not just America here. America is one piece. They're doing a global plan here. This is affecting everything. Once all that system, like, is built out and put in place, you will be living in a system worse than China. They're bringing WeChat to America. You know that, right? You're going to get your social credit score, and everything is going to be on one app. The Everything app. Where do you think that came from? The Everything app? You know that all of these people have deep business ties with China, with Russia, for example. Larry Ellison, again, built China's surveillance system. And he is in charge of Stargate, which is our version of that. It is a collection of all of the AI data centers sending all of their info to Stargate so they can store it on one big supercomputer. Eventually, they're going to put that in space, so far out of reach that you can never touch it. I just want to point out that I'm not anti-electoral. We have to vote our way out. See, look, I'm not anti-electoral, but I don't think we can vote our way out of this. I don't think so. I think you should still vote. You should try your absolute fucking hardest on that. I have almost zero hope that an election gets through this. Here's why. Let's say we won in 26. Let's say we won in 28. We got, I don't know, like, who even, AOC, maybe? She's not, no, I don't think she's even old enough. Mamdani's going to be mayor. Bernie's too old. We're going to get a liberal. We're going to get Pete Buttigieg, who's also worked for McKinsey and is pro-Israel. We're just going to continue the same system. The only way to get out of this is the state, the authoritarian fascist state, and capitalism need to hit 0 hit points at about the same time. That's the only way. It's just always been. All we will do otherwise is just start the loop over again. And that's what we've been doing. We've been starting this loop over and over and over again for more than a century, really. We need to break the wheel. Break the wheel. Break the chains. I mean, look, our government is basically Game of Thrones right now. Like, DC is King's Landing. The king is addled in the brain and dying. Half the court is sucking his dick, trying to become like the next heir or like preserve their place in the court. Whereas the enemies of the king, but still on their side, they're planning to immediately take power. Like, we're doing Game of Thrones shit right now. He's got a beard now. Pete is the way. Joe Rogan on the left. Yes, of course, the McKinsey working fucking Israel supporter. true progressive political power is what we need. It could start in 26. I have zero hope for that. They're going to rig those elections. As we've seen with like how easily Dems are winning in off-season elections, there is no way they're going to allow that to go forward properly. This is not how fascism works. You get to vote in Turkey. I was born in Turkey and I grew up in Turkey. Sorry, I lived in Turkey after I grew up in America. Erdogan is also a fascist. He almost loses every election. It's almost every time. It gets the public just enough hope to be like, all right, next time we got it. Next time we got it. 0.4% we lost. Oh, God, next time we got it. And it doesn't work. 20 years he's been in power. The Turkish people are out in the streets right now. Putin, again, does the same thing. Hell, remember all of the rumors of is Trump dead? That is a signature part of an authoritarian society. Every authoritarian country is, having rumors about whether the leader is sick, the supreme leader is dying, does he have a brain condition? Hell, the state puts some of those out themselves. All jokes aside, we need to think about the situation not like politics, but a battle of power and resistance versus submission. I agree entirely. And to cap that off, I have a little hope, but I'm also just saying, it's the way to be, else, I don't know, fight or die. No, see, you have to vote, but I need you to understand that. How do I say this without getting in trouble? Fully resisting requires an amount of force that they will declare as violence. It doesn't have to be violence. They will declare it as such. Hold on. Where is you, sir? That's why debate has never mattered. I think, unironically, the best way to have a debate now would be the two debaters debate offline. They're not, being viewed. It's not live. And if they come to an agreement in that debate, then they can put the videos online and we can all watch it together and we can decide who's right and who's wrong. Otherwise, I think the right answer is, if the people in the debate can't come to an agreement, what needs to happen is those two people need to go into a boxing ring, fight, and then after that we can watch the debate and decide who won. No, but to understand really what resistance to this looks like, we're not looking at it right.
Look at the moments in history when people directly confronted abusive authority, when they acted not because it was safe, not because they were guaranteed success, but because they refused to be complicit any longer in the abuse of authority. They didn't wait for legitimacy. They didn't appeal to the system for recognition. They forced a response because allowing the abuse to continue was not an option. They took risk. They endured failure. And most of the time, the power they resisted survived. Most of the time, they failed. So it's not a study for the faint of heart. It is a depressing study.
This is about the statistic of people say 3% of the population rises up and you get a revolution. That's not true. That's what he's talking about. Again, George Floyd protest had over 20 million people involved. It's 6.5% of the population.
In many ways.
And half the country thinks every blue state, major city burned down to crisp because of the George Floyd protests. We had 6.5% of the population out there protesting, and it did nothing.
But we don't find the lessons in just what worked. We find them in what was required. That is looking at 16 different case studies of resistance moments across 350 years of United States history and 21 moments from around the globe in the 20th and 21st centuries. And that's what the 3.5% crowd misses. They're not looking for resistance. They're looking for an easy, non-risky reset button.
No, the 3%, there has been multiple instances of over 3% of the population armed resistance standing up and still failing. It's not that, that number doesn't matter. It's imaginary. Forget about that.
The key point is that mass mobilization in and of itself isn't enough and never has been. That 3.5% threshold has been met many times, and it didn't.
Albert C., the sustain comes from the reaction from the regime. For example, the Irish, who lost their revolution, most of their energy for that revolution did not come from their actual revolutionaries. It came from the reprisals from the British that pissed them off, that made more people join the movement.
Let's take a look at Prague 1968. 1968, that year alone, a case study for this kind of thing. The population mobilized, especially students. Protests spread across the country, something like 500,000.
Look at what Nepal did. You know that the one-piece straw hat pirate flag is now illegal in Indonesia because of its protest power, and that Gen Z using that overthrew the Nepalese government, beat the shit out of the president in a river, and accidentally killed his wife in the fire, and then took power, elected a new prime minister via Discord, and cleaned up the streets in a week, and it doesn't even look like there's a revolution. There was one. Like, it is not a number. There's no magic way to do it. It is about people.
The state, as reformist as it was already, fractured until Moscow rolled in and shut it down. The numbers were there, and it wasn't enough. Why? Because who else was there? The Warsaw Pact. Ireland,
Our Warsaw Pact? Our Warsaw Pact is a Palantir.
It is.
Y'all have
Oh, shit, damn
There's
it.
a number going around right now, but not enough.
Here.
But even then, the Free State was years away. The Rising itself, not enough. On the George Floyd protests a couple of years ago, 20 million people took to the streets. That's not an estimate. That's documented participation.
There was violence there too. It was just not useful. And again, like even then, we had right-wingers going out and doing violence and calling it Antifa.
Denmark, 1943.
It's about
the Nazi regime.
how you
wasn't
phrase it.
destructive.
It's about how you look at it. It's about how you rhetoric, like how your rhetoric sounds to the average person. We are in a state right now where all of the right is fucking insane and want to destroy the world. And most of the people in America are just tuned out. Because that's the point, right? To flood you with horrific news, images, so you just don't want to look at it anymore. We have to be the ones that make sense in person. We have to come off as the rational ones. You don't even you don't have to use any specific wording. In fact, I advocate for you changing how you explain it depending on who you're talking to. Right now, unironically, and I'm not advocating for this, it's a joke, but unironically, we would have a better chance currently, today, of making political change and gaining traction if leftists lied, started a nationalist party, pretended to be actual Nazis, and did nothing Nazi-like. Just used the phrasing, brought all the idiots over that just look on social media, and then just the like Mamdani level of socialism, just regular good for people, and just call it something else. It doesn't matter. Hell, you could probably get a bunch of the left together by starting the fucking Islamist Socialist Party. Now you'll all get attacked by ICE, but I'm aware of everything. I just can't dwell on it all the time as if it's my entire life, and you shouldn't. You don't need to be aware of everything. You need to be aware of what matters, but it's difficult to distinguish those two because of the flood that is directed at us. It is an endless hose of horrific horrors, terrifying and painful images. Parsing that is difficult. That's my job. That's what I do for a living. Most people shouldn't be doing that. But the issue is then how do you find out the information? And that's the problem. We need newsletters. You need to have somebody in your community who does do that and then writes that shit down on fucking paper and publicizes it. Because BLM caucus would actually be forced to be listened to. That would also be great. My friend has fallen into that. She says that she doesn't want to look at all the stuff because it will just make her sad and she's just going to focus on her mental health. Yeah, that's exactly the regime's tool. That's their goal. They want you to feel this way. Zora, don't worry, we're already about to be attacked by ICE. It's truly inconsequential if we choose to go with the Islamic State of Federated Freedom States. I mean, it's not inconsequential because you'll get more support from the left for that. Unironically, United States of Socialist America. Well, right now, you guys are the USSA anyway. It's just not in a good way. It's Greater St. James, really. I like that one better. But let's finish this and end it here. But I really think that what he's saying here is important. How the movement is phrased, how the movement is viewed, how the movement functions. All of these are critical factors that we ignore, and it's because on the left, we don't believe in hierarchy. But this is a battlefield. We need people in charge, but we don't like having people in charge. All of us. I'm not excluding me from this either. We need to be able to learn how to develop a hierarchical structure for resistance, for organization. I need Americans to leave the country and help organize groups outside of the US. Learn from the right wing. Use their tactic. Flip it against them. Is ICE funding, on October 8th, I think? October 8th is when the social media companies are coming in. Their funding's already there. They are in the top 10 of the highest funded militaries in the world. They're basically a country. Now that I think about it, we really dropped the ball on how much power BLM had. Yeah, because they made you. All these corpos are afraid of the current admin. They were fucking terrified of BLM. They still talk about BLM because it was functional, because it worked, because burning shit down scared the fuck out of the capital class. They still talk about it to this day. The Greater St. James Imperial Project is inclusive of Greater Israel. Just fucking kill me now. Send me to the camps. I volunteer. Yeah, I keep saying this. We need leaders. We need strategists. We need educators. We need movements. We need people for all kinds of coalitions and flanks. We need people who will listen to them, Sylvie. Again, the feds have a job. There are people whose job it is to come into these chats and start arguments. To go into these groups in person and start arguments. My first, recommendation for you, join the SRA. It is not a political group. You're not allowed to talk about politics there. But it's the Socialist Rifle Association. You're not allowed to talk about any politics there, but you can meet friends, you can make community, you can, learn how to defend yourself. It's not just shooting, they do a lot of other stuff. You need to be able to agree with people, to be able to form a hierarchy of leaders, educators, a movement. We need Malcolm X. We need Fred Hampton. We need, actual fighters back. I don't want Martin Luther King. I want Malcolm X.
By protest.
Sorry, I don't know why that was muted.
Nazi regime wasn't disrupted by protest. It was non-cooperation, labor strikes, sabotage, refusal to enforce anti-Jewish policies. The resistance made the occupation harder to maintain. A place that the Nazis thought was safe was their model protectorate, turned into one of their worst nightmares. Black loyalists during the American Revolution, they didn't appeal for inclusion into the patriots mindset. They defected. They walked.
By the way, just so you know how, the founding fathers were pieces of shit, and ironically, Donald Trump is quite a lot like George Washington. Did you know that George Washington, obviously he owned slaves, right? So before DC was the capital, it was Philadelphia. And Pennsylvania had passed a law saying that if a slave owner brought his slaves into Pennsylvania and they lived there for 6 months, that slave was automatically free. The amount of anger and effort that George Washington went to keep that slave was insane. Here's another one. There were black loyalists for the British during the Revolutionary War. After we won that war, we demanded from the British that they return any stolen property. And they did. But obviously, property meant something different to the founding fathers. They had a very angry conversation with the British, saying they demanded their slaves back. Those were property. The British didn't give them back. We wrote that into the fucking Constitution to avoid ever having to deal with that again. In the Constitution, you have the right for your slave to be returned to you.
Away from patriot control and forced the British to choose between policy and principle. That act of resistance broke the patriots' illusion of stability.
Donald James, the active awareness of Israel, I think you may have missed the first thing I talked about today. That's gone now. That's gone now.
Kansas Free Staters. They didn't hold rallies. They built governments, courts, militias, newspapers. That wasn't a protest movement. That was a parallel power established in defiance of federal authority. And now, look at the people putting themselves between the modern Gestapo and their targets. Making them move hotels, quit their jobs, being miserable every day when they go on assignment to kidnap people for the state. Digital harassment, doxing. ICE has to recalibrate, reconsider. Understand that there's a price to pay for abusing authority, for hurting people. That masks can't hide everything.
No. Michael Global, community has issues that need addressing, about find the advocacy people care about, then build from there. Litter, feral cat. No. None of that shit. That is currently death. That is suicide right now. You need to build interpersonal relationships with these people. You need them to trust you. Oh no, the ICJ did say it's genocide. That's not why it's dead. This is why it's dead. I think we got enough of that. This is why it's dead. Israeli tech company Cyberwell now working with all social media platforms to censor anti-Semitism by utilizing AI to identify and automatically flag and remove hate speech. How do they define anti-Semitism, you say? Well, it's defined as drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of Nazis, which they literally are, applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Israel is not a democracy. Fun, you telling me to shut up, are you? Am I going to get in trouble for this? Denying fact scope mechanisms of the Holocaust, sure. How about doing that for City Timan, huh? How about that? Accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Your Holocaust in Gaza right now. Like, denying the Jewish people the right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is racist endeavor. All of these are anti-Semitism that will get your videos blocked and you banned from social media.
Cyberwell is the first ever open database of online anti-Semitism, a nonprofit initiative based here in Israel that's really looking at the issue of online Jew hatred through the lens of compliance. Actually, we're a service, if you will, for the social media platforms, helping them enforce.
Remember, this happened yesterday. On October 8th, all of these platforms are going to Congress to have an oversight meeting to explain why they allow leftist Antifa terrorists on their platforms. It's okay, I opened the link, Sylvia. This is what we're watching now.
Their social media policies against anti-Semitism at scale. So Cyberwell now is taking, you mentioned over 10,000 examples that we've reported to social media platforms. Actually, the number is much higher at this point, around 11,500. And we believe those flags have been responsible for removing well over.
What are you sad facing for, Buncor? I'm gonna get in trouble for this or something? You want to save it? Here, I'll send you another link. This one should be openable without a tracker. Instead of just like a Twitter link, it's FX Twitter. That should work. Understand also, this is run by former IDF. So I don't know how to tell you that we're kind of fucked here, you know? Here, again. Ah, okay. What? Why are you muted? Boncourt, the genocide is nearly over because they're almost done killing the Palestinians. But, wait, why can't you see the screen? Here we go. Because they're almost done killing the Palestinians, but they're going to do another genocide immediately after. No, I got it.
To that era when local
Now it's echoing.
TV stations judging the public interest